The wild man Wang Chao. Wang Chao did not venture far from the shore. After stepping off the beach, he intended to seek the nearest inhabited area to inquire about the whereabouts to which that old man had sent him sprawling with a single slap. However, after walking a mere couple of hundred meters, he was astonished to find himself confronted by an expanse of dense jungle. Under the cloak of night, the thicket appeared ominous and foreboding. Standing at the edge of the forest, Wang Chao focused his keen eyes, sensing that the shadowy depths harbored the gaze of unseen beasts watching him intently. With a silent resignation, he retreated, returning to the sandy shore. Beneath the faint glimmer of the stars, he scrutinized the terrain marked in red on his map, envisioning an elderly master residing within. He imagined that in just over a year, this master would serendipitously gain a chubby grandson who had fallen from the skies. Accompanied by the distant ebb and flow of the tides, Wang Chao inadvertently succumbed to slumber. The following morning, he was jolted awake by the chill. Fortuitously, my constitution is robust otherwise, I might have succumbed to illness from the cold. As he opened his eyes, he discovered himself once again nestled among the grains of sand. A crab scuttling across his nose, he sat up with a start, realizing he still clutched the map tightly in his hand, and he exhaled in relief. Losing it would be akin to a novice trainer misplacing their Pokemon encyclopedia upon departing from Pallet Town, utterly ludicrous. I'm quite famished, he remarked to himself. Stowing the map away, he brushed off the sand and resumed his journey as dawn broke. The once dreaded jungle no longer appeared so sinister. Although he had never traversed a jungle during his time in the southern city, his experiences in the wild had acquainted him with various beasts. Initially, he felt trepidation, yet after confronting and vanquishing an old wolf, his fear dissipated entirely. Beasts, after all, are merely beasts, they lack the cunning of humankind. Wang Chao exhaled deeply and resolutely stepped into the thicket. Could he truly traverse the majority of the map to reach a place known as Bowsy Mountain, deep within the forest? Doubts lingered in his mind. The old man had claimed that as long as he persevered, his future would be boundless. Wang Chao had consumed numerous tales and motivational anecdotes, thus he could discern the essence of the old man's words. The crux lay in the journey itself, taking one step at a time, moving from the southern region of the map to the northern and eastern territories. The path ahead was fraught with challenges and perils should Wang Chao manage to navigate through them. He would emerge transformed. The trials and tribulations of the journey would morph into invaluable assets, becoming his foundation. Yet the prerequisite was that Wang Chao must first make it there. The distance was vast, and he could not fathom how many miles he would traverse or how many days and nights he would endure. He was oblivious to the multitude of hardships that lay in wait ahead of him. Contemplating the potential adversities that awaited him on this journey sent chills down his spine. Was his current strength inadequate? Indeed, it was woefully lacking. Even without considering figures like Master Roshi, he would rank low among most skilled individuals on Earth. Even King Chappa could easily overpower him. Yet, was he strong? Yes, he was. Wang Chaos' audacity in the animal man street of Nandu is a testament to his extraordinary capabilities, far surpassing those of an ordinary earthling. Having never engaged in serious martial arts training or any form of combat, he participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament unprepared. Despite his lack of physical conditioning, he remarkably nearly reached the top 8. One could argue that at the moment Sun Wukong accompanied Bulma on his journey, he was not significantly stronger than Wang Chao is now. While Wang Chao may not possess the Science Iron-like physique, he surmises that his stamina, endurance, and explosive power are likely not too dissimilar. If a seemingly mediocre fighter like Sun Wukong could thrive in the wilderness for years and wander the world with Bulma without any significant troubles, then it stands to reason that Wang Chao, who is equally unremarkable in combat prowess, might also have the potential to trek to Bowsy Mountain. Let me indulge in a bit of self-hypnosis. After all, I'm already on my way. A positive outlook can only be beneficial. Yes, a positive outlook, he mused as he navigated through the jungle. Vigilantly aware of his surroundings, his mind occasionally flickered with the image of the old man and the peculiar experience he had when the elder had sent him flying with a single slap. Whether it was an illusion or something else entirely remained uncertain. Who exactly is he? Among the characters I know from Dragon Ball, none can be matched with this old man. Wang Chao has often found himself grappling with such questions. Yet, the lack of any clues renders his musings futile. Even the few encounters with the elder suggest a power beyond Wang Chaos' current comprehension. While he harbors bold speculations in his heart, he knows better than to voice them. Engaging in baseless conjecture serves no purpose. Conspiracy theories are merely the musings of the restless. to take 100 paces back, if I were indeed ensnared in some unfathomable scheme. It would imply that I possess a value worth the effort of such machinations. Regardless, striving for self-improvement is never a mistake. With this pressure, I feel a fire igniting within me. Wang Chao reflected on his experiences, simplifying his thoughts to focus solely on the imperative of reaching Baozi Mountain. The enigmatic and powerful elder instilled within him a sense of self-worth, a conviction that he could indeed make a mark in this Saiyan world. After all, why would such a formidable figure waste time on him otherwise? Bring on the 81 trials, or the 72 transformations, whatever it may be, I shall not take a step back. Wang Chao felt an invigorating energy coursing through his being since his arrival in this new realm. He had never felt such a promising sense of purpose. The natural environment of Dragon Ball Earth is quite splendid, and as he traversed the dense foliage, Wang Chao found himself surprisingly at ease. Hiss! Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a shadow, swiftly hurtling towards him. With his keen eyesight, Wang Chao could not possibly miss it. Instead of evading, he reacted swiftly, reaching out and seizing the shadow, which turned out to be a gray serpent. Breakfast has come to me, Wang Chao chuckled, gripping the serpent's head with a decisive twist, severing it cleanly. Wang Chao, who currently harbors no interest in consuming snake blood, ambles along, allowing the blood of the headless serpent to drain while discarding the gallbladder. As he finds it unappetizing, he then binds several of the snakes together in a circle around his waist, managing to tie a knot with surprising dexterity. With a firm push from his feet, he takes a running leap and ascends to a branch. Utilizing his remarkable agility and the explosive strength coupled with flexibility of his physique, Wang Chao momentarily embodies the essence of Tarzan. His objectives are clear, devoid of any worries. Despite the less than ideal material conditions, his spirit is immensely fulfilled. Wang Chao perceives that his sense of happiness has surged by at least 92%, while his anxiety index has plummeted by an astonishing 69.53%. After embodying Tarzan for a considerable duration, he finally discovers a suitable clearing. Wang Chao leaps, and upon landing, exerts his weight, causing the branch beneath him to snap underfoot. He then retrieves several twigs, skillfully assembling a grill, on which he threads the headless serpent's body in a sine wave pattern, AS, for kindling a fire by friction. With Wang Chao's current strength, success is merely a matter of persistence. I can smell the aroma of protein. Wang Chao patiently awaits the completion of the snake meat roasting, his hunger intensifying by the moment. Wang Chao gradually matured, having just enjoyed a meal. When hunger strikes, even half-cooked roasted snake meat can appear tantalizing. He then continued on his journey. Employing his rudimentary navigation skills, Wang Chao leaped through the jungle like a ninja, heading northward. However, after nearly half an hour of relentless jumping, fatigue overcame him, and he tumbled to the ground. He finally relinquished this method, realizing the futility of exerting such energy without the legendary augmentation of chakra. He pondered whether activating the energy within him, akin to the Dragon Ball universe, might ease his burdens. As he sprinted across the forest floor, his mind wandered to the prospect of reaching Baozi Mountain, where he could become a disciple of Sun Wukong and learn the magnificent Kamehameha technique. With his own ingenuity, he envisioned mastering a technique similar to the instant transmission. In times of material hardship, one often seeks solace in the realm of the spirit. And Wang Chao found himself in this very state. He needed to cultivate sufficient mental strength and fortify his willpower, ensuring that each step he took was resolute. Suddenly, he paused, leaning against a nearby thicket. Just then, a shadow sprang from the dense grass behind the bushes. Wang Chao was caught off guard and fell, his foot bursting a blister upon impact, causing him to grimace in pain. To his astonishment, it was a large wolf, its eyes glowing with a menacing green light. Pinning him to the ground, the wolf bared its sharp teeth, poised to bite into Wang Chao's neck. Confronted with danger, he experienced that electrifying sensation, every hair on his body standing on end. His keen instincts ignited, illuminating his senses as if he had polished gold. Instinctively curling up, Wang Chao summoned the strength in his back to throw the wolf off him. "Do you even know how foul your breath is?" he exclaimed, rolling away. He sprang up with a speed surpassing that of the wolf, swiftly placing his foot upon its neck. With a crack, the green light in the wolf's eyes dimmed. What good is that green glow? It is the golden light that truly matters. In a fit of anger, he rained blows upon the wolf's head. The creature, not even remotely human, elicited no hesitation in him. The thought of protecting an animal was the least of his concerns, especially since this wolf had nearly ended his life. Wang Chao, with blistered feet still aching from his journey, struck with renewed vigor. By the time he realized the need to conserve energy, the wolf's head was already in a pitiful state. It seemed the pressure of his quest to Bowsy Mountain weighed heavily on his subconscious. Feeling somewhat unhinged, he sat down, panting, and surveyed the seemingly endless jungle around him. It felt as though every corner concealed a beast yearning for his flesh, or a demon ready to thwart his progress. Wang Chao closed his golden eyes, sitting in contemplation for a brief moment, allowing his mind to empty and seeking tranquility. Then, he rose silently to begin the search for materials. As it proved difficult to find a ready-made path, walking barefoot became excruciating, and Wang Chao feared he might soon succumb to despair. After spending 15 to 20 minutes, he fashioned an unsightly pair of sandals from slender vines and thick leaves. Well, it would have to suffice. Wang Chao sniffed, then continued on his way. Perhaps true strength lies in the ability to endure pain more intensely than the weak. He realized that, while his physical capabilities had improved since his previous life, so too had his tolerance for pain. The agony of his blistered feet upon the makeshift sandals was not significantly less than walking directly on the ground, yet Wang Chao gradually acclimated to it, perceiving the discomfort as merely a typical feedback from his brain, ultimately choosing to disregard it entirely. As the sun ascended to its zenith through the dense foliage above, Wang Chao recognized that it was indeed midday. He felt hunger pangs. For lunch, he feasted on a medium-rare wild deer, with the antlers he had snapped off lying beside him. Wiping the blood from his lips, he contemplated the antlers, pondering that once he escaped this thicket, he might seek a backpack or some form of satchel. Surely, these antlers could fetch a handsome price. However, for now, he had to abandon the thought, as carrying them would be quite cumbersome. In the evening, his meal consisted of fruit. Wang Chao was not an exceptional hunter, unable to guarantee the presence of game when the craving for meat struck. Reluctantly, he resorted to foraging for wild berries to stave off hunger. Should they be poisonous? So be it. He could not allow himself to starve under such conditions. He needed to maintain his strength. He sought out unassuming fruits, wary of the vibrant, enticing ones. The berries were astringent, reminiscent of biting into an unripe banana. As night fell, Wang Chao perched on a branch of a towering tree, binding himself with vines to the trunk to prevent a fall during his slumber. How deep could this wretched forest be? Why had he not yet emerged? Yet, human adaptability is remarkable. This was only the first day, and already he felt like a savage. Perhaps it was also due to his extraordinary gifts. As he drifted into a drowsy state, Wang Chao succumbed to sleep. The following day, he awoke abruptly from the cold. A shiver coursed through him, and he could see the morning dew shaking loose from his hair. The exposed skin of his upper body was covered in goosebumps, raised by the chill wind. Wang Chao tugged at the damp vines tied around his waist. Rising to his feet on the branch, he moved forward, causing it to sway beneath him. He closed his eyes, imagining himself on a diving platform. 1, 2. He controlled his descent, the branch bending and then rebounding. Wang Chao executed a somersault in midair, performing a graceful spin as he landed. A perfect entry. Perhaps I should join the diving team. Wang Chao opened his now golden eyes, smiling as he spoke to himself. One must admit that finding joy in one's own company is indeed a skill. After 5 months of wandering in the southern city, Wang Chao realized that he had not emerged empty-handed. At the very least, if it were not for those 5 months of respite, he would not possess the open-mindedness he has now. Perhaps he dreamt of his mother last night. This is the essence of growth, dear Wang Chao. Although he may have been slower than his predecessors, he now appears to be fundamentally competent. I am living well. The past is behind me. Wang Chao has learned to control his thoughts, refraining from indulging in trivial musings and pointless complaints. Instead, he channels his active mind toward more pragmatic concerns. For instance, he considers the speed at which he is traveling and how he might handle encounters with bandits or formidable beasts. Even in moments of leisure, he diligently invests his energy in contemplating potential challenges he may encounter in the future, strategizing in advance. As dawn broke, a figure moved through the jungle. Yet, on the 4th day, Wang Chao had yet to escape this expansive coastal forest. Aside from eating, drinking, bathing in streams, and sleeping, he spent most of his time on the move. He would only pause to rest when he felt his stamina was insufficient to meet unexpected circumstances. Despite the jungle being more arduous than the open roads, his pace was not particularly slow. In the outskirts of the southern city, he could run 50 kilometers in an hour. Here, he estimated his speed to be over 20 kilometers per hour, with 6 hours of travel each day. For days had passed, and he should have covered at least 480 kilometers, yet he found himself still ensnared within the forest. The realization was utterly absurd. There was no forest marked as vast as this. Taking advantage of a moment's respite, Wang Chao continued to study the map he possessed. He knew that one day it might be lost or ruined by rain, or perhaps he might need to burn it for warmth. Thus, he aimed to imprint the details of the map, especially the area surrounding the Dumpling Mountain marked by the Elder, deeply into his memory. Uncertain of how he had been cast upon that shore by the Elder's slap, Wang Chao examined the land surrounding Papaya Island from all directions. To the north lay the main continent where his destination, Dumpling Mountain, was situated. To the south and east, there were only scattered deserted isles and tourist spots. To the west, across a bay, was the southern continent where the southern city was located. Wang Chao scrutinized the islands to the south and east of Papaya Island, as well as the coastlines of the southern city and the southern coast of the main continent to the north. Yet he found no expansive forests extending over 480 kilometers from the shore. He reluctantly arrived at a painful conclusion. He was lost. With a solemn expression, Wang Chao tucked away the map. He envisioned a raven soaring overhead, cawing in a manner befitting this seemingly cartoonish world. Yet, the real world paid little heed to his whimsical musings. The surrounding dark jungle lay eerily silent, a ghostly realm where both prey and predator tread cautiously. It was only he, this carefree human, who boldly traversed this perilous wilderness for days on end, stumbling along the way. At this moment, Wang Chao draped in animal hides, bore tattered pants, and a belt fashioned from the skin of a withered, multicolored serpent. Its head knotted at his waist while its fangs had been dulled. On his feet, he wore primitive, hand-woven straw sandals, reminiscent of the style of Luffy from One Piece, except for his face, which he had taken care to keep clean. The skin on his arms and calves had become grimy, rendering him a veritable wild man. However, Wang Chao paid little mind to such trivialities since his journey began. Concerns regarding personal appearance and emotions had taken a back seat, and he had yet to find the time to ponder them. Regardless, he knew he must press on, this time determined to maintain a straight course. Even if the path ahead appeared treacherous, deviating was not an option, for if he continued to meander in this cursed place, even the Monkey King would falter against the Demon King Piccolo, and he would never escape. Wang Chao chuckled at his own predicament, his gaze resolute, refusing to succumb to despair or complaint. When faced with a challenge, he believed in finding a solution. He continued forward in the direction he had previously halted, albeit at a much slower pace. He was reluctant to alter his path, even slightly, due to the chaotic obstacles that lay ahead, making his journey all the more arduous. Periodically, he glanced back to ensure the line he had traced in the dirt with a stick remained straight and true. Thus, alone, he walked for another day. It was time to discard the stick. Wang Chao cast aside the branch he had relied upon to mark his trail. Unwilling to let such a tool dictate his sense of direction, he resolved to maintain a clear mind, to judge keenly, and to trust in the assessments made by his own intellect. After closing his eyes and reopening them, the golden hue of his eyes brimmed with determination. He had heard of an experiment where individuals, eyes shut, believed they walked in a straight line, only to discover upon opening their eyes that they had veered off course. Wang Chao worried he might fall into the same trap, unwittingly spiraling in circles. In truth, it seemed this had already begun to occur. Yet, he was determined to conquer this challenge. Overcoming oneself was, after all, the essence of what a martial artist or a true warrior should aspire to achieve. With a self-encouraging smile, he resumed his steady march, each step deliberate and earnest. The journey to Bowsy Mountain, he had known since awakening on the beach, would be fraught with trials. Yet, he had not anticipated that merely on the 5th day, he would experience such profound transformation. The metamorphosis of his spirit seemed incomparable, surpassing even 5 months, or perhaps 5 years, spent in Nandu. Perhaps this is the very reason the old man urged him to traverse to Bowsy Mountain on foot. The silhouette of the traveler advancing through the dense thicket grew increasingly resolute. As he pressed his foot downwards, Wang Chao sensed an unsettling discrepancy, gradually widening his keen eyes. Flashes of insight surged through his mind, recalling the scene he had glimpsed earlier beneath his feet in the dim light. In a moment of haste, he elevated his foot, barely allowing his toes to touch the ground. The chaotic underbrush surrounded him. The abrupt alteration in his movements rendered it challenging for Wang Chao to maintain balance. He felt an overwhelming urge to let his heel descend, yet he managed to restrain himself. Below him lay the rusty edge of an iron trap. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that his toes rested precariously upon the concealed section of the trap, clearing the tangled weeds ahead. He finally unveiled the iron apparatus in its entirety. It was indeed a rusted animal trap. Ironically, Wang Chao's foot was positioned just above a narrow space within the trap. Fortunately, given his petite stature, even his toes would not trigger the mechanism. Had he succumbed to the impulse to lower his heel moments ago, he would surely be howling in agony at this very moment. Cold sweat suddenly beaded on his forehead as a wave of trepidation washed over him. If he were to sustain an injury in this desolate wilderness, he would be left with no choice but to exhaust the remaining half of his celestial being. Cautiously retracting his foot, Wang Chao unexpectedly felt a surge of joy. The presence of the trap indicated that he was not far from escaping this accursed forest. With careful attention to his footing, he parted the underbrush and soon found himself on a small path winding through the trees. This was the first man-made trail he had encountered in this forsaken forest. A wooden sign stood at the roadside. Curiously, he approached the front and saw two crooked characters inscribed upon it, "Trap." It was likely left by a hunter for others to see. Or perhaps as a reminder for himself, considering that wild beasts are illiterate, Wang Chao mused instinctively. Glancing around, he procured a stick, smeared it with mud, and began to scratch on the back of the sign. Ultimately, he thrust the stick through the sign, managing to lodge it at an angle. Dusting off his hands, he strode purposefully along the path towards the forest's edge. The stick embedded in the sign now pointed directly at the trap he had nearly stepped upon, while beneath it, the back of the sign bore a large, crude drawing of a middle finger crafted from the mud. "Hush! Don't move." At the forest's edge, a middle-aged man desperately covered a boy's mouth. Nearby, a hefty bear ambled on all fours, seemingly in search of its mysteriously vanished prey. This perplexed creature, lacking in intelligence, was growing increasingly frustrated and agitated. Just days prior, a ferocious beast had appeared in the forest, compelling it to leave its territory. Now, after finally encountering two feeble victims, it had anticipated satisfying its hunger, only to find that they had inexplicably vanished. This was indeed a predicament. How had this blind bear wandered to the forest's edge? The middle-aged man had originally brought his nephew to the forest in search of someone, but to his astonishment, they encountered a bear that should not have been roaming in this area. "Hey, little lazy bear, look over here." Suddenly, a loud voice emanated from deep within the forest, seemingly belonging to a boy, laced with surprise. Who could this be? Both the middle-aged man and the boy, whose mouth he was covering, were filled with curiosity. Yet they remained still. "What are you doing here?" "Haha, aren't you surprised to see me? Don't run away." "Stop. I said stop. Did you hear me?" The middle-aged man felt the ground tremble beneath him, likely from the bear's movements, which left him utterly bewildered. Coupled with the boy's exclamations, he instinctively held his nephew tighter, but could not resist peeking in the direction of the sound. What he saw left him utterly speechless. "Are you going to keep running? Are you?" A boy clad in animal skins, with raven hair, was riding on the bear's neck, laughing heartily while playfully striking the back of the bear's head. With just a few hits, the bear staggered and then collapsed with a thunderous thud. The display of such ferocious prowess startled the middle-aged man, causing him to inadvertently make a noise. Wang Chao's ears perked up, and he whipped around. What was that? The middle-aged man felt a shiver run down his spine. He perceived that the figure on the bear was not merely a boy but a fierce beast garbed in human form, with striking golden eyes that sent a chill through him. In a panic, he hurriedly dragged his nephew out from their hiding place, kneeling and raising his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "Mercy, benefactor." In the desolate wilderness of Slob City, having witnessed the boy's formidable strength and animal-like vigilance, the middle-aged man realized that escape with his nephew was futile. Thus, he chose to emerge and kneel in submission. He hoped that this act might elicit some mercy from the wild youth, praying that he would not be met with the same brutal fate as the bear. The boy with the golden eyes had just been riding the bear, laughing as he struck it. Was he truly not deranged? "We are not bad people," the middle-aged man implored, pulling his nephew down with him, hands raised in a desperate plea for survival. They were in a remote area, miles away from the nearest village, which was already a considerable distance from the more populated Slob City. Without any means of alerting the authorities, the likelihood of their demise going unnoticed was alarmingly high. If they were to be killed here, it would indeed be a senseless death, their bodies left to rot in obscurity. Yet, Wang Chao's reaction upon spotting the two of them was unexpectedly reassuring. At last, he encountered a living person. Wang Chao joyfully leaped down from the bear carcass and swiftly approached, seizing one of the middle-aged man's hands and shaking it vigorously. The middle-aged man, taken aback by the excitement radiating from the golden-eyed youth, was momentarily speechless. Due to their height difference, the intensity of Wang Chao's shaking made the man feel slightly dizzy. "Is he out of his mind?" thought the nephew, who knelt obediently beside them, raising his hands in surrender. Suddenly, Wang Chao's expression shifted, and he halted the handshake, inquiring, "That trap in the forest, along with the sign indicating it, was set by you, was it? Even if I had said it, do you think I would admit it when faced with that contemptible expression of yours?" The middle-aged man, observing Wang Chao's less than pleasant demeanor, was internally screaming as he imagined throwing the youth to the ground. Yet, the numbness in his wrist, gripped firmly by Wang Chao, restrained him from acting rashly. He believed that although he might not measure up to his missing older brother, he still possessed a considerable amount of muscle within his 160-pound frame. To his astonishment, he found himself easily manipulated by Wang Chao, who was indeed a formidable individual capable of overpowering bears. "I don't know anything about any traps," the middle-aged man hastily denied. "Well, if that's the case." Wang Chao released his grip, prompting a sigh of relief from both the man and his nephew. Wang Chao too felt a sense of relief. Yet, observing the slight fear in the man's and the young boy's expressions, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Initially, his intention was merely to exaggerate a bit, conveying his overwhelming excitement at encountering another human after 5 days of aimless wandering in the woods. How naive his intentions had been. However, he hadn't anticipated that his extraordinary physical prowess, combined with the fierce aura that lingered around him after emerging from the dense forest, along with his swift approach akin to that of a wild beast, would frighten the duo. Fortuitously, Wang Chao's combat strength was rather modest. Had he possessed 100 or more battle power, he might have terrified them to death. Wang Chao felt a sense of helplessness. This was not the persona he wished to project. Was it truly necessary for them to fear him simply because he had single-handedly vanquished a harmless bear? This is excessive. Wang Chao thought indignantly. Do not be afraid. I am not a villain. As he spoke, he endeavored to maintain the kindest of smiles, although he noticed a slight itch in his gums as he grinned. He wet his lips, attempting to dislodge the food particles lodged between his teeth with his tongue. Raising his hand, he gestured for the middle-aged man and his nephew to wait a moment. With determination, he used his fingernail to pry out the morsel wedged between his teeth and gums. The middle-aged man held his breath in disbelief. How could the golden-eyed youth extract a piece of flesh from his teeth? And it was even stained with blood? Was he truly a carnivore? Wang Chao flicked away a piece of meat that was only half-cooked, explaining, "Hey, the conditions are limited. I was quite famished from the previous meal, so I gnawed at it a bit hastily, only to realize the meat was still undercooked." The boy, kneeling on the ground, shifted slightly on his knees, retreating behind his uncle and peering out with one eye to observe Wang Chao. The middle-aged man was also casting a peculiar gaze at Wang Chao, struggling to suppress an uncontrollable expression of curiosity. A somewhat grown child, clad in animal hide, had emerged from the perilous depths of the forest, having just dispatched a bear with remarkable ease. Moreover, he seemed utterly unconcerned with the barbaric act of consuming raw flesh. Such a scenario was undeniably perilous. Wang Chao was at a loss for words. Why were these two individuals so apprehensive of him? Was he perceived as a bully or a tyrant? He had no desire to embody such a persona, nor did he wish to be regarded as one. Even if it meant perishing from hunger or thirst along the way, he could not fathom allowing himself to be perceived in such a disreputable light. Yet, how could he gracefully extricate himself from this predicament? If he reverted to his courteous and charming demeanor, would he risk being labeled as capricious? Ultimately, the misunderstandings were resolved. After all, humanity possesses the innate ability to communicate and comprehend one another. Wang Chao, adhering to the customary practices of travelers, crafted a tale to deceive the duo. He recounted how he had become lost by the seaside and suffered from amnesia, awakening on the beach with no recollection of his whereabouts. Clad only in a pair of large shorts and possessing a marked map, drawing from his scant memories of daily life, he whimsically named himself Wang Chao. As for the brilliance of his eyes and the extraordinary strength of his physique, he claimed ignorance. At that moment, Wang Chao pondered. Aside from the fabricated amnesia, everything else seemed to be strikingly true. It was rather pitiable, as he could not discern whether the simplicity of the Earthlings from Dragon Ball or the innocence of the villagers in this remote area was at play. Regardless, they believed his every word. The younger one even expressed envy, stating, "If only I could suffer from amnesia too, perhaps I would possess strength like yours. Then I could find my father and sister." Amnesia does not correlate with great strength. The middle-aged man felt a twinge of embarrassment at his 9-year-old nephew's naivety. Wang Chao continued, explaining how he had aimlessly wandered the forest for several days, finally emerging with great difficulty. He requested the middle-aged man to assist him in pinpointing his location on the map and indicating the direction he should take next, offering the bear he had just dispatched as a token of gratitude. He also inquired about what the young boy meant by wanting to find his father and sister. Since Wang Chao was neither a wild man nor a beast of the forest, the middle-aged man was more than willing to assist him. "We are likely here." The map was unfurled on the platform of a pickup truck situated outside the forest, and the middle-aged man quickly indicated Wang Chao's location. Wang Chao gazed intently as the middle-aged man's finger rested upon a certain point along the southern coastline of the mainland. Lowering his gaze, he perceived the vast expanse of the ocean across which lay Papaya Island, the site of the Grand Martial Arts tournament he had attended just days prior. That old man, remarkably, had actually sent him flying to the northern continent with a single slap. How splendid, Wang Chao mused. It saved me the cost of a boat fare. Regarding the area they were in, the middle-aged man raised his head and gestured in a specific direction, indicating, "It is over there, likely in the northeast." Wang Chao lifted his gaze, noticing what appeared to be the silhouette of mountains in the distance. However, should one desire greater precision, or if hiring a long-distance vehicle were an option, traveling to the nearest city, Slob City, might prove to be a more prudent choice. The middle-aged man leaned down once more, placing his finger on a particular spot along the southern coastline on the map, then slightly shifting it northward and westward until it landed on a marked city. He pointed and remarked, "This is Slob City, roughly 200 kilometers from our current location." With a casual gesture on the map, his finger retreated halfway back. Our home is likely situated around here. Although it's in a quaint little village that isn't marked on your map, he chuckled, exuding the straightforwardness of an unrefined giant. Once we return the bear home, we can drive you to Slob City. I would prefer not to trouble you with a ride. Wang Chao politely declined. Why is that? The middle-aged man inquired, puzzled. Wang Chao contemplated explaining that he was engrossed in his studies and wished to avoid taking shortcuts or being lazy. If he truly desired to cheat, he could simply rob some money to procure a flying vehicle to soar over to Baozi Mountain. Yet, what would be the worth in that? Perhaps without enduring the tribulations of the journey, he would never meet the standards set for taking on a disciple like Sun Wukong. As Wang Chao opened his mouth to speak, he remembered that he had previously mentioned his amnesia to the man, so he simply stated, I suffer from a peculiar ailment that causes motion sickness. I tend to vomit when I ride. The middle-aged man looked astonished. I've never heard of such a condition. The boy in the passenger seat chimed in, that's strange. Wang Chao smiled, unperturbed, reflecting that it was those with tails trailing behind them who were truly odd. The middle-aged man and his nephew prepared to start their pickup truck. Wang Chao took the opportunity to stretch his limbs outside and casually asked, You ventured into the forest for another reason, didn't you? Indeed. The middle-aged man replied as he ignited the engine. My father and sister have gone missing. The boy said, climbing into the passenger seat with a despondent tone. We haven't heard from them in several days. Wang Chao lightly tapped the ground with his toes, swaying his ankles, and inquired, Have you sought the assistance of the police? You ventured into such a forest to search for them on your own? The middle-aged man sighed. We've searched the surrounding area thoroughly, but no one knows where my brother and his daughter might be. I have already contacted the police in Slob City, yet they have produced no results. I was left with no choice but to come to this forest where my brother occasionally hunts, hoping for a stroke of luck. He affectionately ruffled his nephew's hair. This child insisted on accompanying me. Wang Chao hesitated, and the middle-aged man, perceiving his thoughts, waved his hand dismissively. I see, he remarked. I am not like my brother, an experienced hunter, nor are you, Wang Chao, a master. In such a perilous jungle, I could hardly survive alone, let alone with a child. Alas, we shall return to my brother and my niece, awaiting news from the police. Apologetically, Wang Chao admitted. I have wandered through these woods for several days without encountering any other signs of life. The middle-aged man nodded and grasped the steering wheel, starting the vehicle. Wang Chao kept pace alongside the car. At first, the middle-aged man was cautious of Wang Chao's speed, driving slowly. You may accelerate. It's perfectly fine. Wang Chao called out from outside. 20 minutes later, the boy in the passenger seat of the pickup gazed out the window in awe as Wang Chao sprinted at remarkable speed. To the boy, this must have been the epitome of a full-speed run, akin to an extreme sprint. To the boy's eyes, Wang Chao seemed almost motionless, except for his arms and legs, which flailed rapidly. His torso remained centered within the view of the window. If it were me, I would be exhausted from merely flailing my arms for so long. The boy thought, bewildered. The middle-aged man was even more astonished. Just 20 minutes prior, when Wang Chao had declined the offer to ride, expressing his intent to run, the man had anticipated a comical spectacle. He intended to let Wang Chao run his course before inviting him into the vehicle. Glancing at the speedometer, which read 50, he noted that this young fellow outside had not faltered in the slightest. Moreover, his expression revealed no trace of strain. Is this truly human? Oh right. A 10-year-old boy capable of barehandedly striking a bear certainly defies normality. The middle-aged man felt perpetually deceived by Wang Chao's appearance. The seemingly harmless visage of the boy belied an explosive strength surpassing that of a bear, not to mention his astonishing speed. Impressive indeed. The man mused. You all should drive back at full speed. There is no need to accommodate me. Outside, as he continued his rhythmic sprint, Wang Chao shouted in cadence. I'll simply follow the tire tracks. He maintained his own pace, not wishing to disrupt others. The middle-aged man called out to Wang Chao, who was running alongside the passenger window. No need to turn, just continue straight through a village. Once you see my car parked, that's our home. Seeing Wang Chao nod in understanding, the man pressed the accelerator, gradually increasing the distance between them. Wang Chao did not feel compelled to hasten. The rhythm of long-distance running differed from that of a short, explosive sprint. A reckless increase in speed would only disrupt his tempo and exhaust his energy. This pace was one that Wang Chao was accustomed to and comfortable with as he followed the tire tracks left by the middle-aged man's pickup. As Wang Chao's thoughts began to wander once more, he forcefully reined in his mind, consciously training his focus much like he had during those days in the forest. In his earlier years, when he frivolously engaged in studies without earnestness, he experienced a similar sensation after a prolonged absence from serious readings. He found that upon picking up a book, he could barely concentrate after just a few lines. His thoughts would scatter, and before he knew it, he would be lost in a stupor for an extended period, sometimes even succumbing to drowsiness if he persisted in reading. In his previous life, he could afford to meander through, merely coasting along. However, now, every opportunity for self-improvement would serve as the foundation for his future strength. Wang Chao, though still unversed in martial arts, understood that striving to better himself was undoubtedly a noble pursuit. At a speed of 50, Wang Chao resembled a human motorcycle. Yet, when his perspective lifted skyward, viewing himself from above, he appeared as a small ant laboriously traversing the wilderness. The journey was long, but he steadily pressed on. Maintaining his forward momentum, the middle-aged man and his nephew returned to the village with the bear carcass, which belonged to his elder brother, armed with various tools. The man exerted considerable effort to prepare the bear. He meticulously skinned it, preserving the hide as intact as possible, while arranging the meat in neat piles and sorting the bones and entrails. Though not an adept hunter, he had frequently assisted his brother with game in the past and was, in fact, an excellent cook. After nearly an hour of labor, the man was drenched in sweat. "That older brother of yours must not have exerted himself as much as you have," his nephew teased, bringing him a bowl of water. The middle-aged man chose not to engage in banter with his nephew, knowing that one day he would understand that some individuals in this world are simply extraordinary, unmatched by mere mortals. After a while, the uncle and nephew spotted Wang Chao sprinting towards them from the village entrance. "Incredible! His speed shows no signs of waning." The middle-aged man mused, adopting a slight devil-may-care demeanor. At such a young age, capable of both fighting and running, he prefers to walk rather than take a vehicle. Truly a peculiar child. It seemed to him that Wang Chao was even singing. The boy, with his pointed ears, was taken aback by the sight of Wang Chao, who, at his pace, quickly arrived at their doorstep, resembling a blazing fireball. Instinctively taking a couple of steps back, the boy stared wide-eyed at Wang Chao and exclaimed, "You're so sweaty and hot." Breathing heavily, Wang Chao's chest rose and fell rapidly, his lips pale and beads of sweat cascading down his face as if he had been caught in a downpour. His skin flushed crimson, and wisps of steam could be seen rising from his head. The middle-aged man noted how swiftly Wang Chao managed to calm his intense breathing. After a few leisurely circles, he seemed to have already regained his composure. Such a remarkable individual, the man pondered, having marveled at this phenomenon countless times. "Is there any water?" Wang Chao shyly pressed his lips together. The boy quickly returned with a bowl of fresh water. "Here you go." "Thank you," Wang Chao replied, taking the bowl and gulping it down with fervor, feeling utterly refreshed. Previously, he would engage in his morning jogs in Nandu, finishing them as if nothing had happened, indifferent to whether he drank water or not. However, this time, the distance was to be doubled. For the first time, he would run such a long stretch. And even Wang Chao found himself exceedingly thirsty. The boy, holding an empty bowl, inquired, "What song were you singing earlier?" "An Eminem song, of course. It's essential for running." Wang Chao replied casually, "Though the lyrics are too difficult to memorize, I was merely mumbling." The middle-aged man thought to himself, "How can one still have the energy to hum while running like this? If you're heading to Slob City, let us wait until tomorrow to go together." The middle-aged man suggested, wishing to keep Wang Chao for dinner and the night. A pristine, intact bear was simply too valuable. They could share some meat. The remaining bear skin, meat, and bones could be sold together in Slob City the following day. If you truly intend to visit the marked location on the map. He assessed Wang Chao's attire, a beast skin coat, a snakeskin belt, tattered sports pants, and woven grass sandals, all devoid of any possessions. He gently remarked, "You might want to bring some money to acquire a few essentials." Wang Chao was also contemplating how to procure some funds, so he agreed, expressing his gratitude. That evening, for the first time in the Dragon Ball world, Wang Chao sat around a table to dine with others. When he picked up his bowl, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. "What's wrong?" the middle-aged man inquired kindly, noticing Wang Chao's dazed expression. Wang Chao smiled sheepishly. "It's nothing. I just can't remember the last time I had a meal with my family." The boy, gnawing on bear meat and getting grease all over himself, teased, "Because you have amnesia." Indeed, Wang Chao began to eat, seizing a piece of bear meat to devour hungrily. After eating, he felt exhausted after so many days of fatigue. Lying on the soft bed, he found it somewhat unfamiliar. Nevertheless, the self-training of concentration had proven effective. Focusing on his drowsiness, he soon drifted off to sleep. However, during the night, the boy's feet repeatedly kicked Wang Chao's face, waking him up time and again, having emerged from the forest. At precisely 4:50 a.m., Wang Chao rose. Stepping outside, the secluded village under the dim starlight appeared remarkably tranquil. Since he was to continue his run to Slob City today, he refrained from engaging in strenuous morning exercises, merely strolling aimlessly around the small village. In this idleness, he suddenly recalled the mysterious old man's boxing moves often practiced in the park. Slowly, how did he do it? Wang Chao imitated the old man's boxing style on an open patch in the village, aimlessly flailing about, which prompted a few dogs in the village to bark at him. However, they were soon frightened away by Wang Chao's piercing gaze. He pondered what it felt like to be watched by others. Did they find him handsome or frightening? As for his fiery eyes, Wang Chao had yet to thoroughly contemplate them. These eyes, which had turned golden, he had shamelessly dubbed fiery eyes. It appears to be his extraordinary ability, the remarkable power of his golden eyes. What capabilities does it truly possess? Firstly, it grants the ability to see through illusions, to discern the falsehoods and deceptions that surround us. I can pierce the disguise of Elizabeth's transformation, as well as unravel the shadowy mirages employed by King Chopa to obscure vision. Whether it be supernatural powers or unique martial skills, all fall within the purview of this keen sight. Alternatively, one might ponder whether this criterion lies not in the adversary but within myself. Do I allow myself to be deceived, thus determining whether my golden eyes can unveil the truth? This remains a matter of uncertainty. Moreover, my ability to break free from Blue's supernatural hold, could it be classified as a form of counteractive power? As the first light of dawn breaks, Wang Chao strolls alone in the village square, inhaling the fresh air while pondering various matters, his hands supporting his chin as he muses aloud. The means by which I escape Blue's confinement, aside from the visual prowess, could also be interpreted as a means of dispelling negative effects or nullifying supernatural abilities altogether, or perhaps simply as a form of magical immunity. I shall have to experiment with this at the next opportunity. Wang Chao contemplated several potential avenues. Yet the core hypothesis remained unchanged. The golden eyes could enhance his own abilities, whether encountering an adversary's supernatural prowess or mitigating the effects imposed upon him. To Wang Chao, this would result in an augmentation of his own capabilities. He recalled a particular detail. At that moment, he had merely cast a glance at Lo Cha, who was feigning death on the ground, without uttering a single word. Yet, Lo Cha fully grasped the message I wished to convey, that Blue harbored a disdain for physical contact with women. It seems that under conditions of extreme mental focus, my golden eyes possess a communicative quality as well. However, such an ability is not particularly remarkable. In comics, for instance, Sun Wukong, even on the brink of death and lying on the ground, could still convey thoughts to Krillin, urging him to spare Vegeta's life. In the earlier series, Master Roshi seemed to use telepathy to converse during the martial arts tournament. Whether with Nam or Tien Shinhan, I can't quite recall the details, for my memory falters with age. Wang Chao paced back and forth, gazing at the sky. The moon was waning, and dawn was upon him. Thus, as a unique ocular capability, the notion that the eyes are the windows to the soul has transformed into reality, yet it does not seem particularly impressive. Is it because my abilities are lacking that my extraordinary power feels diminished? Or is it merely that my countenance is somewhat unremarkable? This ability may become trivial once my martial prowess is sufficiently developed. Reflecting on this, Wang Chao continued to wander the open space, deep in thought and murmuring to himself, is there truly no other remarkable ability? A wave of frustration washed over him. Suddenly, he sensed that the warmth within his eyes had begun to cool as if retreating. Without needing a mirror, Wang Chao could ascertain that the golden luminescence in his gaze had weakened. He sighed, I was merely momentarily off balance. Just a fleeting moment. Why must you be so sensitive, my glassy-eyed friend? Well, I understand you possess a commanding demeanor. Whenever my disposition falters, you seem to retreat into silence. Am I correct? At that moment, a villager, rising early, passed by and noticed Wang Chao conversing with himself in the open space. He could not help but display a devilish grin. Indeed, it appeared that Wang Chao, who spoke to himself as if he were addressing his own eyes, was but a hair's breadth away from madness. However, Wang Chao remained blissfully unaware. This was merely his method of alleviating boredom and relieving stress. Since someone was out for a stroll, Wang Chao leisurely made his way back to the home of a middle-aged uncle and his nephew. This morning, he had not engaged in much activity, and he felt a surging energy coursing through his body, a delightful itch in his bones, with nowhere to release his exuberance. Thus, the abilities he could presently discern were few in number. Firstly, the capacity to see through illusions. There is little to elaborate on here. His keen sight is indeed aptly named. Perhaps the moniker I bestowed upon myself is a portent of good fortune? It strikes me that I only became so audacious in naming myself after I discovered my ability to pierce through facades. Secondly, a potential enhancement in resistance to magical and superhuman abilities. I ponder the array of superpowers and magical abilities that have appeared in the Dragon Ball universe. Telekinesis, perhaps? Ah, yes, he can even cause Krillin to suffer from an upset stomach merely by pointing. How reminiscent of that leopard-headed fellow from Nandu. Truly outrageous. Furthermore, there is the four-eyed creature from the Jinyu Force, who possesses the ability to halt time. I wonder if my keen sight can mitigate the effects of such superpowers. If so, capturing that ancient creature as a subordinate would grant me a means to manipulate time. But first, I must ensure I can best him in combat. Then there is the body-swapping Jinyu. If my keen sight can resist the effects of bodily exchange, it might serve as a remarkable tactic. Yet, I fear I may not reach a level that warrants respect regarding my physical form. Persuading Jinyu to unleash his ultimate techniques upon me could serve as a modest goal for my endeavors. Speaking of magic, I cannot neglect to mention that old rascal Babidi and the uncouth Majin Kingdebura, who spat indiscriminately. However, that version feels somewhat distant. I surmise that attaining such a level of mastery will pose considerable challenges. As Wang Chao contemplated these thoughts, his mood was vastly different from the trepidation and hesitation he felt during his initial days in Nandu. Back then, he was somewhat fearful and reluctant. Now, he felt remarkably composed. A gentleman remains unflustered. If one cannot prevail, one cannot prevail. Achieving such heights is indeed a formidable challenge, and one cannot disregard the objective realities at play. Yet, his desire for martial prowess remains steadfast and unwavering. The evidence lies in the fact that the golden hue in his eyes has not diminished in the slightest. Thirdly, the ability to communicate through mere glances. This indeed is a delightful prospect. Once mastered, it seems he could save the effort of speaking altogether. A mere glance would suffice to convey his thoughts to others. It would be exceptionally cool. The kind of narrative where a single glance reveals a plethora of tumultuous emotions, potentially inspiring thousands of words and reflection, appears to be on the verge of becoming a reality. Wang Chao found himself amused by an intriguing thought and couldn't help but chuckle. An elderly woman by the village's edge rolled her eyes and muttered, "What a silly little fool." Regarding the capabilities of a political commissar, the discerning eye serves as a mirror reflecting my innermost self. This facet, as a window to the soul, can be deemed remarkably authentic. Though one might argue that this ability is of little use, I perceive it as even more vital than the previous two skills. Wang Chao's laughter faded as he contemplated this weighty matter. It is difficult for one to engage in self-reflection, particularly for someone like me, burdened with numerous flaws from a past life. The month of arduous basketball practice endured by Sakuraji Hanamichi could be rendered futile by a single injury. Currently, I have managed to cultivate a commendable mindset, driven by purpose, determination, and resolve. However, can I truly guarantee that I will not become complacent or lazy in the future? I cannot say with certainty. Yet, with the discerning eye, when my heart shifts, I can perceptibly recognize the change, thus awakening my consciousness. This is my most treasured ability. Wang Chao meandered back to the entrance of the middle-aged man's home. He pondered to himself, if he could only choose one among the four known abilities, which would he select? After considerable deliberation, he concluded that he would likely choose the capability of a political commissar. Does this reflect a lack of confidence in himself? He inwardly mocked himself, but then mused that perhaps this very ability had emerged from his subconscious distrust in his own willpower. Lost in such thoughts, the middle-aged man and his nephew began to stir. The three of them, primarily Wang Chao and the middle-aged man, discussed matters. Wang Chao steadfastly insisted on running rather than taking the car, allowing the middle-aged duo to drive to Slob City first. They would return to fetch him when they deemed the time appropriate, guiding him along the route. However, the middle-aged man countered that it was early in the morning, and time was plentiful, so it would be fine to accompany Wang Chao on his run to prevent him from getting lost. After some consideration, Wang Chao agreed. They helped load the remaining intact bear skin, a substantial amount of bear meat, bones, and entrails into the back of the pickup truck, and he tapped the vehicle's exterior, signaling that they were ready to depart. Running was becoming quite addictive. Wang Chao shook his neck and propelled himself forward, sprinting off like the wind. This time, he intended to pick up the pace. The little human motor that typically ran at 50 miles per hour was ripe for an evolution to 60. "Hello. You seem faster than yesterday," exclaimed the middle-aged man from the driver's seat, glancing at the speedometer, which read 61 mm. Wang Chao responded, akin to a cheetah racing alongside the pickup truck, which bore the remnants of the bear. He lacked the breath to form lengthy sentences, merely exhaling a sound of affirmation. The middle-aged man, feeling somewhat bored as his nephew dozed in the passenger seat, occasionally stole glances at Wang Chao as he sprinted alongside. With golden, glimmering eyes fixed firmly ahead, the boy exuded an unwavering determination that belied his tender age. In the orphanage of the city, he was a rare gem among the children, remarkably independent and exceptionally gifted, yet even they paled in comparison to the striking intensity of Wang Chao's gaze. His arms swung rhythmically, revealing the sinewy muscles beneath his bare skin. Beneath the coarse trousers gifted by the middle-aged man, his legs seemed to spring forth with the energy of a coiled spring. Each footfall in his cloth shoes resonated heavily against the ground. Thud, 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 creating a powerful cadence in harmony with his breath. The middle-aged man marveled inwardly. Merely watching him run was a delight. Humanity is innately drawn to beauty, and Wang Chao's finely honed running form radiated an aesthetic of speed, strength, and rhythm. Thus, a solitary vehicle and a determined youth traversed the rural path with relentless momentum. After approximately 30 minutes of running, the dirt road yielded to a smooth concrete highway. Wang Chao adapted quickly to the hard surface beneath his new layered cloth shoes, confidently asserting that his feet had become akin to iron. Previously, he had traversed 50 kilometers daily in the southern city without needing to pause for water. The sun ascended higher in the sky. As the vehicle moved and the boy continued to run, an hour slipped by unnoticed. The middle-aged man, drenched in sweat, turned to glance outside, noticing Wang Chao soaked and panting, his dark, tousled hair matted with moisture. He had long since shed his animal skin attire for the coarse linen shirt gifted by the middle-aged man, now thoroughly drenched. The man could even see the droplets of sweat cascading from the boy's neck as he ran. Yet, despite this, he glanced at the speedometer, still unwavering at 61 kilometers per hour. A child capable of such self-discipline was destined for greatness, of that the middle-aged man was certain. At that moment, a sound of surprise escaped Wang Chao, tinged with curiosity. "What is it?" the middle-aged man instinctively inquired. Wang Chao remained silent, gradually reducing his speed, sweat flying off him and evaporating on the scorching concrete. It soon became evident to the middle-aged man that a police car had appeared ahead on the road. Observing Wang Chao's deceleration, he asked in confusion, "Are you keen on witnessing the spectacle?" Just then, two police cars came to a halt a short distance away. Their doors flung open as three uniformed officers rushed out, hurrying towards the wilds beside the road. One officer wielded a double-barreled shotgun, while the others brandished handguns, indicating a serious situation. The middle-aged man slowed down, having witnessed similar actions by the police before, and remarked to Wang Chao, who was jogging along the roadside, "It seems someone has reported a robbery nearby. We should keep our distance. I wish to have a look. Perhaps it is dangerous. Remain in the vehicle and keep an eye on your nephew." Wang Chao, having spoken, proceeded in the direction of the police officers. The middle-aged man gradually parked his vehicle by the roadside, contemplating that with so many officers present, they would likely not trouble a mere child like Wang Chao. After all, Wang Chao was known for his remarkable ability to tear apart bears with his bare hands, rendering any worry on his part unnecessary. It was far better for him to heed Wang Chao's advice and stay in the car to watch over his nephew. Wang Chao swiftly caught up with the three officers, who appeared to have emerged from Sloop City, and noticed their demeanor shifting to one of caution. Despite being well-armed, they cautiously concealed themselves behind a large tree on the high slope, seemingly fearful of being discovered. What kind of monstrous criminal could evoke such fear? However, what drew Wang Chao's interest was not the potential threat of criminals. If he did not encounter them personally, he had no concern for their existence, as he was not a hero driven by mere curiosity. What halted Wang Chao's run was the sight of an individual seated in the police vehicle, visible even from a distance, before the police car had come to a stop. Such an unusual style was quite bizarre, even in the world of Dragon Ball. Observing the figures of the officers, among these ordinary earthlings stood a peculiar figure resembling a masked superhero. Indeed, it was this individual's halted footsteps that captured Wang Chao's attention. While in the police car, he had witnessed this masked figure conversing with the portly officer in the passenger seat. Was this truly how one portrayed a masked hero? Where was your human form? Suddenly struck by a thought, Wang Chao followed behind, inhaling deeply as the golden hue in his eyes gradually receded under his control. Beneath his dark pupils, the figure of the masked superhero transformed into that of an ordinary police officer. Wearing a police cap and possessing black hair from behind, he appeared far from imposing, significantly shorter than the earlier masked persona. While his ability to see through disguises was commendable, it seemed he had yet to master this skill. With his keen vision, Wang Chao mused, he could only perceive the true form at a glance, failing to discern any disguise. Up ahead, two of the officers hid behind the large tree on the slope, cautiously observing the area beyond while engaged in a hushed discussion. The remaining officer, however, stealthily slipped away to the side. A fortuitous opportunity. Officer Chaba seized the moment while his colleagues were distracted by the criminal. He quickly concealed himself, crouching and gripping his belt, mentally shouting his battle cry, "Reveal your true self." In an instant, his entire physical structure disassembled and reassembled at lightning speed, his height dramatically increasing as he transformed into the masked superhero Wang Chao had perceived earlier. Now transformed, Chaba exuded confidence and composure, silently proclaiming, "Warrior of fortune, mobilize." With determination in his stride, he prepared to leap down the slope and subdue the two miscreants. At that moment, he noticed a quiet, sweat-drenched little boy standing before him, gazing at him with an oddly peculiar expression. The savings warrior, with an impassive demeanor, looked down at Wang Chao, his mind racing with a cacophony of thoughts. What a predicament! Where did this boy come from? Did he witness my transformation? A whirlwind of confusion surged through the savings warrior's mind. Hesitantly, he spoke, "I advise you." Suddenly, Wang Chao pointed towards the other side of the earthen slope. where boisterous laughter and inexplicable sounds of explosions echoed, suggesting it would be prudent to address that disturbance first. What an arrogant little brat! The savings warrior felt a twinge of annoyance. However, he had no time to engage with Wang Chao. With a powerful leap, he descended to the plain below the high slope. Wang Chao approached the edge of the slope, beginning to observe discreetly. The version of Earth Officer Chaba was not entirely human. To be precise, the entity inhabiting Chaba's form, known as Xiren, was not a terrestrial being. He hailed from a planet called Decisive, far removed from the earthly realm. It is entirely understandable that you, as an inhabitant of Earth, have never heard of it. For Xiren's home is light years away from this impoverished corner of the Milky Way, specifically from the desolate Slob city on Earth. Xiren himself often lamented the vast interstellar distances. He had only arrived on Earth the previous day. Though arrived feels rather vague, Xiren had made an emergency landing on this planet. The story is fraught with twists and turns. And from Xiren's perspective, the dangers he faced could easily be adapted into a thrilling galactic blockbuster, earning him a legion of adoring fans and perhaps even granting him the esteemed recognition necessary to be inducted into the revered interplanetary law enforcement team, the Galactic Guardians, or the Galactic Patrol. Indeed, Xiren was an enforcer. In earthly terms, he was a detective from the planet Nadisiran, in pursuit of a vicious murderer. He had recklessly piloted his craft, relentlessly chasing the criminal across the vast cosmos, until the fuel core of his vessel met its glorious demise during the intense chase. Consequently, he was forced to make an emergency landing on the nearest life-bearing planet, which happened to be this desolate locale, and was compelled to merge with a human named Chaba. Whether it was Chaba's earthly form or Xiren's true essence revealed through transformation, it was Xiren's will that governed them both. When Xiren departed, Chaba would remain blissfully unaware of the events that transpired, only to be bewildered by the inexplicable gaps in his memory during interactions with those around him. The reason for this possession was simple. Xiren was in dire need of funds. As an enforcer, driven by an unwavering sense of justice, he could never resort to violence to seize the interests of others. Hence, he required an identity as an indigenous earthling along with a means of employment. He needed to earn money, for the restoration of the spacecraft's fuel core and the replenishment of fuel demanded considerable funds. Fortunately, he had assessed the situation and discovered that the necessary fuel was indeed present on Earth. Curiously, the Earthlings utilized the raw materials that Xiolan required as a universally valuable currency, akin to precious metals. This undoubtedly posed an obstacle to Xiolan's plan to return home. According to his calculations, he needed to accumulate a staggering sum of 17 million Earth credits to acquire enough fuel for his journey. As for the meager salary of the possessed officer Chaba, it was best left unmentioned. In light of this predicament, Xiolan entertained the notion of engaging in part-time work through altruistic heroics. By leveraging his position as a possessed police officer, he could more easily intercept calls for assistance and, using his own form and strength, adopt the alias of the savings warrior to resolve troubles for others while collecting reasonable compensation. However, on the very next day of his part-time endeavor, Xiolan encountered an unforeseen circumstance. A child from Earth inadvertently witnessed his transformation at close range. And the unexpected appearance of this child disrupted Xiolan's train of thought. He had not even had the chance to ponder how much he should charge his two fellow officers for assisting in subduing the wrongdoers when he hastily leaped into action. It was indeed a miscalculation. Nevertheless, the discontent of the savings warrior, which is Xiolan, did not linger for long. As he leaped down the slope and landed steadily on the plain below, he focused on the two thugs tormenting the Earthling hostage and could hardly suppress a laugh. It turned out that the two grotesque figures, resembling toads with their mohawk hairstyles, were large and intimidating criminals, one clad in a black vest and the other donning makeshift combat armor. These were none other than the murderers Xiolan had pursued across the galaxy just the day before. "What brings you here, you rascal?" The mohawked alien evidently recognized Xiolan as he suddenly appeared, expressing their displeasure. "You actually made it to this planet too?" The other mohawk thug, hesitating while touching the energy gun on his right arm, remarked, "This fellow might not be easy to deal with." Xiolan faced criminals with an unflinching demeanor, calmly stating, "Engaging in criminal activities again? You truly have not changed your ways. Surrender now. In a brawl, you stand no chance." He thought to himself that if he could seize the spacecraft of these two individuals, he could directly return home without the need for part-time work to save up. "Are you claiming we're destined to lose? How absurd. We were unable to unleash our full potential on the spacecraft, but now you will experience our true prowess," exclaimed one of the thugs. "And who is this peculiar newcomer?" Behind the towering tree on the high slope, two officers observed with great caution, their astonishment palpable at the appearance of Xiolan. His leaping ability was astonishing, although he too descended from the slope. The arc of his jump was so elevated that the officers could not discern from where he had launched himself. Xiolan's form resembled an incarnation of a skin-hardened superhero. akin to a fully realized Frisia, and an elongated version at that. Wang Chao remarked on this, noting that the aura he exuded was rather similar, marked by an expression of aloof indifference. It was no wonder that the two officers nearby referred to him as a peculiar being. What were they discussing? Wang Chao squinted, lamenting the absence of eavesdropping capabilities in his keen eyes, as he scrutinized the saving warriors below and the two oddly shaped figures that cast doubts upon him, particularly due to the distinctive features of one and the equipment he bore. This inevitably led Wang Chao to recall the Frisia Legion, which should not be present during this era, seemingly engaged in conversation, igniting a restless curiosity within him. However, his intrigue was swiftly extinguished. His heart nearly sank as several beams of light suddenly erupted below. Wang Chao swore that despite his utmost focus on the three individuals beneath, and even with his enhanced perceptive abilities, he completely failed to discern when the peculiar figure activated his equipment, unleashing energy beams that struck the saving warrior opposite him. In Wang Chao's vision, it seemed as if multiple beams of light had appeared simultaneously. He could not fathom how the odd figure had executed his attack, nor could he determine when the saving warrior had leaped into the air to evade such rapid-fire assaults. As the impact of the energy beams resonated in his ears, Wang Chao lay prone upon the slope, gazing downward. He observed the peculiar figure brandishing the device on his right hand, emitting beams and rays with movements he could hardly comprehend, while the airborne saving warrior astonishingly hovered, or rather, seemed to suspend in midair, dexterously evading the incoming beams with minuscule adjustments. This was alarming. This version was incorrect. What year was it? Had the techniques of energy waves and flight become so trivial? Could it be that he had inadvertently donned a counterfeit experience? He shouted internally, instinctively holding his breath. Once, Wang Chao believed that even if he yearned to witness the high-octane battles depicted in the later chapters of Dragon Ball, where heaven and earth were at their mercy, he would have to wait another 15 or 16 years. It turned out he was mistaken. Yet he could never have anticipated that he was merely embarking on his journey, having not yet found his novice teacher to commence his martial training. The legendary Kakarot, by all accounts, had not yet set foot on this earth. And yet here he was, encountering a chaotic flurry of beings flailing their arms. This was simply inconceivable, utterly absurd. Wang Chao crouched behind a high slope, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, when the hovering warrior, the money soldier, pressed a mechanism on the left side of his chest armor, revealing a diminutive pistol that resembled a toy. The money soldier grasped the weapon with a swift motion, aiming it at the extraterrestrial that incessantly sprayed energy beams at him. With a pull of the trigger, a beam of light, leaving an afterimage in Wang Chao's keen sight, surged forth, striking the bewildered alien squarely in the face. In an instant, both the alien and its entire being were engulfed by an explosion, leaving not a trace behind. Witnessing this scene, a chill surged down Wang Chao's spine, and he felt utterly pitiful, akin to a level 1 novice still wandering in the beginner's village, who had just mustered the courage to leave, only to be confronted by two level 100 monsters in the wild, one of which wielded a fearsome artifact enhanced to level 20. This vividly encapsulated his current predicament. What on earth? Shouldn't someone deal with the green-skinned creature in the sky? Wang Chao pondered. How could these three be stronger than the Demon King Piccolo? Wait, why did I think they were superior to Piccolo? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, but it vanished before he could grasp it. One of the two frog-like creatures, Wang Chao's moniker for the aliens, had perished, while the other, gripping a long blade, pointed it at the money soldier, who had just dispatched his companion with an unflinching demeanor. The remaining creature appeared somewhat anxious, clearly apprehensive of the energy pistol that had obliterated its ally. With a casual gesture, the money soldier discarded the energy pistol to the ground. What do you intend to do? You dare to cast your weapon aside? The remaining frog-like creature, wielding its blade, displayed a mix of shock and glee, its face contorted into a grin that bordered on madness, as if to assert its superiority. With that, it charged forth with its blade. You are the simpleton. The money soldier did not even flinch, deeming such a foe unworthy of his weaponry. Mere hand-to-hand combat would suffice. The blade's descent, in Wang Chao's discerning eyes, was so swift that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible. It was at the zenith of speed. While Wang Chao had yet to witness the knife skills of the pudgy Aki Luobe, it was unlikely they could surpass the speed of the blade wielded by the frog-like creature before him. However, what appeared to Wang Chao as an almost incomprehensible flash of steel was, in the eyes of the money soldier, as sluggish as the slowest crawlers on the planet Nidiziran. He could not even be bothered to evade the strike, instead delivering a kick, so fast that Wang Chao could hardly register the movement, squarely to the creature's face. Explosive kick. If Wang Chao had been able to discern the name of the technique as the money soldier shouted it, he would have wholeheartedly agreed with the nomenclature. The kick that connected with the frog-like creature's face truly resembled a cataclysmic explosion. However, it was not the foot of the savings warrior that exploded, but rather the head of the frog knife monster that was struck by that very foot. In an instant, the creature's head seemed to burst forth with an endless surge of energy, shattering violently. The headless frog knife monster collapsed to the ground. The savings warrior, known as Xiren, retracted his leg. The two officers behind the great tree on the hillside were left in a state of astonishment. Wang Chao could not help but gulp, feeling parched and as if he had swallowed nothing at all. After finally apprehending the two murderers he had been pursuing, Xiren distinctly sensed the gaze of his colleagues on the hillside, as well as the watchful eyes of a young Earth child who had seemingly witnessed his transformation. He mused to himself, if I were to find the spaceship of these two individuals and depart now, the Earth child, even if he saw something, would be utterly oblivious to the true nature of what transpired. With this thought, Xiren ascended, soaring vertically into the sky. The two officers and Wang Chao stared at him, craning their necks to follow his movements. What sort of magic trick was this? He was actually flying in the air. The stout officer wiped his brow, noting that the earlier levitation during the fight could be attributed to exceptional martial arts or combat skills, but this was an undeniable display of flight, hovering dozens of meters above the ground. How absurd, murmured the thin officer. Is this fellow an alien, or perhaps a version of Ultraman? Wang Chao lay on the ground, awkwardly craning his neck, feeling quite embarrassed by his predicament. Should I leave now? He was quite curious about the true identity of this figure in the sky. Yet he remained, fearing that if the individual was displeased, he might receive a bullet or a kick. Wang Chao did not believe he could survive such an encounter. He had merely come to witness the spectacle, never expecting to encounter such an extraordinary being hidden on Earth, one that had never appeared in the Dragon Ball comics. Suddenly, Wang Chao thought, could that mysterious old man also belong to this category? A hidden character not featured in the comics? Hey, what are you doing here? A sudden low growl startled Wang Chao, causing him to tremble, with every hair on his body standing on end. The stout officer was taken aback by the child's sudden glance, which bore a striking resemblance to the fierce gaze of a predatory beast. What are you doing? Wang Chao rose, brushing off the grass clippings from his clothes, his tone sharp, feeling quite irked by the officer's startled reaction. The thin officer furrowed his brow and inquired, where did you come from, little child? Do you not realize how dangerous it is here? Indeed, this is not a place for mere amateurs to approach, Wang Chao remarked, glancing at the two officers. Naturally, it was even more inappropriate for mere novices to be here. Wait a moment, where did that individual go? It was only then that he noticed the figure in the sky had vanished. Could it be that, like Ultraman, he flew off Earth after defeating the small monsters? Indeed, that individual embodies the essence of a masked hero. Wang Chao sighed, lamenting the fruitlessness of his concentration exercises. The sudden encounter with this masked figure sent his thoughts spiraling into disarray. The peculiar creature soared away in a particular direction, as indicated by the portly officer, who then reprimanded Wang Chao, asking, where is your home? Where is your guardian? Why are you wandering aimlessly? I shall drive you back. No need. My uncle is waiting for me by the roadside, Wang Chao replied, reluctantly acknowledging the middle-aged man as his uncle. His diminutive physique had afforded him certain conveniences, yet it also brought about its share of troubles. During his time in Nandu, he had nearly been forcibly taken by the local authorities on several occasions, destined for a welfare institution. At that moment, another officer returned. Chaba, where on earth have you been? The lean officer scolded him. The portly officer, in a state of exasperation, lamented, as a police officer, it is truly disgraceful that you fled in fear. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao mused to himself that the two of them, trembling behind a tree for warmth, were hardly in a position to cast judgment. The returning young officer merely smiled, though he noticed that the boy with golden eyes was fixated on him. Moreover, Xiren observed that the boy's gaze seemed to be directed above his own head, as if he were still perceiving the very essence of Xiren's being. An hour later, in the police station of Sherlob City, Xiren, resembling an earthling named Chaba, returned in a patrol car with two colleagues, still pondering the gaze of the Earth boy he had encountered earlier. The boy's eyes conveyed a depth of wisdom that belied his age. Surely, he must have witnessed my transformation, Xiren thought. Seated behind his desk in uniform, Xiren processed documents with little enthusiasm, yet his eyes held an unusual glimmer, suggesting the presence of untapped power. Could he be a superhuman? In the vastness of the universe, beings with extraordinary abilities were not uncommon. Xiren hailed from the planet Nadiziran, an advanced world within the realm of interstellar civilization. As a distinguished enforcer of this planet, Xiren was well versed in the ways of the cosmos. He had even crossed paths with the notorious Frisia Force, known throughout the galaxy for their treachery. Indeed, Xiren had previously dealt with a few of Frisia's lesser minions. As a guardian of the planets under the jurisdiction of the Galactic Patrol, Xiren harbored no fear of confronting the Frisia Force, confident in the backing of the Galactic Patrol. After all, the legendary cosmic Emperor Frisia, no matter how formidable, would hardly descend to engage in battle over the loss of a few insignificant henchmen. Among the Frisia minions Xiren had dispatched was an extraterrestrial possessing superhuman abilities, though the nature of those powers had long since faded from his memory. However, Wang Chao's pair of golden eyes left Zi Aolon utterly perplexed. It seemed as though those eyes could penetrate into the very essence of his being. How infuriating! If only he possessed a similar pair of eyes. The process of investigation would undoubtedly be much more convenient. While Zi Aolon's thoughts oscillated like a sine wave, his expression remained impeccably composed. Hey, Chaba, the loud voice, accompanied by a thump on the table, jolted Zi Aolon from his reverie. Upon regaining his focus, he noticed his rotund superior, the sheriff, nearly pressing his prominent nose against his face. Zi Aolon raised a finger to gently push the nose away and inquired, "What is it?" "Someone has specifically requested to see you." The sheriff grumbled, clearly displeased with Chaba's tone. "You've become a bit too self-willed lately, much like that woman from the adjacent office." At the mention of the woman from the neighboring office, the other officers in the room exchanged glances of exasperation. She was a newcomer by the name of Akai Tamara, whose intellect seemed oddly absent, a genius of sorts who could wear pajamas to work and change outfits in front of her colleagues without a hint of embarrassment. During patrols, she would naively attempt to usurp the business of traffic officers, leading many to question how she had even passed the criminal investigation exam. In the sheriff's eyes, Chaba had recently begun to exhibit signs of this peculiar Akaiization. The once sharp-witted young man now appeared somewhat oblivious to the subtleties of social interaction. For instance, when the sheriff casually lamented his thirst and expressed a desire for a cup of tea, the old Chaba would have promptly fetched him a steaming cup from the water dispenser. However, just yesterday afternoon, when the sheriff made a similar hint, he found Chaba looking bewildered, asking, "You're thirsty? Go get your own water. It's not as if I want any." Moreover, if it were the previously obedient Chaba, he would have immediately sensed the sheriff's displeasure and reacted with either genuine or feigned trepidation. Yet the Chaba before him now appeared completely unfazed. On his part, Zi Aolon had begun to sense the sheriff's dissatisfaction but concluded that it was of no concern to him. Once he had amassed sufficient funds to acquire enough gold, he intended to return home in his spacecraft. Thus, he decided to let things unfold as they would. "Who is it that specifically seeks me?" Zi Aolon asked, puzzled. "Could it be Chaba's girlfriend? That would be rather bothersome, for I am not adept at dealing with her. It's the boy we encountered just an hour ago." The sheriff huffed. "He came to the station, specifically asking for you, and has already been waiting for half an hour." "The boy with the golden eyes?" Zi Aolon was taken aback. He had yet to seek out the boy for answers, yet here he was, seeking him out instead. "Very well, I shall go and see." In the reception area of the police station, he inquired, "What news do we have?" Wang Chao inquired of the middle-aged man and his nephew as they walked back. He had accompanied the two into the city, where they swiftly sold bear skins, bones, and meat, subsequently dividing the proceeds before arriving at the police station together. The middle-aged man and his nephew were searching for a missing elder brother, father, and niece, sister, while Wang Chao sought to meet the masked officer, hoping to gain a deeper understanding, if possible. Despite their efforts, no news had surfaced, and the middle-aged man's expression was one of sorrow. The young nephew's eyes were reddened, on the verge of tears, yet he held back. Wang Chao felt helpless, recognizing that he could offer no assistance in such matters, and could only provide a few words of comfort. "Are you looking for me?" At that moment, a young police officer emerged from within the precinct, drawing the attention of Wang Chao and the others. It was Chaba. Before him, Wang Chao's deep brown eyes suddenly transformed into a brilliant gold, fixated on the officer. The seemingly ordinary young officer registered a slight change in expression upon noticing the alteration in Wang Chao's gaze. "Focus, concentrate," Wang Chao silently urged himself, attempting to convey a mental message through his piercing gaze to Chaba, also known as Xiaolin. "I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to speak with you privately." After a moment's reflection, he added, "Of course, I hope you harbor no ill intentions either." Telepathy? Xiaolin was somewhat taken aback, having indeed received Wang Chao's transmitted message, and he nodded silently in acknowledgement. Then, Wang Chao, the middle-aged man, hesitated, sensing the unspoken exchange between Wang Chao and the young officer, uncertain of its nature. Wang Chao addressed him, "Uncle, you and your nephew should return. I hope to see you again in the future." Reluctantly, the middle-aged man bid farewell. "Well then, take care on your journey." The young nephew waved, "Goodbye, big brother." Wang Chao smiled and waved back. "Come with me," Xiaolin decided, not leading Wang Chao into the station but instead heading outside, taking the keys to the police car. Wang Chao obediently followed. The officer's strength was evidently far superior, and this opportunity for engagement might forge a friendship, albeit with its inherent risks. Xiaolin drove the police car beyond the city limits, stopping in a remote area. With a thud, they both exited the vehicle, slamming the doors behind them. "Can you see me?" Xiaolin asked abruptly. Yes, Wang Chao replied, striving to maintain steady breathing to showcase his exceptional composure, smiling as he stated, I can see you. Xiaolin nodded, placing his hands on his belt. Internally, he commanded, return to your original form. In a silent transformation, the Earthling officer Chaba disassembled and reassembled before Wang Chao's very eyes, morphing into a being of extraordinary height exceeding 2 meters. Speak, what do you seek from me? Xiaolin loomed over the young Earthling. Wang Chao, gazing upwards, felt a weight of pressure. Can you revert back? He sighed helplessly, remarking that looking at her was quite tiring for his neck. This young woman hails from Akira Toriyama's short story The Police Girl, which is merely 13 pages long. Thus only a brief mention suffices. Laughs, where were we? Upon hearing this, Xiran fell silent for a few seconds, and rather than reverting to the appearance of a human from Earth, he crouched down, appearing far more comfortable. Wang Chao twisted his neck and, rambling, said, Do not let my youth deceive you. I truly value my health. It is rare to possess such a robust physique, and I must take good care of it. Xiran inquired, Did you summon me for a specific purpose? Wang Chao paused, hesitating to respond immediately. Instead, he took a few steps back, gesturing as if holding a camera lens, aiming at Xiran's face, and asked abruptly, You are not from Earth, are you? Xiran did not deny it and countered, Why do you say that? Because your face bears an uncanny resemblance to Frisia's. And those 2 frog-like creatures you eliminated utilized weaponry strikingly similar to that of Frisia's army, definitely not technology of Earth. Wang Chao asserted. Among the classifications of Earthlings, there is no category for someone like you, who oscillates between being an ordinary human and a monstrous being. Are there many classifications of Earthlings? Xiran asked, somewhat astonished. As if speaking to himself. You are quite isolated. The information about Earth on my home planet is woefully outdated. Before Wang Chao could respond, he seemed to tap into the memories of the Earthling Chaba, realizing, so, there are indeed animal, people, and monstrous beings here. How peculiar. Why not simply exclude these so-called animal and monstrous beings from the category of humanity? Perhaps initially we all shared a common ancestor. Wang Chao, not particularly invested in the conversation, rambled on before pointing out the crucial aspect of Xiran's words. Home planet? So you truly came from another celestial body. Can you tell me where you originated? It seemed you were acquainted with those 2 strange beings you eliminated. Presumably, they are not Earthlings either? Indeed. I hail from a planet known as Nighty Xiran, and my name is Xiran, the alien replied. The 2 individuals I eliminated were murderers I had pursued in space before arriving on Earth. Our appearance here was purely accidental. Accidental? What kind of accident? You have far too many questions, Earthboy. Then allow me to ask a few, and I will return the favor. Who said I would reciprocate? Xiran calmly replied. What is your name? Can you perceive my true form because of your eyes? I am Wang Chao. Yes. Wang Chao answered quickly, then pressed, Now it's my turn. What kind of accident? Xiran fell silent again for a few seconds, then stood up, grabbing Wang Chao by the collar. Come with me. Wang Chao felt his feet leave the ground abruptly. This marked the second time he ascended in this world. During the previous encounter, he had not truly savored the experience. For after being struck by the old man, his consciousness was immersed in an inexplicable transcendent state. His physical form, soaring over the South China Sea, seemed entirely detached from his awareness. Thus, it was only when Xiran carried him aloft that Wang Chao genuinely experienced the sensation of flight. As Wang Chao opened his mouth, he felt the wind rushing in, distorting his voice, resembling a chick being grasped by an eagle's talons. Xiran carried him over a mountain range, returning to the vicinity where he had previously vanquished the 2 frog-like creatures. Look below, Xiran said, lowering their altitude. Wang Chao gazed down to see a flying craft on the ground. That is the vehicle of the 2 criminals. After eliminating them, I had intended to locate their craft to return home, but it appears their fuel has been depleted. A hint of melancholy laced Xiran's calm tone as he continued. The unexpected twist is that the fuel core of my own craft has been damaged, and it is nearly empty as well. So, you are unable to return to your home planet? Wang Chao inquired, shifting uncomfortably and expressing his discontent. Could you perhaps set me down? Being held by the nape like this is rather uncomfortable. Xiran obliged, gently lowering him to the ground. Wang Chao felt a reassuring solidity beneath his feet and fantasized. How wonderful it would be to fly. Wouldn't it be splendid to assume any position I desire? Xiran retrieved a small object from his person and tossed it onto the ground. With a resounding pop, a cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing a type of craft that was entirely unfamiliar to Wang Chao. Of course, Wang Chao had never truly encountered any flying vehicle, be it terrestrial or extraterrestrial. However, what captured his attention was the astonished realization that these aliens possessed capsule technology. Was that transformation capsule you just threw? He pondered anxiously. It seems that even their capsule technology surpasses ours. Xiren cast a curious glance at Wang Chao and replied, "This is merely an empty capsule used by Chaba. I carry it to store my craft." "Why didn't you mention that earlier?" Wang Chao retorted. Xiren approached the craft, patting its exterior, and lamented, regrettably, "The fuel core leaked considerably during the landing process. It will be a challenge to gather enough fuel to return to my home planet." Observing the expression on Xiren's face, Wang Chao recognized the familiar look of concern. "Brother, lacking funds, I presume?" he ventured to ask. "Indeed." Xiren sighed deeply. "The cost of living on your planet is exorbitantly high. In our 90s Xiren, energy materials are ubiquitous, yet here they are valued as the most precious equivalent of metals." "Wang Chao, gold?" Xiren nodded heavily. Wang Chao was at a loss for words. "In your homeland, do you use gold as fuel?" Xiren nodded emphatically. "A remarkable place indeed. A planet where gold is as common as dirt." Wang Chao remained composed, already contemplating the idea of visiting this fellow's homeland when the opportunity arose, perhaps bringing back some inconsequential local specialties. Subsequently, the two continued their exchange of questions and answers for a while. When Wang Chao inquired about Xiren's need to accumulate the original funds, which amounted to a staggering 17 million currency units, Wang Chao's eyes twinkled with curiosity. He pointed to the breastplate Xiren wore and asked, "Was the weapon you used to slay the first toad monster standard issue on your planet?" "Toad monster?" Xiren, puzzled, nodded and replied, "Yes, the energy gun on my left side." On the right, he pressed a button on the right side of his breastplate, and a device resembling a sword emerged. Upon grasping it, it transformed into a long blade in his hand. Gazing at the cold, sharp gleam of the long knife in Xiren's hand, Wang Chao harbored no doubts about its lethality. If the weapon on Xiren's left could obliterate a toad monster with a single shot, this knife would surely possess equal power. Clearing his throat with feigned seriousness, Wang Chao smiled and asked, "You were just inquiring about my purpose for seeking you, weren't you? Now I shall tell you. I can assist you in returning home." Xiren returned the long knife to its original form, looking astonished. "Did you not just learn that I am from another planet?" "The order of events is inconsequential." Wang Chao waved his hand, adopting a serious demeanor, and queried, "I must ask you, how long do you think it would take for you, relying solely on the meager salary of this Officer Chaba whose body you inhabit, to save up 17 million? Xiren's expression shifted, and just as he was about to respond, Wang Chao interjected, 17 million currency units, even if you were to refrain from eating or drinking for 365 days a year, would require at least a couple of decades with Chaba's paltry earnings. Can you remain on Earth for at least 20 years? Xiren's countenance grew even more troubled. "But even if you are an extraterrestrial, can you truly abstain from sustenance?" Xiren inhaled deeply and nodded. "Very well. Eating and drinking will inevitably incur expenses, correct? Chaba is not a country bumpkin. He works in the city of Shiluab, so he must have a place to stay, right?" Xiren nodded slowly and laboriously. "That accommodation will cost money, too. Moreover, throughout the seasons, one cannot simply wear the same outfit for summer, winter, and transitional seasons. You would need at least 6 sets to maintain your image in the police office. Otherwise, you might face subtle sabotage or salary deductions. Procuring clothing will require additional funds." Xiren began to feel increasingly overwhelmed. In matters of sustenance, shelter, and interpersonal relationships, if one aspires to thrive on this planet and earn a living, sacrifices must inevitably be made. In pursuit of a lofty goal of 17 million, it seems improbable to achieve this within a mere 30 years. One should not underestimate the plight of those who toiled diligently to earn their keep on Earth. "Do you presume their lives are devoid of hardship?" A cold sweat began to bead upon Xiren's forehead. He retorted, "I am indeed working part-time. Heroes do not earn a living." Wang Chao proclaimed with unwavering conviction, "As an upright law enforcer, do you seek to tarnish the noble title of hero?" Xiren found merit in his words, for his sense of justice compelled him to acknowledge Wang Chao's truth. Heroes embody righteousness and assist the weak. How could they possibly demand compensation? Wang Chao pressed on. "If a destitute individual stood before you, their life in peril, would you choose to save them or turn away?" Xiren hesitated, pondering the extremity of such a scenario. After all, finding a wealthy individual with 3 legs is a rarity. It is just as difficult to encounter a pauper with 2. "I could close my eyes and find 4 or 5, he mused. "For instance, I possess not a single cent. If a blade were poised at my throat and I cried out for help, would you truly insist on payment before coming to my aid?" Wang Chao's voice rang out as he dramatically pulled at his pockets, expecting to reveal emptiness. Instead, the sound of bills and coins clattering to the ground met his ears. Lowering his gaze, he discovered rolls of currency and coins scattered about. Wang Chao, Xiren, alas, in my excitement, I forgot that this day, a pair of middle-aged relatives sold bare materials and pocketed some money. Wang Chao quietly crouched to gather the notes, meticulously picking up each coin and placing them into his jacket pocket. He then searched the ground with keen eyes and eventually uncovered a solitary bean, which he treasured, stowing it deep within his trousers before standing upright. What were we discussing? He inquired. Let us go. Lead the way. The sudden diversion had momentarily pulled Xilan from the rhythm of Wang Chao's discourse. He chose not to engage with Wang Chao's feigned ignorance, but instead furrowed his brow and asked, Did you mention that you could help me return home? Indeed. Do you possess considerable wealth? Xilan looked down at the 4 pockets of Wang Chao's attire. Do not dwell on that. This is all I possess, Wang Chao replied candidly. Asking me for 17 million is impossible. Even if I were to be sliced and sold, it would not amount to such a sum. Truthfully, having accepted his arrival on Dragon Ball Earth, he had lost interest in money and wished to avoid it altogether. In terms of sustenance, shelter, and mobility, he sought merely to be satiated. If he lacked warmth, he would consider it a trial of endurance. If his dwelling were uncomfortable, it would serve as a test of will. As for mobility, with a pair of iron feet, he could traverse any path. For in this world, there are evidently pursuits far more worthy than mere riches. Xilan, perplexed, inquired, Then do you possess a wealth of gold? Wang Chao gazed at him with a look of disbelief, saying, Brother, this isn't your hometown. This is Earth. Here on Earth, having an abundance of gold and wealth is synonymous. As I mentioned, I possess only this little amount. So, are you suggesting you could assist me in returning home? Xiaolin began to doubt the intellect of this earthling child. You fortuitously encountered me while I was engaged in a case, thanks to your remarkable perception. You were able to see through my true identity, and yet you dare approach me so brazenly to unveil my disguise? You witnessed me take the lives of those 2 individuals, and regarding my stance, it appears you were misinformed prior to this conversation. Are you not afraid that you are wasting my time, and I might just kill you out of anger? Wang Chao observed Xiaolin's words with great curiosity, perhaps due to their differing races, as he found it difficult to glean much from the other's expression. You may consider me foolishly bold, Wang Chao mused, still puzzled about how he had the audacity to approach the police station in the first place. Was it because Xiaolin resembled a superhero, thus likely a good person? Or was it the belief that if this seemingly extraterrestrial being were truly malevolent, the celestial deities would certainly intervene? He chuckled. In any case, it has been established that you are a just enforcer of the law and would not harm me without cause. Furthermore, I never claimed I could assist you in returning home. I merely implied I could provide you with financial resources or gold, correct? Perhaps it is my virtuous aura that leads to the impression that I am not a villain. Xiaolin contemplated this silently, and then keenly caught the implication in Wang Chao's words, his expression shifting as he inquired, Are you suggesting that others will provide assistance? Indeed. Wang Chao nodded. 17 million is merely a trivial sum. There are countless wealthy individuals on Earth. This amount might not even cover a single meal. He added inwardly, moreover, the purchasing power of currency on Dragon Ball Earth is comparable to that of the Japanese yen. Is that so? Xiaolin remained skeptical, scrutinizing Wang Chao's attire, which consisted of plain, simple clothing and shoes. Even through the perspective gained from Xiaolin's possession, it was clear that Wang Chao appeared to be a destitute child from a remote village. Do you truly know any wealthy individuals on this planet? Wang Chao grinned. Why must I necessarily know them? It suffices that I can facilitate this transaction for you. Transaction? Xiaolin queried. You require money, and you wish to exchange it for something you possess, while I am merely a mediator to connect you. What I possess? Xiaolin glanced down at his attire, realizing that he wore only a fitted combat suit, and then exclaimed, Are you suggesting I provide my weaponry? Wang Chao nodded. And your spacecraft? Earth's aerospace technology is still quite primitive compared to yours. He recalled the calculations from a comic where Bulma had determined that even the most advanced spacecraft on Earth would take an eternity to reach Namek. He couldn't quite remember the specifics, but it seemed like it would take an unfathomable number of years, specifically 4,339 years and 3 months. And how long would it take in a Scion ship? What if we were to switch to a Namekian spacecraft? Let us consider time in days. The technological disparity is truly on a different level. If we could seize this opportunity to allow Bulma, who, at this time, is quite young, perhaps her father has already unlocked Earth's aerospace technology ahead of schedule, that would indeed be splendid. Indeed, Wang Chao is contemplating becoming an intermediary, bridging the connection between Xiran and Dr. Brief. Naturally, as an intermediary, he is also considering the prospect of earning a profit. Xiran interjected, I do not mean to belittle you, but even if I were to hand over the battle armor or even the spacecraft, I doubt there exists sufficient technological capability on your planet to develop anything of significance. You must understand. The chasm of technology may be even more challenging to traverse than the disparity in strength between warriors. Wang Chao, upon hearing this, was displeased. Although this Earth differs from another, it still bears the name and he identifies himself as an Earthling. Feeling insulted by the denigration of his home planet, he retorted, "Do not underestimate us, my extraterrestrial friend. Even if you hail from the Trisolaran system on this Earth, there exist prodigies capable of transcending any technological divide." Seeing Xiren's unchanging expression, as if he were merely indulging in Wang Chao's bravado, Wang Chao pointed to the pocket where Xiren had stored the capsule for the spacecraft. "How would you explain this, then?" "I can assure you, this transformation capsule, which your well-informed extraterrestrial self intends to utilize, was simply the creation of a scientist on Earth who, in his youth, wished to provide a prosperous life for his wife and daughter. He inadvertently became the world's richest man through this invention. So, how does this little device compare to your technology?" He described Dr. Brief in such a way that it seemed he could invent the transformation capsule with just a flick of his finger, effortlessly achieving the status of global billionaire. Though it appears that the reality might indeed align with such claims. Xiren retrieved the transformation capsule from his belongings and had to concede. The technology of spatial folding is indeed a product that surpasses the average technological level of the galaxy. Therefore, Wang Chao asserted, "You need not worry about the scientific talent on Earth. What I can provide you with is the inventor of this very capsule. This doctor is undoubtedly one of the brightest minds on Earth. He is the world's wealthiest individual, if you allow him to examine the equipment you possess. I am confident that, for a mere valuation of 17 million in gold, he would be more than willing to assist, and might even help you upgrade your spacecraft comprehensively. This old man is capable of transforming Kakarado's small vessel into a massive ship suitable for training under 100 times gravity within just a few days. He is a veritable genius of the scientific realm." "Well, I believe what you are saying," Xiren nodded, but then raised a concern. "What is it?" In accordance with the regulations of the Nighty Xiren Enforcement Team, Xiren calmly explained, "Team members, including myself, are prohibited from disclosing technological equipment, including spacecraft and energy weapons, to other planets." Wang Chao's expression turned pained. "Why are you only mentioning this now?" Deep breath. Wang Chao closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. Turning to glance at the energy-depleted vessel belonging to the pair of peculiar amphibians beside him. Xiaolin, noticing his gaze, seemed to ponder something. "Their spacecraft. It must not fall within the protective jurisdiction of your so-called law enforcement, right?" Wang Chao inquired, approaching and giving the vessel a kick that echoed loudly. Xiaolin contemplated for a brief moment, then nodded with composure. "Let us go, lead the way." However, Wang Chao did not take the lead. Instead, he looked directly at Xiaolin and said candidly, "I'm sorry, but I'm not familiar with the route." Xiaolin was taken aback, staring at him with a questioning expression. "You, lacking the funds to negotiate with me is one thing, but you can't even guide me? Yet," he added, "I do know where they reside. And given their family's reputation, it would be quite easy to inquire once we arrive there." Wang Chao paused, then continued, "Well, I've had a brief encounter with the father and daughter. They should remember me." It wasn't that Wang Chao considered himself particularly significant. Rather, he believed that the memory of a genius would surely not be lacking. "So you wish to achieve something without any effort?" Xiaolin finally grasped the situation and asked, perplexed, "What exactly do you desire?" Wang Chao waved his hand dismissively, smiling shyly. "Oh, my demands are quite modest, perhaps merely a trivial matter for you. We can discuss specifics once your issue is resolved. For now, let us return to the police station." "Return to the police station for what?" Xiaolin retorted. "Just provide an address, and I can take you there immediately. Do you possess any sense of civic duty, my extraterrestrial friend?" Wang Chao chuckled. "You are eager to return home, but the individual you've possessed still resides on Earth. A junior officer has gone missing. Once you leave, he may face reprimand or even dismissal. Besides, returning to the station would allow you to directly investigate the precise location I intend to guide you to." After considering this, Xiaolin conceded, asking one last question before departing. "Who exactly is the brightest and most affluent mind on Earth you mentioned?" "His name is Dr. Brief, residing in the Western capital. I suspect you could easily locate his contact information upon returning to the station." The two conferred for a while and ultimately decided to leave the alien amphibian's abandoned fuel vessel in the wilderness, primarily because Xiaolin's empty capsules lacked sufficient space to accommodate it. Meanwhile, Wang Chao, being quite impoverished, could not afford even the standard item capsules, let alone something akin to a storage bag. Xiaolin transformed back into his earthly persona, Chaba, and drove back to Sherlock City. Wang Chao sat in the passenger seat, with the window down, resting his elbow on the ledge as he watched the scenery blur past. The summer breeze was refreshingly warm. Glancing over at the black-haired earthling behind the wheel, Wang Chao had yet to unveil his extraordinary abilities. To him, Xiaolin appeared merely as an ordinary police officer. Reflecting on his fortuitous encounter with Xiaolin, who was involved in a case, and subsequently following the middle-aged man and his nephew as they sold bears, He found himself wavering but ultimately resolved to accompany them to the police station. There, he specifically requested to meet the young officer who had previously responded to the call. To his astonishment, he discovered that this masked superhero was, in fact, an extraterrestrial from another planet. Seizing the moment, he conceived of a potential deal that could not only catalyze a significant advancement in Earth's aerospace technology but also foster a cordial relationship with the extraterrestrial enforcement officer. Perhaps he could even reap some modest benefits from this arrangement. Simply splendid. As he unraveled the events, he realized that their unfolding had indeed exceeded his expectations. A smile crept onto Wang Chao's face. The unpredictability of life was truly fascinating. Had he remained in Nandu, reminiscing about the past and enduring a solitary existence, he would have never experienced such a life. Outside the window, a group of farmers carrying burdens passed by. Wang Chao let out a soft gasp. Xiaolin drove at a steady pace, and as Wang Chao leaned out to glance towards the rear of the vehicle, he noticed that the farmers had already vanished into the distance. "What is the matter?" Xiaolin asked, gripping the steering wheel. "Oh, it's nothing," Wang Chao replied as he settled back into his seat. "It's just peculiar. Do the people around Slob City have a particular fondness for carrots? Or is it that your region is known for its abundant carrot harvest?" Xiaolin responded with a hint of exasperation. "How would I know? I'm an alien. I've never quite gotten used to the food here." After a moment of contemplation, Xiaolin added, "Let me check Jabba's memories." A short while later, he shook his head and said, "No, Slob City is not renowned for anything special. Carrots are merely a common vegetable here." "That's strange," Wang Chao murmured. "I've already seen carrot vendors leaving the city several times." Yet, he dismissed the thought. Before long, the two returned to the police station. Wang Chao observed from a distance as Xiaolin, resembling a grandson seeking permission from a superior, repeatedly bowed, nodded, scratched the back of his head, smiled apologetically, and offered apologies. He harbored serious doubts that during such antics, Xiaolin was fervently hypnotizing himself into believing he was the Earthling Chaba. Nevertheless, this entire scenario was rather amusing. Wang Chao mused. If it were any individual governed by the law of the jungle, yearning for wealth or intent on achieving their desires, they would hardly concern themselves with such formalities. They would resort to violent robbery without hesitation, believing that might makes right. Wang Chao glanced at his own fists. Well, they weren't particularly large. However, upon observing Xiaolin, who had finally secured the audience he sought, he considered that the other's fists might well be as immense as Earth itself in today's context. Bringing down that green-skinned creature from the skies would likely be insufficient to withstand Xiaolin's might. Despite possessing fists as large as Earth, Xiaolin refrained from resorting to violence. Conversely, the troublesome youths, whose fists might be as vast as the Milky Way, did not resort to using their immense power for personal gain. Wang Chao engaged in a thought experiment. If my fists were as large as theirs, what would my truth be? Would it be my fists, or the mind that governs them, or perhaps the heart that controls the mind? As they walked, Xiaolin playfully tapped Wang Chao on the head. "What are you thinking about?" Wang Chao replied earnestly. "If you need money, you could simply seize it by force. Surely, there is no one on Earth who can rival you." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xiaolin chuckled lightly. "That would be no different from apprehending a criminal, would it?" "True enough." Wang Chao matched his pace. Xiaolin, not in a police car, strolled alongside Wang Chao through the bustling streets of Slob City, heading towards a quieter avenue. "If I were to engage in such actions, I would have no face to return to my teammates," Xiaolin remarked, gesturing towards the still active human Chaba stance. "This method of possession is actually outlined in our enforcement team's emergency protocol. In principle, we should refrain from excessive interference with extraterrestrial worlds and must not affect any life forms on these planets that do not violate our operational principles." Before long, they discovered a secluded corner devoid of any presence. "Transform." Chaba reverted to Xiaolin's true form. "Must you announce it?" Wang Chao inquired. "Consider it a ritual," Xiaolin replied, bending down to embrace Wang Chao. "Otherwise, I sometimes forget which form I embody. Let us proceed. I found the information you mentioned about Dr. Brief at the police station. You were right. This individual is a remarkably distinguished scientist and capitalist, even across the entire galaxy." Wang Chao found himself rendered speechless. As Xiaolin soared at such a rapid pace that he was hesitant to open his mouth, fearing the wind would fill it. Xiaolin carried Wang Chao as they ascended once more, one arm cradling him while the other held the flying apparatus of the frog creature. "It's so cold." After over 20 minutes in the air, the biting wind began to make Wang Chao shiver. What an embarrassing predicament, he lamented internally. Suddenly, he felt a wave of warmth, realizing it was emanating from Xiaolin's battle armor, which was generating heat. "It's merely a simple heating function," Xiaolin explained. "It was just a minor detail." Xiaolin had keenly noticed Wang Chao's discomfort. Yet, Wang Chao found himself unexpectedly moved. However, he quickly regained his composure, reflecting quietly. Perhaps this is the essence of heroism, the reason why heroes command such respect. It is simply irresistible to draw near to them. What were the lyrics of that song? Gradually drawn to you. Despite his usual disdain for Dragon Ball, Wang Chao could not deny his appreciation for its theme song and the profundity of its conclusion. Gradually drawn to you. Wang Chao silently resolved to become the kind of person who could proudly stand tall and befriend the likes of Son Goku and the virtuous beings of the Dragon Ball universe. In a daze, he suddenly heard Zio Lan announce, "We have arrived at West City." Wang Chao, nearly dozing off in the warmth, was jolted awake and lifted his gaze to behold the magnificent urban landscape sprawling before them. West City could indeed be described as the most prosperous city on the entire planet, the epicenter of the global economy. It is no exaggeration. The largest financial conglomerates and the foremost leaders of the capsule industry are all situated here. It is also the heart of technological advancement. The transformative capsules developed by Dr. Brief have been circulating as commodities for many years, and to this day, no scientist on Earth has been able to decipher the core technology within them. As Xiren soared through the skies above the city of the West, Wang Chao was profoundly astounded, although perhaps not as much as one might think. Even though the technological level of Earth in his previous life pales in comparison to that of the city of the West in the Dragon Ball universe. Wang Chao had watched numerous science fiction films. The visual impact, after a while, becomes somewhat numbing, leaving him merely intrigued. Strangely, he noticed that there were no hovering cars without wheels on the bustling streets of the city of the West, which piqued his curiosity. Just ahead, Xiren alerted him. As he carried the amphibious alien spacecraft on his back, cradling Wang Chao in one arm and swiftly gliding through the sky, Wang Chao was curious. He had not seen anything resembling artificial satellites in comics, akin to Xiren's ostentatious flight over the prosperous city without being detected. Not only that, but when Raditz, Vegeta, and Nappa descended upon Earth, there was no warning whatsoever from the planet's defenses, even if they could not be detected in outer space. Surely their entry into the atmosphere would raise alarms? Yet, nothing happened. Reflecting on this, Wang Chao felt an increasing urgency for Dr. Brief to investigate extraterrestrial aerospace technology. After a swift descent, Wang Chao noted that Xiren had lowered him, transitioning from flying prone to hovering upright above a vast modern estate. "Is anyone here?" Wang Chao inquired. Xiren remained motionless in midair. "Should I get down?" Wang Chao asked. After a moment's contemplation, Xiren considered the suggestion. At that instant, a robot emerged from what appeared to be Bulma's expansive backyard, its design reminiscent of a gardener's model, a domestic service robot. Wang Chao freed himself from Xiren's iron grip and, with a swift motion, leapt down from a height of several meters, landing with a soft thud. He crouched before the gardener robot, rubbed his knees, and stood up. The robot retreated a couple of steps. Wang Chao observed that its movement mechanism resembled that of tank treads. The robot's face was an electronic screen, shifting from a harmonious green to a panicked yellow. And Wang Chao could have sworn he saw a sweating emoticon. "Hello," Wang Chao said, attempting to display a friendly smile. "I am looking for Dr. Brief." The electronic screen's color turned red, yet it did not emit any alarming sounds that might alert Wang Chao and Xiren. After Wang Chao spoke, he sensed an entity scanning him. He promptly activated his keen perception and faintly discerned an invisible beam emanating from the gardener robot's crimson expression, probing him. The robot offered no verbal response. Instead, it pressed a button on his person. Would it self-destruct? Wang Chao mused inwardly, instinctively stepping back a pace. He added, "My name is Wang Chao. I met Dr. Brief at the Superpower School in Nandu." Suddenly, the electronic screen on the gardener robot displayed a video featuring Dr. Brief, who leaned closer to the camera and exclaimed, "It's truly you, Wang Chao." "Yes, I remember you. Were you not in Nandu?" Observing Dr. Brief's calm demeanor and the absence of anger in the video, Wang Chao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he was about to speak, a small hand, pale and delicate, pushed Dr. Brief's face out of the frame, revealing Bulma, who had leaned in too closely. Wang Chao? The little girl, with an impressive memory, immediately recognized him and inquired, somewhat indignantly, "Why did you leave the hospital on your own?" Wang Chao paused for a moment, then responded, "Oh, I had something urgent to attend to." So it was an emergency. In that case, I suppose it's understandable." Bulma moved away from the camera, appearing considerably more composed and petite. Wang Chao then observed the surroundings in the video, which resembled a small classroom. A round table was cluttered with thick tomes, each adorned with numerous sticky notes, clearly indicating they had been read. Could it be a tutoring session? Wang Chao speculated, recognizing that with Bulma's intellect, a typical Earthling could hardly teach her. Dr. Brief would likely enroll her in high school rather than a standard elementary education, and if he were in Dr. Brief's position, he would certainly prefer to teach her himself. Indeed, Bulma had returned to her small round table, her hands dwarfed by the books. As she began to leaf through them, occasionally breaking into a smile, Wang Chao felt a chill of sweat. It was evident that a genius's mind operates differently. How could she find joy in such voluminous texts? Isn't she beautiful? Dr. Brief remarked, at which point Wang Chao realized he had been gazing at Bulma for too long. He apologized. My apologies. Dr. Brief chuckled. Every time I see this child studying, I too become entranced. She resembles a wise angel from another realm, diligently reading. Bulma nodded seriously at her father, replying, Thank you for the compliment, before returning to her studies. No, I merely feel the terrifying suppression of my own intellect. Wang Chao jested, recognizing that even at just over 2 years of age, Bulma's knowledge far surpassed his own. Gazing at her, he felt like an ordinary and amidst a world of brilliance. Dr. Brief smiled warmly but surprisingly did not object. After some pleasantries, he inquired, So, Wang Chao, your visit today is for a specific purpose, I presume? With a hint of excitement, Wang Chao approached and adjusted the gardener robot's head, directing its electronic screen skyward, revealing the peculiar, hovering figure of the cosmic being from the planet Xiren. Doctor, allow me to introduce this individual, who hails from the planet Xiren. What he carries is a spacecraft capable of traveling at superluminal speeds. Wang Chao noticed a lavender-haired little girl seated at a small round table, engrossed in her book. Suddenly, she closed it and turned, her large, beautiful eyes sparkling as they focused on the camera. An alien? Superluminal? Her excitement was palpable as she dashed toward the lens, playfully pressing her nose against it, transforming her into a charming little piglet. Wang Chao couldn't help but break into a sweat at her exuberance. 10 minutes later, Dr. Brief had grasped the essence of Wang Chao's visit and the purpose behind Xiren's arrival. After a brief examination of the spacecraft brought by Xiren, Dr. Brief estimated that a thorough study would take approximately 1 week. A week? 7 days? Xiren expressed astonishment. And this was the first time Wang Chao had witnessed such a discomposed expression on his face. Dr. Brief, sensing Xiren's urgency, replied, If we hurry, we could manage it in 5 days. Observing Xiren's increasingly surprised demeanor, Dr. Brief added, However, that would leave no time for upgrading the internal sound system of the spacecraft. Wang Chao chuckled at the unexpected levity of the moment. The little girl, who had been curiously inspecting Xiren from various angles, momentarily turned her gaze toward Wang Chao. What is so funny? She inquired, though she didn't wait for an answer before approaching her father. Daddy, let me help you. Dr. Brief nodded in agreement. That should save us another day or two. Xiren struggled to suppress his astonishment, careful not to reveal a more devilish expression, which would be unbecoming for one of his home planet's stature. As the robotic servants began to transport the spacecraft, the father and daughter engaged in animated conversation as they departed. It was then that Wang Chao recalled the necessity to clarify, Wait, you've misunderstood, Doctor. This spacecraft is a gift for you. Xiren has another vessel to return home. In the city of West City, at Bulma's residence, stood the experimental building. Indeed, their home featured a dedicated laboratory. Although it resembled a structure, it was akin to a hemispherical design, a style Wang Chao had always deemed rather unattractive, reminiscent of an overturned broken bowl. However, viewing it through a different lens, inspired by Akira Toriyama's slightly whimsical aesthetic, one could envision it as a proud edifice against the horizon. With this perspective, it suddenly appeared less unappealing, even quite beautiful. Are all your scientists on Earth like this? On the uppermost floor of the experimental building, specifically in the least utilized section of Room 0, Xiaolin stood in awe before the immense glass window, gazing at the father and daughter duo inside, who were dismantling a spacecraft at a pace beyond his comprehension. Wang Chao remarked, Those two within are perhaps the most brilliant minds on this planet. Do suppress your astonishment, my extraterrestrial friend. Xiaolin sighed, I once thought you were merely boasting. Yet it appears there truly exist geniuses who defy all logic. After a brief pause, he cast a reluctant glance at the laboratory, where Bulma, clad in a white lab coat, diligently moved small stools while earnestly collaborating with her father on the disassembled parts of the spacecraft. Such a prodigy. I wish to bring her back to my home planet, Xiaolin mused, taking a deep breath before turning to Wang Chao and stating, All right, Doctor. Brief has pledged that gold worth 17 million will be transported here in a couple of days, and my wish has been fulfilled. Dr. Brief will also obtain the spacecraft. Now, perhaps we can discuss your needs? Must I not be simply doing good deeds? Wang Chao chuckled. If you desire nothing in return, I shall have to offer you something instead. Xiaolin, with utmost seriousness, replied, I am the sole knighty Xiaolin on Earth. I cannot lose face before humans. As he spoke, he could not help but laugh under Wang Chao's subtly scrutinizing gaze, then earnestly added, However, I truly must thank you. Without your assistance, it might have been a long time before I could return. Wang Chao jested. Who would say otherwise? With your method of doing good for a tip, how could you ever accumulate 17 million? Unless you stumble upon a billion yen robbery or something similar. He recalled the incident from Conan involving a billion yen, a common avenue for many traversers to amass wealth while boosting their rapport with hybrid AI. Nevertheless, I must confess that my intentions are not entirely altruistic. I have a selfish desire. Wang Chao paused before sincerely stating, I wish for you to teach me martial arts. Martial arts? Xiaolin was momentarily puzzled by this term, then, after a moment's reflection, realized it meant teaching him combat skills. Wang Chao believed martial arts and combat skills were not entirely synonymous, yet he nodded. That is somewhat accurate. Xiaolin, perplexed, replied, I perceive your strength among humans to be quite remarkable. Do you still wish to learn more? Wang Chao, pleasantly surprised, exclaimed, so you can sense energy? He had assumed that extraterrestrial warriors, like those from Frisia's faction, were unacquainted with such concepts. Energy? What energy? Xiaolin, unable to find a corresponding concept in his memories of Chaba, expressed his confusion, shaking his head. I do not understand the perception to which you refer. I merely gauge your approximate strength through physical contact and intuition developed from years of training. I suppose this qualifies as combat experience. Consider this. When I engage in combat with my adversaries, regardless of their strength or demeanor, I always possess some awareness of the situation. In other words, I am merely an ignorant rustic when it comes to the concept of ki. Wang Chao felt a tinge of disappointment. Though he had not harbored grand expectations to begin with, the Frisia force, despite its vast influence, lacks individuals who comprehend the essence of ki, which demonstrates that the cultivation of ki is, even across the entire galaxy, an exceedingly obscure, sophisticated, and perhaps ancient discipline. Wang Chao shook his head, stating, what does this amount to? Merely engaging with weaklings. There are countless individuals on Earth who could easily best me. Is that so? Regardless, I have yet to witness Siolin's prowess. The sheer number of Earthlings is overwhelming. Although I may be weak, there are far more who are weaker than I. Wang Chao reflected. Subsequently, he candidly shared with Xiaolin his intention to trek to Baozi Mountain for the sake of his training. The journey is arduous, but I wish to acquire as much knowledge as possible to enhance my capabilities. To be frank, I am not particularly enthused about seeking instruction from average martial artists or fighters on Earth. They pale in comparison to the master I seek who lives in seclusion amidst the mountains. But you are different. I have witnessed your battle against those two extraterrestrial criminals. Xiaolin observed, gazing steadily at Wang Chao. Having articulated his thoughts, Wang Chao awaited her response. I see. So you wish for me to be your combat instructor? Xiaolin pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well, let us find a more spacious area. Ah, Wang Chao exclaimed joyfully. The two departed together, guided by the robotic servants towards the rear garden. Indeed, Bulma's residence is divided into sections, and the expansive garden comprises more than one locale. Oh dear. Is that not the charming young man I encountered in Nandu? Along the way, they crossed paths with a golden-haired beauty cradling a small black cat. Her eyes narrowed with delight. Wang Chao immediately recognized her as Bulma's mother, who frequently inquired about Goku's dating escapades. Wang Chao paused to exchange pleasantries with Bulma's mother, and, under her eager gaze directed at Xiaolin, he hurriedly took his leave. In the laboratory, Dr. Brief was examining a disassembled engine, tapping and prodding at its structure. This design is truly enlightening. The technology of extraterrestrials is remarkably advanced. A petite girl with violet hair styled in pigtails, dressed in a white lab coat, stood atop a stool taller than herself, sporting oversized safety goggles that covered half her face, nodding in agreement. In the spacious garden, resembling a small prairie, Wang Chao and Xiaolin stood opposite each other by the stream. I am uncertain of the key you speak of, but I can teach you some combat techniques, skills, and experiences within the confines of the regulations, Xiaolin stated, her imposing stature casting a significant shadow over Wang Chao. With time short and tasks abundant, let us proceed with practical training. Wang Chao silently nodded in response. As he departed from the southern metropolis, he had already resolved to endure any hardship that might come his way. He closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his gaze was sharp and resolute. Come on. As Wang Chao's voice echoed, Xiran launched his attack. In the short story The Saving Soldier by Yamashita, Xiran captured a billion-yen robber and received a substantial reward, fulfilling his wish to return to his hometown. With a thud, the boy's body was struck by an elbow, sent flying and rolling several times. Wang Chao gasped for breath. His body battered and bruised, lying on the grass beside the garden stream, gazing at the expansive azure sky, the golden glint in his eyes dimmed considerably. This was already the second day since he had asked Xiran to teach him martial arts. The entirety of yesterday afternoon and this morning, aside from necessary breaks for rest and nourishment, had been spent training on this patch of grass. To call it a sparring session felt a tad generous. A more accurate description would be that he was unilaterally subjected to torment. What's the matter? Have you reached your limit? Xiren, towering over 2 meters, stood there as if unfazed, not even breaking a sweat. Wang Chao remained motionless on the ground, trembling as he raised a single finger. 1 minute. Just 1 minute. With a thud, his hand fell limply onto the grass. He closed his eyes and mouth, breathing through his nose, his chest heaving with audible breaths. Wang Chao's mind replayed Xiren's myriad of attack techniques. These images flashed before his tightly shut eyes, initially chaotic, often intermingling fragments of different sequences. Gradually, as his concentration deepened, the scenes became increasingly vivid. His breathing began to steady. The colors of the images faded, transforming into slow-motion black and white documentary frames whenever Xiren's pivotal strikes were depicted. Only the areas of his attacks appeared in vibrant color, standing out starkly. Xiren stood on the grass, inquiring, "Can you get up?" With a surge of strength from his back muscles, Wang Chao propelled himself off the ground, his upper body rising. Utilizing his waist and hips for power, his feet remained firmly planted, akin to 2 wooden stakes embedded in the earth, effortlessly transitioning from lying down to standing. Xiren's eyes brightened. It seemed that indeed there was progress. Wang Chao smiled, the glimmer in his eyes unwavering, declaring, "Continue." Just then, a youthful voice interrupted them. Wang Chao and Xiren turned to see Bulma, a young girl, accompanied by a robotic servant. She announced, "It's time for lunch. I brought food for you." The robot glided to the front of Wang Chao and Xiren, transforming into a makeshift dining table. "Let us take a break then," Xiren admitted, feeling hungry as well. "All right," Wang Chao sniffed, wiping a trace of faint blood from his nose. His body ached all over. It had indeed been quite a strenuous endeavor. He approached the portable dining table, which automatically extended a folding chair for him to take a seat. Once Xiren joined him, the mechanisms of the table transformed, revealing an array of delectable dishes, hot and cold entrees, soups, beverages, and an assortment of desserts, including ice cream. Clinking and clattering, the 2 energetic individuals devoured their meals in harmonious silence. The little girl leaned over the edge of the table, her tiny hands reaching for the desserts, and the table's robotic mechanism smartly adjusted the surface, bringing the sweets closer to Bulma. "Thank you." Without a spoon, Bulma began to lick directly at the treats. As she indulged, she noticed that the 2 men had engaged in conversation, discussing matters of combat, martial arts, and techniques that Bulma found tedious to comprehend. "You don't understand Chi, yet how can you fly?" Bulma mused, glancing at the remnants of dessert around her mouth while observing Wang Chao's puzzled expression directed at the voracious Xiren. She found it peculiar. After all, humans were not aircraft. Could they truly soar? However, if it pertained to superpowers, perhaps it was indeed plausible. Suddenly, she saw Xiren, mouth full, mumbling incoherently, "I really don't understand what you mean by Chi, but speaking of flying." Xiren swallowed a large bite and countered, "Can you explain how you mastered the ability to swallow food?" Bulma instinctively envisioned a detailed explanation of the biological process of swallowing, including muscles and neural reflexes. "Isn't that a biological instinct?" Wang Chao blurted out, realization dawning upon him. "Are you suggesting that, for you, flying is as instinctual as eating or breathing?" Xiren nodded. "Indeed, isn't it so?" Wang Chao was perplexed once more. "But if you haven't mastered Chi, how can you emit energy waves from your palms or mouth?" "Energy waves? I don't possess such a capability," Xiren replied candidly, "just as I naturally acquired the ability to fly as I grew. The capacity to release biological energy waves varies among different races and individuals. In our squad, there are indeed those who can emit energy waves from their bodies. But I am not one of them." As he spoke, he pressed a button on the right side of his chest armor, and a toy gun sprang forth, precisely the energy weapon Wang Chao had seen before, which had obliterated the frog monster with a single shot. "Otherwise, why would I need such a weapon?" Xiren explained. "However, I have inquired about this ability from my teammates who can release biological energy waves, and they too cannot elucidate it. Like us, they instinctively learned to fly and naturally developed the ability to release energy waves as they matured." Wang Chao furrowed his brow in confusion. To him, it was difficult to grasp Xiren's assertion that one could master a skill without understanding its underlying principles. How could one apply Chi without having mastered it? Bulma's hand reached towards the energy gun in Xiren's grasp. Xiren turned to meet her gaze. "Do you want it?" he inquired. "Yes," she replied. On Bulma's delicate hands lingered traces of sweet treats, which caught the attention of Xiren. "This is perilous," he cautioned. "I cannot allow you to have it." Yet Bulma did not relent, explaining, "I possess a wave gun as well, and I wish to compare them to ascertain which is superior." After a brief pause, she added, I crafted it myself. It was a gift I made for myself on my first birthday. Xiren chuckled, confident in the prowess of his home planet's technology, pondering how it could possibly be outmatched by a mere Earth girl who had invented something at such a tender age. Suddenly enlightened, he widened his eyes and inquired, "You conducted research and invented things when you were just 1 year old? Is that difficult?" Bulma, however, was somewhat oblivious to the average person's capabilities. Xiren fell silent for a moment, but remained steadfast, suggesting, "I can compare it with your gun, but it would be safer if I held it." Bulma, unperturbed, joyfully leaped off the table to retrieve her wave gun, unaware of its whereabouts since returning from South City, having misplaced the capsule in some corner of her room. Since there was no need to learn energy manipulation to fly, Wang Chao temporarily set aside his dilemma and ventured, "So can I learn?" Xiren replied with a hint of exasperation, "Even if you wish to learn, I am at a loss as to how to instruct you. In our enforcement team, the ability to fly or unleash energy waves is not a requisite quality. If one desires to fly or attack with energy, there are suitable devices to assist. There is no need to force oneself to learn without the corresponding abilities. We usually only concern ourselves with the combat capabilities of our members," he continued. "Surely there must be a way to awaken such instincts?" Xiren shook his head. "I am not well versed in that. Generally speaking, it is preferable for such abilities to manifest naturally. Forcing an awakening is unnecessary. However, if you do not grasp energy manipulation, won't your combat capabilities become limited?" Wang Chao queried. "I am uncertain. After rigorous training and life and death battles, there will always be significant progress," Xiren replied. Wang Chao silently scoffed, reflecting that those unable to progress would either not be chosen for their team or perish during missions. He felt increasingly incredulous about the growth trajectory of these extraterrestrials. It seemed that in the Dragon Ball universe, most aliens derive their strength from ancestral blessings, relying on natural physical development while instinctively awakening techniques related to energy manipulation, such as flight or energy wave attacks. This seemed rather unreliable, as it suggested destiny was dictated by birth. Yet perhaps it was precisely this reason that the Saiyans, who grow stronger through combat and experience a substantial surge in energy after near-death encounters, were heralded as a warrior race. After all, the growth potential of other races appeared quite limited, while only the Saiyans shamelessly embraced their ability to become stronger. In contrast, one could argue that Earthlings might also be regarded as a race of divine warriors. Wang Chao pondered, "The rear end dictates the mind, naturally." He was more inclined to embellish the reputation of his own race. Perhaps nestled within this line of thought was the notion that if we, Earthlings, are indeed remarkable, then I too must possess a certain brilliance. Ultimately, Wang Chao concluded, "However, even if I cannot acquire the essence of combat here in Xiren, the opportunity to learn battle techniques and gain experience is already a stroke of good fortune. After merely a day of grueling training, I am filled with confidence, feeling significantly stronger than I was just a day prior. Yet, this enhancement is not a mere increase in physical combat prowess, but rather an elevation in my fighting skills." Before long, Bulma returned with her energy blaster in hand. Xiren guided her to a vacant area. Indeed, her home had a plethora of open spaces and gardens. Wang Chao followed behind, privately pondering, "Thank goodness it is Bulma, a genius. If a child of average intellect were to grow up in such a labyrinthine abode, they might easily get lost after just a few steps." Observing the back of the purple-haired girl with braids ahead of him, he shamelessly speculated, "I've heard she has a sister who ran away. Could it be that she found the maze-like house unbearable?" Boom, boom. The sudden roar of explosions nearby, accompanied by fleeting flashes of light, jolted Wang Chao from his idle musings. He beheld Bulma and Xiren standing before a distant, deep crater still emitting wisps of smoke. "It seems you are quite formidable," Bulma remarked as she stowed her energy blaster, suggesting future improvements. Xiren, rendered speechless, stiffly turned her neck to gaze down at Wang Chao, silently questioning him with her lips. "Is she truly an Earthling?" "No, she is a Saiyan princess," Wang Chao replied, speechless, nodding in affirmation. "Once we finish digesting, we shall continue our training. After all, this is an open area," he indicated for Xiren to put away her gun. "Your time on Earth is limited. I must make the most of it." Xiren was indifferent to this, merely asking Bulma, "When will gold arrive?" In her tone, she no longer regarded Bulma as a little girl, but rather as an intellectually mature equal, much like Wang Chao himself. "I'm not sure," Bulma replied, noticing the impending clash between the two and swiftly retreating to the side with her energy blaster. "Perhaps he will arrive by this evening. Then we mustn't squander any time," Wang Chao exclaimed. Indeed, he agreed as he and Xiren engaged once more in combat. Of course, Xiren was holding back her strength, carefully offering openings for Wang Chao to exploit. Moreover, due to their stark differences in physique, their movements were rather discordant. Fortunately, Xiren's wealth of combat experience and Wang Chao's impressive agility provided some balance. Bulma observed the duel for a while, stroking her chin as inspiration struck her. As dusk fell, under the blood-red setting sun, the two figures, one large and one small, continued their relentless sparring on the grass, producing deep, resounding thuds with each strike. The diminutive figure was evidently exhausted. Each punch required considerable effort to muster, and the strikes had considerably slowed compared to the beginning. Even when he exerted every ounce of strength to leap, he could no longer reach the towering Xiren's head, necessitating that Xiren either crouch or kneel to engage fluidly in their sparring. Xiren, however, showed no signs of fatigue. Observing the earthling boy before him, who appeared close to collapse, yet continued to throw punches, Xiren began to admire the boy's indomitable spirit. It was entirely inconceivable that he possessed such resilience. Xiren mused, casually deflecting Wang Chao's kick. The boy's leg felt like a slightly thicker, searing iron rod in his grasp, while the force had diminished significantly. The intensity of his resolve had multiplied several times over. His fighting spirit was undeniably being honed. Wang Chao's body had grown weak, his once fiery eyes dimming. Yet he gritted his teeth and launched a punch, internally lamenting, "Does this guy not know how to call it quits? How embarrassing would it be for me to concede first?" A buzzing sound resonated above their heads, prompting them to look up and see a drone approaching, which soon landed on the grass nearby. "Ah, your gold has arrived." Dr. Brief appeared nearby, as always with a cigarette in hand. "It seems you will be heading home shortly." The drone's hatch opened, revealing a dazzling pile of gold. Wang Chao, in his 2 lifetimes, had never encountered such a bounty of gold. Xiren's expression, however, remained largely unchanged. Wang Chao speculated that Xiren's reaction to gold was akin to his own response to a large supply of gasoline, with the prospect of returning home so tantalizingly close. Xiren expressed his gratitude to Dr. Brief once more. "There's no need to be so polite," Dr. Brief replied with a smile, taking a puff of his cigarette. "But I really must ask, could you let me see the flying apparatus you use? I am quite curious about how you convert gold into fuel." Just as Xiren was about to politely decline again, Dr. Brief continued, "Inspired by your technique, I have conceived 5 or 6 methods for converting gold into fuel. I wonder which of these your technology employs. Could you allow me to compare?" The scientist's curiosity was palpable. Wang Chao had little to say in response. Gulp. Xiren, however, was sweating profusely and swallowed hard. The mere thought that gold could be utilized as fuel, prompting him to devise conversion methods? 5 or 6, at that? He was now genuinely contemplating the possibility that Dr. Brief and his daughter were not of Earth. At that moment, a girl named Bulma approached from behind Dr. Brief, holding a watch larger than her fist, her face alight with excitement. "Here you go," she said, walking to Xiren's feet and raising the watch. Looking up at him with her head nearly parallel to the ground, Wang Chao wiped his brow, finding the watch oddly familiar. Xiren crouched down to take the watch and inquired, "What is this?" Bulma innocently replied, "I noticed that the two of you are of vastly different sizes, making it difficult to spar, so I invented this. Once you wear it, you'll understand." A spark of realization flickered in Wang Chao's mind. As Xiaolin bid farewell over the course of 2 days, he did not perceive the petite girl as a threat to himself, and conveniently donned the watch. Upon pressing the button, Bulma, on her tiptoes, demonstrated to Xiaolin how to operate it. When Xiaolin pressed one of the buttons on the watch, a sudden flash occurred. His expression turned to one of astonishment as he inexplicably shrank in size, transforming from a towering figure of over 2 meters to a diminutive stature comparable to Wang Chao's. The shift in perspective momentarily bewildered Xiaolin, making the little girl appear larger. Wang Chao approached with a cheerful demeanor, playfully kicking at him. It was only when Xiaolin instinctively reached out to catch Wang Chao's foot that he realized what had transpired. "Have I shrunk?" he gasped, gazing at himself in astonishment as he looked up and down. Wang Chao's kick, however, lacked any force. As he was already exhausted, Xiaolin relinquished his grip, allowing Wang Chao to withdraw. "Isn't this the very watch that made Master Roshi get sucked into a vacuum cleaner?" Wang Chao thought to himself as he fell awkwardly to the ground, using his hands for support, pondering Bulma's extraordinary intellect. She is truly remarkable. Even at such a tender age of under 3, will the next 11 or 12 years be spent in frivolous pursuits? What an impressive invention. Dr. Brief praised his daughter, recognizing that this would enable fairer combat. Bulma beamed with delight. Xiaolin rose to stretch his limbs, feeling no change in strength, merely a reduction in size. Doubt once again crept into his mind regarding Bulma's origins. Under Bulma's guidance, Xiaolin repeatedly tested the watch's size-altering capabilities, and his skepticism grew. "I have heard that in ancient times, this region was frequented by many extraterrestrial beings. Numerous alien races had once lingered nearby, Xiolin stated earnestly to Dr. Brief and his daughter. Perhaps your family possesses genes from other planets. Dr. Brief appeared indifferent, while Bulma, more fascinated by mechanics, showed no interest in biological origins. Wait, Xiolin is leaving by tomorrow at the latest, Wang Chao remarked, glancing at the darkening sky. Bulma, your invention is remarkable. But he may not have much time to use it. Bulma blinked. Is that so? Yet, she did not display disappointment. She relished the process of inventing and appreciated the practical applications of her creations. Whether they were utilized in reality held little significance for her. However, Xiolin felt a twinge of regret and, after some hesitation, declared, then I shall remain for an additional 2 or 3 days. In our final days, I will utilize this watch to engage in combat with you on equal terms. How much you learn from this will depend on your own efforts. Exhausted, Wang Chao lay back on the grass, yet his expression remained resolute as he replied, At that moment, Dr. Brief's wife approached, inviting the 4 of them to dinner. Wang Chao felt quite guilty. His primary intention was merely to benefit from the martial arts teachings of Xiren. Yet, he had now overstayed his welcome at Bulma's home. Indulging in the sumptuous meals prepared thrice daily, along with delightful afternoon snacks, all while enjoying the utmost comfort of the residence. It was no wonder that Vegeta lingered, for this abode was replete with every conceivable luxury. Nevertheless, guilt aside, one must eat and find shelter. That night, Wang Chao shared a room with Xiren. Of course, there were ample vacant rooms in Bulma's house, sufficient to constitute a 5-star hotel. However, Wang Chao deemed time too precious to waste, even seizing the opportunity for late-night discussions, insisting that Xiren refrain from reverting to his earthling form. Before retiring for the night, they exchanged insights, with Xiren sharing a wealth of knowledge, while Wang Chao contributed merely his experiences regarding his keen perception and the latent energy within the human body. Xiren sat by the window, the silvery moonlight streaming through the expansive glass, draping him in a gossamer veil. He pondered Wang Chao's explanations about energy, finding them somewhat elusive, as if a vital connection was missing in his understanding. Perhaps it was due to Wang Chao's own limited comprehension, or akin to a foreigner on Earth struggling to grasp the nuances of Chinese culture unless they were native. Despite Wang Chao's belief that he had articulated the concept of energy with clarity, Xiren found it challenging to comprehend such an abstract existence. Wang Chao sighed inwardly, likening his experience to attempting to introduce a foreigner to the intricacies of a fantasy novel. Indeed, Vegeta was a prodigious talent. Frieza considered himself quite clever. Yet after such prolonged encounters with Goku, he still failed to grasp the essence of energy. It truly depended on the individual. Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Chao. Frieza, despite his ignorance of energy, had attained his golden form. Was he being overly conceited? Perhaps understanding energy was not a prerequisite for becoming powerful. As a practitioner of energy on Earth, he felt a burgeoning arrogance within himself, which he recognized as dangerous. Lying on the spacious bed, Wang Chao activated his keen perception, the moonlight reflecting off his golden eyes. Xiren, seated by the window, cast a glance at him, sensing that this individual was incessantly pushing himself, striving for improvement as if pursued by some unseen force. How peculiar. Time passed, and in the dim room, Wang Chao's golden eyes gently closed, and he fell into a serene slumber. Xiren, however, remained awake. His home planet's rotation differed from Earth's, resulting in a natural divergence in his circadian rhythms. And at this moment, he felt no fatigue. Gazing quietly at the luminous moon outside, an entire night slipped away unnoticed. At precisely 4:55 in the morning, Wang Chao opened his eyes, a glimmer of gold flashing beneath his gaze, instantly awakening him with remarkable clarity. He sprang to his feet. Your recovery speed is impressive, Xiren exclaimed, having leapt down from the windowsill. After merely indulging in a warm bath and a night's rest, Wang Chao's previous weariness had vanished without a trace. He had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences, attributing them to the wonders of the Dragon Ball world, or perhaps to the peculiarities of his transmigration. On the 3rd day at Bulma's residence, the sounds of physical collisions resonated from the expansive grassy backyard. Bulma, seated in her mechanical cart, meandered about, occasionally passing near the 2 children engaged in their playful skirmish. Donning the transformation watch invented by Bulma, Xiren would assume a physique akin to Wang Chao's during their sparring sessions. At first glance, they appeared to be mere 10-year-old children brawling. However, the martial prowess exhibited by these 2 youngsters was sufficient to lay most ordinary citizens of West City flat on the ground. What are you looking at? Xiren exclaimed, delivering a punch to Wang Chao's eye. With fists this large, how could you not see? Wang Chao covered his eye, retreating in pain, gritting his teeth to suppress a cry. Bulma halted her cart, squatting on the grass to pat it, pondering as she pinched the wheel and stroked her chin. That evening, Zyron had already loaded all the gold gifted by Dr. Brief into the core of his flying vehicle. The empty capsule used for the vehicle was returned to the pocket of Choppa after he transformed back into a human form. As an enforcer, he would never misappropriate another's possessions. Wang Chao once again soaked in a warm bath, feeling sore and fatigued, then lay on his bed, reflecting on and summarizing the day's lessons before gradually drifting into slumber. On the third day, Zyron reminded Wang Chao, "This is my last day on Earth." Wang Chao offered no response, merely returning a playful punch. "Excellent. Your striking technique has improved significantly since the first day," Zyron chuckled, evading Wang Chao's fist with ease. Though he acknowledged there was still room for further improvement. Their sparring sessions alternated between bouts of combat and verbal exchanges, typically with Wang Chao posing questions and Zyron providing answers, until noon arrived. During lunch, Wang Chao suddenly inquired, "By the way, how many days off did you take?" Zyron paused mid-bite, somewhat perplexed, glancing at Dr. Brief, who was sipping tea at the table. "Rest assured," Dr. Brief replied leisurely. "I've already informed my company to coordinate with the Slob City Police Department regarding your days off." Wang Chao and Zyron exchanged glances before resuming their voracious eating. Bulma, having skipped dessert, was engaged in a hushed discussion with her father, occasionally gesturing animatedly with her petite, pale arms. While Wang Chao focused on his meal, he could faintly overhear terms like anti-gravity and mass production being discussed, sensing that they were somehow related to matters he held in high regard. After finishing their meal, Wang Chao and Zyron continued their sparring practice. Dr. Brief and Bulma observed for 3 minutes before leaving together. Bulma drove the small vehicle while Dr. Brief strolled beside her, a cigarette dangling from his lips, engaging in a lively conversation akin to a distinguished professor guiding a youthful protege. Suddenly, with a thud, Wang Chao was sent flying, landing in a nearby stream. After enduring the final punch of the day, it was time to bid farewell. As he emerged from the water, the figure of Zyron had vanished. Soaked to the bone, he stood in the stream for a moment, only to be startled by a faint buzzing sound nearby. Turning his head, he glimpsed Zyron's flying craft taking off from the yard, its outline becoming increasingly indistinct as dusk descended. Wang Chao activated his keen vision, barely catching a glimpse of Zyron's silhouette, giving him a thumbs up, before the aircraft soared away, leaving behind a fading impression in Wang Chao's sight. "Will you not even stay for dinner?" Dr. Brief meandered over, watching Zyron's departure, pondering that he ought to have taken some earthly delicacies with him. Wang Chao stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, before suddenly exclaiming, "Wait. If he leaves like this, who will take me back to Slob City?" Meanwhile, in the grass of the yard, Officer Chaba groggily awoke, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Rubbing his head, he muttered in frustration, "Where am I?" Chaba, with a muddled mind, wandered through Bulma's expansive garden, pondering, "Is this a park? It's enormous." The small-town officer from Slob City struggled to recall that he had received a notification regarding an unidentified object that had fallen on the outskirts of Slob City. He had accompanied his superior and colleagues to investigate, but after that, his memory was a blank slate, leaving him utterly confused about his current location. Furthermore, why had night fallen so quickly? After walking for several minutes, he gradually began to hear voices. A surge of hope filled him as he jogged towards the sound. And through the dim night, he could just make out a man in a white lab coat conversing with a young boy by the stream in the park. Why return? Isn't it the same to depart from here? Dr. Brief exhaled a puff of smoke. Wang Chao furrowed his brow, shaking his head vigorously, insisting, "It is not the same." Not at all. He contemplated his compulsive tendencies, wondering if they could ever be remedied. In truth, Wang Chao recognized that it was unnecessary to return to Slob City. The journey from West City to Bowsy Mountain might not be any shorter than from Slob City to Bowsy Mountain. Even if he decided to set off from West City, it would not be considered a shortcut or laziness. Yet, he was troubled by the fact that he had initially planned to brush up on his novice skills with Zyron before returning to Slob City and then proceeding. This felt akin to completing a side quest and then reverting to a previous save. However, Zyron's unexpected disruption of his plans stirred his compulsions, causing an unsettling sensation within him, akin to a cat's claw scratching at his insides, compelling him to return to Slob City without fail. Wang Chao, filled with irritation, exclaimed, "That Xiaolon is so capricious, leaving on a whim. He brought me here. He must take me back." After hesitating for a considerable time, Chaba, who had been observing nearby, finally spoke up, "May I ask, which park is this? And could you tell me the time? Have you seen any police officers like me around?" Wang Chao and Dr. Brief turned to look. They both thought simultaneously, almost forgetting about him. In the next moment, they exchanged a glance, realizing that Xiaolon had also neglected the fact that Chaba needed to be returned. How absurd. They both pondered. Excuse me? Chaba inquired, noticing the silence from the two. Suddenly, Wang Chao noticed a deep, circular shadow beneath Chaba's feet, and in the dim light of night, he nearly overlooked it. Had it not been for his keen vision, Dr. Brief, with his hands in his pockets and a cigarette in his mouth, looked up at the hovering craft directly above Chaba's head. Apologies, I forgot about him, Xiaolon remarked as he landed on the craft's exterior. Greetings. Chaba, perplexed, looked at them with confusion, wondering if Wang Chao and Dr. Brief had heard him speak, as they appeared to be acting as if he had already perished. Startled, Chaba touched his palm and pinched his cheek, fearing he might actually be a ghost. Above, Xiaolon gently leaped from the craft, descending towards Chaba. Despite his large stature, he floated down like a feather, ultimately merging with Chaba in a surreal manner. Fusion technique? Body merging? Or perhaps something akin to Ultraman Dyna? Witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time, Wang Chao instinctively recalled two legendary techniques from the Dragon Ball universe. Indeed, he had never inquired about the principle behind Xiaolon's possession of Chaba. However, he soon reconsidered. Such matters were likely confidential, and prying into them might not be appropriate. Very well, he thought, he would save his questions for another opportunity. After all, in Wang Chao's view, while the fusion technique was impressive, it wasn't particularly suited for a novice like him at this stage. Suppressing his curiosity, Dr. Brief spoke up instead. Oh, is this also part of your technology? Now fully embodying Xiaolon's essence, Chaba nodded. I suppose so. Noticing Chaba's reluctance to elaborate, Dr. Brief ceased his inquiries, and Wang Chao, not wishing to press further, remained silent. In recent days, he had learned a great deal about combat techniques from Xiaolon, though it was all a crash course, relying on intense training. How much he would ultimately absorb remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Wang Chao felt quite satisfied with his progress and held a deep appreciation for Xiaolon. As the night deepened, Xiaolon hurried to return to his home planet, eager to reach Slob City and return Chaba's body. Wang Chao quickly expressed that he too was headed in the same direction and requested Xiaolon to take him along. Isn't it the same? Xiran was aware of Wang Chao's journey on foot to Baozi Mountain, yet he failed to comprehend why Wang Chao insisted on returning to Sherlock City, especially since he was unfamiliar with the paths on both sides. Mind your own business, will you? Wang Chao retorted, his expression a mixture of embarrassment and frustration. What initially seemed like a trivial matter began to take on the air of an unavoidable obligation, and the more it appeared so, the more entangled Wang Chao became, driving him to hasten the conclusion of this peculiar affair. Bulma was busy modifying her little vehicle, her fair cheeks smudged with grease, and she took a moment to comment. Your old friend and your husband are even stranger. Wang Chao shot her a death glare, but alas, Bulma was already engrossed in a myriad of mechanical parts, thoroughly enjoying herself. Under the night sky, Dr. Brief and his wife watched as the flying craft sped toward Sherlock City, leaving a trail of white in the starlit expanse. Bulma, did you manage to grasp the principles behind the anti-gravity device on the craft? Dr. Brief inquired, noticing his daughter diligently modifying the miniature vehicle on the grass nearby. After observing for a while, he was inspired and mused. If applied to transportation, it wouldn't be too difficult after all. Without lifting her head, Bulma suddenly paused and chirped, Daddy, this should be quite profitable, right? Dr. Brief chuckled. Indeed, perhaps the returns would rival that of the transformation capsules. All thanks to you. Bulma, the little girl with purple pigtails, sat on the ground, delighting in her success for a moment before asking, Daddy, how much has sister earned from writing light novels? It seems she has been relying on her job to self-publish. Dr. Brief shook his head. Your sister's account has been regularly funded by your mother for living expenses. I'm not quite sure about the details. Still a child, Bulma's thoughts were quite whimsical, and the conversation took another turn as she mused. Sister doesn't even know where she is now. Just as Dr. Brief assumed Bulma was beginning to grasp the notion of melancholy, he observed her engrossed once more in her work on the little vehicle, her expression devoid of any sorrow. Dr. Brief smiled, realizing that it was indeed unwise to project adult reasoning onto a child's heart. Meanwhile, in just a matter of minutes, the flying craft had arrived above Sherlock City. The acceleration to start and stop is so swift, I didn't feel a thing. Such remarkable technology. Wang Chao marveled, experiencing this extraordinary spacecraft for the first time. Xiran piloted the craft quietly to the outskirts of the city, and in the thick darkness of the night, it felt as though a ghost had descended to the ground. Before Wang Chao, Xiran appeared to detach himself from Chaba's body like a specter. The towering figure of over 2 meters stood before Wang Chao, creating a sense of elevation. Chaba lay momentarily unconscious beside them, with the spacecraft behind, its hatch open, As Wang Chao patiently awaited his farewell, Xiaolon pondered for a moment, then pressed a button on the right side of his chest plate. With a swift motion, a continuously spinning sphere shot out. Yet unlike the adept catch he had previously exhibited before Wang Chao, he forgot himself, allowing the object to plummet to the ground with a thud. Oh dear. I accidentally pressed it. Where did it fall? Xiaolon feigned surprise, his eyes swiftly scanning the darkened ground of the cavern. Oh well. It's too dim to find it now. I suppose I must report it as lost equipment. Amidst Wang Chao's incredulous expression, Xiaolon winked, smirked, and gracefully returned to the pilot's seat of the aircraft. Wang Chao chuckled, giving a thumbs up to the silently ascending vessel. Once Xiaolon departed, Wang Chao activated his keen vision, crouched down, and after a brief search, finally located the item that Xiaolon had inadvertently dropped. It was a spherical object, the size of a pine cone, which Wang Chao had previously witnessed Xiaolon utilize. He grasped the sphere firmly, and unexpectedly, it emitted a sharp gleam. Extending nearly a meter in length, a size that was somewhat unwieldy for Wang Chao's current stature. A sword orb, Wang Chao exclaimed with a smile. If I possessed telekinetic powers, perhaps I could wield this like a flying sword? This is getting increasingly absurd. If I recall correctly, that anti-gravity hovercraft technology was derived from Dr. Brief in Galaxy Patrol GAC. Now, it has become part of Xiaolon's spacecraft. In the skies above Namek, a tall young man stood proudly, his voice resonating like thunder, filled with fury. His features remained indistinct, save for a pair of golden eyes that seemed eternal. With a flash of his golden gaze, a sword orb, the size of a pine cone, materialized before him, and under the pressure of an unseen telekinetic force, it transformed into a sharp long blade, floating in the air before the golden-eyed youth, its tip pointing menacingly at the hovering figure opposite them. Frisia's expression darkened, his clenched teeth audible as he shouted something incomprehensible. The golden-eyed youth commanded the floating blade with his gaze, murmuring, "Strike. Behold the treasure." The suspended long knife surged forward as if it were alive, piercing through several meters of space, manifesting as a streak of golden light that emerged from the heart of the cosmic emperor, leaving behind a small, blood-dripping hole. What am I imagining? Outside the city of Slob, amid the night, Wang Chao shivered at the absurdity of the scene he envisioned. Is my sense of humor really this twisted? He mused, amused. Yet, this sense of dissonance and dark humor seemed to be a solitary experience within this world, leaving him with a twinge of loneliness. Wang Chao gripped the hilt of the long knife. Its material felt as though it melded perfectly with his skin. Even someone like Wang Chao, who had never wielded a sword before, found the blade remarkably comfortable in his grasp. If only the blade were a tad shorter, it would perfectly suit his 10-year-old stature. With swift motions, he swung the elongated blade, reminiscent of a katana, through the night sky, feeling the air parting around it with an exquisite smoothness, devoid of any resistance. What a splendid weapon, truly worthy of being imported. Satisfied, Wang Chao sheathed the sword, gently caressing its surface. The extraterrestrial blade lacked the cold, unyielding texture of ordinary iron. Instead, it felt akin to a mirror. When he struck the ground with the flat of the blade, it sliced through as effortlessly as cutting tofu, the front half of the blade vanishing silently into the earth. After indulging in this for a while, as the night deepened, he activated his keen vision and barely discerned a small button on the hilt. Were the designers not concerned about accidental activation? Puzzled, Wang Chao pressed it, only to find that it was merely a decorative pattern, incapable of being pressed, and his finger's attempt yielded no change in the long sword. Just as Wang Chao was contemplating this, he suddenly heard someone call out to him from behind. Surely, it was that unfortunate Earthling police officer, Chaba, he thought. Turning around, he confirmed his suspicion. Yet, to Chaba, the figure that turned at the sound of his voice revealed a pair of gleaming golden eyes amid the hazy night. Resembling the fiery gaze of a wolf or a demon, fixated intently upon him, like two ghostly flames igniting in the darkness. Startled, Chaba's scalp prickled, and he shouted, "Ah!" Reaching for his holster, he found it empty. He had left his firearm at the police station while on leave to the West City. Wang Chao rolled his eyes. "What are you screaming for? In this desolate wilderness, even if you scream your lungs out." He raised the long sword, pointing it toward Chaba's chest, and delivered a line rich with sarcasm. "Nobody is coming to save you." Delighted with himself, he nodded in satisfaction, reveling in his own amusement for a moment before resting the sword upon his shoulder. After training with Xiren, he felt a surge of confidence. Perhaps if he encountered Xiaopa Wang again, he could hold his own for a few exchanges, and with a bit more effort, maybe even turn the tide in his favor. Lost in his thoughts, he chuckled, fully aware that such notions were far-fetched, yet he appreciated his own optimistic humor, tinged with a touch of absurdity that outsiders from the Dragon Ball world would not comprehend. At that moment, the sword resting on his shoulder shifted. And suddenly he felt a warmth, the blade grazing his shoulder and leaving a shallow cut. Hiss. Wang Chao silently lowered the sword. The unfortunate little policeman squinted, trying to discern the form of the golden-eyed creature before him. Standing barely over 1 meter tall, amidst the silent, desolate expanse, he stared with his dark golden eyes, occasionally emitting muffled chuckles and a sharp intake of breath that added an eerie, otherworldly ambience. Chaba genuinely believed he had stumbled upon some kind of mischievous spirit or demon. For such supernatural occurrences were not uncommon on Dragon Ball Earth. With pale lips, he stammered, "Where am I? I recall that I was just at a park somewhere." Wang Chao clutched his shoulder, relieved that he had not severed his arm. Otherwise, he would have had to part with his precious half of a fairy bean, which would have been a tremendous loss. He noticed that the police officer in front of him appeared genuinely frightened, and he felt somewhat exasperated. Reluctantly, he approached. Chaba, trembling with fear, retreated repeatedly, prompting Wang Chao to grumble, "Move again, and I shall chop you up." As the blade glimmered in the faint moonlight, it struck Chaba with terror, creating a chilling atmosphere far surpassing any horror film he had ever watched, nearly inducing a myocardial infarction. "Look closely. I am merely a child," Wang Chao declared as he drew nearer, lifting his gaze. Chaba craned his neck and finally discerned Wang Chao's appearance, a typical boy of around 11 or 12 years. However, the boy wielded a long knife nearly as tall as he was, which seemed rather peculiar. Chaba felt a significant part of his anxiety dissipate and chuckled awkwardly, saying, "It's just that your eyes are too terrifying. Where is this place? How did I end up here?" "This is the outskirts of Slob City. As for how you got here, my good sir, how should I know?" Wang Chao had no desire to clean up Xiolin's mess. Regardless, Chaba's deception was evident. Even if he returned and found discrepancies between his memories and reality, it was no concern of Wang Chao's. Seeing that the golden-eyed boy bore no ill intentions, Chaba asked in frustration, "Then why did you scare me with your knife earlier? Did you not think your earlier reaction was rather excessive and in need of a fright?" "I don't think so," Chaba retorted, baring his teeth, surveying his surroundings. He confirmed it indeed resembled the outskirts of Slob City. Noticing that the golden-eyed boy was somewhat indifferent to him, Chaba lowered his gaze to the path and soon located the main road leading to the city, recognizing that he was on the southern outskirts of Slob City. If he followed this road northward, he would reach the city in just a few kilometers. Gazing northward, he spotted a faint glow of lights in the distance, signaling the onset of urban nightlife. With his heart settling, Chaba pondered for a moment before returning to seek out the golden-eyed boy. Under the dim starlight and moonlight, visibility was poor, and he initially assumed Wang Chao had departed. When a cylindrical object pressed against his abdomen, Chaba halted, looking down to find Wang Chao right before him. "What is up with your eyes?" he inquired, realizing that Wang Chao had extinguished his fiery golden gaze. The darkness concealed him, rendering Chaba unaware of Wang Chao's presence. "Mind your own business," Wang Chao replied, finding it cumbersome to explain his eyes to a stranger and opting to dismiss the question. He pinched the blade's tip, which trembled slightly. Merely holding it upright required more effort than Wang Chao had anticipated. After 10 seconds, half of his body's muscles were taut and aching, prompting him to silently curse. "Damn, this posture is exhausting. I nearly made a fool of myself." Quickly, he relaxed his grip, allowing the knife's hilt to fall against Chaba's abdomen. Lifting the blade's tip upward, Wang Chao grasped the hilt, sensing something within himself, and with a firm grip, the long knife vanished with a swift motion. In his palm, only a sword capsule the size of a pine cone remained. The marvels of extraterrestrial technology. Wang Chao pondered as he tucked the capsule into his pocket. Could it be that it relies on intelligent pressure sensors for its deployment and retraction? Perhaps there are also specific gestures required for wielding the blade? Such thoughts would require further contemplation, although Chaba found the demeanor of the young man before him somewhat lacking. As a police officer, he felt compelled to take the initiative. Upon learning that Wang Chao was also heading to Slob City, Chaba offered to accompany him, reasoning that it would not be safe for a child to traverse the outskirts of the city alone at night. Wang Chao agreed, sharing Chaba's sentiments. He feared that without the protection of the gentle officer, who had lost his companion Xiren, the frail policeman might easily fall prey to a wild wolf. The two traversed the darkened road for over an hour, yet they encountered no wild beasts. Chaba, filled with trepidation, only felt relief as they neared the soft glow of Slob City's lights. He exhaled deeply, turning to glance back, only to find that Wang Chao had already waved goodbye, striding away without a backward glance, illuminated by the neon lights. Confounded, Chaba could only mutter to himself, "What a peculiar child," before hastening back to the police station. Meanwhile, Wang Chao walked alone through the streets of Slob City under the night sky. He felt the crisp bills in his pocket and contemplated the necessities he needed to procure before his departure: provisions, a compass, and additional maps. In the southern district of Sherlob City, the night market bustled with energy. This setting was familiar to Wang Chao, reminiscent of the lively alleys that came alive in the evenings of his previous life. Additionally, during his time in the southern capital, he often frequented similar night markets while engaging in part-time work as a restaurant server to pass the time. Thus, he navigated the area with ease. However, the night market of Dragon Ball Earth was populated by various anthropomorphic beings, an odd sight indeed. Standing on the street, Wang Chao felt a profound sense of displacement, as if he were a wanderer in a foreign land. The money he possessed was modest, the earnings from selling the bear shared between a middle-aged man and his nephew, which limited him to shopping at the night market. How much for the smoked meat? I'll take an outfit. This compass must be pointing west, right? I'll take this military canteen. Wang Chao strolled from the entrance of the night market to its exit, and by the end of his journey, he had transformed considerably. He now bore a moderately sized backpack that did not hinder his movement, and a robust belt cinched around his waist, which, due to his physique, wrapped around once, with the end tucked securely in front. On either side of his hips and at the back of his waist, he had attached pockets with sturdy buckles. Wang Chao placed the compass, folding dagger, mini flashlight, and several batteries in the right waist pouch. In the larger pocket at the back, he stored a 10-meter-long rope with a hook, along with a military water bottle secured to his belt to prevent it from swinging inconveniently as he walked. Additionally, he tucked several bundles of medical bandages, a few tubes of vitamin pills bought haphazardly, a sword pellet, and half a magic bean into the left waist pouch, carefully stashing the half bean in a small inner pocket and sealing it with tape to ensure it wouldn't accidentally fall out. This crucial life-saving elixir, even in its halved form, was something Wang Chao intended to cherish until he could retrieve the beans from Galinta. His backpack was filled with provisions capable of long-term storage. Upon leaving the night market, Wang Chao, fully equipped, stood on his toes and performed a few simple movements. Discovering that the items on his person did not impede his agility, he nodded in satisfaction. Alas, he lamented his financial constraints, wishing he could procure finer goods. However, having spent considerable time in the Dragon Ball Earth, he recognized that this world was not as harsh as the one he had previously known. For instance, certain pragmatic concerns that were paramount on Earth were utterly irrelevant here. He had traversed the bay and ventured through dense jungles alone. In his former life, both the unpredictable nature of the ocean and the perils of the primordial forest, infested with mosquitoes and toxins, were formidable challenges. Yet, in the Dragon Ball world, the seas seemed temperate, and the forests appeared to be a subdued version of their wild counterparts, devoid of many nuisances. As long as he did not fall prey to ferocious beasts or succumb to hunger and thirst, he would likely endure without succumbing to obscure microbes or suffering from minor injuries that could lead to infection before he even exited the forest. Wang Chao believed this was indicative of a differing worldview. The physical laws and common knowledge of his former life could not be wholly applied to this fantastical realm of Dragon Ball. Otherwise, how could he feel so rejuvenated the morning after exhausting himself the night before? While some of this vitality could be attributed to changes in his constitution due to his transmigration, it was also influenced by the unique environment of the Dragon Ball world. To illustrate this disparity in world building, Wang Chao would undoubtedly point to the apparent stylistic similarities. Indeed, despite being certain that he resided in a genuine material world, the inhabitants of Dragon Ball Earth he encountered over the past 5 months bore striking resemblances to the artistic style of Dragon Ball from his previous life. Walking down the street, he felt as though he were immersed in a 100% realistic 3D animated film of Dragon Ball. Without such stylistic remnants, he would not have recognized Dr. Brief at a glance during his time at the Super Ability School in South City. Having lived for over 5 months in this new world, Wang Chao had grown accustomed to its aesthetic. Occasionally, when reminiscing about his past, he found the artistic style of Earth's inhabitants to be rather peculiar. As Wang Chao delves deeper into his thoughts, he cannot help but be plagued by a myriad of questions, the most pivotal and unutterable being the connection between the present world and that beloved national comic from his past life. Yet, to unravel this perplexity is, without a doubt, beyond the capabilities of his current self, a mere novice in battle. Thus, Wang Chao resolves to refrain from unnecessary worry, focusing instead on the essential acts of eating and drinking. He is convinced that individuals are preoccupied with matters appropriate to their station. A common person cannot concern themselves with the fate of this minuscule planet after billions of years when the sun eventually extinguishes. So why should he, a once insignificant figure in his previous life and now a mere novice, ponder the veracity of 2 worlds or the age-old conundrum of which came first, the chicken or the egg? should he find himself in a position where answering such inquiries becomes essential for his existence. He would have undoubtedly acquired the capability to confront these questions head-on. For now, his singular focus must be on making his way to Baozi Mountain, step by step. Wang Chao adjusted his backpack and strode purposefully northward along the main thoroughfare of the city under the cover of night. Behind him, from the bustling night market, emerged two figures, a large and a small one. The shorter individual donned a wide-brimmed cowboy hat and a knee-length trench coat, his youthful face surprisingly harsh. The taller one, resembling a small mountain, was impeccably attired in a black student uniform, complete with a white shirt, black jacket, shorts, and polished black shoes, even carrying a gleaming backpack. His slicked back hair and the hardened visage of a middle-aged rogue created a strikingly incongruous image. Even more so than Wang Chao's previous fanciful imaginings of confronting Frisia with a flying sword. Clearly, the smaller figure was the leader, while the imposing man in uniform merely played the role of a lackey. They watched Wang Chao as he receded into the distance beneath the streetlights. The smaller one remarked, "That kid looks strangely unfamiliar, and he seems to have quite a bit of pocket money for someone so young, purchasing this and that without a hint of hesitation. Humph, let us follow him." He pulled a capsule from the pocket of his trench coat, tossed it nonchalantly, and with a resounding pop, a modified car materialized before them. They hopped into the vehicle emblazoned with the Devil Kid's logo and set off in pursuit of Wang Chao. As Wang Chao continued northward, he passed a specialty store selling transformation capsules in the bustling commercial district. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he stepped inside. Upon entering, he felt as though he had crossed the threshold of an Apple store. The interior was dominated by a pristine white decor, designed with simplicity that belied its sophistication. Every detail suggested an atmosphere of exclusivity, and the prices were correspondingly elevated. Indeed, as he surveyed the array of capsules displayed within the glass cases, he could only shake his head at the string of zeros on the price tags. "All right, Wang Chao, just a look will suffice," he admonished himself. Gazing at the capsules, he was suddenly reminded of Dr. Brief and Bulma, and an idea struck him. He should have brought half of a Sinza for the doctor to analyze. It might yield some intriguing results. "Excuse me, can I assist you with anything?" A store clerk approached him, inquiring politely, "Do I not appear as someone who can afford to make a purchase? Are you suggesting I should leave?" Wang Chao gazed at him with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, he could not afford it, yet the prospect of experiencing it was tempting. He pointed towards a box of blank capsules displayed on the counter and inquired, "How does one use those capsules? May I have a try?" Previously, it seemed that Xiren had utilized the empty capsules from Chaba as a temporary storage for his flying device. To Wang Chao, this was akin to the function of a spatial storage pouch, and his curiosity was piqued regarding the mechanics behind it. The shop assistant did not refuse. Instead, he returned with a visibly used blank capsule and handed it to Wang Chao with a smile. "This is 8 years old. For first-time users, there's no need to discard it. Once activated, a suction switch device will appear in your hand. You merely need to." The shop assistant patiently explained the operation of the blank capsule to Wang Chao. This was his first encounter with such a capsule, and he was intrigued as he pressed it down. Following the assistant's instructions, he did not dispose of it as one would with a typical capsule. Rather, he held it in his hand. After a few seconds, a small puff of smoke erupted from the capsule, and Wang Chao felt it vanish from his grasp, replaced by an unfamiliar object, a square device adorned with a button. This object seemed familiar to him. He suddenly recalled that it resembled the switch used for retrieving items from ordinary capsules. This blank capsule has a capacity of 10. You simply need to attach the switch to any substance not exceeding that weight, and it can be stored as an item within the capsule, the assistant elaborated. Soon, another assistant proficiently handed Wang Chao a white metallic box, saying, "Why not give it a try?" Following the suggestion, Wang Chao pressed the switch against the outer surface of the white metallic box. With a click, the square switch detached from his finger and adhered firmly to the box. He observed as a small light illuminated around the switch, reminiscent of a wink. Simultaneously, a faint glow enveloped the entire white metallic box. After the light circled around the switch, it surged forth like a wave, cascading over the microfilm that wrapped the box, tracing its outline. As the luminous wave converged at the opposite wall of the box, it swiftly retreated, returning to the switch for a brief flicker before falling silent. In reality, the entire sequence, from the moment Wang Chao set down the switch to the flickering light, transpired in a mere second or two, remarkably swift. However, with his keen perception, he could discern some semblance of the process. He mused, genuinely perplexed. He was neither a genius nor an academic prodigy. He simply found it novel and could only comment dryly, "It's black technology." A mere poke of his finger at the switch, now firmly affixed to the metallic box, resulted in a click, causing the entire box to dissipate into a harmless cloud of smoke. If this were a comic, Wang Chao would be certain that within that plume of smoke, three-dimensional English onomatopoeia would be inscribed, dissipating to reveal an ordinary capsule. The clerk picked up the capsule and, with a professional smile, remarked, "That's it." To sever the connection and revert to the original blank capsule, he clicked the capsule, revealing a metallic box, then pointed out a small switch on the exterior to Wang Chao, indicating that a mere press would suffice to disengage it. The clerk pressed the button, and the switch detached from the metallic box with a distinctly technological sound. He pressed the detached switch once more, transforming it back into the original blank capsule. How much? Wang Chao could not resist asking, his curiosity piqued. He truly wished to purchase one. With this, he could buy more items, at the very least. He could carry several more pounds of compressed biscuits. Moreover, he could bring along some jars of salt, cooking oil, and seasonings that he previously deemed burdensome. The clerk maintained his professional smile and quoted a price. Wang Chao smiled in return, "Goodbye," then turned to leave, fearing that lingering any longer might lead him to commit a grave mistake and plunder the specialty store. Wang Chao stood on the street, gazing up at the moon. But alas, its light was dim, offering little to behold. After passing through the city center, he continued north along the main road. It was nearing 11 p.m., and after leaving the bustling area, the streets had noticeably thinned of people. However, Wang Chao felt neither fear nor loneliness on this desolate night. Rather, he reveled in the solitude and tranquility of his surroundings. During his time in the South City, he had similarly traversed the empty outskirts day after day, aimlessly running between two inns without purpose. Feeling an urge to quicken his pace, Wang Chao could not resist breaking into a light jog, humming a tune as he went. The sounds of his backpack and waist belt jingled rhythmically, and as he pivoted on his feet, a glimmer of gold flashed in his eyes, stirring a moment of suspicion. Was someone following me? His expression shifted as he resumed his jog, suddenly bending down, lowering his voice to a sharp, girlish pitch. "Aha." With that, Wang Chao accelerated, arms outstretched, singing as he ran, "La la la." Behind him, over 100 meters away, a modified vehicle emblazoned with a specific insignia trailed him, inside which a short man in a trench coat gritted his teeth. "Accelerate." "I refuse to believe he can outrun a car," he exclaimed, flooring the accelerator. Soon, the boy's figure grew closer. A stout student, resembling a mountain, seated in the car, remarked, "Brother, it seems he is singing. Let him show off, humph." Prepare to disembark. The figure clad in a trench coat, diminutive in stature, pressed the accelerator to the floor, surging ahead of Wang Chao with remarkable speed. With a deft maneuver, they executed a stunning drift, the tires screeching against the asphalt before finally coming to a halt. The doors swung open with a thud, revealing the trench-coated individual and a muscular boy in a school uniform stepping out. The former adjusted their clothing, donned a sly smile, and approached Wang Chao, who had come to a standstill. With an air of arrogance, the trench-coated individual raised their chin defiantly, proclaiming, "Don't even think about running away." The burly schoolboy loomed silently beside, resembling a stoic bodyguard. "Who are you, and why are you following me?" Wang Chao inquired, frowning. "Humph, you don't recognize us?" The trench-coated figure sneered, "We are the notorious duo of mischief makers, renowned among the local elementary school students." "You truly are a fool. Elementary school duo." Wang Chao was taken aback, even activating his keen perception to scrutinize the hefty boy beside the small figure. This physique, this weathered face with a slicked-back hairstyle, was this truly a child? He questioned, "How old is this guy? Surely he hasn't been repeating grades for decades." "You're the one repeating grades." "I'm 8 years old," the muscular boy spoke in a deep, resonant voice. 8 years old. Wang Chao was astounded once more. "Do you think any teacher would dare to hold us back?" The trench-coated figure chuckled, revealing a shirt emblazoned with a logo beneath their coat. To Wang Chao's shock, they drew a handgun from the depths of the trench coat and aimed it directly at him. Wang Chao's eyes sharpened instantly. Hey, you're not going to say anything before pulling the trigger? Is this really a child?" Frustration surged within him, his nerves taut, as he attempted to reason. "Who are you waiting for?" The trench-coated figure merely scoffed, too indifferent to respond, and squeezed the trigger without hesitation. Truly, actions spoke louder than words, a testament to their audacity. Bang! The desolate street echoed with the sound of the gunshot, illuminated by the flickering streetlights. After firing, the trench-coated individual tucked the gun away and wrapped their coat around them again, disdainfully remarking, "Just because we're the same age. You think you can spend money as you please? How presumptuous." Wang Chao, facing them, leaned back, his head tilting backwards. He staggered a few steps back, regaining his composure, only to find a scorched mark on the side of his face, smoke still rising from it, yet no blood flowed. He could even detect a faint scent of singed flesh. Big brother? An 8-year-old? The muscular boy's eyes widened in disbelief as he grasped the trench-coated figure, who had begun to retreat towards their vehicle. Wang Chao pressed his fingers against the burn on his cheek, the shock still lingering, reflecting, if it weren't for my training in Xiren, I might have met my end with that shot. In that fleeting moment when the small figure fired, Wang Chao's nerves were taut to the breaking point. His keen eyes wide with terror. As he witnessed the bullet leave the chamber, he instinctively dodged, yet it still grazed his face. He couldn't bear to think. Had he not encountered Xiren and undergone that grueling training, he might very well have lost his life with that shot. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, and the more he realized the peril he had narrowly escaped, he charged forward. In the swift passage of time, the pursuit of mastery led a seeker of the legendary fighting Buddha to an untimely demise at the hands of a passing bandit, who struck him down with a single axe blow upon leaving Lajayakan. With aspirations of setting sail, filled with grand ambitions to nurture Robin, rescue Nami, subdue the Empress, and cultivate Reiju, the traveler had barely embarked on his journey before being claimed by a formidable wave, a hopeful contender for the title of the sixth tiger of Xiangbei. Equipped with his basketball and pondering the affections of both Haruko and Ayako, met his fate as a speeding vehicle struck him down the moment he stepped outside. Had Wang Chao fallen victim to that earlier gunshot, his misfortune and unjust suffering would surely rival the tales recounted above. Thus, Wang Chao found himself engulfed in dread and fury. While he may not match the bullet in speed, he was undeniably superior to the one wielding the weapon. In the cold night, he lunged towards the two elementary students before him, closing the mere 4 to 5 meters between them in an instant, propelled by sheer determination. With his legs functioning like powerful springs, he surged forward, confronting the shorter of the two. As surprise etched itself across the boy's face, Wang Chao unleashed a powerful uppercut that struck the wrist of the child still gripping the gun. The smaller boy felt a sudden numbness in his right hand, and even as the firearm slipped from his grasp, he remained blissfully unaware of his predicament. Wang Chao, with an instinctive motion, seized the handgun and, with a forceful elbow strike, collided with the child's chest, landing squarely upon the design of his shirt. The sound of cracking bones echoed in the air. Unlike his earlier encounter with Bru in Nandu, Wang Chao had benefited from several days of training under the seasoned warrior Xiren, mastering the fundamentals of combat. He learned how to inflict harm without taking a life, and conversely, how to deliver a fatal blow. Though Xiren's physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary earthlings, their anatomical structures were largely similar, granting Wang Chao ample opportunity to acquire valuable skills. While he may not have grasped the essence of the art, the rapid training provided him with the immediate benefits he so desperately required. The assailant, a young student wielding the gun, let out a cry of despair as he fell to the ground. Wang Chao placed a foot upon his abdomen, eliciting a gasp as the boy struggled for breath. Meanwhile, Wang Chao aimed the gun towards an 8-year-old brute nearby, commanding him to remain still. The young man, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, never anticipated that this seemingly insignificant figure could evade bullets. As the situation swiftly reversed, he found himself in a precarious position, with his brother's firearm confiscated and under the threat of Wang Chao's gun. Terrified by the dark muzzle pointed at him, the young brute felt the instinct to retreat. Yet the command to stay put echoed in his mind, forcing him to remain rooted in place. The boy beneath Wang Chao coughed violently, yet the latter showed no mercy. This individual, who spoke not a word before drawing his weapon and pulling the trigger with fluidity and precision, had undoubtedly caused countless innocent souls to perish in his wake. Wang Chao could not help but exert more force underfoot, causing the short elementary student beneath him to regurgitate bile. He restrained himself from crushing the boy outright. "Why? Do I not know you?" he inquired. "What do you mean, why?" The individual beneath him struggled to respond, revealing a surprising resilience, perhaps a blend of arrogance and ignorance. Boasting, "We, the notorious duo, engage in misdeeds without needing a reason. Don't move." Wang Chao directed his raised gun towards the nearby 8-year-old strong man, then turned his attention back to the person beneath him. "How many people have you killed in total?" Just as the person below was about to speak, Wang Chao pressed down forcefully, stifling the words that hung on the tip of his tongue. Wang Chao then looked at the 8-year-old strong man, raising his gun slightly. "You answer." "How many?" "1, 2, 3. The 8-year-old hastily began counting on his fingers, but upon reaching 29, he lost track, panic causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Seeing Wang Chao's expression darken, he quickly waved his hands in apology. "I'm sorry. My math is really poor. I've actually repeated a grade. I'm already 10. Sighing heavily, Wang Chao lowered his weapon. Just as the 10-year-old strongman breathed a sigh of relief, Wang Chao transformed into a shadow in the night, delivering a punch to the boy's abdomen. The robust lad clutched his belly, his face turning pale, unconsciously drooling. "People like you are simply irritating." Wang Chao sensed a peculiar, childlike malevolence emanating from the two. Malicious individuals driven by curiosity are far more terrifying than heroes with similar motivations. After thoroughly beating the two, Wang Chao stripped them of their clothing. The 10-year-old strongman, covering his groin, shivered under the streetlight, looking pitifully at Wang Chao. "Your brother is right here." Wang Chao nodded towards the similarly unclothed smaller boy beside the 10-year-old. This frail individual, even without specialized training, could easily be dispatched with a single swipe. The small boy sniffled, curling his legs and forcing a smile. "Big brother." Wang Chao paid them no further heed, rummaging through their clothes and collecting everything, including wallets. In the past, while in the southern city, he had been so impoverished that no one would dare rob him, even when a few petty thugs sought to provoke him. He was too preoccupied to engage in any underhanded dealings. However, at this moment, he felt no inclination to show courtesy to these indifferent serial killers. Let this be a lesson, Wang Chao admonished himself, then reconsidered. No, it's not about lessons. It's about having a clear conscience. Will robbing such individuals prevent me from holding my head high before figures like Sun Wukong or Bulma? Imagining the scenario, he deemed it unlikely. Sun Wukong is hardly a paragon of virtue. He feasts without hesitation on sentient creatures and has taken lives as well. Moreover, reflecting on the unwavering fervor in his gaze, Wang Chao smiled. Did not my discerning eyes find no fault? Ah, what a delightful surprise. Wang Chao chuckled as he retrieved a white box from his petite trench coat. Upon opening it, he discovered it filled to the brim with a collection of transformative capsules. With no rush at hand, Wang Chao began to train the two hapless individuals beside him while simultaneously experimenting with each capsule on the deserted street. To his astonishment, he realized these two elementary school students were surprisingly affluent. Among the 6 capsules, one contained a modified vehicle, another a robotic servant, one a 2-person submarine, another a helicopter, a 5th a rather hefty suitcase, and the last, quite shockingly, a Gatling gun. It dawned on him that engaging in nefarious activities could indeed be a lucrative endeavor. Despite his resolute mindset, Wang Chao found himself needing to suppress his darker impulses with the help of 42 volumes of Dragon Ball manga. Reminding himself that wealth is of little consequence in this world, true strength lies in martial prowess and is the only worthy pursuit. Wang Chao, don't become addicted. The path of crime must not be tread again, he admonished himself as he retrieved the suitcase capsule and discreetly tucked it into his pocket. Upon peering inside, he was met with a neat stack of banknotes. "All right, let us go," he declared, tidying up his belongings. Aside from the suitcase and a few other items, he showed no interest in the remaining 5 capsules and returned them to the box. "Big brother, where are we going?" the two bare-bottomed miscreants inquired, a mix of trepidation and curiosity in their voices. Wang Chao smiled. "I'm taking you home." The two exchanged glances, attempting to retrieve their clothing, but were swiftly kicked away by Wang Chao, who chastised, "What do you need clothes for? Even elementary schoolers know it's embarrassing. Let us move." The duo, feeling a mix of shame and despair, could only shield themselves as they walked ahead of Wang Chao, careful to maintain pace lest they receive another unceremonious kick. The taller one fared better, but the smaller lad, with each blow, risked falling apart. As Wang Chao herded them like sheep, they suddenly heard him announce, "We've arrived." "Not home yet," exclaimed the 10-year-old, bewildered, as he looked up to find they were at the police station. Oh no. The smaller one realized the gravity of their situation. If they were caught, they would face a lengthy prison sentence. He attempted to sneak away, but was tripped by Wang Chao, ending up with a mouthful of blood. Wang Chao then picked him up with the ease of lifting a chick and calmly whispered in his ear, "You will go in and confess to Officer Chaba. If I see you outside after a while, I will personally ensure your demise. In any case, I want you to linger here." After tossing the two inside the station, Wang Chao threw the box containing the 5 capsules in as well, contemplating the addition of the confiscated handgun. Soon, the police station erupted into chaos, undoubtedly due to the notorious reputation of the two miscreants, making quite the stir as they entered in their state of undress. Wang Chao lingered in the shadows outside for a moment before quietly departing. Before long, he emerged from a capsule specialty store in the city center. "Thank you for your visit." The clerk beamed, bowing in farewell. "We look forward to your next patronage." Wang Chao walked away, his demeanor unperturbed. He ventured once more to the grand supermarket in the city center, cheerfully procuring various items, which he stored meticulously in the newly acquired empty capsules. Departing the city center, he journeyed northward. Wang Chao was laden with a compass, a map, a dagger, and a composite rope, alongside a capsule filled with provisions and another containing a box of money. His preparations were indeed remarkably thorough. As he traversed the route, he passed the location where the notorious duo of thieves had parked earlier. Approaching the modified vehicle that was carelessly abandoned in the middle of the road, Wang Chao delivered a decisive kick to its side, sending the entire car skidding to the roadside. Adjusting his backpack, he continued his northern ascent. Upon reaching the northern suburbs of the city, the clock neared midnight, and fatigue began to settle upon him. After a considerable search, he finally located a modest inn. Without counting, he tossed a few bills at the front desk and secured a room. Extracting the money box from the capsule, he opened it and placed it upon the coffee table, revealing a dazzling array of bills, save for a couple of notes. Curious, he mused to himself. Such an abundance of money seems rather unremarkable. Wang Chao glanced at the backpacks and pouches scattered across the floor, pondering whether his meticulous preparations contradicted the essence of his cultivation. Approaching the window, he sought solace in the moonlight, yet alas, the clouds obscured its glow, leaving him in uncertainty. Never mind, he thought. The path is forged through experience, and it stretches far ahead. I shall proceed as fate dictates. With closed eyes and outstretched hands, he gently caressed his eyelids, reflecting on the 5 months since he had traversed into the Dragon Ball universe. Standing here today was something his past self could scarcely have imagined. A smile graced his lips. In the dead of night, peculiar sounds emanated from the adjacent room. Wang Chao rolled his eyes, snapped the money box shut, and flung himself onto the bed, succumbing to sleep within seconds. The following day, as dawn had yet to break, Wang Chao awoke to the sound of the inn's clock chiming 4:51. Having enjoyed nearly 5 hours of slumber, he felt rejuvenated, a testament to the robust physique he had acquired post-transmigration. He reflected on the fortunate benefits of his new existence, realizing that had he retained the lethargy of his previous life, the thought of practicing any form of martial arts would have been utterly unfathomable. Lying in bed and gazing at the ceiling for a brief moment, he suddenly executed a swift maneuver, causing the bed to collapse beneath him. Buried under the disheveled blanket, he was taken aback by the poor quality of the bed. With both hands gripping the edge, his taut arms and entire muscular structure worked in unison as he gracefully transitioned to an inverted position on the bed's edge. With his head down and legs stabilizing his balance, he performed push-ups with elegance. Ultimately, he landed softly on the ground, the bed's edge crashing to the floor with a resounding thud. Such flimsy craftsmanship, he exclaimed, dusting off his trousers before conducting a final inspection of the room. The tape sealing the inner pocket of the waist pouch had not come undone. Upon reaching in and giving it a gentle press, he discovered a resurrection coin and half a bean still intact, neither lost nor crushed. Next, he found the empty capsule filled with food and water, still in its place. Along with it, there were large and small bags, a map, a compass, and even the cutting-edge sword pill gifted by Xiolin, all accounted for. Finally, Wang Chao retrieved a stack of cash from the money box, carelessly stowing it in his pocket before returning the box to the capsule and stepping out. At the front desk, while returning the key to his room, Wang Chao casually pulled out a few bills to snap a quick photo. He had no idea if the bed was broken or not. After all, he wasn't short on funds. How delightful it was to have money. Wang Chao mused as he exited the modest inn, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, with the map in his left hand and the compass in his right. His eyes gleamed with determination as he discerned the direction and set off. It was only 5 in the morning, the sky barely light, and the streets were sparsely populated. Wang Chao walked leisurely along the street, treading on dew, continuing northward. Slob City was situated to the south by the coast, while the Dumpling Mountain he aimed for lay to the northeast from his current location. The journey ahead stretched for thousands of miles, and it was impractical for him to run the entire distance. That would be foolish. He needed to conserve his strength for unexpected circumstances. After walking unceasingly for 20 to 30 minutes, he spotted a few scattered vendors by the roadside selling breakfast. Approaching, he was greeted by a wave of warmth and discovered the breakfast items were quite unfamiliar. They resembled porridge, but were not quite porridge. Appeared like soy milk yet seemed more akin to paste, and looked like dumplings, which they indeed were, steaming hot meat buns. Fortunately, Wang Chao was not picky. His robust physique ensured a hearty appetite. After a brief inquiry about the offerings, he nonchalantly produced a crisp bill from his pocket, ordering 5 large meat buns and a small pot of what looked like hot porridge. No need for change. He waved dismissively, ready to depart with his breakfast. He felt undeniably suave saying those words. Before he left, he noticed a few vibrant, red carrots displayed on the stall. Curious, he asked. Do your locals have a particular fondness for carrots? Taking a bite of a meat bun, the juices burst forth, mingling with what seemed to be bits of carrot. He nodded in satisfaction. The vendor, a wolf-headed man busy replacing the steaming baskets of buns, chuckled at his inquiry. Not really. Recently, a group of outsiders has come to collect carrots from outside the city, which has led to an influx of carrot vendors. I'm not quite sure of the details. How about you? Don't you like them? I can swap you a meat bun without carrot bits instead. No need. Just give me 2. And I'll munch on them along the way. Wang Chao tucked 2 carrots into his backpack. reflecting on how he had noticed farmers carrying loads of carrots while on the Xiolan vehicle earlier. Just carrots? He pondered idly while biting into a meat bun and sipping the hot porridge. He continued his journey northward. Within a few hundred meters, he had devoured several meat buns and a small pot of hot porridge. With a surge of warmth coursing through his body, Wang Chao felt an electrifying energy that compelled him to exert himself. In his previous life, he had often heard that one should refrain from vigorous exercise after a hearty meal, yet this notion seemed irrelevant on the Dragon Ball Earth. Son Goku frequently engaged in combat with a distended belly, and based on Wang Chao's experiences on this planet, it was evident that vigorous activity post-feast posed no issues. In fact, it was quite beneficial. This disparity was underscored by the peculiar case of Son Goku suffering from a viral heart disease, indicating substantial differences in the living environments and natural laws of the two Earths. Wang Chao joyfully sprinted along the northern path leading out of the city. Having grown accustomed to this routine, he found himself uneasy on days when he was unable to move. Soon, he exited the city and, retrieving a pen, bit down on the cap while sketching a route on the newly acquired map of Sherlob City. Opting for paths with human presence and steering clear of mountainous terrain and deep waters. After securing the pen and rolling up the map, he adjusted his backpack and took off at a brisk pace. For him, this speed was merely a light jog, a way to stretch his limbs. Yet to the ordinary observer, it appeared akin to a full sprint. Consequently, the few passers-by he encountered cast puzzled glances at his retreating figure. Among them was a kind-hearted truck driver who accelerated to keep pace with Wang Chao, rolling down his window to inquire, "Hey there, young man. Would you like a ride? I can give you a lift." "No, thank you, sir," Wang Chao replied with a sudden grin, gesturing playfully to the truck driver. "How about a little race? Let's see who has faster." With that, he propelled himself forward, swiftly overtaking the truck. Although the driver couldn't quite comprehend Wang Chao's previous words, the glint in his golden eyes seemed to communicate a shared understanding of the challenge. The truck driver, chuckling, pressed the accelerator, saying, "You think your two legs can outrun my four wheels?" On the straight road, the juxtaposition of a small figure and a tiny truck resembled two black specks racing towards the north. Almost half an hour passed in a blur. Having traveled at least 10 kilometers from Sherlob City, the urban structures had faded, giving way to the untamed beauty of the wilderness. With distant hills and flowing waters barely visible, the truck driver maintained his speed, impressed by the young man running alongside him. Marveling at his stamina, how could he run for half an hour without even a hint of fatigue? Incredible! Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes. Ahead, two imposing figures had materialized, one with a bull's head wielding a spiked club, and the other with a horse's head dragging a meteor hammer. The truck screeched to a halt before the bull-headed and horse-headed beings, narrowly avoiding a collision. Wang Chao also slowed to a stop. Indeed, the road has become quite crowded lately, the bull-headed man buzzed, raising his spiked club and gleefully striking it against his other hand, causing blood to ooze from his palm. The horse-headed man beside him felt a twinge of embarrassment for his companion's antics. Meanwhile, the two truck drivers in the cab trembled in fear, apprehensive of the impending robbery. He was uncertain whether to exit the vehicle. Enough chatter. The horse-headed man swung his meteor hammer, striking the hood of the car and leaving a dent. He declared loudly, "Leave the car and your clothes behind, and you can depart bare." Wang Chao stood aside, thinking to himself, "This scenario feels all too familiar. You fool. What will we do if you damage our car?" The bull-headed man, clutching his injured hand, shouted angrily at the horse-headed man. "And you? You're no different." Ignoring his dim-witted companion, the horse-headed man directed his ire at Wang Chao, taunting, "Stop dawdling, or I shall turn you into a meat pie with a single blow." Noticing the numerous bags Wang Chao carried, he urged him on with greater urgency than he had shown the small truck driver. "Alas, little brother, you should run. I will hold them off." The small truck driver urged Wang Chao through the window, "Go back and summon the police from the city." The bull-headed man pointed menacingly at the driver, exclaiming, "You think you can escape? I'll strike you down first." Wang Chao shook his head in disbelief, still clutching his bags, and approached the horse-headed man. The horse-headed man's large hand was the size of Wang Chao's head, while Wang Chao only reached the man's knees. As the horse-headed man reached out to grab him, Wang Chao seized the man's stout middle finger and twisted it back, snapping it with a crack. "Ah!" The horse-headed man cried out, collapsing to the ground. Wang Chao delivered a swift kick to the horse-headed man's face, sending him sprawling. Observing this, the bull-headed man bellowed and raised his spiked club to strike, but it became lodged in the ground with a thud. Seizing the moment, Wang Chao leaped onto the bull-headed man's arm, delivering a resounding slap to the bull-headed man's massive face. "What are you staring at?" he scolded. The small truck driver watched in astonishment from the vehicle, unable to believe that this seemingly small boy had effortlessly subdued two formidable bandits, forcing them to kneel obediently before him. Wang Chao, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, began pacing in front of the two kneeling thugs and inquired, "Now, tell me your names." "Little Bull Demon King," replied the bull-headed man. "Horse Bull Demon King," said the horse-headed man. Wang Chao exclaimed, "Oh, a Bull Demon King? Have you both come from the Flame Mountain?" The two bandits exchanged bewildered glances and, still kneeling, replied, "Where is Flame Mountain?" Wang Chao paused, then turned to the driver, asking, "Haven't you heard of Flame Mountain?" "No," the driver replied. Suddenly, Wang Chao recalled that the mountain where the Bull Demon King resided had been renamed Flame Mountain after a fire. As he pondered what the mountain had previously been called, the bull-headed man shyly admitted, "We merely heard that the Bull Demon King of Coolview Mountain was quite fearsome, so we chose a name that was similar. Heh heh indeed. How shameful to steal someone else's title while being a bandit." Wang Chao kicked the bull-headed man, then turned to the horse-headed man, asking, "It's one thing for the bull-headed man to call himself Little Bull Demon King, but you, being a horse, what sense does it make to name yourself Horse Bull Demon King?" Heh. The horse-headed man chuckled awkwardly. "I only ask for a kick. For my knees are pained from kneeling." Wang Chao obliged him with a swift kick, encountering this seemingly youthful figure with extraordinary strength. The duo of Neo and Ma found themselves quite unfortunate. They had been engaged in highway robbery for some time, but had never encountered such a peculiar and formidable young boy. Their attempt at robbery failed miserably, resulting in them receiving a thorough beating instead. This accursed place was a rural path, devoid of even a single passing police officer to whom they could call for help. It was no surprise, really. Had it not been for such circumstances, they would not have dared to choose this location for their heist. "Ouch! Ouch!" Neo and Ma cried, clutching their heads as they endured the blows. Wang Chao struck the two, treating them as mere punching bags. Previously, during his practice with Zio Lan, he had been the one on the receiving end, and now, pent-up frustration had led him to deliver these strikes. After a brief respite, he inquired, "What made you choose such a place for robbery? Is there really business to be had here?" "Ouch! We hadn't come here before, but recently we heard there was business to be found, so here we are." Ma, nearly beaten to a pulp with a bruised face, replied. Neo, his head seemingly swollen, lamented, "Had I known, I would never have come." Wang Chao turned to the driver, asking, "Are there many robbers around here lately?" The driver appeared puzzled, replying, "I haven't heard anything about it." Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he muttered, "But it seems there's been quite a few missing persons reported in the news lately. Could it possibly be related?" Missing persons? Wang Chao recalled the middle-aged man and his nephew he had saved from the bear's clutches. The man's brother and niece had also been missing for several days, with no leads on their whereabouts. Yet, Wang Chao reasoned that it had no bearing on him. He was not a police officer, merely a passerby, and he still had a journey to continue. "Sir, it appears this area is quite unsafe. You might want to turn back and choose a main road," Wang Chao advised. It was impractical to have the driver trailing him as a bodyguard. The driver glanced at the two thuggish robbers feigning death on the ground, then looked at Wang Chao. Ultimately, he felt too embarrassed to trouble Wang Chao further and opted to turn back on his own. Whatever the case may be, Wang Chao considered himself not a malicious individual. Yet he did not possess an abundance of altruism either. While he may not have been capable of being a cold-hearted observer, he could certainly afford to be a detached listener. After a brief interlude, he lost interest in the comical duo of robbers, delivering a kick to each as he passed them by, then shouldered his bag and continued on his way. The duo, having pretended to be incapacitated for a while, finally breathed a sigh of relief once Wang Chao had departed, scrambling away in haste. Meanwhile, Wang Chao pressed on, walking briskly for some time. As the sun rose higher, a small grove suddenly appeared ahead. The species of trees was indiscernible, and during this summer season, they bore little foliage, rendering the grove rather desolate and eerie. Wang Chao consulted his map, noting that the barren grove was not marked, suggesting it was an uncharted area. Having traversed even the primitive jungles upon his arrival, he felt no trepidation about entering such a minor setting and proceeded into the grove with composure. The stark little grove was eerily quiet, save for the occasional faint rustle nearby. Wang Chao walked with unwavering determination, crushing a carpet of withered leaves beneath his feet. Suddenly, the darkness of his eyes gleamed with golden light, his fiery gaze swirling within their sockets. Relying solely on his rudimentary senses, as he had yet to encounter formal martial arts or delve into the profound theories of qi, he observed his surroundings with acute awareness. A fleeting gray shadow darted past his peripheral vision, almost resembling an illusion. Something felt amiss. A vague sense of danger stirred within Wang Chao, prompting him to reach into the pouch at his waist, grasping a small orb the size of a hazelnut. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air from behind him. Without the luxury of turning around, he relied on the honed auditory skills developed from countless gaming sessions in his past life, rolling sideways, just in time. Thud. An arrow from a crossbow embedded itself into the ground at his previous position, the plastic fletching vibrating with residual energy. There. As he rolled to evade the arrow, Wang Chao's keen eyes swiftly scanned the woods in the direction of the attack, quickly identifying his target, a tall, slender figure. Drawing the sword pellet from his waist pouch, he squeezed tightly, and it transformed into a towering blade, which he hurled with force towards the assailant. In an instant, the blade sliced through the dimly lit forest, leaving a trail of glistening light. A muffled cry of pain emerged from the adversary, clearly struck by Wang Chao's blow. Fortune favored him. However, he was taken aback as the assailant attempted to flee. Wang Chao would not allow that. Was it not audacious to strike and then run? The attacker, wounded in the shoulder by the long knife, grimaced in pain but found the weapon to be quite remarkable. After wiping the blade clean of blood, he inverted it in his grasp and hastily retreated. Glancing back, he was startled to see that the stout lad had pursued him. Such tenacity. The assailant cursed his luck. He had encountered a formidable opponent. Yet, to his relief, the boy still bore a heavy load of bags and parcels, which he scornfully deemed a hindrance in this wooded chase. However, another glance back revealed that those emotionless golden eyes were drawing ever closer. What the devil? The assailant sprinted frantically, twisting and turning through the barren woods, unaware that his tricks to confuse vision were utterly futile against Wang Chao's fiery eyes. He felt a surge of confidence, believing that even the sleight of hand of a magician could not evade his discerning gaze. In a final burst of speed, Wang Chao leaped high, as if embodying the might of a mountain, and propelled himself off a tree trunk above the fleeing figure. Plummeting down, he executed a powerful downward kick, not to the assailant's head, which would have likely resulted in a fatal blow, but rather to the wounded shoulder. Caught off guard, the attacker collapsed amidst the trees. The shoulder, already pierced by Wang Chao's blade, suffered another assault, rendering the assailant utterly devoid of combat capability. Wang Chao retrieved his knife and lightly tapped the downed figure, inquiring, "Enough with the charade of death. Why do all the brigands in this region feign lifelessness? Speak up. What prompted your ambush?" The fallen assailant was left speechless. "You, a mere child, wandering alone through these desolate woods. Who else should I target if not you? It is my folly. Please spare me." The assailant pleaded for mercy. Wang Chao, however, was not inclined to let him off so easily. After further interrogation, the assailant continued to evade direct answers. Ultimately, seizing a moment of Wang Chao's inattention, he hurled a handful of dirt at the young man's face. In truth, Wang Chao had perceived the motion in an instant, his keen eyesight discerning the grains of soil cascading through the assailant's fingers even before they could reach his visage. Just before the dirt could mar his sight, he shut his eyes and retreated 2 steps swiftly, as the sounds of hurried footsteps faded into the distance. Wang Chao wiped his face and opened his eyes, realizing the rogue had fled. Contemplating his next move, he refrained from pursuing with full speed. Instead, he performed a flourish with his blade, nearly nicking his own wrist, prompting him to quickly sheath the knife in a manner befitting a sword. Securing it within his waist pouch, Wang Chao followed at a distance, trailing the fleeing figure. Before long, he arrived at what appeared to be an inn. The assailant circumvented the establishment, slipping into the back courtyard over the wall, disappearing from sight. Wang Chao scrutinized the inn sign, which bore no words but depicted a vivid carrot. Carrots, again carrots. Concealed behind a withered tree, Wang Chao gazed at the sign, his mind swirling with questions. It seemed he had encountered the motif of carrots on several recent occasions. Outside the city of Slob, while seated in a police car with Zio Lan, he had observed a roadside vendor selling carrots. Stopping for a morning meal, he had also consumed carrots. Now, the rogue had skillfully and stealthily sought refuge in what appeared to be a carrot-themed establishment. The case of the missing persons. Was this carrot shop perhaps in close proximity to the southern capital? A conjecture formed in Wang Chao's mind. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, his stomach churning. Regaining his composure, he took a deep breath and retrieved the 2 carrots purchased from the breakfast stand. His discerning vision pierced through the illusions. During his time at the southern capital's superpower school, he had seen the transformative abilities of Elizabeth, the metamorphosis magic of poor head Luo Cha, and even the afterimages of King Chopa's 8-handed fist. His eyes could see through them all. He scanned the carrots in his hand. They remained as they were. Wang Chao, in a fit of nausea, gagged a few times until he expelled the remnants of his breakfast, steamed buntskin, minced meat filling, an unidentifiable mixture of porridge or paste, and bits of orange-yellow carrot intermingled within the mosaic. Thank goodness, he murmured, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Had he perhaps been overly suspicious? Wiping his mouth, He spat onto the ground. Tightening his belt, he strode with a solemn expression towards the small shop. The creaking wooden door of the establishment swung open, and the bustling atmosphere within momentarily fell silent. In the hall, patrons at various tables turned to glance at the entrance. Upon seeing merely a small boy with golden eyes carrying a travel bag, they dismissed him and resumed their conversations and meals. Wang Chao paid no heed to their scrutiny. As he stepped inside, a wave of what he initially perceived as a foul stench assaulted his senses, almost provoking a gag reflex. However, he paused, realizing there was no blood-soaked odor, but rather a delightful bouquet of aromas wafting from the dishes scattered across the tables. "Ah, welcome, esteemed guest," a cheerful waiter, dressed in modern attire yet speaking with the charm of an ancient innkeeper, approached him with enthusiasm. He moved closer, attempting to relieve Wang Chao of his bag. "No need. I can manage," Wang Chao replied, declining the offer. The waiter smiled politely, but as Wang Chao observed the man's mouth, his golden pupils narrowed in alarm, for he discerned remnants of flesh lodged between the waiter's teeth. Taking a seat on a long bench at an empty table, Wang Chao did not set down his bag, instead scanning the surroundings with keen eyes. At the adjacent table, a farmer's meal consisted of several plates of vividly red stir-fried meat. He slowly turned his gaze to another table. There, a glamorous city woman savored a spoonful of meat soup, exclaiming in delight. Nearby, a portly man gulped down bowls of broth. A couple shared a tender moment as the man cut a piece of meat with a knife and offered it to his affectionate partner. Wang Chao's table began to tremble, his palm pressing down tightly, as he struggled to contain the fury that threatened to erupt within him, his hand shaking slightly. "Excuse me, what would you like to order?" the waiter inquired. "Though our location may be obscure, our reputation is immense. Many come specifically for our signature carrot dishes, taking time off work just to dine here." The waiter approached with the menu, extolling the shop's virtues and promoting the dishes it offered. Wang Chao stared blankly at the turning pages of the menu. Stir-fried carrots, carrot stew, carrot soup, braised carrots. He interrupted the waiter's enthusiastic recommendations, asking, "Is your boss a rabbit?" "Ah?" The waiter was taken aback by the question. "How do you know?" Wang Chao attempted to force a smile, but it faltered. Instead, he maintained a stiff expression and asked, "He owes me something, and I wish to inquire when he will return it." "Where is he?" "Our boss could not possibly owe you anything." The waiter, skeptical and assuming Wang Chao sought trouble, tossed the menu onto the table and retorted brusquely, "Please don't make a scene. Our carrots are a special creation by our boss, unmatched in flavor. Our boss has undoubtedly amassed a fortune with his remarkable skills. With such prowess, he has certainly earned a considerable sum," Wang Chao murmured softly. A torrent of unfamiliar emotions surged within him, a sentiment so alien yet instantly recognizable. It was the urge to kill. For the first time, Wang Chao entertained the notion of taking a life, even that of someone he had never encountered. "Hey, are you just going to stand there?" the waiter asked impatiently, observing Wang Chao's dazed expression. The response he received was a swift slap. Crack. The waiter was sent soaring through the air, crashing against the opposite wall. His face swollen, a tooth shattered, blood gushing from his mouth as he promptly lost consciousness. The patrons in the dining hall, indulging in their carrot dishes, fell silent for a brief moment. "Ah!" a woman shrieked. "Stop eating!" Wang Chao bellowed from atop a table, his voice eclipsing the woman's high-pitched wail. Everyone was momentarily stunned, but quickly grew irate. What the hell is this brat shouting about? They had witnessed the waiter being flung away by Wang Chao's sudden blow, an event so swift that no one had comprehended it. Moreover, they could not fathom that a boy like Wang Chao could possess such strength. "Do you even know what you are consuming?" Wang Chao leaped down from the table, appending the adjacent one, sending a row of tables crashing to the ground. "Hey, you little brat, what has gotten into you?" "Everyone grab him," someone shouted in anger. The others rallied in response, perceiving Wang Chao's behavior as nothing short of a manic episode. However, Wang Chao, endowed with physical prowess beyond the ordinary, had undergone rigorous training under the extraterrestrial coach Xiren, honing his combat skills to an exceptional degree. Even against ordinary fighters and martial artists of comparable strength, he felt no trepidation, let alone against these bewildered diners. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Chao surged forth like a concentrated beast, sending each assailant flying, with those heavier and larger receiving even harsher blows. Noticing some women cowering in the back, he grew furious and hurled a hefty man towards them, splattering a lady with grease. Within moments, the once tidy dining establishment devolved into chaos. A dozen patrons, possibly drawn from afar, lay scattered across the floor, while tables, chairs, chopsticks, and dishes lay shattered in heaps. Wang Chao seized a relatively intact stool and settled at the entrance of the modest establishment. oblivious to the groans of despair and fearful gazes surrounding him. Shouldn't someone be alerted by the commotion? He pondered silently. You useless fool. In the back courtyard, the leader of the rabbit gang, known as Rabbit Boss, was furiously berating his subordinate, the lanky figure who had ambushed Wang Chao with a crossbow in the desolate woods. Upon hearing the hurried report from his subordinate who dashed out from the front of the shop, the Rabbit Boss inquired once more of the individual kneeling before him. Confirming that the one causing the ruckus within the establishment was indeed Wang Chao, the man who could not be ambushed even by crossbow bolts. Quite the formidable fighter, isn't he? He dares to wreak havoc in my establishment. A murderous intent flickered through the Rabbit Boss's mind as he commanded his subordinates, Come. Let us venture forth and ascertain the extent of this brat's capabilities. As he beheld the rotund, bespectacled white rabbit, adorned in attire reminiscent of a wealthy landlord, strutting from the back of the shop into the main hall, Wang Chao finally recognized this was the very rabbit from the comics. The one infamous for transforming Bulma into a carrot. If memory served him right, this grotesque creature possessed the ability to turn his adversaries into carrots merely through a handshake. Thus, the first course of action was to sever its hand. Wang Chao felt an unprecedented surge of violence, a primal urge for bloodshed. The horrific image he had just witnessed pierced his mind. Even though he had encountered far grimmer scenes in films from his past life, those were merely illusions. While this fat rabbit's capacity to metamorphose humans into carrots and subsequently serve them as meals to unsuspecting patrons was nothing short of heinous. Merely gazing upon that corpulent visage churned his stomach. Is it you who dares to create chaos in my establishment? The Rabbit Boss, flanked by several henchmen, approached with a leisurely gait. Although not particularly tall, he could still lower his head slightly to regard Wang Chao. You, a mere child, wish for death? Simultaneously, he expressed his dissatisfaction with his subordinate's ineptitude. Damn it, just a puny little human child, and instead of robbing him to turn him into a carrot, he has wreaked havoc in my shop? The Rabbit Boss's eyes, concealed behind his sunglasses, glinted dangerously, contemplating. He gently slapped the cheek of the subordinate who had returned in failure after attempting to ambush Wang Chao. The man's complexion turned pale, and he crumpled to the ground, utterly defeated. The other henchman shared a similarly ashen demeanor. However, before Wang Chao could utter a word, the other patrons, shaken by his sudden display of violence, turned to the Rabbit Boss in protest. Boss, this man is insane. Call the police immediately. Let us leave. This place is perilous. Do not let this brat escape. He should be sent to a mental institution. The Rabbit Boss nodded with a smile, shaking hands with the approaching humans, offering soothing words, assuring them that it was merely a madman, and that the security of their establishment was robust enough to subdue him in no time. The patrons felt a semblance of relief. Wang Chao observed coldly, suddenly interjecting, Do you realize that this rabbit possesses superpowers? The light reflected off the Rabbit Boss's sunglasses, casting an image of Wang Chao's impassive face. After whispering to a few subordinates behind him, the Rabbit Boss was convinced that he and his companions had never encountered this young man, Wang Chao. Moreover, after accidentally entering the establishment, the boy had not wandered aimlessly but had promptly taken a seat at the table. Thus, it was impossible for him to have witnessed any of their clandestine dealings in the backyard. How did he come to know about the Rabbit Boss's extraordinary abilities? Extraordinary abilities? Indeed, he must be insane. Such a young child, yet regrettably foolish. How could there possibly be extraordinary powers in this world? The patrons muttered amongst themselves. Wang Chao, however, lowered his gaze to the floor and dryly remarked, If I am not mistaken, this rabbit's extraordinary ability allows it to transform those it has shaken hands with into carrots. He then raised his head, surveying the patrons behind the Rabbit Boss, who appeared to be ordinary urban men and women. What you have just consumed was indeed such a carrot. The expressions of the diners changed abruptly, revealing disdain and disgust. What nonsense! This is madness. They dismissed him entirely, convinced that this boy was merely spouting delusions, having recently lost control and wreaked havoc in the restaurant, clearly indicating his abnormality. Yet, the Rabbit Boss's subordinates felt a sudden jolt. Calm down, everyone. Let us manage this child, the Rabbit Boss said soothingly, repeatedly patting the head of a nearby child. Although he was baffled by the boy's absurd claims regarding extraordinary abilities, purely the result of the prejudices and discrimination imposed upon us animal people by tabloids and malicious so-called experts, he feigned exasperation, removing his sunglasses to cast a warning and threatening glance at Wang Chao. The others, reassured, began to voice their support for the Rabbit Boss. After all, his assertion was not entirely unfounded. Society indeed harbored bias against animal people, perceiving them as inherently savage and vulgar, with many possessing bizarre abilities and supernatural powers, often depicted in the most terrifying and grotesque manner. Go, restrain him, The rabbit boss signaled to his subordinates. I believe this young brother has calmed down now, hasn't he? Wang Chao stared intently at the head of the chubby rabbit subordinate as he patted the child's head. All the patrons here, save for him, had already shaken hands with this rotund rabbit. Wang Chao was even certain that all of the rabbit boss's underlings had also been touched by it, placing their very lives in its grasp. Perhaps, in the eyes of the rabbit boss, everyone present, except for Wang Chao, was not considered human but merely talking, walking carrots. Wang Chao's fist tightened, trembling slightly. Two of the rabbit boss's subordinates approached. One sneered coldly, "Kid, don't move." Lowering his voice, he added, "Since you know what's going on, it would be wise not to act unwisely, or else these people might turn into carrots in the blink of an eye." The other, moving closer to Wang Chao, muttered almost to himself, "Why bother?" The rabbit boss nodded in satisfaction as his two subordinates encircled Wang Chao, obscuring his small figure from view. However, just when the rabbit boss thought this matter had come to a close, the two subordinates surrounding Wang Chao suddenly flew away. One to the left and the other to the right, with a resounding thud. The one who had been sneering at Wang Chao was directly struck and sent flying, his skull pierced by a sharp fragment from a broken stool leg on the ground. The other merely rolled a short distance before coming to a halt. In that place, only Wang Chao remained, his fist raised and legs poised for a kick, silhouetted against the light streaming through the window. The image of the boy was blurred, save for a pair of golden, piercing eyes. The rabbit boss felt a sudden jolt in his heart upon meeting that gaze. This boy, knowing my capabilities, does he not fear that I could transform everyone else into mere carrots? He could not comprehend, pondering whether his earlier threat had been too subtle for Wang Chao to grasp. A murder. One of the rabbit boss's subordinates fell dead, his skull penetrated, blood pooling around him, prompting screams from the patrons. Wang Chao withdrew a sword pellet from his waist pouch and strode towards the rabbit boss. In a panic, the rabbit boss squeezed past the people behind him, retreating while shouting sternly at Wang Chao. "Stop. Since you know what I am capable of, are you not afraid?" Yet Wang Chao seemed utterly oblivious to his frantic words, even breaking into a light jog towards him. The crowd, terrified, began to surge back, viewing Wang Chao as a deranged murderer on the brink of a violent outburst. The rabbit boss felt a chill in his heart from Wang Chao's golden eyes. He understood that this human boy was resolutely intent on confronting him. The rabbit boss also recognized that while his actions seemed trivial to him, they were perceived as morally reprehensible by the other humans. Wang Chao had already articulated the nature of the rabbit boss's superpower, and it was clear that he would not allow the rabbit boss an opportunity for a handshake. Fighting was not the rabbit boss's forte. In his panic, Wang Chao had already transformed the sword pellet into a blade of equal length to that of others, swinging it forcefully towards the rabbit boss. In a desperate move, the rabbit boss seized a nearby child, retreating while shouting, "Stop!" The blade retracted swiftly. Wang Chao was not a master swordsman, and his control over his body and muscles could only be deemed amateur. Thus, he could not precisely halt the blade in front of the child's face without causing harm. Instead, he firmly gripped the switch on the hilt, retracting the blade back into the sword pellet. Before the rabbit boss could even breathe a sigh of relief, Wang Chao grasped the child's shoulder with one hand while swinging his fist, still holding the sword pellet, towards the rabbit boss's face. Thud! The rabbit boss's teeth flew out. The child, who had been pulled in to block the blade, and was now pinned by Wang Chao's grip, was utterly bewildered. The events transpired so swiftly that he forgot to cry. "Do not be afraid," Wang Chao reassured as he patted the child's shoulder. The child burst into tears, only to be hurried away by frightened parents, seeking refuge behind the rabbit boss and his followers. "You must be aware of the situation." Wang Chao turned his gaze towards the rabbit boss's remaining subordinates, striving to temper his voice from sounding too furious. He exhaled and inquired, "Speak up. Who among you has partaken of those transformed into carrots?" However, the subordinates, though retreating, remained silent. It was the one who had previously sighed at Wang Chao, only to be sent flying by him, who, now crawling on the ground, lamented with a face full of dust, "It's too late. You shouldn't have struck it with your fists, let alone touched its face." Wang Chao's expression shifted dramatically. "Ha!" The rabbit boss, who had been sent sprawling by Wang Chao, sat up on the ground, propping himself on his palms, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "I may not know how you discern the issue with the carrot, but I never claimed that a handshake was necessary. My superpower only requires physical contact, you fool." As he babbled on, Wang Chao had already charged forward. When a long-distance runner accelerates to a sprint, what speed does that yield? Faster than bolt. Especially when fueled by rage, Wang Chao, realizing the precariousness of the situation, surged like a gust of wind toward the seated rabbit boss. The sword in his hand, which had transformed into a long blade without notice, glinted ominously as it severed one of the rabbit boss's arms in a single stroke. Blood gushed forth. The rabbit boss stared in shock at his bloody severed limb, then clutched the stump, wailing, "You should have decapitated me, you imbecile." Panic surged within Wang Chao. He recognized that his reasoning was confined by the confines of comic book logic. Perhaps he had misremembered the lines of that rotund rabbit, who had fallen too quickly, leading him to mistakenly believe that a handshake was essential for the activation of superpowers. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, Wang Chao transformed into a carrot before the eyes of the onlookers. A hush fell over the scene. The patrons, still reeling from the sight of Wang Chao severing the rabbit boss's arm, were now struck dumb by this surreal turn of events. Some recalled Wang Chao's earlier words. Ugh, ugh. People in the crowd began to retch violently. One individual sank to the ground, crying as he clawed at his throat. Sighing, the subordinate who had risen spoke up. The rabbit boss, clutching his wound with his remaining arm, glared at the traitorous subordinate and said, "How dare you speak in favor of this brat? It seems you've lived long enough." With that, he shouted, "Die." Thud. The subordinate also metamorphosed into a carrot. Whether it was merely a trick of the mind, at that moment, after years of dread, a sense of unexpected lightness enveloped him as he pondered how the boy had discovered the rabbit's powers. Then he too became a carrot, tumbling to the ground. To the patrons, that solitary carrot now appeared as terrifying as a venomous serpent. In a frenzy, they fled from the vicinity of the rabbit boss and his crew. "Where do you think you're running off to? Transform." The rabbit boss stomped his foot, and those who were panicking and weeping all turned into carrots. His subordinates looked on numbly. The rabbit boss approached, picked up the carrot that had once been his traitorous subordinate, took a bite, chewed, and spat it onto the ground. Cursing, disgusting. Only those humans think it tastes better than ordinary carrots. With a dismissive spit, he ordered his subordinates, "All right. Hurry up and collect all the carrots on the ground. As per our usual practice, the inferior ones will be used for cooking, while the superior ones shall be sold." How ironic it was that selling carrots yielded greater value than trading in human lives. His subordinates bowed their heads and got to work. Suddenly, one of them picked up a carrot transformed by Wang Chao, hesitatingly asking, "Boss, what about this one?" The rabbit leader glanced at his own severed limb. Torn between tears and fury, and with a malevolent grin, he replied, "Let this one be kept for a while. We shall torment him for a few months before selling him off. He may be young, but he possesses considerable skill. He should fetch a good price in weaponry." Several of the bolder subordinates joined in his sinister laughter. At that moment, a shout pierced the air. The subordinate holding the carrot exclaimed as two beams of golden light erupted from it. The others were startled as well. The man hastily dropped the glowing carrot, which rolled over to the rabbit leader's feet. He stepped on it, perplexed by its unusual hardness, wondering if it could even be bitten. As the rabbit leader lifted his foot, two beams of golden light shot toward his face, causing his eyes to ache. Bang! The carrot astonishingly transformed back into Wang Chao. Amidst the swirling smoke of his transformation, a glimmering long blade shot forth from his hand. His eyes, sharp and cold, reflected a newfound resolve to kill. With a swift horizontal slash, he severed the rabbit leader's legs at the roots, and then stepped on his abdomen, raising the blade menacingly, declaring coldly, "Transform everyone who has turned into a carrot back to their original selves, or I will grant you a swift demise." The blade hovered just a centimeter from the rabbit's pink nose, warm blood dripping from its tip, staining the surrounding fur crimson. "Where is my mind-reading ability?" The rabbit leader pondered, bewildered by the inexplicable transformation of those who had become carrots without any intervention from him. How could this be possible? This question swirled in the minds of both the rabbit leader and his subordinates, particularly the rabbit leader himself, who found himself caught off guard as Wang Chao severed his legs, collapsing into a pool of blood. The chilling scent of blood wafting from the blade just a centimeter from his nose. The events transpired beyond comprehension, leaving the rabbit leader in a haze of confusion. As Wang Chao issued his cold command, the rabbit leader's mind was blank, save for one fleeting thought. His blade was indeed sharp and remarkably free of blood. Swish! The blade flashed again. Wang Chao, noticing the rabbit leader's stunned expression, slashed across with his sword. "Could you focus a little? I'm asking you a question." The rabbit leader felt a gust of wind pass over his head, followed by two soft thuds as its long ears fell to the ground. Staring blankly for a moment, a wave of terror washed over him, and he wailed in panic. It had intended to shift its body backward, distancing itself from Wang Chao. This harbinger of doom. Yet, having lost 2 legs and an arm, the rabbit leader found itself incapable of movement, collapsing awkwardly to the ground. The immense agony emanating from its wounds was beyond description, tearing at its very nerves, causing it to weep profusely. "How absurd! Are you insane? You lunatic!" The rabbit leader howled in despair. Now, its corpulent body was propped up only by one arm, dragging a trail of blood from the severed limbs beneath Wang Chao's feet, as the blood from its dismembered arm pooled into a crimson puddle. Moreover, the upper part of the rabbit leader's head was bald, its once white fur now saturated with blood, rendering it a grotesque sight. Wang Chao suppressed the nausea churning within him, taking a quiet deep breath as he stepped forward, treading upon the sanguine stains on the ground. Terrified, the rabbit leader rolled backward, the friction against the ground exacerbating its pain to the point of wishing for death. The very approach of Wang Chao seemed to drain the color from its fur, rendering it almost pallid once more. With a swift motion, Wang Chao sliced through the rabbit leader's garments, binding its severed limbs tightly in a bid to staunch the bleeding. He feared that this creature might perish before he had the chance to neutralize its powers. Unbeknownst to him, upon the rabbit leader's demise, would the humans it had transformed into carrots revert to their original forms? The rabbit leader emitted a faint, pitiful whimper, no longer daring to meet Wang Chao's gaze. Wang Chao recalled the various twisted, neurotic villains he had seen in films, and grasping the long knife given to him by Xiao Lan, he pinched the blade's tip, gesturing it menacingly near the rabbit leader's face. Adopting a tone reminiscent of casual conversation with a friend, he remarked, "You see, I am not entirely a demon. If you could cooperate and revert those humans you transformed into carrots, those who have yet to be consumed or perish, my knife shall not find its way to a fatal location on your person, such as your eyeballs, cochlea, or the fingers of your remaining hand. You have experienced the quality of this blade firsthand. Should it pierce your heart directly, rest assured, you would depart this world without suffering." The rabbit leader, growing increasingly despondent, bore an ashen visage, feebly inquiring, "Why? I have not wronged you. Why must you harm me?" Wang Chao replied, "To consume humans is unjust. To deceive others into devouring humans is even more reprehensible. You deserve to die." The rabbit leader was rendered nearly speechless. Wang Chao's words echoed the sentiments expressed by an elderly monk it had encountered previously, but that monk had swiftly met his end, transformed into a carrot and boiled for days in water heated to 40 or 50 degrees. Now indistinguishable among the other fine carrots destined for trade with the Red Satin Brigade, the fate of which remained unknown. Amidst despair, a flicker of defiance emerged as it questioned, "How is it that you can nullify my powers?" This enigma perplexed it deeply. For Wang Chao had previously been transformed into a carrot by its own hand, only to revert unexpectedly. Why was this so? Wang Chao chose not to respond. Why should he explain his abilities to a dying adversary? Such a notion was far from his desire. Cultivating such a detrimental habit could lead to a day when the enemy blinds him with a swift strike, resulting in his misfortune. "I am uncertain. Perhaps my demise is not meant to be." Wang Chao casually brushed over this notion, redirecting his attention to the blade's edge with a fingertip. The knife was exceedingly sharp, and unbeknownst to him, a minute wound had appeared on his fingertip, from which a drop of blood emerged, intentionally mimicking the neurotic demeanor of a villain. He licked the bead of blood from his finger and nonchalantly remarked, "Oh, by the way, have you ever explored the intricacies of male-to-female gender reassignment surgery? Coincidentally, I have viewed an animated depiction of the procedure. Allow me to enlighten you. First, an incision is made along the skin, followed by severing the frenulum. Then a circumferential excision of the glans." As he uttered these painfully vivid lines, Wang Chao couldn't help but reflect on how utterly deranged he must appear. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed the rabbit leader, who was evidently quite alarmed. The rabbit leader had initially underestimated that a boy of Wang Chao's age would devise any torturous methods. It merely anticipated being cut and slashed, and perhaps, if not careful, could bleed to death. It had no intention of revealing its superpowers. Since this lad seemed so empathetic, intent on rescuing his kind, why should it cooperate? After all, if it was destined to perish, it would ensure that Wang Chao lived the remainder of his life burdened by guilt, resolute in its decision to endure. The rabbit leader was taken aback by Wang Chao's calm and methodical recounting of the gruesome surgery. With an intense discomfort, Wang Chao described the transition surgery. And noticing that the rabbit leader remained obstinate, he felt a pang of urgency. Could it truly remain unfazed by such revelations? To be frank, in a fit of rage, Wang Chao was capable of taking a life. He had already done so moments ago. Yet, to suddenly impose torture upon an intelligent being with an air of nonchalance? Reflecting calmly, he realized that inflicting torture was not something one could undertake lightly, nor was it a task suited for just anyone. Then, an idea struck him. This creature must be a devil. Despair enveloped the rabbit leader. Unable to resist, it exchanged a glance with Wang Chao, whose golden eyes, initially captivating, now appeared utterly terrifying, akin to those of a demon. At that moment, a voice echoed in its mind. "Ah, if only I could revert everyone back, perhaps I should let it go. To have its hands and feet severed, how dreadful!" I can barely suppress the urge to vomit. The remaining half of my magic bean should suffice to restore its limbs. This miraculous herb is all I possess, but alas, those limbs are the result of my actions. If it repents and reverts everyone back, I might just spare it. It was unmistakably Wang Chao's voice, resonating as though directly within the rabbit leader's consciousness. The rabbit leader was taken aback, for before it, Wang Chao was earnestly narrating, and had just concluded his description. So, this was merely a person of words, rather than actions? In the depths of his heart, he was overwhelmed with joy. Upon witnessing Wang Chao's hesitation to act after finishing his words, the rabbit boss felt a surge of confidence in his assumption, exclaiming internally, "Splendid. It turns out this fellow is a naive fool overflowing with compassion. Moreover, I have seemingly awakened the extraordinary ability of telepathy. It is said that under immense pressure or in times of crisis, such powers can manifest more vividly. I am truly remarkable. Well, do you agree or not?" Wang Chao's face was grim. His hand trembled slightly as it grasped the blade. "If you don't revert those people soon, I shall truly, indeed. Just posturing." The rabbit boss experienced a sensation akin to liberation, realizing that Wang Chao was still a child at heart, lacking in mental fortitude. He pondered the mysterious immortal beings that Wang Chao mentioned. Could they truly mend my severed limbs? If they are reflections of his genuine thoughts, they must hold some truth. Ha ha ha. Such a miraculous medicine exists. I shall feign fear and acquiesce to your request for now. Thus, he timidly nodded. Wang Chao's expression brightened momentarily before he quickly masked it, adopting a stern demeanor as he struck the rabbit boss's face with the sword's hilt, commanding, "Then let us proceed swiftly." Simultaneously, he silently exhaled a breath of relief, thinking, "By heavens, it seems I have succeeded. The power of my keen insight can be utilized in such a manner. Remarkable. I truly am a little genius." However, he mused, "To nullify the ability, I must perform a specific set of actions." The rabbit boss declared. This fool, believing he had deciphered Wang Chao's inner thoughts, was now lying in a semi-solid pool of blood, attempting to rise. "Then by all means, do so," Wang Chao retorted. The rabbit boss sighed in resignation. "To execute the actions, I need to stand and clap my hands, yet my legs and arms are broken. Is that so?" Wang Chao scrutinized him with his golden eyes, concentrating intensely, fabricating a thought that would penetrate the rabbit boss's consciousness. "If that is the case, it seems I must first restore your limbs with the immortal beings. How vexing." In truth, the transmission of Wang Chao's insight was merely a thought, not a sound. But the rabbit boss instinctively interpreted it as an audible voice from within himself, believing he had awakened the power of telepathy. The rabbit boss, in a frenzy, exclaimed, "I am doomed. I only hope you grant me a swift end. I assure you, I will not deceive you." Yet his heart screamed, "Quickly, produce that medicine." "Ha ha ha. The benevolent, soft-hearted fool. Just wait until I recover, and then I shall end you." He had already devised a plan. Once his limbs were restored, he would confront Wang Chao once more, immediately transforming him into a carrot, seizing him to gnaw upon, and then retreating to the kitchen to chop him into carrot juice. He would ensure this brat would never have the chance to revert. Indeed, Wang Chao retrieved from his satchel the half of the immortal bean he had carefully preserved, adopting a conflicted demeanor without offering explanations. What a miraculous bean. He truly possesses it. The rabbit boss remained composed outwardly, yet inside he was elated, thinking, "My telepathy is truly extraordinary." In a sudden turn of events, Wang Chao grasped half a celestial bean in his palm and turned back to retrieve the severed arm of the rabbit leader, positioning himself behind the rabbit leader. He encircled him with one arm, lifting the limbless creature, while with the other hand, he assisted the rabbit leader in grasping his own dismembered limb. "I cannot possibly allow you to regrow your arms and legs, so let us try this for now." "Huh. It seems that being truly has the potential to restore me. Why pretend otherwise? I have heard it all through my mind-reading abilities. What a fool." The rabbit leader, internally stifling a laugh, thought to himself that the act of releasing the ability was merely a personal quirk of his own, for how could such a foolish condition for supernatural power truly exist? Such a simpleton. Yet, on the surface, he feigned a look of difficulty. "Very well, let us see." Wang Chao pried open the somewhat rigid hand of the severed arm, cradling the rabbit leader with one hand while using the other to bring the severed hand to meet the remaining palm of the rabbit leader, striking them together twice. "Release!" The rabbit leader exclaimed theatrically. Bang, 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 bang. In the restaurant's grand hall, all those who had been transformed into carrots reverted back to their human forms. Wang Chao quietly exhaled in relief, discarding the rabbit leader onto the ground. "That hurts." The rabbit leader gasped as he collapsed, wincing in pain, yet inwardly rejoicing. "Perhaps this lad will feel compelled to feed me that bean." Moments later, the rabbit leader pondered curiously, "Wait, why can't I hear his thoughts anymore? Where has my mind-reading ability gone?" And why do I feel as though I am losing my body? What is happening? The room is spinning. At the instant the rabbit leader relinquished his supernatural ability, and the patrons he had transformed into carrots reverted to their human forms. Wang Chao did not hesitate to sever the head of the fallen rabbit leader with a swift stroke. The head, now devoid of ears, rolled away. Wang Chao chose not to glance back. Instead, he rested the tip of his blade against the ground beside the rabbit leader's headless and limbless corpse, intending to use the hilt to steady himself for a moment. Unquenchable is the cup of wine. Endless are the heads of enemies to be severed. Such a proclamation bore a sense of bravado. Yet, the physiological revulsion towards such actions overwhelmed Wang Chao with a wave of nausea. He clenched his eyes shut, and as he leaned against the hilt, the slightest exertion caused him to stagger and fall into the pool of blood beside the rabbit leader's corpse. It turned out that the blade gifted by Xiren was far too sharp to be steadied against the ground upon applying pressure. Half of the blade had already sunk into the earth. Wang Chao sheathed his knife, the heavy stench of blood surrounding him. He steadied his heart, after all. He was someone who had traversed through dense jungles. Blood and gore were not unfamiliar sights to him. In the great wilderness, he had encountered carcasses devoured by wild beasts. And upon discovery, they were often teeming with maggots, buzzing with flies. A moment's inattention brought that ghastly scene and odor to mind, an indelible memory. Wang Chao's emotions at that time mirrored the curiosity that compelled him to click on a rather dubious video titled 2 Women and 1 Zero, filled with thoughts of, why must I witness such things? Why am I here? Compared to the brutality and bloodshed of the forest, the sight of a headless corpse, a rabbit's head with vacant eyes, 2 scattered rabbit legs, and an arm, along with a body that had been pierced through the back of the head with a stool leg protruding from its mouth, seemed trivial. What unsettled Wang Chao more was the ethical upheaval within him. I have taken a life, he pondered silently, his piercing gaze as calm as ever. Yet these individuals could hardly be considered human, so what of it? The distinction between 0 and 1 is profound. Wang Chao had never before committed murder, nor had he ever harbored the desire to do so. Yet now, he had crossed that line. He sensed a transformation within himself, though he could not articulate it. He was acutely aware of its presence. Suddenly, an odd thought struck him as he mused. How had he come to mention gender reassignment surgery in such a tone? Had he not later had the epiphany to manipulate the deceased fat rabbit's words with his keen insight, would he have been able to grasp that lifeless creature's appendage for a demonstration? Surely, that was an absurd notion. At that moment, a sudden sound of retching broke through the air. It came from several patrons who had reverted from their carrot forms back to human shape. Their memories of the time spent as carrots were blank, fragmented. Their own weakness had rendered them incapable of maintaining consciousness in their carrot state. Now, upon regaining their forms, it was as if they were reloading their memories. And they began to vomit uncontrollably. How did it die? One asked. Who cares? Step on it, shouted another. In the restaurant's hall, a few audacious patrons, witnessing the dismembered rabbit leader, began to curse and kick the corpse. Meanwhile, several women huddled in a corner, their faces pale, opting for silence. They, along with others, cast furtive glances at the taciturn Wang Chao. Had he not been positioned near the entrance, they might have bolted for the door. Each of them carried a universal capsule device, allowing for an immediate return home upon exiting the restaurant. Yet, the image of the headless rabbit leader, coupled with Wang Chao's sudden eruption of violence, instilled fear that kept them at bay. Hey, don't even think about running. You too will pay the price, someone yelled, noticing the rabbit leader's subordinates attempting to sneak away. In a fit of rage, he charged after them. Wang Chao followed suit. The moment the onlookers saw Wang Chao head toward the restaurant's backyard, a wave of relief washed over them, and they surged toward the exit. Moments later, a cacophony of thuds echoed as universal capsules hit the ground, followed by the thunderous sound of car doors slamming shut. As Wang Chao entered the backyard, he heard the distant roar of motorcycles and the frantic grinding of jeep wheels against the ground, even the sound of a helicopter departing overhead. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a machine gun shattered the air. Damn, are weapons from Dragon Ball so commonplace? Given their firepower, why didn't they use their guns against me earlier? Wang Chao, lacking confidence to confront a machine gun head-on, proceeded cautiously, his mind alert. He surmised that the overconfidence of that fat rabbit stemmed from its supernatural abilities, leading it to believe there was no adversary it could not vanquish. At that moment, the individuals who had been pursuing the rabbit's subordinates hastily retreated. As they passed Wang Chao, a mixture of astonishment and terror flickered across their faces, akin to a stream parting around a rock, veering away from him while clustering behind him in their flight. However, one individual could not restrain himself and shouted from behind, "Run. They have guns." Of course. I'm not deaf, Wang Chao thought in exasperation, yet he tightened his grip on the sword hidden in his waist pouch, prepared to unleash another throwing knife at a moment's notice. A lesson learned. That fellow's misplaced confidence had swiftly led to his demise. I must not become overly reliant on my keen eyesight. A constant awareness of the potential for enemy ambush is crucial. Wang Chao cautiously advanced, pondering the lessons to be taken from this conflict. Suddenly, the gunfire ahead ceased abruptly. "Damn it! Return my gun," a coarse voice echoed, evidently displeased with the individual who had just fired the machine gun. The sound of muffled thuds followed, interspersed with the barely audible crack of bones breaking, culminating in a sigh from someone who uttered, "Amitabha." Wang Chao, concealed in the shadows, intended to observe discreetly, but then heard the voice of the elder who had just invoked Amitabha, declaring, "There is someone." Is he referring to me? Wang Chao's heart raced. More people? Damn it, I will turn them into a sieve. The initial coarse voice expressed frustration, nearly mistaking him for a carrot, which startled him. Subsequently, the sounds of firearms being maneuvered followed, and the coarse voice urged, "All right, stop hiding, come out." Good heavens, he is indeed speaking of me. Wang Chao felt a mix of annoyance and curiosity. Could this Amitabha possess a sense of perception? Instead of revealing himself immediately, he called out, "Don't be alarmed. I'm an ally. I am not with that rabbit." Then he raised his hands and stepped forward. "I was the one who killed the rabbit leader, and I also compelled it to revert from carrot form." Only then did Wang Chao observe the situation of these individuals. The small courtyard was crowded with at least 20 people, led by a 2-meter-tall soldier and an elderly monk with long gray eyebrows. The elder who had first detected Wang Chao's presence was evidently this monk. On the ground between these two figures lay the rabbit leader's fleeing subordinates, their necks at an unnatural angle, indicating they had met their end. Behind them stood a diverse group of 20 or so individuals. Wang Chao quickly scanned the crowd, noting either innocent, lively-eyed boys and girls or robust young and middle-aged men. The soldier, aiming a machine gun in Wang Chao's direction, hesitated upon realizing he was facing a mere boy. "You took care of that dead rabbit?" the soldier inquired, lowering his weapon. "Indeed," Wang Chao affirmed. Wang Chao approached him, displaying a touch of humility. In truth, as long as he was not transformed into a carrot by that rabbit, it was not particularly impressive. Upon Wang Chao's approach, the soldier extended his palm, which was as large as Wang Chao's entire head, reaching out to grasp him. Wang Chao deftly evaded, vanishing beneath the gaze of the 2-meter-tall soldier as if he had simply disappeared. When the soldier heard a swift whoosh, he suddenly realized that the tip of a knife had inexplicably come to rest just 5 centimeters from his chin. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that Wang Chao had concealed himself in his blind spot, producing a knife from seemingly nowhere. "Well, I believe it now," the soldier said, pushing the knife tip away with his finger. "Could you please put that away? It's quite frightening." The moment he had spotted the knife, his heart skipped a beat, nearly causing him to lose control. Wang Chao sheathed the knife. Thanks to the existence of the universal capsule technology on Earth, he was unreserved about the retrieval process of his weapon. Others could achieve a similar effect by striking a hollow capsule to procure a knife. The old monk regarded Wang Chao with admiration, inquiring, "What a remarkable skill. What martial art do you practice, young benefactor?" "The Xiolan interstellar military body fist and knife technique." Wang Chao fabricated a style, though in truth he knew nothing of any knife techniques. He retorted, "And which temple do you belong to, great monk?" The old monk, with a gentle demeanor, replied, "I am the 14th monk from the Dulan Temple. I have yet to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance, Amitabha." Wang Chao thought to himself, "Ah, a senior of that little monk, Klin." After conversing for a while, Wang Chao discovered that this monk was indeed a practitioner of martial arts. Originating from Dulan Temple, he was a martial monk, closely related to the little bald monk Klin, who was still unknown in his current whereabouts. "I came seeking alms, but instead of receiving, I was transformed into a carrot," the 14th monk sighed, his lips quivering. Reluctantly, he added, "Superpowers are unpredictable. It was my carelessness. I nearly encountered the Buddha." "Great monk, you are being overly attached," Wang Chao remarked. In truth, he merely wished to say this phrase to the old monk, knowing little of its significance. He had often encountered this line in television dramas and novels. The 14th monk paused, taken aback. The soldier beside him, a robust figure, interjected, "That dead rabbit didn't leave behind carrots for cooking. They are meant for trade. Look at everyone here." He surveyed the crowd of those rescued. Who among them isn't strong and robust? Or perhaps just a few years old? These are valuable lives. He then turned to the 14th monk, stating, "Had you not displayed some skill when encountering that dead rabbit, I suspect you would have ended up in someone else's belly." At this utterance, a chill swept through the gathered crowd. They all felt that, even within the mainstream perspective that anthropomorphic animals were part of humanity, that rabbit leader, in both spirit and body, could no longer be considered within the realm of humanity, transforming living beings into mere carrots. selling the useful and tossing the useless into the pot. Such acts are the domain of brutes. It is fortunate that those wretches met their demise. They deserved it. At this moment, Wang Chao noticed a tall, robust man in the crowd, with a young girl of about 10 hiding beside him. Intrigued, he approached and inquired a few questions. Indeed, they were the relatives the middle-aged uncle and nephew had been searching for since they emerged from the woods. They have been searching for you, Wang Chao exclaimed, realizing that you had been concealed like carrots by that loathsome fat rabbit. What a way to remain hidden. The girl, who had been cowering behind her father, peeked out with red-rimmed eyes and remarked, "Thank goodness the uncle didn't find us here. Otherwise, they too would have been turned into carrots by the bad people." The crowd was stirred by the innocent words of the little girl. The old monk even chanted a Buddhist phrase, exclaiming, "Well said." Wang Chao, perplexed by the oddity of the situation, turned to Monk Shirsi and asked, "What is your understanding of the term well said? After all, it is also a classical expression." The old monk was taken aback. Was this young benefactor truly questioning a simple monk's catchphrase? Moreover, the phrase could not have been more straightforward. Wang Chao, shifting his line of questioning, inquired, "Surely you can read, great monk?" Monk Shirsi nodded. Wang Chao then drew the character for dragon in the dirt with his toe, asking, "What is this character?" "It is dragon," responded the same girl. The old monk and the soldiers nodded in agreement. The soldier had introduced himself as Dilat, a true professional soldier. Wang Chao then erased the character and drew the simplified version of dragon. The girl looked at him in astonishment and then up at her father, who patted her head, prompting her to exclaim, "It's still the character for dragon. How peculiar. You even recognize the simplified form?" Wang Chao found this exceedingly strange. Although he had seen many Chinese characters while reading comics in his previous life, he had not expected this. Not to mention, characters like An had appeared on Sun Wukong's clothing, while and were memorable as well. Could it be that the characters of our great China are indeed universal? Wang Chao pondered quietly. At this juncture, the crowd surged forward, eager to depart. After all, they were not truly friends. At most, they were fellow survivors bound by adversity. Now that they had escaped death, their most pressing desire was to return home and reunite with their loved ones. As they passed the kitchen, they saw utensils and remnants of numerous carrots on the counter, prompting someone to gag. The old monk once again murmured, "Bah." Meanwhile, Soldier Dilat rummaged through the kitchen, discovering a lighter and several bottles of liquor. Before turning back to ask, "Does anyone have gasoline?" a voice from the crowd raised a hand. "I have some in my capsule." "Yes, let's outburn this place down." Everyone present had once been transformed into carrots, and thus they harbored a profound animosity towards the lifeless rabbit. As they traversed the main hall of the restaurant, the pungent scent of blood assaulted their senses. Except for Wang Chao, Dilat, and the monk Shirsi, the others turned pale. Only the girl's father, accustomed to hunting in the woods, maintained his composure, merely furrowing his brow as he instinctively shielded his daughter's eyes. "Do not be afraid. We shall return home shortly," he reassured her. Dilat inspected the corpse. There were no traces on the ground, only footprints leading away. He observed the unfortunate soul, who had been flung by Wang Chao and had met a grim fate with a chair leg piercing the back of his head. Dilat swiftly reconstructed the scene, noting how he had moved from the body to the position where Wang Chao had previously stood, delivering a powerful shove. "What immense strength. Did you do this yourself?" he inquired, directing his question at Wang Chao. Wang Chao had initially intended to make a light-hearted remark, downplaying the incident, but upon gazing at the corpse, his jest faltered. He simply nodded in acknowledgement. Dilat then turned his attention to the rabbit leader's remains. "Ah," he exclaimed, lifting two limp ears, noting the precision of the cut. Was it a single stroke? He surveyed the area, spotting 2 legs and an arm, and upon closer inspection of the severed ends, he found them equally neat, as if cleanly sliced away. "What a fine blade," he praised. "May I borrow it later?" He thought to himself how fortunate he was not to have been nicked by Wang Chao's knife earlier, as it could have resulted in injury. Wang Chao, puzzled, questioned, "Later? What do you mean by later?" With the initial intrigue fading, the others began to take their leave. Some were quite distant, having been brought here after being transformed into carrots by the rabbit leader. Dilat, Shirsi, and others fell into this category. After inquiring about the nearest city, they learned that Slob City was nearby and hurriedly departed. Wang Chao observed as they each went their separate ways. "You saved these individuals. Yet not all have expressed their gratitude," the monk Shirsi remarked beside him. "Are you disappointed?" "Disappointed? Not at all," Wang Chao replied. His words seemed somewhat insincere, prompting him to clarify, "I merely passed through, vanquished that rabbit, and freed you all, largely for my own satisfaction. Whether these people thank me or not is irrelevant." It felt somewhat verbose, and Wang Chao sheepishly scratched his head. The old monk simply smiled gently, pressed his palms together, and uttered, "Bah." Suddenly, Both men sensed a flickering light and a wave of heat behind them. Turning around, they discovered that D-Lat had cleared the vicinity of the restaurant, doused it in gasoline and liquor, and tossed a lighter into the mix, igniting a roaring inferno. Wang Chao gazed at the flames, contemplating that perhaps he had altered the course of events, if only slightly. Indeed. Wang Chao recalled something and rummaged through his bag, producing a large map and a waterproof pen. He bit off the pen cap and handed it to the monk, inquiring, "Great monk, do you know the precise location of Baozi Mountain?" The fire had raged for several hours before it gradually extinguished, leaving behind a desolate, white expanse. The remnants of smoke lingered in the withered forest, where the restaurant previously carried by Tuda and his companions using a universal capsule had been reduced to a pile of smoldering ashes. After a while, a flying machine adorned with a red ribbon pattern descended gently among the barren trees. Several individuals clad in uniforms disembarked from the craft and swiftly approached the site. "Is this the place?" one inquired. "Indeed, the contact address provided by the Rabbit Gang is right here. How could everything be burned?" The members of the Red Ribbon Corps exchanged words amongst themselves, and soon they discovered several charred corpses within the ashes of the restaurant. Their line of work involved murder and illicit dealings, so they were adept at examining crime scenes and identifying bodily traces, quickly forming a rough assessment. "None of these people died in the fire," declared the leader of the Red Ribbon. Indeed, another pointed to a row of charred bodies with necks twisted at unnatural angles. These individuals had their necks forcefully snapped, resulting in immediate death. A bystander remarked, "Such strength could only be wielded by the Special Forces operative, D-Lat, mentioned in the Rabbit's dossier, or the old monk from Dulan Temple. It couldn't have been the old monk. It must have been that special operative's doing." The leader shook his head, contemplating the rabbit's business troubles. Those he transformed into carrots have returned to their human forms, and now they themselves have been dealt with. One subordinate nonchalantly suggested, "Shall we leave then? This was to be our last collaboration with the rabbit. I heard Dr. Gallo's experiment has progressed and no longer requires surplus experimental materials. What a pity for the arms we sold them. They've likely been taken by those who burned this place." The others agreed to return, expressing disdain for such a desolate area, fit only for the deceased rabbit. However, the leader of the Red Ribbon shook his head once more and turned back toward the direction of the landing craft. "We must find those who set fire to this place. Since this is our final mission, we cannot return to headquarters empty-handed." Not far north of the desolate forest lay a small town. Wang Chao, D-Lat, and the old monk from Dulan Temple passed through. Earlier, Wang Chao had taken out the map, hoping to inquire if the monk knew the exact location of Baozi Mountain. The mysterious elder who had sent him here had only circled a general area on the map. However, in the maps available to Wang Chao, there was no indication of a place called Baozi Mountain. He speculated that perhaps Baozi Mountain was merely the old man Sun Wukong's personal designation, differing from the official geographical name or even its actual boundaries. In the end, the old monk was unaware as well. He then asked Wang Chao what he intended to do at this place called Baozi Mountain. Wang Chao was somewhat taken aback. "You mean you don't know? Sun Wukong resides there." "Sun Wukong?" The monk, Shitsi, was astonished. As a martial artist, the name Wang Chao mentioned resonated deeply with him. It had been many years since he had heard tales of Sun Wukong. He had assumed the legendary figure had ascended to immortality, as the stories claimed, and had not yet embraced the joys of grandparenthood. How could he have departed? Wang Chao pondered. Nevertheless, not being able to pinpoint the exact location of Baozi Mountain did not dishearten Wang Chao too much, for he believed there would be ample time to inquire about it later in his journey. Perhaps, when he arrived at the mountain range inhabited by the mysterious elder, he might serendipitously encounter Sun Wukong himself. After all, was it not a common trope in novels that no matter how vast the landscape, the protagonist always managed to fortuitously find the one they sought? Wang Chao resolved to maintain a positive outlook. As for the location of Duolin Temple, Wang Chao had requested the old monk to mark it on the map he produced. He could not help but wonder about this seemingly spoofed version of Shaolin Temple. Did it possess its own reputation as a cradle of martial arts? As he contemplated this, he casually inquired, which startled the monk, who quickly waved his hand and exclaimed, "How could you dare to suggest such a thing, young benefactor? Amitabha, while our temple does have a few martial monks, we can hardly lay claim to being the birthplace of martial prowess." Pausing for a moment, the old monk continued, "If one were to speak of a true origin of martial arts in this world, there is but one place worthy of such a title. Where might that be?" Wang Chao inquired. "The holy land of martial arts, Galinta," the monk declared earnestly. "Ah, that place. How unexpected," Wang Chao replied. "You've heard of it?" the monk asked. "Indeed, it's a subsidiary of the temple," Wang Chao jested. "Indeed, Galinta lies directly beneath the temple, akin to a minor quest preceding the main adventure. Even the martial philosophies espoused by the immortals atop the tower bear a striking resemblance to the temple's teachings, albeit in a diminished form. The preparatory courses for seizing the sacred water essentially revolve around snatching bells, characterized by an eerie stillness and lightning-fast execution. Upon reflection, it even evokes a semblance of the superficial aspects of the Supreme Freedom technique. In that moment, Wang Chao's thoughts wandered far beyond the 12 universes. While the old monk remained perplexed, temple? What temple? It seemed these individuals had yet to conquer even Galinta. Wang Chao snapped back to reality, feeling a sense of grounding. Let us set aside those matters, great monk. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? Wang Chao felt that his earlier display of superiority as a traveler, flaunting his knowledge before the less experienced local, was rather unseemly. Thus, he cast aside his distractions and challenged Shitzi. The monk smiled gently and recited, "It is indeed the purpose of this journey for me to accompany you, young benefactor. I trust that Delat, too, shares this sentiment." Wang Chao paused briefly, then chuckled, "Ah, so this is how you intend to repay your kindness." Previously, while cooking in the desolate woods, the old monk and Delat learned of Wang Chao's solitary journey, which was undertaken to seek martial prowess. Delat, at that moment, advised him against such a long trek, suggesting that he could train just as effectively in the military. Wang Chao, however, declined his counsel. The old monk also mentioned that Wang Chao could accompany him to Duolin Temple to engage in ascetic practices, where he could also acquire genuine skills. Yet, upon recalling the comic character Krillin and the monks who were bested by him, Wang Chao felt uncertain about the martial arts taught at Duolin Temple. He deemed the teachings of Master Rashi to be more reliable and similarly rejected that option. Upon discovering that Wang Chao intended to apprentice under Sun Wukong, the eldest disciple of Master Rashi, the old monk turned to prevent Delat from further persuasion. He possesses ambition. The old monk remarked to Delat, expressing hope that Wang Chao would indeed locate the reclusive Sun Wukong, as it would greatly enhance his martial journey. Consequently, unable to sway Wang Chao, Delat and the old monk synchronously chose to accompany him on his expedition. While they could not traverse the entirety of the journey to Baozi Mountain with him, they could at least share a portion of the path. The old monk resolved to impart several techniques to Wang Chao along the way, and Delat felt he had valuable survival skills to teach, such as outdoor survival and basic reconnaissance techniques. As an official Special Forces soldier, had it not been for the absurd abilities of that rabbit, Delat could have single-handedly toppled any mediocre gang. At this moment, Wang Chao realized the true intent of his companion's decision to accompany him, which filled him with joy. "Very well. I shall accept your goodwill. Prepare yourselves, Master 14. Wang Chao was not entirely unacquainted with martial arts, having acquired a foundational combat skill set from Xiren's rigorous training. However, considering the brief duration of his indoctrination, it was insufficient when placed before the seasoned expertise of the old monk. Master was a title he felt unworthy to assume. The old monk smiled slightly, and without exerting much effort, effortlessly overturned Wang Chao as he charged forward. Nevertheless, the old monk raised his foot, ensuring Wang Chao did not fall too harshly. The title of old monk resonated with Wang Chao, who genuinely appreciated it and encouraged the continued use of it. Dazed, Wang Chao was unaware of how he had been toppled. The old monk's techniques were even more elusive than those of Xiren's extraterrestrial acquaintance. Xiren's moves had been straightforward, relying on sheer speed to overwhelm Wang Chao, likely due to the vast disparity in their power. Contemplating this, Wang Chao felt a surge of anticipation for the new knowledge he was about to gain. At that moment, Delat returned from procuring supplies. Upon entering the small town, he had disappeared to gather equipment, as he had lost all his gear after being captured by the Rabbit King. Has it begun? He laughed upon seeing Wang Chao practicing punches with the old monk in their modest hotel room. Wang Chao, your days ahead may not be comfortable. You must be prepared. Always be ready. Wang Chao stood up with a pat on his backside, laughing as he shared a joke that the other two could not comprehend. As night fell, the stars twinkled brightly. Delat led Wang Chao out of the small town, with the old monk naturally accompanying them. Your willpower has yet to reach a level where it remains unaffected by material pleasures, he mused. The trio consisted of a wandering old martial monk, a seasoned Special Forces soldier, and a man who, in his leisure, would run 100 kilometers daily for amusement. In this modest town, they barely felt the effort as they strolled out. The moonlight was splendid tonight, illuminating their path. Delat couldn't help but glance sideways at Wang Chao, marveling at how this seemingly insignificant figure could keep pace with him, a well-trained soldier. Whose little monster are you? What's up? Wang Chao inquired with curiosity. On either side, Delat towered with legs as long as Wang Chao's height, while the old monk was several heads taller than Wang Chao. Thus, the two of them sprinted ahead, while Wang Chao, at a disadvantage due to his shorter legs, had to maintain a light jog. Yet, Running was the one thing he feared least in this life in the Dragon Ball world. In fact, he found a certain delight in the sensation of running. Nothing much. Dilat replied, I just didn't expect you to be so resilient. Here you are, out at night, eager to make our way, without a hint of reluctance. The old monk chimed in, indeed, it is quite rare. Wang Chao responded, the early bird catches the worm. Lacking talent, I must compensate with hard work. The three of them swiftly traversed the rural road for over 2 hours, and as the night deepened, they finally paused. Let us move away from the main road. According to the map, there is a sizable forest a few hundred meters in that direction. Let us head there, Dilat decided. Wang Chao and the old monk had no objections and followed Dilat. Now, both Dilat and Wang Chao carried bulging backpacks, their clothing adorned with pockets brimming with assorted tools. At the edge of the woods, Dilat set up a makeshift tent. During the process, he called Wang Chao over to teach him. Once completed, he dismantled the tent and observed as Wang Chao reassembled it. Take care of this tent, Dilat instructed, pulling out another intact one to stow in Wang Chao's backpack. While capsules are convenient, they are also easily misplaced. It's best to keep important items close at hand on this journey. He patted Wang Chao's backpack and called out, Let us go. The monk will start a fire, and I'll take this lad into the woods to find some late-night snacks. He, too, referred to the old monk as the monk. The monk nodded, already returning with an armful of kindling. As Wang Chao and Dilat delved deeper into the forest, Wang Chao glanced back towards the monk. With keen eyesight, he could clearly see the old monk rubbing 2 sturdy branches together, and a flame suddenly ignited in the darkness. What incredible strength, Wang Chao thought. Wang Chao pondered that during his previous practice with the monk, he had been bested merely by the monk's techniques, without ever witnessing the full extent of his strength. Reflecting on this, he realized that despite the monk's formidable skills, he had still fallen victim to that cunning rabbit, nearly being reduced to a mere carrot. It became clear that in the absence of sufficient strength, one must remain vigilant against bizarre and extraordinary abilities. Under the guidance of Dilat, Wang Chao systematically learned how to navigate the nocturnal woods, how to discern directions, track wild animals, identify which creatures roamed at night and which lay dormant, recognize edible wild fruits and grasses, and detect signs of human activity, all of which required caution in the wilderness. Dilat also introduced him to various traps commonly employed by hunters. Wang Chao diligently took notes, recalling how he had narrowly escaped stepping into a steel trap due to his quick reflexes. He learned methods for locating water sources, understanding that in the wild, water is of utmost importance. Although he carried a water storage capsule and planned to periodically replenish his supply in towns, he understood the necessity of preparation for unforeseen circumstances. As Dilat shared this wealth of information, Wang Chao absorbed it with the same earnestness he reserved for his university finals, hoping to retain as much as possible. Reassured by the knowledge that time was on his side, Dilat chuckled, cautioning him that the road ahead would not be easy and offering whatever assistance he could. He expressed skepticism about the mentor Wang Chao mentioned, questioning the wisdom of sending a youth on a trek of thousands of kilometers to seek a hidden mountain not even marked on maps. What folly, he lamented. In this day and age, what is the point of practicing martial arts? Such so-called skills are mere puffery. It would be far more beneficial to engage in scientifically structured training. Wang Chao, you should consider joining the military. You have a good physique and would undoubtedly excel. Wang Chao merely smiled in silence, regarding Dilat with an expression reminiscent of observing a peculiar fish. You people are truly bewitched. Dilat could only shake his head. It was not that he dismissed the abilities of the old monk, but he believed that if the monk channeled his diligence and passion for martial arts into the scientific and systematic training of their military, he would surely not be weaker than he was now. Coupled with a scientifically sound training regimen and appropriate nutritional support, he might even surpass his current prowess. Suddenly, Wang Chao raised his hand to halt Dilat's advance. Puzzled, Dilat looked down to find Wang Chao's golden eyes fixed intently on the shadowy depths of the forest. Following his gaze, Dilat observed the underbrush quivering, and a wild roe deer emerged, its eyes reflecting the faint moonlight. This kid has quite the keen gaze, Dilat thought to himself, noticing how Wang Chao's eyes shifted between golden and black. Could this be another manifestation of his extraordinary abilities? Perhaps he had utilized this unique sight to perceive the hidden powers of that dead rabbit. Indeed, if this boy possessed such skills and keen vision, he might truly be capable of trekking to the elusive meat bun mountain he spoke of. Wang Chao crouched low as he stealthily approached the wild deer, while Dilat attempted to grasp him but failed to catch hold. How could this boy, so young, seem as though he were raised in the depths of the forest? Dilat could no longer discern Wang Chao's silhouette against the night, but he felt the boy's silent presence, akin to that of a small leopard, with eyes that appeared capable of perceiving the dark. In terms of hunting in the woods, he felt he was outmatched. Suddenly, a faint rustle echoed ahead, followed by the struggles and cries of the deer, and then a series of muffled thuds, as if Wang Chao had delivered several blows, after which all fell silent. Before long, Dalat and Wang Chao returned to the old monk. The flickering campfire cast shadows, and the crackling branches heightened the surrounding tranquility. Dalat skillfully skinned the deer and methodically cleaned its entrails, rinsing them before skewering the meat to roast over the fire. Wang Chao gathered a few wild fruits and some fresh water for the old monk. "Thank you," the monk said, accepting the offering. As the meat cooked, Dalat requested a map from Wang Chao. He had previously prepared an array of maps of major cities and regions while in Sherlob City, rendering him well-equipped. Dalat located the map of their current position and began to mark it with a pin, enticed by the aroma of roasting meat. Wang Chao patiently waited until Dalat finally set down the pin and passed the map to him, illuminated by the firelight. Wang Chao noticed that Dalat had circled the nearest large city, most likely their intended destination, Haya City. Wang Chao read the name aloud and noticed a fine line extending from the circle, indicating the route they would take into the city. However, this route did not connect directly to their current location, but rather meandered significantly around Haya City. Upon closer inspection, Wang Chao was astonished. Dalat had deliberately charted a path that traversed 4 mountain ranges and 2 vast forests, truly treacherous terrain. This detour will take at least 10 days at a brisk pace, or perhaps over half a month at a more leisurely one, Dalat remarked. "I have imparted all that I can teach you. To delve deeper would require far more than a mere couple of weeks. I trust this time frame will suffice for the monk to discuss martial arts with you, yes?" The old monk, having consumed a few wild fruits, tossed the seeds into the fire and joined his palms in prayer. The martial arts of Duolin Temple are not less profound than those of the Turtle Sage School. A fortnight is ample time for Wang Chao to grasp the fundamentals, he said with a smile. Moreover, I believe what Wang Chao truly requires is not merely martial skills, but the foundational principles of martial arts, is it not? Such understanding is far more significant than mere techniques. "Thank you, Master," Wang Chao replied earnestly. The old monk shook his robes and rose from his seated position, declaring, "There remains some time before sleep, and your meat is not yet fully cooked. Wang Chao, come." He beckoned to Wang Chao. "All right," Wang Chao responded without hesitation, throwing a punching greeting. The campfire flickered with the movement of the two, their shadows intertwining as they exchanged blows. Dalat, uninterested in their sparring, focused intently on the meat beginning to drip with juices. The following day dawned with a faint light. The tent rustled softly, emitting faint sounds. After a while, the reclining Dalat and the meditating old monk simultaneously opened their eyes. They rose and emerged from the tent, only to behold a small figure not far from the extinguished campfire, diligently practicing punches, pausing occasionally as if reflecting and pondering, before resuming the exercise. The old monk exchanged a glance with Dalat and quietly sighed. He will surely find Sun Wukong. Wang Chao was accustomed to rising early for morning exercises. This was not only because his physical condition had improved remarkably since his arrival in this world, leaving him with energy to spare, but also due to an underlying belief that, as an earthling, he must exert twice the effort. Naturally, he could not compete with the genetically superior Saiyans. If he did not strive harder, how could he stand a chance against them? Not to mention the likes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, whose innate talents, intelligence, and diligence surpassed most. Vegeta, in particular, seemed to revel in self-discipline to the point of self-torment. Having resolved to master martial arts and grow stronger, Wang Chao dared not squander a single moment. Since his body felt quite capable after his arrival, sleeping 4 to 5 hours each night was sufficient to restore his energy. Thus, there was no need to indulge in excessive slumber. Moreover, the sensation of exercising was indeed invigorating. As he contemplated the old monk's guidance from the previous night, he envisioned an opponent before him while practicing his punches and kicks, considering how the adversary might strike and how he could counter. The old monk had not taught Wang Chao any fixed routines, knowing well that Wang Chao aspired to reach the heights of Sun Wukong and the Turtle School. Consequently, he refrained from imparting the martial techniques of the monastery. After all, the old monk was uncertain about the specifics of the legendary Turtle School's martial arts. He feared that if he misled Wang Chao, it might hinder his ability to learn the Turtle School's ways and even prevent him from becoming a disciple of Sun Wukong. Therefore, the old monk chose to teach Wang Chao more universally applicable martial philosophies and rudimentary methods for strengthening the body. Being an elderly martial artist himself, he had accumulated practical wisdom over a lifetime of training. Although Dalat regarded this knowledge as inferior to scientifically systematic physical training, dismissing it with scorn, neither the old monk nor Wang Chao paid it any mind. After all, Delat's perspective reflected that of the majority of Earthlings today. They were willing to teach and learn, respectively. As the old monk and Delat observed Wang Chao's morning practice from outside the tent, they marveled at Wang Chao's remarkable insight. It was evident to them that the teachings imparted the previous night had genuinely resonated with him, integrating seamlessly into his movements. Little did they know, Wang Chao was not only grasping the old monk's teachings, but also reconciling them with the combat instincts he had developed during the rigorous training sessions with Xiran over the past few days. Exploring the most efficient techniques for martial combat. After an hour of diligent practice, Wang Chao was drenched in sweat and finally came to a halt. With a sigh of relief, he stretched his neck and turned around with a smile, saying, "You're up early as well?" Wang Chao rose unwaveringly at precisely 4:50 a.m., dedicating an hour to his martial arts practice. Now, it was likely just approaching 6 o'clock. In his past life, Wang Chao might not have even retired for the night at this hour. The task ahead was formidable, thus it was prudent to set off early. Delat unfurled the map, casting a glance at it. With a military dagger spinning in one hand and a compass in the other, he donned his backpack and strode purposefully into the depths of the forest. The old monk, carrying minimal baggage, merely a bowl for alms, followed suit with ease. "Wait," Wang Chao called out, noticing that the two had hastily departed without dismantling the tent. He hurried over to efficiently take down the tent and stow it in his backpack. After thoroughly checking his gear, particularly ensuring that the half-bean was secure, he ventured into the woods. Recalling Delrat's guidance from their hunting expedition the previous night, Wang Chao discerned the unmasked traces left by Delrat and the old monk, easily following their path. Meanwhile, after the trio's departure, by midday, as the sun cast its slanting rays, another group arrived at the same location. "Here!" exclaimed the members of the Red Satin Brigade as they discovered the remnants of the camp and a pile of extinguished campfire ashes. One soldier unearthed the discarded bones of the meat that Delrat and Wang Chao had gnawed upon, based on the information provided by the deceased rabbit. He noted two individuals among those they intended to trade with who warranted attention: an old monk from the Dulan Temple, reputed for his martial prowess and rumored to have ranked in the prestigious martial arts championship in his youth, and a special forces operative dispatched by the authorities. While the old monk posed little concern, the special forces soldier could indeed present complications. The leader of the Red Satin Brigade, stepping on the embers of the campfire, pondered before commanding, "Let us follow them. Once we locate them, if capturing them alive proves impossible, we will eliminate them all." "Yes, sir." The subordinate saluted. "Ah, so you have also participated in the renowned martial arts championship," the old monk remarked as the trio traversed the forest, side by side with Wang Chao. He discovered they both had taken part in the esteemed competition. Reflecting on the adversaries encountered by Krillin in the comics, which included monks from the Dulan Temple, Wang Chao found it unsurprising. After all, the championship was held at the Martial Arts Temple. All temples share a connection, perhaps even with the Dulan Temple. The old monk expressed astonishment at Wang Chao's young age yet participation in the martial arts tournament. "Oh, it's quite embarrassing to admit. I didn't even pass the preliminary rounds," Wang Chao confessed sheepishly, considering himself perhaps the least skilled among the traversers at the tournament. He could have potentially reached the top 8 but fell short against King Jopa. King Jopa? King Jopa? Both the old monk and Delrat, who was leading the way, turned back in surprise. While Wang Chao was not surprised that the old monk had heard of King Jopa, he was taken aback that Delrat was also aware of him. Delrat remarked, "What is so surprising? King Jopa is not only a figure in martial arts circles, but also a celebrity in the fighting world. He runs his own combat dojo and is quite well known. I've certainly heard of him," he added with a sense of awe. "I can't believe you've actually crossed paths with that King Jopa and lived to tell the tale. I have heard that this fellow takes great pleasure in mercilessly beating confident young individuals. He truly deserves it." Wang Chao expressed his astonishment that in the comics, King Jopa encountered Sun Wukong twice, only to be brought to his knees in both preliminary matches. The old monk and Delat, of course, could not comprehend this, prompting Wang Chao to inquire, "Is there truly such a stark distinction between the martial arts and combat circles?" "Martial arts and combat, to me, seem to be one and the same," Delat scoffed, declaring the difference to be vast. "The martial arts community is destined to vanish, as evidenced by the continuous decrease in prize money for the World Martial Arts Championship. The combat sphere, however, is thriving, even establishing a professional league, with many fighting schools in major cities becoming league members and collaborating to host events. The annual income of a single city's combat champion far surpasses the prize money awarded every 5 years for the World Martial Arts Championship. So tell me, is there no difference between the martial arts and combat circles?" The old monk shook his head in disbelief. "Yet," Wang Chao curiously remarked, "I feel you haven't truly answered the question." Delat paused to regard him. Wang Chao continued, The profitability and renown of a practice have no bearing on whether martial arts and combat are distinct, do they? Dilat was left speechless. However, I believe there is indeed a distinction, Wang Chao mused. For instance, he raised a finger. I have never heard of any combat champion utilizing qi, have you? Qi. Dilat's confusion was palpable, having never encountered that term before. Qi. The old monk's face reflected shock as he scrutinized Wang Chao, questioning how this untrained youth could possibly know of qi, unless his physical prowess had developed to the point of naturally sensing the qi within. It was clear to the old monk, having sparred with Wang Chao, that while he was indeed stronger than the average person, he had not reached the level of innate understanding of qi. Wang Chao found the old monk's astonishment rather peculiar, asking, "Is it truly strange to know of qi?" He recounted a previous encounter outside the World Martial Arts Championship venue with Master Rashi, asserting, Master Rashi's unique technique, the Turtle School's Kamehameha, must be a form of Qigong martial arts, right? Isn't this something many people are aware of? Kamehameha? Dilat did not recall Master Rashi but had vaguely heard of the Kamehameha's name, expressing confusion. Isn't that merely an exaggerated myth? Do you genuinely believe that one can emit lasers from their fingertips? You do not understand. Qi is not so simplistic, the old monk replied vaguely, sighing. Never mind. I shall refrain from elaborating further to avoid misleading you. Wang Chao, should you find Sun Gohan, you shall naturally have this esteemed disciple of Master Rashi to guide you. But if you ultimately do not find him, you are welcome to come to Duolin Temple to train. So, you truly do know of Qi, Wang Chao pondered silently. That makes sense. Given that in the comics, Dilly was able to master the flying technique so swiftly, it stands to reason that while Qi is mysterious, if one has a teacher to impart knowledge, the barriers to understanding are not insurmountable. It is indeed not surprising for the seasoned monks emerging from Duolin Temple to possess knowledge of Qi. He nodded with a smile and remarked, If I cannot become a disciple of the Turtle Sage, then being a novice monk under you would not be such a bad fate. However, esteemed monk, do you truly understand the flow of energy? I observed that even before I revealed myself while approaching you in that shop of deceased rabbits, you had already sensed my presence. Wang Chao, intrigued, inquired further, did you perceive me through your sense of energy? If so, that would indeed be remarkable. In the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Tianjin Fan was overwhelmed by the prowess of the old monkey because he relied solely on his eyesight and lacked the sensitivity to perceive energy. Could it be that this venerable monk surpasses the Tianjin Fan of that time? However, it soon became evident that Wang Chao was overthinking. The old monk chuckled and clarified that he had not reached the level of perceiving the subtle energies of his surroundings. He merely had keen hearing that allowed him to detect Wang Chao's approach. Upon reflection, it was clear. Even the Tianjin Fan from the 22nd tournament possessed martial skills that could rival the disguise of the Turtle Sage as Chung Long. By the time of the 23rd tournament, Tianjin Fan, who could contend with the Sun Wukong returned from the Temple of the Gods, might have even outstripped the formidable Demon King Piccolo of yore. How could Wang Chao, by mere chance, encounter an old monk from Duolin Temple who might surpass the excellence of Tianjin Fan, whom even the Turtle Sage had once acknowledged? It is well known that the Turtle Sage is revered as the god of martial arts, deserving of utmost respect and deference from all who encounter him. Upon learning that Wang Chao's aspiration was to follow Sun Gohan of the Buns Mountain, a disciple of the Turtle School, the old monk ceased to encourage him to study martial arts at Duolin Temple. While Duolin Temple held a commendable reputation, it could not compare to the Turtle School. I cannot hinder this young man's ambition. He saved my life. Thus, I must assist him in his journey. According to Wang Chao, the elder who guided him intended for him to undertake the arduous journey to Buns Mountain on foot, evidently to cultivate his character through trials along the way. Had it not been for this purpose, the old monk would have deemed it his duty to accompany and safeguard him on his journey to Buns Mountain. The old monk reflected that only the legendary Crane School might be comparable to the Turtle School, though it was said that the Crane Sage had a capricious temperament and that most of his disciples engaged in misdeeds, making it better left unmentioned. Thus, the monk and the youth, accompanied by a soldier, meandered towards the distant higher city, using it as their focal point. They arrived at the first mountain range marked on the map by Dilat. This was the highest and most treacherous mountain in the vicinity, specifically chosen by Dilat to teach Wang Chao various skills such as rock climbing, site selection for resting, and rescue techniques. Moreover, he would learn how to navigate the geography and hydrology of such mountains, how to locate edible wild animals, which areas bore wild fruits and grasses for sustenance, which plants could be used for external applications or internal consumption, and even which animal organs could serve as emergency remedies. Wang Chao had already gleaned some skills from his previous solitary experiences, such as tracking wild animals and possessing an iron stomach capable of digesting anything. Yet, He listened attentively and took notes, especially regarding herbal remedies, while the old monk provided additional insights alongside him. Wang Chao certainly lacks the indomitable vitality characteristic of a Saiyan. One day, he might succumb to food poisoning while out in the wilderness. Moreover, while the senzu beans can heal wounds, they do not cure illnesses. In this world of Dragon Balls, martial artists are not immune to afflictions. Even the mighty Super Saiyan Goku could fall victim to a heart condition. This knowledge serves as a valuable asset as he journeys toward Baotou Mountain. The discourse is rather fragmented, and I hope you can retain it all. Delrat can only do his best in this regard, finally remarking. But honestly, sending you alone to find a mountain without a precise location is rather impractical. It would be wiser to accompany me to the military. I believe you could become a king among soldiers, a paragon of special forces. Then, wouldn't he be obliterated by old short pipe with a single slap? Wang Chao mused silently, shaking his head. I believe martial arts are quite beneficial. Changing the mindset of a well-rounded adult is profoundly challenging. Wang Chao did not force Delrat to embrace the arrogance of believing in the future of martial arts. Before the arrival of Goku and his companions, most martial artists on Earth indeed appeared rather unimpressive, with barely a few capable of ascending the Korin Tower. The last one to achieve such a feat was Master Roshi, 2 centuries prior, who became a god of martial arts after descending from the tower. This illustrates the overall weakness of martial artists on Earth. Sigh. Suit yourself. Delrat shook his head and pointed to a location within the mountain. Look there. Such places are ideal for seeking temporary refuge in a cave. Should you encounter torrential rain, fierce winds, or even a landslide, you can swiftly find a suitable area to take shelter. He rambled on, elucidating various survival techniques. Wang Chao nodded quietly. The trio pressed on and, as anticipated, discovered several caves, rock formations, and mountain crevices in the area Delrat had indicated. They traversed one mountain after another. Before long, 3 days had elapsed. After 3 days of hands-on learning with Delrat, Wang Chao realized how arduous and perilous survival in the wild truly is. Previously, after reaching the shore, he had known nothing. And merely managing to exit that vast forest without becoming irretrievably lost was nothing short of a stroke of luck. Upon hearing Wang Chao's account, especially regarding his solitary existence on the outskirts of South City, Delrat wore an expression of exasperation, saying, "Thank your stars for your naturally robust physique. Otherwise, with your lifestyle, you would have perished long ago. I've never heard of a child your age capable of running 50 kilometers in a marathon morning and night while still bouncing back. 5 months. You'd be dead within a week." Wang Chao clicked his tongue, pondering why he was comparing himself to a cartoonish worldview. As someone who had traversed from the 3rd dimension, he felt akin to jumping into a 2-dimensional realm, transforming himself, yet not permitting his body to mutate. In truth, he felt grateful. Had he been transported unchanged from his previous life as a reclusive otaku into this world, he undoubtedly would have become a lifeless fish. In his past life, even running 2 kilometers felt like a near-death experience. How could he possibly practice martial arts? It was a struggle for survival. Truly, he was already fortunate enough. Wang Chao silently contemplated, feeling increasingly inspired. His keen, discerning eyes seemed to perceive the steadfastness of his resolve, which grew ever clearer and brighter. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision. Swiftly, Wang Chao picked up a stone and hurled it, causing a rustle in the underbrush. The old monk approached and discovered that it was a wild hare, a bloodstain marking its scalp where Wang Chao's stone had struck. A rabbit? The sight of one now makes me crave it. Delrat stepped forward, grasping the hare in his hands. With a gentle twist of its neck, a sharp crack echoed. And the creature succumbed to its fate, its lifeless form tossed casually into Delrat's backpack. "Quite the keen observer you are, Wang Chao," he remarked, turning back. "Oddly enough, I feel as though your eyes have grown even more radiant." "Perhaps it's an upgrade," Wang Chao chuckled. "What exactly is this superpower of yours?" "It's rather peculiar. Truth be told, I'm not entirely sure myself." The trio quickly moved on, oblivious to the small reconnaissance drone concealed in the nearby thicket. That was a close call. A soldier several kilometers back in the Red Ribbon Corps, controlling the drone, exhaled a sigh of relief. The leader furrowed his brow, remarking, "That lad possesses remarkable observational skills. Those strange golden eyes of his." A smile crept across his face. "He would make an excellent subject for Dr. Jero's experiments. We must alter our mission. The other 2 can be disregarded, but we must capture this boy. Is that understood?" "Yes." Wang Chao was sent flying by a powerful strike. He tumbled through the air, desperately trying to regain his balance. Just before hitting the ground, he managed to brace himself with one hand, executing a graceful 2.5 rotation before forcefully pushing off the ground and landing on his feet. Phew. Wang Chao wiped the sweat from his brow and rubbed his slightly numb elbow. That was close. This marked the 6th day since he and his companions had set out. On the map, Delat had charted a route centered around Haya City, most of which they had now traversed, nearing its conclusion. Throughout these 6 days, Wang Chao had learned various survival skills from Delrat and, during their nightly encampments, sought martial arts instruction from the old monk. However, the monk's teachings were not solely physical. He often preferred to convey wisdom verbally. Wang Chao could sense a careful emotion in the monk's composed demeanor. Was he worried that if he taught poorly, it might undermine Wang Chao's foundation and bring shame to the martial arts of Doring Temple before Sun Gohan of the Turtle School? Nevertheless, overall, after 5 or 6 days of learning from the old monk, Wang Chao had made substantial progress. His greatest achievement was the internalization of the combat experiences acquired during his training with the Zioran demons, grounded in the martial philosophy imparted by the monk. For instance, when an opponent launched a straight punch, under the rigorous training of Ziolan, Wang Chao, despite enduring countless blows, managed to devise some coping strategies. However, once the high-intensity training ceased, these indistinct combat experiences might gradually fade away. It was only after receiving guidance from the old monk that Wang Chao truly understood how to react to an opponent's straight punch, how he should respond, and the reasoning behind such responses. Fortunately, the essence of martial arts philosophy lies in the genuine absorption of combat experience. Wang Chao felt immense gratitude towards this elder from the clan of the Small Ball Donkey. Upon his arrival on Dragon Ball Earth, he could only be described as a novice with negligible combat skills. After Ziolan's training, he had merely transformed into a reckless fighter. Now, however, he could perhaps be regarded as a somewhat competent martial arts apprentice. Additionally, Delat had imparted several simple techniques of striking and grappling to him. Unlike the old monk, who was concerned about Wang Chao potentially joining the Turtle School, Delat had little regard for traditional martial arts. He taught freely and according to his own whims. Now, 6 days later, Wang Chao felt a sense of confidence. If he could defeat his former self, who had just traversed into the Dragon Ball world, within 10 moves after Ziolan's grueling training, then at this moment, with just a feint followed by a decisive grapple, he could easily make that novice self cry out for mercy. Surely, I've made some progress, Haven Ti? Wang Chao mused cheerfully. You have indeed progressed remarkably, remarked the old monk from Doran Temple, as he slowly withdrew his hands. Just moments ago, he had sent Wang Chao flying with a single strike. However, Wang Chao did not fall. Instead, he adeptly supported himself with his palms and sprang back to his feet, a result unexpected by the old monk. His ability to adapt in the moment had become increasingly fluid. The monk praised him, stating that a novice at Doran Temple would typically require at least 2 to 3 years of arduous practice to achieve his current level of progress. Wang Chao clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Is it really that exaggerated? Don't deceive me, great monk. Am I truly that impressive? Enough with the flattery. It's time to continue our journey, Delat interjected, pointing to the map and informing them that only the final stretch of forest remained, the largest forest park in Hale City. Once we pass through this forest, we shall arrive directly in Hale City, he concluded, indicating that it was time to wrap things up. Finally, we are nearing our destination. Wang Chao sighed. He was uncertain what level of sentiment was conveyed by the sighs often found in novels. Nonetheless, he pretended to express some mock melancholy. Considering it an appropriate gesture, Delat stepped ahead into the last stretch of forest, the periphery of Hale Forest Park in Hale City. The other two followed suit with ease. Over the past few days, the Red Ribbon Army had been trailing Wang Chao and his companions from a distance. However, the 3 individuals they followed were astonishingly relentless. They often walked for an entire day without rest, as if their stamina was inexhaustible. The members of the Red Satin Brigade believed that the 3 individuals they were tracking were not human at all, but rather 3 beasts. Such individuals could easily ascend to high-ranking positions within our brigade, couldn't they? That deceased rabbit, had it not possessed such bizarre supernatural abilities, would never have been able to capture them. The leader of the Red Satin Brigade had vehemently cursed while gasping for breath. Initially, the members of the brigade thought they would soon find an opportunity to seize the 3 individuals and transport them to the base of the Northern Red Satin Brigade. But they encountered one obstacle after another. As soon as night fell and they prepared to camp for rest, the trio would vanish without a trace. Yet, with the dawn of a new day, as life stirred anew, the 3 seemed to re-emerge as if reborn. Despite this, the Red Satin Brigade members nearly lost all track of them. In their relentless pursuit, they frequently found themselves lost in the dense forests. They endured hunger and thirst, rolled down slopes, and were chased by wild beasts. Several times, they contemplated abandoning the mission, reasoning that since the rabbit was dead, they might as well call it quits. However, the leader of the brigade was unwilling to concede. leading his subordinates in a harrowing search, accumulating both anger and resentment. You have 3 more days. If you cannot capture them alive, bring back their dead bodies, he commanded through the communication device, listening to orders from his superior. Yes, he replied, before severing the connection. Muttering bitterly to himself, we are nearly at Haya City. If we cannot capture them, we'll have to blow them all to bits. At that moment, one of his subordinates rushed over, reporting, Sir, they have entered the forest ahead. They are already within Haya City. Follow them. The leader of the Red Satin Brigade ordered decisively. The group swiftly entered the outskirts of Higher Forest Park. Half an hour later, report, Commander, we've lost them. What? Useless fools. The leader of the Red Satin Brigade, weary from days of relentless trekking through the woods, felt his patience wearing thin. This was despite the fact that the group was traveling light, with most of their equipment stored in multifunctional capsules. Report, the small reconnaissance aircraft still cannot locate them. Useless. Useless. All of you are worthless. The leader admonished his subordinates, genuinely perplexed. Shouldn't those crafty thieves reappear after vanishing for a while? Why had they now completely disappeared? Darn it. If only he had decided to blast them to smithereens when they previously passed through that area. Alas, such favorable positions and opportunities were too scarce. And regretting it now was futile. Continue the search. Deep within the sprawling and magnificent forest park, amidst the well-maintained ancient trees, 3 figures, a robust man, a youth, and a stooped elder, were concealed within the dense foliage. Dilat whispered as he parted the branches, there they are. A glint of gold sparkled in Wang Chao's eyes as he exclaimed, so it was the Red Satin Brigade that has been stealthily following us these past few days? Amitabha, the old monk furrowed his brow. Wang Chao, you've heard of the Red Satin Brigade as well? Knowing that Wang Chao hails from the southern continent, where the Red Ribbon Army seldom operates, he recounted his conflict with Blue at the Superpower School, mentioning that Blue was a skilled individual lured by the Red Ribbon Army. Upon hearing this, De snorted coldly, these terrorists deserve to perish. Those who willingly join the Red Ribbon Army are no good either. Wang Chao, if you ever encounter that fellow named Blue again, do not hesitate or bear any moral burden, just eliminate him outright. Very well. Now, let us deal with the ones below. The 3 in the middle, the strongest ones armed with submachine guns, are mine. What about you, old monk? I shall take care of the 4 on the left. Then I will handle those on the right. All right, follow my lead. On the count of 3. The 3 of them moved like agile monkeys down from the tree. Wang Chao advanced alone through the right side of the forest, while De and the old monk maneuvered through the left. 1. De crouched low, signaling with 1 finger. Silently, the trio traversed the woods, positioning themselves to ambush the Red Ribbon Army members who were traversing the path. 2. De raised a 2nd finger while retrieving a handgun from behind his waist. He had not left the small town empty-handed. On Dragon Ball Earth, firearms were not strictly prohibited from circulation as commodities. The old monk's posture shifted suddenly. From his vantage point in the opposite thicket, Wang Chao felt his keen eyes could perceive more than usual. 3. De sliced the air with 3 fingers and picked up a stone, hurling it towards the left front of the Red Ribbon Army on the path. Thud. The stone struck the ground, startling the Red Ribbon Army members. What was that? A stone? Someone's here. It's them. We've been discovered. As the attention of the Red Ribbon Army was drawn to the left by the stone thrown by De, Wang Chao, like a small cheetah, leaped forward with great strides, swiftly closing in on several members on the right side. Employing the concise and fierce style he had learned from Xiren, he dispatched his assigned foes with a flurry of strikes, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Bang! Someone noticed his sudden assault from the right, and, in panic, fired a shot. There! De had just moved when he realized that the old monk had already dashed out like the wind, so swiftly that De could hardly register the action. Astonishingly, the old monk displayed a level of agility far superior to when he had been training Wang Chao. Executing his moves with utmost efficiency, what could be termed as an instant subjugation. The 4 red ribbon soldiers on the left, specifically targeted by the old monk, fell to the ground in a mere blink of an eye. Don't move. The remaining Red Ribbon Army members in the center nervously raised their weapons. A few muffled gunshots rang out. The soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army, who had aimed their guns at the old monk and Wang Chao, clutched their shoulders and fell to the ground, wailing. Drat lifted his silenced pistol as he emerged from the woods, directing it at the last remaining member of the Red Ribbon faction. Don't move. Drop your weapon and kneel slowly. The man appeared momentarily bewildered. Wang Chao stealthily approached from behind, launching into a flying kick that struck the man's wrist, sending the firearm flying from his grasp. Indeed, the most significant transaction for that hapless rabbit was none other than your Red Ribbon Legion. After subduing the remaining members of the Red Ribbons, Drat swiftly extracted the desired intelligence through interrogation. Wang Chao couldn't shake the feeling that the interrogation process was surprisingly straightforward. almost as if he were immersed in a comic book universe where many things seemed to dissolve into simplicity. However, upon reflection, he realized that this life and the previous one were entirely different universes. Applying the foundational concepts from his past life to the present was inherently unreasonable. Take, for instance, the peculiar artistic style he encountered daily. From the perspective of his former life, it seemed utterly nonsensical that living beings roamed the streets with cartoonish heads. Yet they appeared so vividly animated. Yet, after acclimatizing to this reality, he found the human structure from his past life, or rather, the artistic style of reality, quite strange. Returning to the matter at hand, once Drat had extracted the necessary information, he expressed his intention to depart. In the short time I have been with you, I have taught you nearly all I can. To delve deeper would require more than a few days, or even a couple of months. So farewell. Drat addressed Wang Chao and the old monk. At his feet lay a group of red ribbon captives, securely bound by him. These captives held no value for Wang Chao and the old monk. For him, they would merely translate into military accolades upon his return. Thank you for these past few days, Wang Chao said with a smile and a wave. It is I who must thank you. With a thud, Drat hurled the red ribbons into the helicopter. After tossing the captives into the cabin, he climbed into the pilot's seat and suddenly poked his head out, grinning. Next time we meet, I'll teach you to fly a helicopter. Haha, farewell. With a whoosh, the helicopter's rotor blades began to spin. The old monk remained silent. Taking a stroll around the area, only to hear a series of thunderous crashes, Wang Chao turned to see that the old monk had felled a row of towering trees. The helicopter ascended, quickly becoming a small dark speck against the narrow expanse of the sky, then vanished into the distance. Wang Chao halted his sweeping gestures, contemplating that Drat and the old monk seemed to be the two individuals he had spent the most time with since arriving in this world. This thought struck him suddenly. Even though he had lived in the southern city for over 5 months, he had always been solitary, maintaining a distance of at least a centimeter from others. And the notion of friendship was far from his reality. The only exception was the encounter with Pig-head Luo Cha, which lasted only a few days before he became embroiled in the incident with Brew, subsequently being kicked into the sea by the mysterious elder, chased by sharks. Hastily participating in the martial arts tournament on Papaya Island, and ultimately getting flung to the northern hemisphere. The old monk took a few more steps forward. Noticing that Wang Chao had lagged behind, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the sky. What troubles you? As Wang Chao withdrew his gaze, a playful smile emerged on his lips. Even if I ultimately fail to locate Baozi Mountain, the journey itself is bound to introduce me to a myriad of fascinating individuals and experiences, which is already quite delightful. The old monk chuckled softly, urging him to proceed. With that, the two continued their trek. In comparison to the wild jungles beyond, the forest park of Haya City, while perhaps not lacking in its primitive charm, offered paths that were significantly easier to navigate, revealing clear signs of human maintenance in various areas. Occasionally, they encountered markers guiding their way. The wildlife had also diminished considerably, likely due to most being kept in captivity, only released at certain intervals for fresh air. After a lengthy walk, Wang Chao had yet to encounter any formidable beasts. He lamented the absence of the dinosaur meat, a delicacy he had longed for since his arrival on this Dragon Ball Earth. The duo, an old man and a young one, ambled along, pausing intermittently to practice martial arts, exchanging techniques. The old monk would unexpectedly reach out to Wang Chao, attempting to seize him by the nape of his neck, mimicking a sneak attack. Having learned from past encounters, Wang Chao's vigilance had heightened, though he couldn't match the monk's acute auditory perception, which allowed him to hear the rustling of rabbits from several meters away. He had developed a rudimentary ability to sense an approaching strike from behind. His reaction time had improved, albeit slightly slower than before. The old monk, with a twinkling smile, withdrew his hand. Wang Chao had already leapt several meters away, exclaiming, "Your strikes are even more silent this time." He mused to himself. Is this the true essence of the monk's martial prowess? Perhaps there is still a higher level to attain. Reflecting on the characters from the comics, like Sun Wukong, who had participated in the first martial arts tournament, Wang Chao felt a mix of pressure and exhilaration. He longed to rush to Baozi Mountain, seek out Sun Gohan as his master, and learn the techniques of the Turtle School, transforming himself into a formidable expert. As they continued onward, the artificially maintained forest park felt akin to a leisurely outing, exuding an air of tranquility and ease. Gradually, after traversing several dozen kilometers, the forest path became increasingly organized, with several concrete roads emerging, along with a scattering of well-dressed tourists. Following the forest road and adhering to the directional signs, they walked a few more kilometers, encountering an even larger crowd. Most were backpackers, alongside young athletes clad in sports attire, jogging by. Wang Chao, having not run in quite some time, felt a stirring in his legs as he observed the numerous runners passing by. Each one was impeccably outfitted, donning athletic shirts, fitted pants, and running shoes. Some even sporting headbands and headphones. Looking down at his own attire, simple cloth garments, and shoes gifted by a middle-aged uncle and nephew, he realized why he had drawn peculiar looks from those he had encountered. A sense of amusement washed over him. Had he been perceived as a country bumpkin? Despite having spent 6 months on Dragon Ball Earth. With an estimated 4 of those months dedicated to running over 100 kilometers daily, he had never acquired any proper gear. But what did it matter? Wang Chao shrugged off the thought, feeling indifferent. Once impoverished, now wealthy yet devoid of interest, Wang Chao's gaze was suddenly drawn to a fleeting scuffle at the intersection ahead. The dimly lit forest concealed much, but thanks to his awakened fire eye, Wang Chao's vision remained keen, allowing him to notice what others might have missed. The old monk furrowed his brow, seemingly surprised. Could it be? Wang Chao observed the old monk's ears twitch. Astonished at the prospect that he could hear from such a distance, he gestured towards the commotion ahead, but the old monk merely waved him off. Undeterred, Wang Chao quickened his pace, racing to the spot where the figures had vanished, swiftly turning and plunging into the woods. Moments later, he emerged, dragging a fur-covered werewolf behind him. The creature, easily 4 or 5 times Wang Chao's size, was unceremoniously tossed onto the ground like refuse. The werewolf writhed in pain, bruised and battered, while from the thicket emerged a disheveled girl clad in athletic gear. Dressed for a run in the park, she wore a light, breathable jacket over a snug sports tank top, and her legs were accentuated by short, fitted shorts, revealing her porcelain skin. As Wang Chao had entered, the werewolf had already torn at her tank, leaving it in tatters. Infuriated, Wang Chao delivered a swift kick that sent the beast flying. The girl, wrapping her jacket tighter around her, repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Wang Chao. Meanwhile, the werewolf moaned in agony on the ground. Still whining, are we? Wang Chao exclaimed, stepping firmly on the creature's head. If you keep it up, I'll crush your skull. The werewolf promptly silenced. Do you know that rapists are the lowest on the prison food chain? Wang Chao remarked disdainfully. With hands and feet, why resort to such cowardice? Though the sentiment rang true, the girl, saved by Wang Chao, found it peculiar to hear such words from a child of merely 10. The werewolf, pinned beneath Wang Chao's foot, retorted, it's precisely because I have hands and feet that I am strong. Hey, you think this is a movie? Wang Chao scoffed, kicking the werewolf into the woods across the road. With his keen sight, he observed the creature limping away, attempting to flee. But he pursued it with the swiftness of the wind, dragging it back and unleashing another barrage of blows. Stop. Please, stop. The werewolf cried, curling into a ball and shielding its head. Having vented his frustration, Wang Chao turned to the girl and asked, what should we do with this one? The girl hesitated. I just want to go home. Wang Chao was taken aback. Aren't you going to report this? The girl pondered. I'd rather not. My boyfriend would find out. Suit yourself. Wang Chao shrugged nonchalantly. He then reached down towards the werewolf with a smile. Now, give me your hand. The werewolf complied. And with a mighty heave, Wang Chao flung it into the highest tree nearby, leaving it suspended. After expressing her gratitude once more, the girl hurriedly departed. For both Wang Chao and the old monk, intervening to rescue someone was merely a fleeting episode on their journey, and they soon continued on their way, leaving the werewolf suspended in the tree until darkness fell, too fearful to descend. The young man was merciless, inflicting pain to the point of agony. Yet his strikes were remarkably precise, never fatal, nor did they induce any permanent disability, merely excruciating torment. At last, darkness fell, and the moon emerged. A full moon. At last. You have graced us with your presence. The werewolf, tears streaming down his face, clutched the treetop, lamenting that he should never have ventured out for drinks during the last full moon. This past month of being a wolf had been unbearable. He had lost his job and his girlfriend. Sobbing, he gazed at the full moon until he suddenly transformed into a man with a sausage-like mouth. No, I must practice martial arts. The man descended from the tree, resolutely determined. Meanwhile, Wang Chao and the old monk swiftly exited the forest park and entered the city of Higher. Wang Chao was laden with an entire suitcase of cash and led the old monk to a hotel. After indulging in a comforting hot bath and rolling about on a plush bed, they rested for an hour before venturing out to seek nourishment. The old and young pair strolled through the neon-lit streets, exuding an air that was distinctly out of place in the urban milieu. After searching fruitlessly for a barbecue stall, Wang Chao reluctantly led the old monk into a quaint roadside eatery. Summoning a giraffe-like waiter, they ordered several meat dishes, along with a few vegetarian plates specially for the old monk, and began to feast heartily. As they dined, a commotion erupted outside. What on earth is happening? Wang Chao lifted his greasy head from his plate to glance at the bustling street. The giraffe-like waiter remarked, "Are you unaware? There's a major competition happening at the fighting dojo across the street. It's about to commence." Engaging in conversation with other patrons, he added, "I heard someone has a chance to win the title of Satan." Wang Chao was unfamiliar with the individual they spoke of, but the term Satan resonated with him. "Oh, this warrants a look." Intrigued, Wang Chao urged the old monk, "Hurry up and eat, master. Let us go." He hastened his pace, deftly maneuvering his chopsticks, shoveling greasy meat into his mouth. Both being martial arts practitioners, and after several days of tutelage from the old monk, Wang Chao could now justifiably refer to himself as a martial artist. When it came to eating, as long as he was intent on finishing quickly, he certainly wouldn't lag behind. In no time, Wang Chao had devoured an entire table of meat and downed several liters of juice, while the old monk complimented his few plates of vegetables with several bowls of rice. "Let us go see," Wang Chao declared, hastily settling the bill and exiting the establishment, with the old monk closely trailing behind. Standing on their side of the street, they gazed across at the vibrant, towering edifices illuminated by the night, already faintly hearing the enthusiastic cheers emanating from within. The entrance of the fighting dojo was bustling with individuals clad in martial arts uniforms, its sign adorned with a demonic emblem in neon lights, the Satan Fighting Dojo. "Extravagant," Wang Chao remarked. His enthusiasm peaked as he crossed the street and stepped through the dojo's doors. Previously, during his time in the southern capital, he had heard of such combat competitions in professional leagues, but at that time, he was too withdrawn to take any interest in such matters. The situation has changed significantly. Wang Chao has resolutely decided to persist in his martial arts journey. With a steadfast determination, he has developed a newfound curiosity for the unfamiliar combat league depicted in the comic. Is this the very place where that devilish fellow found his fortune? Wang Chao pondered as he traversed through the dojo's main hall and entered the competition arena. A wave of heat, mingled with the aromas of alcohol, perfume, and sweat, assailed him, nearly causing him to stumble. Simultaneously, the cacophony of sounds reverberated around him, shaking his eardrums in a 360-degree panorama. "Oh, fight him." Wang Chao surveyed his surroundings and noticed the tiered, circular stands filled with a diverse audience, clad in garments of various hues, reminiscent of fan support attire. The sole commonality among them was their palpable excitement and fervor. Bear men, werewolves, foxfolk, and ordinary humans. Every conceivable visage could be found among the spectators. Wang Chao, with his keen eyes, even spotted several rare humanoid creatures resembling a melange of fantastical beings, bearing demonic appearances. The old monk approached from behind, and they found themselves in a corner of the elevated circular stands. The actual competition ring lay below the horizon. Wang Chao cast his gaze downward, where, at the very center of the vast circular arena, a square professional fighting stage awaited, measuring 10 meters on each side. The platform was adorned with a protective, deep crimson rubber mat, featuring a flamboyant depiction of a devilish skull at its center, an emblematic design of this fighting dojo. Unlike a boxing ring, the stage was entirely open, devoid of barriers. Wang Chao surmised that, much like the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, the rules dictated that falling off the stage would result in defeat. Above the ring loomed a hexagonal prism composed of 6 massive screens, each broadcasting the ongoing battle between the two fighters. During thrilling moments, the director would replay, slow down, and enhance the footage, amplifying the atmosphere. Standing in the elevated audience, the old monk and the majority of spectators were engrossed in the 6 live screens, while Wang Chao, with the advantage of his discerning vision, observed the fierce struggle of the two combatants with clarity. "What do you think?" the old monk suddenly inquired beside him. "Huh?" Wang Chao shouted, the din rendering him unable to discern the monk's words. The old monk leaned closer and repeated the question loudly. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chao replied, "It seems to me that they are both performing with a certain level of camaraderie, as if their exchanges are choreographed. Even with my limited perspective, I can see that although the fighters are engaged in a vigorous and forceful contest, there are times when they could strike harder yet choose not to. It gives me the impression that delivering a more efficient blow to their opponent is secondary to executing a flashy combination of moves." The old monk smiled and nodded beside him. Wang Chao suddenly felt a sense of ennui. It was no wonder that in such a competition format, the world champion, Mr. Satan, raised in the league, remained utterly ignorant of the concept of qi, a notion that should be familiar to high-level earth martial artists. Inquiring about this matter, Wang Chao leaned close to the old monk's ear and posed his question loudly. The old monk, in turn, confirmed his suspicions with an equally loud affirmation. The concept of qi is indeed recognized by many high-ranking earth martial artists, even those who are self-taught. despite possibly having never encountered the specific term qi, likely possess a general understanding of it. What these martial artists lack, however, is a robust reservoir of qi and the maturity of true qi techniques. This prompted Wang Chao to inquire about the Kamehameha technique. The old monk reflected that such a miraculous martial art is indeed a unique skill of the martial arts deity. Through his explanation, Wang Chao learned that while many elite martial artists have heard of and understand the concept of qi, the vast majority, throughout their lives, only manage to harness it to the extent of condensing it within themselves, thereby fortifying their physical bodies to withstand bullets and even endure small artillery shells. This is precisely why, in the comics, when Sun Wukong merely glanced at it, he could adeptly employ the Kamehameha technique, illustrating the formidable talent and insight possessed by a member of the Saiyan race, who is regarded as a lower-tier warrior with inherent disadvantages. Wang Chao found himself lost in thought, wondering if he could learn the Kamehameha technique. The old monk muttered, "I've heard that the Crane School has a technique for flight," but his voice was too soft for Wang Chao to hear. Otherwise, he would have eagerly engaged in a discussion about the principles of aerial techniques, comparing the renown of the Kamehameha and the Dodon Ray. "Ah, it's you." At that moment, someone approached from the aisle between the audience seats, seemingly surprised as he pointed at Wang Chao. Wang Chao turned to see a man with a camera hanging around his neck, though he couldn't quite catch what the cameraman said. It was evident he was addressing him, prompting Wang Chao to ask, "Who are you?" "Hello, I'm His Lei, a special correspondent for combat." The cameraman stepped closer, pulling out an identity card adorned with blue stripes, which he showed to Wang Chao. It turned out to be a press credential, featuring a photograph of the reporter along with his real name. The mention of real name was due to the inclusion of his pen name, Brookent, which he used when his articles were published in the newspaper. "You might not know this, but I've seen you. I even wrote an article about you. It was published in the newspaper." Wang Chao responded in confusion, returning the press credential to the man. "Who is this? Me? Published in the newspaper? This is quite surprising." As he squeezed out of the competition venue with the reporter, closing the door behind them, an enveloping silence fell over the world. When did that happen? How come I'm unaware of it? Moreover, what could possibly be noteworthy enough for a newspaper? Wang Chao pondered, somewhat baffled. The old monk, curious as well, listened on. In a few brief sentences, clarity eludes me. Please bear with me as I retrieve the backpack belonging to the journalist named His Lei, pulling it from behind me and unzipping it to rummage through its contents. Soon, I extract a small transparent bag filled with photographs and several clippings, which I then hand to Wang Chao with a smile, saying, "You will understand upon viewing them." Curiosity piqued, Wang Chao accepts the bag and takes out a photograph. The image, captured from a distance at the water's edge, depicts a drenched boy's silhouette, seemingly having just emerged from the shoreline, caught in a moment as he turns to gaze at the ocean. Papaya Island? Wang Chao recognizes the location. Wait a moment. Wang Chao suddenly sets the photograph down, scrutinizing the journalist named His Lei before him. Indeed, a journalist approached me for an interview when I disembarked, but I distinctly recall that he had a fish-like head. What was his name again? I can't quite recall. Catfish. His Lei chuckles. That was me as well. Just a moment. He then removes the camera hanging around his neck and, surveying the surroundings, locates a scenic fountain in the lobby. With a deep breath, he leaps into the water with a splash. Nearby, security personnel from the martial arts dojo notice and communicate via their walkie-talkies before approaching the fountain. Wang Chao and the old monk exchange glances and also move closer to the fountain. With a rush, the water surface breaks, revealing not His Lei, but rather the previously encountered journalist named Catfish, who had held the recording pen during Wang Chao's interview. "Ah, it's you," Catfish exclaims upon spotting Wang Chao. "My apologies, but you need to exit the fountain," a security guard instructs him. Catfish glances at himself, seemingly understanding the situation, and sheepishly apologizes to the guards before wading out of the water. "It seems His Lei encountered you first," Catfish remarks while wringing out his wet clothes, addressing both Wang Chao and the old monk. Wang Chao, taken aback, returns the camera to Catfish, inquiring, "So what is this? A case of split personality? Dual identity? Twin existence?" Catfish rehangs the camera around his neck, replying, "I prefer to call it a condition. In environments with high humidity, I transform into this form. Others may be ordinary individuals, or animal people, or even monstrous beings, but at least they have a clear understanding of their identity. As for me, I oscillate between being an ordinary person and an animal person. Let us find a place to converse," the old monk suggests. Both Wang Chao and Catfish agree. Wang Chao has gathered sufficient information about the so-called fighting league and feels little interest, still favoring the idea of a grand martial arts tournament. The three of them soon exit the dojo and stroll leisurely down the street, engaging in casual conversation. I have also heard of a being referred to as the Wolfman, who seems to share a similar plight. Wang Chao continues, perusing the photographs while attempting to offer consolation, unaware that earlier that afternoon in the forest park, he had personally dealt a hefty beating to the very Wolfman he mentioned. That fellow is both human and werewolf. Gazing at the full moon is akin to flipping a switch, resulting in a permanent transformation. Only by once again beholding the full moon can he revert, yet unlike you, he seems to possess a singular persona in both forms. I am uncertain about the nature of this phenomenon. Catfish sighed and ran his hand over his now smooth and shiny scalp. To say he has two personalities may be an exaggeration. It is merely a transition between human and fishman that causes memory lapses. He has spent countless days in hospitals since childhood, yet no conclusive answers have emerged. To avoid becoming a subject of research, he ultimately relinquished the pursuit. It appears he seldom discusses these matters with others. Catfish continued to ramble. I have gradually begun to view these two forms as distinct entities, in terms of self-perception and social relationships alike. When I embody the guise of Heiseley, I revert to my original self, with the family connections I once had, serving as a special correspondent for fighting. In that state, I strive to steer clear of humid environments. Upon transforming into this fishman persona, I adopted a new name, Catfish, and sought alternative employment. Though still a journalist, I am now engaged with 5 Cities Entertainment News, under a more relaxed work contract. This method of compartmentalization, how shall I put it, the languid journalist chuckled softly, is perhaps a means of self-relief. Thus, when you venture to the southern city for inspiration, frequently navigating maritime vessels, you consistently maintain the fishman appearance, correct? Wang Chao chuckled as he flipped through photos, coming across one taken aboard a ship. In the image, Wang Chao stands on the vessel's railing, grasping the collar of a male partner from a couple, his expression one of displeasure. Turning to the next image, he captured a moment of himself sprinting along the ship's railing, followed by a leap, soaring through the air, arms extended, body in full stretch. The subsequent shots, taken from a downward angle near the railing, sequentially document Wang Chao's jump into the sea. A perfect entry, executing a 720-degree turn, Wang Chao pretended to critique. Flipping to the next image, he found himself in the venue of the World Martial Arts Championship preliminaries, the focal point being a crowded arena with a stage. Capturing the instant, he deftly evaded an opponent's punch, revealing his determined and bright golden eyes. How could one fight like that? Wang Chao clicked his tongue. Although it had not been long since the event, he could already identify the shortcomings in his performance on the martial arts stage. Swiftly, he turned to the photographs of his duel against King Jopa. To label it a duel seems somewhat flattering, for King Jopa had dispatched him from the stage in a single exchange, albeit at Wang Chao's request, utilizing his unique secret technique, the 8-hand fist. The clarity of the 8-hand fist in the photograph is striking, as if King Jopa had sprouted 8 arms. Yet even with his keen gaze scrutinizing the image, Wang Chao could not discern which 6 of those hands were mere afterimages and which 2 were genuine. Could he not discern the falsehood captured in the photographs? Wang Chao pondered. If that were the case, then surely video recordings would prove equally deceptive. Must I fix my gaze upon the subject to glean the truth? Acquiring this insight felt like a modest victory. Very well, here you go. Wang Chao returned the photographs to the small plastic bag. Oh, there's also a clipping. Aren't you going to take a look? Said Catfish. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao flipped through once more and indeed found a small clipped news snippet, containing but a few terse sentences. The youngest participant in the history of the World Martial Arts Championship had advanced to the top 8, only to fall short against the esteemed Xiaopao Wang. Fall short? Wang Chao shook his head. There was no need for such politeness. I was dispatched with a single blow. Catfish chuckled, reclaiming the small bag and stowing it away in his pack. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a certain resolute glimmer in Wang Chao's youthful and vibrant face, a brilliance that evoked a twinge of envy in this seasoned man of the world. Thus, he chose silence. Suddenly, Catfish vanished, reverting to the ordinary middle-aged man, Heiseley. Heiseley stood bewildered for a few seconds, abruptly turning his head left and right, realizing he was now on the street. He steadied himself, coming to terms with what had transpired. Wang Chao remarked, living like this must be exhausting. Such dramatic shifts are hardly good for the heart. What can I do? I've grown accustomed to it, Heiseley replied. As the trio walked a bit further, the conversation waned. Ultimately, Heiseley inquired if Wang Chao would be open to an interview, explaining that the previous article lacked depth due to the absence of an interview. Wang Chao politely declined. He had no desire to descend to the level of Mr. Satan. Fame held no allure for him. Watching Heiseley's retreating figure, Wang Chao activated his keen sight, his gaze lingering. What is it? The old monk inquired. Wang Chao contemplated, finding no reason to withhold his thoughts, and said, "My golden eyes possess the ability to pierce through the deceptions of transformation abilities. Even Xiaopa Wang's 8-arm technique was laid bare before me. Yet, I cannot see through him." He cast another glance at Heiseli, now distanced. "It's peculiar. When he is in his human form, I cannot perceive his fishman guise. When he is a fishman, I cannot discern his human form. How strange." The old monk, in a moment of clarity, remarked, "So that is why you acted decisively against that rabbit. A remarkable gift indeed, akin to the wisdom I spoken of in Buddhist texts." He then chuckled. "Perhaps it is because this journalist embodies both forms as his true nature, that even your eyes, capable of penetrating illusions, fail to unveil him. Is it the truth concealed by another truth, rendering it imperceptible? Perhaps." Wang Chao exhaled, reflecting on how he had grown so audacious. Believing that with these eyes he could unravel all the mysteries of the world. He felt the warmth in his gaze soften, resonating with his innermost self. A sense of joy blossoming within. The two continued their stroll down the street, making their way back to the inn. Uncertain of the true nature of the anthropomorphic beings, Wang Chao remarked, "The chaotic half-beasts are one thing, but the existence of those who alternate between being pure humans and half-beasts is perplexing." The old monk pondered. According to the Buddhist scriptures, this phenomenon seems to be linked to the ancient opening of the gates of hell, where the malevolent essence of the demons polluted the human realm during the night parade of 100 demons. Isn't that merely a tale spun by bored experts to denounce anthropomorphic beings? Wang Chao inquired, astonished. Could it be true? Are anthropomorphic beings and monsters indeed descendants of demons? The monk shook his head and replied, "The specifics remain unknown to anyone. Perhaps only the legendary immortals possess the secrets of such origins." Wang Chao gazed up at the night sky, unable to suppress his curiosity about the immortals. In the comics, the warriors of the protagonist group had all trained in the Divine Temple. Yet it is noteworthy that their admission to the temple was predicated on a dire backdrop. 2 terrifying Saiyans would descend upon Earth in a mere year. If we disregard this apocalyptic context, one must wonder whether Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and others truly merit the privilege of training in the Divine Temple. After Sun Wukong descended from the temple, there were 5 years during which none of Krillin and his companions could enter the temple. Did they lack the desire? Wang Chao doubted that. What martial artist would not yearn to grow stronger? Did they wish to eschew the path trodden by Sun Wukong and rely solely on their own strength? Wang Chao shared a different perspective. If one were to adhere so rigidly to such a notion, then perhaps martial arts should be abandoned altogether. Would it not be more perfect to hone one's skills independently from a young age, without seeking masters of the turtle or crane schools? Krillin and the others had scaled the Korin Tower and seized the sacred water that Sun Wukong had once claimed. It is easy to surmise that had they been granted the opportunity to train in the temple, they would have readily accepted. The remarkable transformation of Sun Wukong upon returning from the temple stood as a testament to its allure. The only explanation Wang Chao could conjure was that, given Krillin and the others' current prowess, they were simply not yet worthy of the temple's hallowed halls. The Nyoibo, connected from the pinnacle of Korin Tower to the depths of the temple, likely recognized its master and would not heed their commands to shrink back and carry them upward. Could they climb the pole? Perhaps they lacked the strength. Could they fly? It seemed doubtful they possessed enough energy. Thus, Wang Chao reasoned that when Sun Wukong trained with King Kai, the immortals may have made a special exception to allow Krillin and the others to train in the temple, lowering the admission threshold under unique circumstances. In the realm of Dragon Ball warriors, Sun Wukong had always been in a league of his own, while the others merely trailed behind, left in his dust. Wang Chao mused silently. Can I ascend to that divine temple through my own efforts? Or must I wait until the year before Vegeta's arrival, only to be dragged to the temple for special training like mere filler, destined to become cannon fodder under the might of the vegetable-like beings? Lost in thought for a moment, he returned to the entrance of the inn. The old monk, under the impression that the young man was still pondering the matter of the beastmen, chuckled, saying, "The past is but a shadow, delving into the origins of beastmen, monsters, and ordinary humans holds little significance. If one truly desires to comprehend it, perhaps only the celestial beings could provide the answers. Alas, whether such beings exist remains a mystery." "The celestial beings do exist," Wang Chao interjected, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I must certainly meet them," he added resolutely, "through my own strength." That night, just before slumber, the elder and the youth engaged in a playful sparring match between their 2 beds. Neither exerted much effort. They merely employed different techniques to dismantle each other's moves. As customary, the old monk refrained from teaching Wang Chao any fixed forms, instead allowing him to unleash his imagination and respond instinctively. Naturally, should Wang Chao develop any detrimental habits in his movements, the old monk would promptly correct him. The monk believed the boy possessed a natural talent for martial arts, and even more remarkably, lofty aspirations, guided by a sage. He likened Wang Chao to a pristine sheet of paper, eagerly awaiting the stroke of ink. The quality of this paper was so exceptional that the monk had to restrain his impulse to write upon it. He even felt that the paper might soon absorb the ink of words on its own. Such a promising disciple would be better suited to the tutelage of the legendary martial artist's foremost disciple, Sun Wukong, aligning perfectly with the boy's ambitions, the monk mused. Wang Chao had rescued him, fostering a fondness that grew deeper with their recent companionship, prompting the old monk to consider the boy's future. Grasping Wang Chao's wrist, he gazed into the dimly lit room, captivated by the boy's bright eyes, and thought to himself, "It is best that I do not overly interfere with the path that lies ahead for him." After breaking a light sweat, the two took turns bathing before quickly succumbing to sleep. The following day, Wang Chao expressed his surprise. "You are leaving?" The old monk smiled gently. "Amitabha, I have imparted nearly all that I can teach. It is time for us to part ways. The path ahead will be laden with trials for you. You must reach Baozi Mountain. Ah, and remember," the monk said, placing his palms together and bowing slightly, "you may indeed find the legendary celestial beings. Do not forget your wish from last night." With a wink at Wang Chao, his face radiated kindness. Wang Chao, touched, nodded in response. "Oh," the old monk laughed heartily, striking a light blow against Wang Chao's smaller palm, then recited Amitabha before turning and disappearing into the throng. Wang Chao, with his pack slung over his shoulder, stood alone on the street for a considerable time before finally heading northward with determination. Armed with ample preparation and having acquired various survival skills from Dilat, his journey ahead unfolded with relative ease. Yet ease often signals a mundane existence. That day, Wang Chao departed from Higher City, following the road outside the city to the north. As night fell, he bit down on a small flashlight while consulting his map and compass, seeking a path that would lead him away from the road and into the wilderness. That night, Wang Chao found himself resting on the slope of a rocky hill in the vast, boundless wilderness. In the absence of wind or rain, and with no pesky insects to disturb him, he chose to forego setting up a tent. Instead, he wrapped himself in a blanket, leaned against his backpack, nibbled on some dry rations, and gazed at the stars with his legs crossed, ultimately drifting into slumber. The following day, Wang Chao verified his route and pressed onward. After traversing the wilderness for an entire day, he still had not emerged from the vast expanse, yet his provisions remained ample, and he had sufficient fresh water. According to the path he had charted, once he navigated through this wilderness, he would reach a small town where he could replenish his supplies. After finishing the hard, unyielding rations, Wang Chao gulped down a few swigs of water. He tossed his backpack aside and, placing his palms on the ground, inverted himself effortlessly. His remarkable strength in his arms, waist, and back allowed him to perform this feat with remarkable ease, almost as if he were floating. 1, 2, 3. Wang Chao moved as if playing a game of hopscotch, using his hands in place of his feet, alternating as he circled around his backpack. Beneath the not-so-perfect moonlight, in the quiet and desolate wilderness, a boy with dreams to chase toiled diligently, finding joy in his solitude. However, 2 kilometers away, a pair of night vision binoculars watched him intently. On the evening of the 4th day since departing from Higher City, Wang Chao finally emerged from the wilderness. Dusty and weary, he stood atop a hill, gazing back at the vast expanse. The horizon of the endless wilderness curved gently at the edge of his sight. After 4 days of trekking through this immense wild, Wang Chao's face was covered in dirt, bearing the marks of his arduous journey. Now, he would rather wander through a primordial forest for a month than spend another day in this barren land. The wilderness was aptly named. It was devoid of life, sparse vegetation, scarce water sources, few wild beasts, and seemingly no humans, as if he were the only one present. Each morning, if he did not consult his compass or remember the little tricks taught by Dilat, he would find himself utterly disoriented, uncertain of his whereabouts, surrounded only by the unchanging ochre earth. With a dry tongue, Wang Chao licked his lips, drawing his gaze forward, at last spotting the small town marked on his route. A smile broke across his face as he retrieved his water bottle, savoring the last remnants of fresh water, gulping it down with delight, even splashing some on his face for a refreshing cleanse. It had been 3 days since he had last washed. He secured the water bottle around his waist and glanced down at the cliff face of the hill, estimating its height at around 30 to 40 meters. A slight smile graced his lips as he closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, extended his arms, and took a step forward. Whoosh! He stepped into thin air, plummeting downward. The wind roared past his ears. 40 meters, 45 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. The howling wind continued to assault him, yet Wang Chao kept his eyes tightly shut. The sensation of free fall made it difficult for him to regain control. His instinct for self-preservation urged him to open his eyes, but he resisted the urge. If he were to fall hard like this, the half-magical bean in Wang Chao's pocket would likely be relinquished. Wang Chao felt his heart racing, a surge of exhilaration blossoming within him. It turned out that pursuing thrilling challenges was such a delightful endeavor. Bathed in the wind, he imagined himself soaring through the air. He abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light shimmering within. Reaching out, he grasped a protruding branch on the cliff face. The branch bent and propelled him away. Wang Chao spun several times in the air before landing gracefully on his feet. He raised his arms, straightened his knees, and pretentiously bowed to the front and to the sides, exclaiming, "Ah, Wang Chao. Oh dear, the young man is quite nimble." Suddenly, a voice called out nearby. Wang Chao turned to see an elderly shepherd. Adjusting the backpack on his back, he strode over with a smile, saying, "Old man, are you from the town ahead?" "That's where I'm headed." The shepherd replied, "Indeed, young lad. But how did you come from that direction? Where are your elders?" Wang Chao had traversed a vast expanse of wilderness to arrive here. "I am alone," Wang Chao said. "I am on a journey." The old man exclaimed, "Oh dear, that must be quite arduous." After a moment's thought, he invited Wang Chao, "Let me take you to our town then. You did say you were going there, right?" Wang Chao, taking advantage of his youthful demeanor, replied cheerfully, "Yes, indeed. My water bottle is nearly empty, and I need to replenish some provisions." In reality, he still had food and fresh water stored in the previously purchased capsules, but those were meant as emergency supplies. "Then let us go," the old man beckoned. "Follow me." "Young man." Wang Chao assisted the shepherd in guiding the sheep, positioning himself at the outer edge, his golden eyes fixated on the flock. The sheep, intimidated, obediently followed the shepherd back toward the town. The old man was astonished, believing Wang Chao's gaze to possess some magical quality. Upon entering the town with the shepherd, Wang Chao swiftly located several shops, supermarkets, and small malls. With the old man's enthusiastic assistance, he successfully procured the most economical supplies. "Oh dear, I've exceeded my budget." Wang Chao discovered that he did not have enough cash when it was time to pay. He turned to the old man and the cashier, saying, "Please hold on a moment." With that, he tossed a capsule, and with a bang, a box materialized on the ground. A universal capsule? The other customers in the store gaped in astonishment at the sight of Wang Chao's throw. There wasn't even a capsule specialty store in this small town. And in these times, universal capsules were still considered a luxury, thus not commonly seen. To further astonish the onlookers, when Wang Chao opened the box, it revealed it was filled to the brim with cash, blinding their eyes. Wang Chao nonchalantly extracted a stack of bills, then pressed a button on the box's exterior. And with another bang, it transformed back into a capsule, which he secured on his person. "Here, for change." Wang Chao handed a new bill to the cashier. "Who is this child, and where are his guardians?" The old man wondered aloud. The cashier evidently recognized the old shepherd, and while counting change, he quietly remarked to him, casting a sidelong glance at a few individuals by the merchandise shelves. The old man merely shook his head and reproached Wang Chao, saying, "Why didn't you mention anything about this? I could have found you a more secluded spot." Wang Chao, however, chuckled, "It's all right. I've nearly gathered everything I need." Recalling Wang Chao's agile leap from the high slope earlier, the old man chose not to press further. After escorting Wang Chao out of the small market, he inquired about Wang Chao's notion of travel. "Baozi Mountain? I've never heard of it," the old man replied, bewildered. As for martial arts, he had even less of an understanding. He looked at Wang Chao quizzically. "You're just a child. Why can't you stay put instead of running all over the place?" "Thank you, old man. I must take my leave now." Wang Chao smiled. He said no more, expressed his gratitude, shouldered his bag, and headed eastward towards the town. After Wang Chao departed, several figures emerged from the small market, their demeanor and appearance unmistakably indicative of idle ruffians. The old man was evidently keeping watch over them. Upon seeing them appear as anticipated, he stepped forward and sternly admonished, "Do not entertain any ill intentions." The leader of the ruffians chuckled, "Old man, at your age, it's best to mind your own business." He shoved the old man aside, and along with his companions, they sauntered away, heading in the direction of Wang Chao. The old man stumbled and fell, catching his breath for a moment before growing alarmed. He hastily borrowed a bicycle from the street and pedaled after them, the tires screeching against the ground as he turned a corner. To his astonishment, the ruffians he had just seen were now sprawled haphazardly on the ground, groaning in pain, with one fellow missing a front tooth and howling in agony. Most astonishingly, their clothes had vanished. What on earth happened? The old man wondered. As he approached on his bicycle, he noticed garments strewn along the eastern street, as if someone had been discarding them while walking. At that moment, a tall figure loomed beside the incapacitated ruffians, lifting one of them with a firm grip and inquiring coldly. The ruffian, visibly frightened, recounted how they had conspired to ambush Wang Chao, intending to beat the boy and steal his capsules and money, only to find themselves thoroughly beaten and stripped of their clothing. As he concluded, the ruffian lamented, "Why beat us? Why strip us of our clothes?" The towering figure casually tossed the ruffian aside and walked over the bodies of his fallen companions, eliciting another round of anguished cries. The old man, bewildered, felt a sense of dread from the receding silhouette of this imposing figure. In the hunting corps headquarters, a towering cylindrical structure with numerous floors, several corps officials congregated, engaging in casual conversation. I seem to have heard that a newcomer to the corps recently established a connection with Dr. Gallo. A certain cadre suddenly began to discuss the latest gossip within the Legion. It seems that there is indeed some truth to it. Originally just a minor officer from a branch base, known either as Brew or Yale, I've forgotten which, he appears to be a formidable fighter and possesses extraordinary abilities. He is undoubtedly a character destined to ascend to the upper echelons of the Legion. His extraordinary abilities? The other cadres were astonished. Although the Red Satin Legion can be said to be the largest congregation of elite scoundrels on the planet, it is rare to find individuals with such powers within its ranks, including true martial artists and combat experts. It is rumored that this is related to the personal preferences of their leader. The dwarf commander does not favor subordinates with overly impressive physical prowess, as it tends to irritate him. He prefers to cultivate exceptionally intelligent and loyal scientist subordinates, initially with the aim of addressing his own congenital disabilities. However, he gradually discovered that the artificial beings created by his scientists were far more formidable than those so-called martial artists and combat specialists. Furthermore, after witnessing his most valued chief scientist, Gallo, demonstrate over 100 methods of silently dispatching a brawny man, the dwarf commander held even less regard for those with bulging muscles. No matter how strong they were, could they surpass my bullets, cannons, or robots? Chuckling softly, the dwarf commander leaned back in his oversized chair, only to quickly suppress his amusement under the peculiar gaze of his aide. He cleared his throat and kicked the control panel in front of him, causing his grand chair to swivel, revealing Gallo, the malevolent scientist, still appearing middle-aged behind him. "Doctor," the dwarf commander, adorned with a monocle, inquired with a gentle and courteous tone, "to what stage has the series of artificial beings progressed?" "The latest model, number 7, has revealed significant flaws and must be discarded," Gallo replied calmly. "However, prior to disposal, it has been sent on one final special mission." "Oh, what kind of mission?" A message from a cadre in the branch indicated the discovery of a child possessing extraordinary abilities. Gallo maintained his composed demeanor, upholding the prestige of his position as chief scientist, suggesting that this child might possess a power capable of suppressing other extraordinary abilities. "I believe it holds research value. Thus, I have dispatched artificial being number 7 to retrieve the target reported by that cadre." The dwarf commander nodded. "Indeed, quite intriguing, though I confess I do not fully understand." "Very well, I shall rely on your expertise in this research, Doctor." With a grand gesture, he dismissed Gallo. The dwarf's short legs extended as he reclined in his oversized chair, resembling a mass of flesh wedged within its confines. He mused, "If only there existed something in this world that could make one's wishes come true. Then, my ambitions." His one eye sparkled with a dazzling light. The nearby black aide felt a sudden jolt, sensing the flame of ambition burning within his superior's gaze, igniting within him an unquenchable spirit. He thought to himself, "Commander, I shall assist you in realizing your ambition to conquer the world." Contemplating the future, one mused, it would be prudent to designate a dedicated team to diligently collect a variety of folklore, for perhaps in this world of extraordinary abilities and arcane arts, there truly exists a miracle capable of fulfilling the wishes of our esteemed commander. Alas, how I longed to grow taller. Whenever the diminutive commander felt the urge to slacken his resolve, his eyes would inadvertently drift to the towering figure of his aide-de-camp beside him, a sight that would profoundly provoke his sensitive nerves, constantly spurring him on. He was determined to cultivate the Red Ribbon Army until the day his dreams materialized. Outside the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, the cold laughter of Brew was heard as he departed once more. "Wang Chao, you will inevitably fall into my grasp." Casting a glance back, he resolved steadfastly, "I will ascend to the upper echelons of the army." Wang Chao had become increasingly suspicious after noticing several oddities. Occasionally, while resting in open spaces, he would catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. At other times, amidst the bustling crowds of the marketplace, he felt an uncanny familiarity with a face he believed he had encountered before, yet he was certain he had never engaged with that imposing figure. The only large individual he had interacted with was Delattre, But that person was certainly not Delattre. It had been 6 days since leaving the small town. Wang Chao often traversed both day and night, moving according to his whims. During this period, his biological clock had become increasingly erratic. He would find himself growing drowsy around 11 o'clock at night, yet wake up at precisely 4:50 in the morning. Nonetheless, he felt that 4 to 5 hours of sleep each night sufficed. Wang Chao sensed he had transformed into something akin to Zorro from One Piece, with a physical condition that surpassed that of an ordinary person. Perhaps after enduring a severe beating, a mere nap would suffice to mend all wounds. However, upon realizing he was being followed, Wang Chao no longer indulged in such leisurely thoughts. He proceeded with caution, maintaining his current course without alarming his pursuer, all while contemplating how to unearth the shadow lurking behind him. At that moment, he was walking along a rural path. Spreading out his map, he noted that the town he aimed to reach lay approximately 90 kilometers ahead. He still had about 11 kilometers of this rural path to traverse, followed by a stretch of marshland that would require an additional 5 to 6 kilometers to cross via the shortest route. Beyond that lay the desolate rocky plains typical of the Dragon Ball Earth, spanning no less than 40 to 50 kilometers. Afterward, he would begin to encounter signs of human activity surrounding his target town, scattered villages, pastures, and farms. As he neared the marshland, Wang Chao paused to rest. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon, and the sunset blazed like fire along the horizon. Sitting on a stone by the roadside, he crossed his legs and spread out the map, shaking out his pen as he studied the routes, pondering the best way to proceed after careful consideration. The enigmatic elder did not provide him with the precise coordinates of the Bun Mountain, yet he delineated a rough area, thus allowing Wang Chao to at least devise a basic route plan. The wilderness was desolate, save for the distant echoes of what resembled wolves howling. He lightly tapped his pen on the map's swampy terrain, contemplating, this is the place to unearth the shadowy follower. The survival skills imparted by Delattre should not go to waste. A faint smile graced his lips as he stowed away the map, pen, and water bottle, and checked the half-bean of immortality, securely tucking it into the small inner pocket of his clothing. Resting his head upon his hefty backpack, he decided to take a brief respite by the roadside in the wild. His intention was to enter the swamp at night, the figure trailing behind him. Even with tools at their disposal, would not possess his keen eyesight, which was adept for nocturnal hunting. Several kilometers away, a tall figure, cloaked in shadow, retracted their binoculars and took a bite from their compressed rations. The night was dark, and the entire swamp environment appeared eerie and foreboding. Wang Chao had prepared 2 large wooden planks, each with a small hole carved at the edge, and secured them with long steel nylon wires, the other ends fastened to his waist. As he traversed the muddy terrain, his foot suddenly felt light, and half of his legs sank into the mire. He withdrew his foot, navigated around, and pressed on. Only when absolutely unavoidable would he cast one of the large planks onto the surface of the swamp, stepping onto it before tossing the other forward. Previously, Wang Chao had often felt that his stature had diminished since his traversal, rendering many tasks cumbersome. Yet now, he recognized that a smaller physique bore its own advantages. Light on his feet, he found himself gliding upon the wooden planks as if walking on firm ground. While journeying, Wang Chao occasionally cast a discreet glance over his shoulder. At this hour, the darkness was already dense, and his subtle movements would remain undetected even by a Namekian. Shortly thereafter, he caught sight of a person indeed following him. Presumably, the darkness and the swampy terrain prompted the individual to shorten the distance for fear of losing track of him. With a glint of golden light in his eyes, Wang Chao quickly noticed a rock of similar size ahead. He leapt from the plank, untied the rope from his waist, and, on tiptoe, approached the stone. Binding the rope to the rock, he bent down and, with a firm embrace, lifted the substantial stone, turning to assess his aim, ensuring to avoid any mishap. With a careful trajectory, he released the rock just above the swamp's surface, causing it and the wooden plank to plunge into the murky mire. Wang Chao kicked off one of his cloth shoes, which sank into the swamp with a soft thud, and then stealthily concealed himself. Utilizing his extraordinary vision, he could discern the large plank on the swamp's surface, resembling a capsized Titanic, as it succumbed to the depths, tethered by the rope to the stone. Lying low amidst the tangled grass, he slowed his breath, becoming as still as the stone itself. Subsequently, he even closed his eyes, attuning himself to the rhythmic pounding of his heart within his chest. In that moment, the surroundings within 100 meters were eerily silent, resembling a desolate graveyard. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from this forsaken place, the soft thudding of footsteps upon the yielding earth. The figure was tall and undoubtedly heavy, navigating the marshy terrain with a cumbersome gait, far more challenging than that of a child like Wang Chao. Before long, the footsteps grew so near they felt as if they were right before him, then abruptly ceased. Simultaneously, a deep, resonant huh escaped the lips of a man. Concealed behind a tangle of weeds, Wang Chao cautiously opened a narrow slit of his eye, squinting to observe the scene ahead, and indeed, he spotted the towering figure crouched at the edge of the fabricated accident marsh, reaching out to retrieve a heavily submerged plank of wood. As the figure tugged at the rope, the large stone within the mire emitted a murky sound. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Chao had stealthily advanced, treading upon the sound. Now positioned behind the towering figure. Throughout this series of actions, he maintained an expressionless visage, suppressing his breath, his golden eyes wide open, moving silently like a specter. At that moment, he crouched low, nearing the back of his pursuer. Just then, the tall figure continued to pull on the rope, and to his astonishment, the other end emerged from the sludge, revealing what appeared to be a stone. The follower's expression shifted, realizing something was amiss. He had been deceived. Wang Chao swiftly delivered a powerful kick, capable of sending a bear tumbling aside. His foot connected with the man, toppling him over, and with a splash, he plunged headfirst into the muddy mire. The towering figure thrashed about in the muck, struggling, transforming into a massive clay figure. For the moment, Wang Chao disregarded him and focused on retrieving the two large wooden planks from the filth. The man, gasping for air, grasped the steel wire nylon rope connected to the planks with his muddy hands, forcing his eyes open, inhaling deeply through his nostrils, and then shouted, "No." However, upon recognizing Wang Chao standing above him, he instinctively swallowed his words. Wang Chao, balancing on one bare foot, crouched down, clutching the wooden plank with one hand while drawing his sword with the other. The blade glinted as it was positioned against the long rope the struggling individual clutched tightly. "What do you not want?" Wang Chao inquired. The man attempted to reply, "Don't abandon me?" Wang Chao mused, noting how the villains of this world had a penchant for clever repartee. With a sigh, he swung his blade, severing the rope. Using his sword, he deftly tossed the two wooden planks onto the solid ground behind him. With no assistance, the man sank deeper into the marsh, his panic escalating as he desperately tried to reach Wang Chao, stretching forth his hands in vain. Suddenly, the tip of Wang Chao's sword pointed directly at him, mere millimeters from his nose. "If you wish to avoid sinking, hold on to this," Wang Chao commanded, brandishing the blade. The man, indeed anxious to avoid submersion and certain death, cautiously grasped the back of Wang Chao's outstretched sword. Wang Chao remarked, "You must be aware of the resilience of the rope I just severed, as well as how effortlessly it was cut. With a mere twist of the blade, your hands could easily be rendered useless." The individual, half submerged in the mire, nodded in response. Wang Chao continued, "Now, I shall pose a series of inquiries, and you will answer me candidly. Should you falter in your response, or should I discern that you are being deceitful?" The other party felt trapped, realizing that regardless of whether he spoke the truth or lied, the outcome would be dire. However, the instinct for survival compelled him to nod. "Who are you? Why are you following me? Where do you hail from?" Wang Chao delivered these questions in rapid succession, adding kindly, "This is a multiple-choice question. Simply select the most concise and effective response." Of course, if he insisted on rambling, it seemed to serve as a means to calm his racing heart. Engaging in such an endeavor for the first time was indeed nerve-wracking, but fortunately, he had not faltered. The individual grasping the blade reluctantly replied, "I am from the Red Ribbon Corps." He thought to himself that this response carried the least animosity, and by providing only this answer, there remained room for further explanation. Although this boy was formidable and possessed a pair of unusual eyes that seemed to harbor supernatural abilities, he was ultimately just a child. Allowing him a moment to breathe, he considered how to avoid being outsmarted by this impudent young lad. Wang Chao muttered to himself, "The Red Ribbon Corps." Recalling the words that Delat had previously spoken to him, he then closed his eyes, thrusting the long knife forward, piercing through the back of the head of the one ensnared in the swamp. It was a thrilling act. He had slain the minions of the Rabbit King due to their heinous deeds that incited universal outrage. To spare their lives would have been a disgrace to humanity. Yet, to kill this member of the Red Ribbon Corps was solely a matter of their identity and allegiance. Though the individuals of the Red Ribbon Corps may not consume flesh like the dead rabbits or entice others to do so, the lives they had taken could very well exceed those claimed by the Rabbit King's crew. Since you acknowledge your affiliation with the Red Ribbon Corps, the sins wrought by your organization and the retribution that follows are yours to bear. You cannot blame me, Wang Chao intoned, opening his eyes to witness the lifeless head, now silenced, enveloped in the mud. Strangely, at the moment of action, he had anticipated fear. When he had confronted the Rabbit King, his blood had surged with anger, leaving no room for trepidation. Yet, in this instance, he acted with remarkable composure, even amidst the eerie and ominous surroundings. Any ordinary person would likely have felt a sense of dread in such an atmosphere. Yet, upon committing the act, he found that fear did not manifest. Was it that my heart has grown cold, or have I simply become stronger? Wang Chao twisted the long knife, slicing horizontally through the right ear of the individual's head, causing a gushing torrent of blood to flow from the fissure. In that vast swamp, he appeared to be the sole living creature. He gradually rose to his feet, brandishing the bloodied blade, and gazed upward at the luminous crescent moon. Henceforth, I shall no longer use the assertion of being an ordinary person as an excuse for my weakness. Wang Chao gazed at the crescent moon in silence, the warmth in his eyes unwavering. In this moment of solitude and confusion, the unquenchable fire of insight offered him an intangible solace, reassuring him that, at the very least, he had not strayed onto the wrong path. Wang Chao acknowledged his rather sentimental nature, yet he harbored no disdain for such sentimentality. It signified a rich emotional depth, certainly preferable to a cold detachment. However, he recognized that excessive sentimentality could lead to a proliferation of distracting thoughts, a realization that he pondered. This self-reflective quality of his was perhaps one of the benefits of his sensitivity. It compelled him to engage in self-critique, perpetually feeling imperfect and acutely aware of his flaws, enabling him to uncover latent vulnerabilities within his soul and adjust himself accordingly. Perhaps this fiery insight was a manifestation of his persona, an embodiment of a rational, divine superego that could scrutinize his essence at any moment. Although he had named this pair of eyes fiery insight based on their ability to discern the falsehoods of the world, it might be more fitting to call them divine whip, for they possessed both divinity and authority. With a firm grip, Wang Chao sheathed his sword, retracting it into a compact form before stowing it away. He regained his focus, employing a rope as a tool to heave the slowly sinking figure of the red satin bandit from the mire. As he extracted the man, a squelching sound echoed, leading him to reflect that perhaps this metaphor had become somewhat distasteful. Wang Chao belatedly mused, he should have inquired more clearly. Regret tinged his thoughts as he pondered why the members of the Red Satin Legion were trailing him, merely following without aggression. This struck him as peculiar. Had he ever provoked these extremists? Even after dismantling their trade with the Rabbit Gang and capturing a few of their members, all of whom had been apprehended by Dilat, what concern was it of his? Yet here they were, pursuing him, truly strange. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chao began to inspect the contents on the bandit's person. However, having just been pulled from the muck of the swamp, the man was caked in a filth that was almost too grotesque to bear. After much hesitation, Wang Chao steeled himself against his disgust and began to search. He loosened the man's clothing and, upon turning over a pair of night vision binoculars, rinsed them off and pocketed them. Indeed, Wang Chao suddenly thought, while his fiery insight was indeed striking and appealing, it did draw attention. Perhaps a pair of sunglasses would be prudent? Wearing sunglasses at night seemed absurd, yet with his current vision, as long as there was some moonlight or starlight, it might not be entirely impractical. He uncovered a box of compressed rations, but upon recalling that this individual had just emerged from a veritable cesspool, he discarded it. Wang Chao proceeded to strip the defeated foe of his belongings, pausing momentarily in his actions to reflect. Am I becoming a pervert, having made a habit of undressing others? Nevertheless, he did not cease his examination, for he surmised that this solitary operative of the Red Satin Band would likely possess a certain number of capsules on his person. Guns, aircraft, and the like were of no use to Wang Chao. However, he held a secret hope for some exclusive tools belonging to the Red Ribbon Army, reminiscent of the high-tech gadgets used by characters like 007 or Ethan Hunt. As he rummaged through the belongings of this individual, he indeed unearthed a rectangular black box emblazoned with the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army, as if they were eager to proclaim their notoriety as infamous terrorists. What could this capsule be? A sense of anxiety akin to that of visiting a brothel washed over Wang Chao. Just as he reached out to pry open the capsule box, he noticed his fingertip pressed against the surface of the box, causing a corresponding fingerprint aura to illuminate. Almost immediately, two urgent beeps emanated from within the capsule box. A frown creased Wang Chao's brow, and in that fleeting moment, he felt the temperature within the box rise sharply against the palm of his hand. Instinctively sensing danger, he flung the capsule box away. But before it had traveled a few meters through the night air, it erupted into a massive fireball. Bang! The capsule box exploded from within, and the sound was anything but subtle. A plume of black smoke billowed forth, engulfing Wang Chao's face, inducing a fit of coughing and causing his eyes to sting and weep. Coughing, he muttered. Are the Red Ribbon Army members truly this cunning? After rinsing his eyes with clean water, the refreshing sensation provided some relief, though he grumbled, it's just a few capsules. How stingy can they be? But I've never seen fingerprint technology in comics. It seems I need to quickly shed these stereotypes. Had that explosion been more potent, he feared he might not have even had the chance to retrieve a healing beam for salvation in this desolate wilderness. What a tragic end that would have been. Muttering his misfortunes under his breath, Wang Chao collected himself and continued on his journey. Without the nuisance of a shadowing presence, his spirits lifted, and he walked with a newfound vigor. Before long, he left the swamp behind, following the established path ahead. Meanwhile, on the side of the Red Ribbon Army, Brew was seething with rage as he listened to the incessant dial tone on his landline, the sound echoing, unanswered. With a slam, he dropped the receiver, fuming, "Useless fools. You've brought me nothing but disgrace." The days that followed in Wang Chao's journey unfolded with a mundane rhythm. In truth, this should have been the norm throughout his long trek. As he progressed, his skills in wilderness survival would only strengthen, diminishing his reliance on others, allowing him to forge ahead towards his goals independently. The journey stretched endlessly before him, and the only companion he had was the monotonous solitude. Strangely enough, he found himself relishing this solitude. At times, he would traverse an empty road for 2 full days. When hunger or thirst struck, he would simply sit by the roadside, drinking fresh water and nibbling on rations, idly gazing around, and gradually appreciating the rugged beauty of the desolate landscape. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he would often recall the scene from Shaolin Soccer, where the powerful, mighty legs were seen perched atop an expansive rooftop. He found himself seated alone in the vast wilderness, alongside an endless winding road, utterly captivating. If only there were a camera to capture the scene in a distant shot, it would undoubtedly exude an artistic essence worthy of a painting. As he contemplated this, he bit into his rations with renewed vigor. By the way, the commander of the Red Satin Brigade, a red-haired, one-eyed dwarf, suddenly inquired from his command room, "What defect does the number 7 android possess?" The tall, dark-skinned aide, who had been standing beside him, paused momentarily. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his egg-shaped, ebony scalp as he snapped to attention and bowed, stating, "I shall inquire with Dr. Gallo at once." It was unfortunate that just a few days prior, Dr. Gallo had mentioned the number 7 android in the commander's presence, and he had completely neglected to gather all the pertinent information and commit it to memory. A grave oversight indeed. Filled with self-reproach, the aide hurried away. The dwarf commander mused. "I merely recalled it suddenly and asked. It is of no consequence if you cannot provide an answer." Before long, the aide returned in haste, wiping the sweat from his brow, and reported, Dr. Gallo stated that the No. 7 android has revealed a long-standing issue within the android modification project regarding the disparity between the energy intensity of the modified subjects and their intelligence. Be concise. The dwarf commander interjected, signaling for clarity. After a brief pause, the aide summarized, the modification intensity of the number 7 android was excessive, resulting in damage to its brain. The intelligence of the modified living brain has been compromised, rendering it incapable of tackling complex tasks and significantly reducing its operational efficiency. Hence, Dr. Gallo deems it a failure. Meanwhile, Wang Chao sat quietly by the roadside, nibbling on his provisions, when suddenly, the sound of an approaching vehicle echoed from the center of the road. Sitting on the ground, he could feel the vibrations of the asphalt rapidly drawing near. He took a sip from his water bottle, tightened the cap, wiped his mouth, and turned to see a tractor speeding down the deserted road, kicking up a cloud of dust behind it. Wang Chao raised his collar to shield his face and waved to dispel the swirling dust, pondering whether, if he possessed the powers of the legendary Sun Wukong, a mere flick of his palm would suffice to clear the air. As he journeyed towards Baozi Mountain, Wang Chao's mind was wholly consumed by martial pursuits, finding connections to martial arts in every occurrence. Suddenly, the vibrations from the ground returned. The tractor was reversing back towards him. "Hey, young one. Why are you sitting alone on the road?" Wang Chao looked up to see an elderly man, aged around 50 or 60, operating the tractor, adorned with a striking straw hat. The tractor appeared to be laden with a full load of hay. At that moment, a small girl emerged from the haystack. Her dark blue hair, speckled with hay flecks, tied into 2 braids, her face dusty as she gazed down at him and remarked, "You look quite peculiar." Indeed. In a location devoid of both village and shop, Wang Chao, a boy who seemed hardly more than a mere child, carried a backpack nearly his own height, along with a couple of tool bags slung at his waist and a military canteen attached. When spoken to, he maintained a calm demeanor, quite unlike that of a typical child. When the girl remarked on his peculiar nature, Wang Chao neither protested nor took offense. He merely smiled gently. After several days of solitary travel, his mood had shifted. No longer did he feel the compulsion to walk every step of the journey as he had at the outset, but instead, he experienced a subtle joy in embracing the spontaneity of the moment. He naturally inquired, "Old man, could you give me a ride?" The tractor driver promptly invited him to sit amidst the hay in the back, squeezing in beside his granddaughter. As he dismounted to open the rear flap of the tractor for Wang Chao, the boy, despite his modest height, grasped the iron shell at the back of the tractor and, with a surge of strength, leaped directly into the trailer filled with hay. The little girl with dark blue braids blinked in surprise. Indeed, he was an unusual boy. The old man, witnessing this feat, was utterly astonished. He gestured to the height of the tractor's flap, which was at least 1.60 meters or 70 above the ground, even taller than the boy's head. Remarkable. He effortlessly jumped in, all while carrying such a hefty pack? Truly astonishing. The old man chuckled. It seems you possess great abilities. No wonder you roam about on your own. On this earth, there was no shortage of extraordinary individuals, and the locals were rather easygoing. Upon observing Wang Chao's agile prowess, the old man quickly accepted the boy's unusual nature. The tractor rumbled along, sending up clouds of dust. Along the way, the old man frequently engaged Wang Chao in conversation, posing the typical questions one might ask a traveler. What is your name? Wang Chao. An odd name. How old are you? About 10. Where are your parents? I can't find them. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you searching for them or on your way home? Neither. I'm looking for a place called Baozi Mountain. I intend to learn martial arts. Martial arts? Is that learning to fight? Such discussions often reached an abrupt halt. It was challenging for passers-by to comprehend why a child so young would forsake a promising future to seek a vague destination in the depths of the mountains to learn a seemingly futile skill. Wang Chao, however, had no desire to delve into such matters with ordinary folk, resulting in frequent conversational lulls. Luckily, he encountered only a few people along the way. Most of the time, he relished the solitude of his journey. Hey, Wang Chao. The girl, covered in bits of grass from the hay, leaned closer. Wang Chao reclined in the hay, resting his hands behind his head, propping his legs on his backpack, while turning his head to look at the girl. The girl leaned in close to his ear and whispered, Once you learn to fight, will you help me chase away the bad boys in town who bully me? Bad boys? How bad could they be? Wang Chao swayed his feet. They keep tugging on my braid. It's so annoying, the girl replied. Wang Chao reached out towards her. Startled, she tossed her 2 dark blue braids behind her and saw Wang Chao lying there, laughing, his hand merely pretending to scare her. The girl, displeased, twisted the ends of her braids behind her back, lowered her head slightly, pouted, and glared at Wang Chao in silence. Wang Chao chuckled heartily, relaxed on the grass, gazing at the boundless sky, feeling that life was tranquil and beautiful. Upon arriving at the next small town, the old tractor driver returned home. As dusk approached, although Wang Chao intended to leave and continue on his journey, the old man warmly insisted on treating him to dinner first. Wang Chao didn't refuse. He had grown weary of dry rations and water. Let us go teach them a lesson, Wang Chao whispered to the girl. Really? The girl was surprised and delighted, pulling Wang Chao along as they prepared to seek revenge in town. Wang Chao allowed her to lead the way, then turned back to inform the old man, who reassured him that it was fine, as everyone in the small town knew each other and they wouldn't get lost. By the time Wang Chao caught up with the girl, she had already confronted a group of dirty boys, puffing her cheeks and covering her 2 dark blue braids, glaring at them fiercely. What a beautiful and innocent emotion, Wang Chao observed from a distance, feeling nostalgic. Which boy hadn't caused mischief for a girl during childhood? That vague, elusive sentiment truly leaves one with a bittersweet sense of longing when reminisced upon in adulthood. Wang Chao approached. Perhaps he could gently educate these boys, explaining that girls of their age tend to be more mature and that their behavior only seems childish in the eyes of girls, diminishing the chances of friendship rather than enhancing them. However, he had no intention of doing so. With a smile, he strolled over, thinking it might be quite amusing to leave these dirty boys with a little childhood trauma. Wang Chao, they're pulling my braids again. The girl spotted him. Who gave you the right to tug on her braids? Wang Chao feigned indignation, stepping protectively in front of the girl and confronting the boys. You are not allowed to do that anymore. The boys exchanged puzzled glances, scratching their heads and faces, unsure of the situation. The tallest boy huffed, Who are you? I've never seen you before. He approached, ready to shove Wang Chao. In a swift motion, Wang Chao lifted the larger boy effortlessly above his head, causing him to scream in panic. Wang Chao swung him around, mimicking the boy's cries, leaving him dizzy and terrified. Finally, he set the boy down gently, who stumbled and fell into the arms of his friends, dazed. Don't you dare bully her again. Wang Chao glared playfully at the boys, who scattered in fright. Wang Chao lingered for a moment, chuckling to himself, feeling rather clever. The girl exclaimed, Wang Chao, you possess such great strength. Wang Chao, unfazed, escorted the girl back to her home. As they approached her doorstep, he faintly heard the sounds of a commotion coming from the other end of the town. Glancing over, he could discern nothing significant and quickly averted his gaze. After enjoying a hearty dinner, Wang Chao graciously declined the offer to stay the night and departed into the dim night. The tranquility of the small town enveloped him. the streets were nearly deserted, devoid of streetlights, save for the bright illumination spilling from a nearby convenience store. As he savored the serenity of the night, Wang Chao pondered what the night at Baozi Mountain might be like. Would it be equally delightful and comforting, evoking a sense of home? Surely it must be. Soon, he reached the final area illuminated by streetlights at the edge of town, beyond which lay an unknown stretch of solitary road. Wang Chao retrieved a map, biting down on his fully charged flashlight to confirm his route. At that moment, from the shadows of the dim light, an unremarkable middle-aged man approached, his disheveled appearance reminiscent of a vagabond. Yet, despite his tattered clothing, he did not appear dirty, setting him apart from the typical homeless individual. As Wang Chao noticed him, the man was already within 2 or 3 meters of him. In the red satin brigade base, Blue was despondently striking a punching bag. He had arranged for surveillance on Wang Chao's movements, collaborating with the androids dispatched by Dr. Gallo. However, contact with his informants had abruptly ceased days prior, leaving Blue feeling humiliated, as it might cast him in a poor light before the powerful Dr. Gallo. Nevertheless, the androids sent by Dr. Gallo, relying on the last known movements of Wang Chao, would undoubtedly succeed in apprehending the lad. This was beyond question. "Hello?" Wang Chao mumbled, his words muffled by the flashlight clenched in his teeth. The approaching figure bore a blank expression, even exhibiting a hint of stiffness and rigidity. A surge of intense unease washed over Wang Chao, prompting him to decisively drop the flashlight, along with the map, compass, and pen. In that instant, the vagabond hurled a shadowy figure toward him. Almost simultaneously, a dull sound resonated in his ears, or perhaps within his skull, and Wang Chao's vision was swiftly obscured by a vivid scarlet hue. He vaguely sensed a warm, tingling liquid flowing from his face and nostrils, and his limbs felt as if they had lost all sensation, his very soul seeming to drift away, followed by a dizzying whirl, leading him into unconsciousness. The vagabond lowered his fist, blood dripping from his knuckles. With an impassive expression, he seized the limp form of Wang Chao as he began to collapse. 45 has taken down number 18. At last, I have found you, number 7. Have you captured the target? Oh, so it's this little fellow? I heard that the soldiers who were tailing him have already been dealt with. How did you track him down? I started from the swamp and gradually pieced together his movements. Come, let us return to headquarters. You, my friend, would not have merely captured this young lad and unceremoniously discarded him into a refuse bin, remaining motionless while we have waited until now, would you? Was it not conveyed by the doctor that the mission was to apprehend him, and that upon completion, you were to return to headquarters? The jarring motions and cacophony of sounds disrupted his consciousness intermittently. Occasionally, he would crack open his eyelids, only to be met with a blurred, double vision. Then, as the apparition drew near, a wisp of mist emerged from it, and he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. This young man was tossed into the garbage by number 7, only to awaken and be rendered unconscious again. Remarkably, his head remained intact. Indeed, he was no ordinary individual. Naturally, he cannot be an ordinary person who the doctor has ordered to capture could possibly be mundane. Had he been an average person, consistently subjected to such a barrage of hypnotic gas throughout this journey, he would have long since devolved into a feeble-minded state. This young man is surprisingly heavy. Though he appears diminutive, he weighs scarcely less than I do. How peculiar. Could it be that his bones and muscles are denser than ours? Nevertheless, after being lulled into a stupor by the gas, his body felt limp, obscuring any discernible muscle mass. It remains a mystery as to what the doctor found appealing about him. Is it his unusual weight? Who can say? Our task is merely to see it through. His body was moved indiscriminately, occasionally colliding with solid objects, perhaps walls or table edges. However, these physical sensations grew increasingly indistinct. The intermittent sounds of voices around him ebbed away like the receding tide, and ultimately, he succumbed to complete unconsciousness. Yes, you are no less than the others. Who? Who is speaking? In the darkness, Wang Chao jolted awake, his ebony eyes filled with confusion. He surveyed his surroundings, which were enveloped in total darkness, as if nothing existed but an eternal void. Who spoke just now? Wang Chao shouted with fervor, only to feel an inexplicable surge of anxiety welling up within him. But why this anxiety? He could not recall. This place felt desolate, devoid of echoes. The boundless dark nothingness seemed like a vast sponge, absorbing his voice. Are you not in search of a clear path? I shall illuminate it for you. Who are you, after all? Wang Chao cried out once more, only to be abruptly struck on the forehead, sending him hurtling backward. In an instant, the dark world around him erupted with points of light, revealing countless stars. As Wang Chao soared backward at an astonishing speed, these twinkling points streaked past his vision, accelerating until they formed white lines. These lines resembled a broad runway. with the starting line receding further into the distance, and a figure stood upon it, also growing more distant. Who could that be? Who was the figure clad in red with golden hair? Wang Chao continued to fly backward through the starry cosmos. The receding silhouette seemed to glance back at him. Yet, when Wang Chao opened his mouth, no sound emerged. Nevertheless, he had finally recalled where he was. Before him, the scene unfolding in the vast cosmos resembled an ethereal experience, akin to a soul transcending its earthly bounds. It mirrored the day when the enigmatic elder had propelled Wang Chao into the air, a vivid hallucination that he had never anticipated encountering again. One need not elaborate on the inhabitants of Baobao Mountain, for it is well known. Sun Wukong resides there. Along with Sun Wufan, Wang Chao found himself unable to restrain his form as it soared through the starry expanse, uttering a silent, yet fervent cry. Moreover, it housed the remnants of his dwindling sense of belonging in this foreign realm. For a traveler such as he, where could one find a place that evoked a greater sense of home than the Turtle Hermit School? As long as he held these thoughts close to his heart, Wang Chao felt a profound connection to his past life, realizing that he was not merely a forlorn spirit, and that the events of his former existence were not mere illusions. Suddenly, the sensation of soaring vanished, and Wang Chao found himself crashing heavily into a chair. He realized he was seated in that dilapidated little shack in Nandu, the one that reeked of mildew before he had moved in, located on the outskirts of the city. The chair beneath him was so worn that it creaked ominously with the slightest movement, teetering on the brink of collapse. Rising from his seat, he opened the window. And there, in the distance on the road, he spotted a gaunt boy with hollow eyes and a brooding demeanor, none other than himself. A little over a week after his arrival in this world. Was I truly so despondent back then? Wang Chao was taken aback, realizing he resembled a mere shell of a person, as if he were on the verge of self-destruction. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, carrying with it an old poster that adhered itself to the face of the lifeless Wang Chao on the road. He removed it and gazed at it for a long while, standing in the desolate outskirts, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the Wang Chao in the room mused quietly. So that was how the poster came to be? Alas, it seemed I had almost forgotten. He lowered the window and returned to his chair, only to discover that the room appeared significantly cleaner, and there was an additional table before him. Upon glancing up, he noticed that the back of the window was enveloped in darkness. It was night. Behind him, a faint, oppressive sound of weeping began to resonate. Wang Chao remained seated, refraining from turning around until the muffled sobs gradually subsided. With a gentle sigh, he turned to see his own sleeping form curled up against the wall. He stood at the bedside, lowering his gaze, and suddenly reached out to grasp himself, only to find emptiness. Wang Chao closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then opened his golden eyes wide, abruptly capturing the sleeping version of himself in a firm grip. He stared into the bewildered eyes of his counterpart and declared with conviction, "I shall not give up. You must not falter either." A surge of intense energy coursed through him, and he became acutely aware of the overwhelming pain. His senses were awakening, and his consciousness gradually transitioned from obscurity to clarity. Yet his vision was cloaked in a dark crimson hue, as his eyes remained shut. As he shifted slightly, he was startled to hear a dull sound of water, and he realized he was buoyant. The mouth and nose area were devoid of anything, relatively dry, yet there was a current of air, oxygen. Am I wearing an oxygen mask? Wang Chao suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of golden light erupted from his fiery gaze, astonishingly forming two golden lines amidst the verdant nutrient solution within the vertical cultivation chamber. "Oh, have you finally awakened? Your eyes, quite intriguing indeed," as Bruce said. "There is something peculiar about your gaze." Outside the cultivation chamber stood a middle-aged man with disheveled black hair, clad in a white lab coat, observing the naked Wang Chao in the green nutrient liquid with keen interest. Wang Chao instantly recognized him. Dr. Gallo, the despicable scientist who had ruined subject number 18. Damn him. The color of his attire resembled Bulma's hair, and the animation team's color scheme diverged from the established design in the manga. However, watching Dragon Ball on television during childhood, the Red Turtle Hermit GI remains a cherished memory. As Wang Chao beheld Gallo, the complexity of his emotions upon realizing his predicament was profound. To Gallo, Wang Chao was merely one among a multitude of experimental subjects. The only reason he recalled the little white mouse brought back by the android number 7 was due to reminders from his assistants. He had never anticipated that after Wang Chao had dispatched the somewhat stiff-headed android number 7 responsible for tracking him, the latter would indeed fulfill the task of bringing the target back. "Doctor, here is the report you requested." An assistant handed over a stack of papers. Gallo accepted it, skimming through the pages with remarkable speed. He was a super genius. Although he flipped the pages rapidly, every word was absorbed, understood, and digested. Soon, He had perused the routine analysis report conducted by his assistants on Wang Chao's qualities during the 3 days of his unconsciousness. So it was. The cellular activity of his body exceeded that of an ordinary person by over 200. If this was the case, he couldn't even compare to the live modification targets for android number 8. Gallo pondered. As for the ocular cells, the experimental results revealed no abnormalities. Yet, this became the most significant anomaly. Gallo returned the report to the assistant, his gaze once again locking onto the boy submerged in the deep green nutrient liquid of the cultivation chamber. His attention was primarily focused on the eyes themselves. The apparent anger reflected in those eyes held no relevance to Gallo. He had no interest in the emotions of his subjects. Had they reverted to their normal black hue? Well, since Wang Chao had awakened, after a moment of contemplation, Gallo turned to leave, issuing a series of instructions regarding the forthcoming experiments to the many assistants within the laboratory at a volume barely audible to Wang Chao in the cultivation chamber. Arrange the formal experiments as soon as possible, Gallo instructed his primary assistant. Adjust the schedule for me. I will first check on the other projects. Understood, the assistant replied. Retrieving a small notebook, its pages laden with sticky notes. Although the world of Dragon Ball possesses computers, most of them are large machines designed for processing vast amounts of data, with personal laptops being virtually non-existent. Gale hurriedly arranged relevant matters before swiftly departing from the laboratory. As soon as he left, a collective sigh of relief echoed throughout the lab. For as long as Dr. Gale, the formidable figure, remained, an unspoken pressure loomed over the researchers. They, too, were engaged in the realm of scientific inquiry, and unlike the soldiers in the Legion, they understood the terrifying brilliance of Dr. Gale all too well. He was a super genius scientist, operating on a level far beyond their own, comparable to the illustrious Dr. Brief, who single-handedly transformed the way of life on Earth. At that moment, Wang Chao, confined within the vertical incubation chamber, grasped the gravity of his predicament. Undoubtedly, the current situation marked the most perilous moment of his life. How could he extricate himself? Wang Chao's mind raced, contemplating strategies. He was averse to the prospect of being transformed into an android, an outcome that, while grim, was still the most optimistic scenario. A far more dire fate loomed, where he could be utilized as mere experimental material and discarded like refuse. To perish silently upon this laboratory table was an outcome he could not accept. He had yet to reach Baozi Mountain, had not truly embarked upon the path of martial arts. How could he succumb here? I have yet to encounter Sun Wukong. A powerful obsession, resentment, and a surge of anger welled up within Wang Chao. Anger not only directed at the capriciousness of fate, but also at his own impotence. If only he were not so weak. How could he have fallen victim to the treachery of the vagabond's hidden hand? With his eyes tightly shut and his lips pressed firmly beneath the oxygen mask, he mentally shouted, Wang Chao, cease your lamentations. This is utterly unbecoming. Focus instead on devising a means of escape. Gradually, his emotions began to cool. He realized that bemoaning his fate at such a time was utterly futile and profoundly embarrassing. It was uncertain how much time passed within the incubation chamber. The cacophony of machines in the laboratory had become monotonous and irksome. Each time he opened his eyes, he beheld a constantly shifting array of personnel within the lab. At times, the lights blazed brightly. At others, darkness enveloped, save for the flickering indicators of countless instruments, evoking memories of traversing through the starry rivers of his hallucinations. Yet, even in the absence of personnel, Wang Chao remained trapped within the confines of the incubation chamber, unable to escape. The chamber's exterior, crafted from specialized synthetic glass, was beyond his current strength to shatter. Moreover, he sensed that his muscles were in a state of profound weakness, likely due to the administration of some suppressive agent. Suddenly, Wang Chao recalled Dr. Gale's creation, the purely mechanical android number 16, whose formidable body could withstand a clash with a Super Saiyan. How terrifying was Dr. Gale's mastery of material science. Even in the stifling confines of his environment, Wang Chao, despite his calm demeanor, occasionally succumbed to flights of fancy. The sense of humiliation that plagued Wang Chao's heart gradually accumulated over the passage of time. What could be more degrading than being imprisoned, treated like a lamb awaiting slaughter? At that moment, Wang Chao could not conceive of anything more humiliating. Despite his fervent efforts to command himself to remain calm and maintain a lucid, rational mind, a seething anger akin to poison continued to fester within him. Amidst these tumultuous emotions, Wang Chao suddenly grasped the reason behind his first act upon awakening on the 17th, to personally slay Dr. Gallo. He was certain that, given the slightest opportunity, he would do the same. And then there was the matter of Brew. If, after being confined in the incubation chamber for such an extended period, he could not deduce how he had caught the attention of the Red Ribbon Army, it would be better for him to suffocate himself by removing the oxygen mask. For the first time, he truly understood the intricacies of hatred, how each stroke of the pin delineated its essence. However, for now, he buried it deep within. In the midst of fear, waiting, awakening in the throes of humiliation and rage, Wang Chao's spirit undoubtedly underwent a profound trial. The lights in the laboratory extinguished for the 5th time. In the corner, within the vertical incubation chamber, Wang Chao, donning an oxygen mask and completely naked, wore an expression of utter tranquility. No one knew the torment that this serene heart had endured, nor the refinement that silence had wrought. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and his fiery gaze shone even more brilliantly than before. How radiant! Though the lights remained off and the laboratory was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the flickering indicators of countless machines, everything appeared to him as bright as day, each detail crystal clear. His heart stirred not at all. Perhaps he had long anticipated the shift in his fiery gaze, for he had finally come to understand that his fiery gaze was an external manifestation of a certain quality within himself. Thus, when he first arrived in the Dragon Ball world, in a state of despondency, his fiery gaze had never manifested. It only flickered to life when his thoughts began to shift, catalyzed by the enigmatic elder. When the elder fully awakened him, he could then command his fiery gaze with ease. And as he sensed his inner strength growing through this ordeal, he also felt the transformation of his fiery gaze accompanying this evolution. Not only could he truly see in the dark, with a mere movement of his eyes, Wang Chao directed his gaze towards the outer wall of the laboratory. When his focus sharpened sufficiently, he could even perceive, beyond the wall at the entrance, 2 glowing silhouettes standing on either side. Energy. The fiery gaze had, astonishingly, revealed the figures hidden behind the wall. Were this the world of Hunter x Hunter? Such silhouettes would undoubtedly represent the aura of a nun user. In the world of Naruto, they would signify a ninja's chakra. In the realm of Saint Seiya, they would embody the small universe. In the universe of One Piece, they would be the special energy sources of the 3 types of haki. In a world devoid of supernatural phenomena, one might only perceive the thermal radiation of the human body or an energy field. Yet, in the realm of Dragon Ball, this phenomenon is undoubtedly known as Qi, the inherent potential energy possessed by all living beings. It is only through the arduous mental discipline of the most skilled martial artists that one might gradually comprehend how to harness and even perceive this formidable force. At present, Wang Chao's keen perception has undergone a remarkable transformation due to his indomitable will, enabling him to discern the qi of others even through walls. This extraordinary ability is indeed astonishing. It is akin to his eyes acquiring a radar function, even before he has mastered the techniques of perceiving qi. This newfound skill arrives at a most opportune moment. Submerged in a green nutrient solution, Wang Chao felt a surge of excitement. His desire to escape from the Red Ribbon Army presents him with 2 possible avenues. The first, the most direct approach, akin to the cartoonish antics of young Goku, would be to break free with sheer force. Unfazed by the odds, he would confront anyone in his path, be it with fists or firearms, even retaliating against missiles. However, it is evident that Wang Chao currently lacks such formidable strength. His prowess is but a shade superior to that of the young Goku who had just emerged from the mountains with Bulma, having yet to learn the Kamehameha technique from the Fire Mountain. Excluding Goku's Saiyan resilience, such combat capabilities are insufficient to storm out of Dr. Gero's laboratory of the Red Ribbon Army. Otherwise, the Red Ribbon Army would not find even Master Roshi a daunting adversary. The alternative strategy would be to seek an opportunity to evade all scrutiny and stealthily slip away. In this scenario, the ability to perceive qi through his transformed vision becomes paramount. Could it be that this newfound ability arose as a reflection of his fervent desire to escape? Wang Chao pondered this notion, for if it were merely a matter of chance, it would indeed be too coincidental. With the transformation of his keen sight, Wang Chao felt a sense of calm wash over him. Thus, in the ensuing hours, before Dr. Gero could attend to him, Wang Chao remained within the vertical incubation chamber in the corner of the laboratory, employing his enhanced perception to observe the outside world and adapt to his new abilities. When a new group of lab-coated researchers entered the laboratory, Wang Chao could ascertain with certainty that the humanoid forms he perceived through his enhanced sight were indeed manifestations of qi. After all, he had no means to step outside and confirm whether the silhouettes beyond the walls belonged to living beings. As the researchers busied themselves with their tasks, Wang Chao focused intently and, indeed, observed a luminous humanoid essence overlapping with the diligent figures in white coats. To further verify, he even closed his eyes for comparison. As he closed his eyes, his attention once again focused on them. Indeed, whenever he desired, his eyelids could not obstruct his vision of the white figures wandering about the room. The ability he observed, akin to a hunter's concentration, he decided to name gaze. Thus, although Wang Chao kept his eyes shut within the cultivation chamber, he was continuously employing his gaze ability to scrutinize the personnel movements within the experimental facility. He meticulously noted the periodic appearances and rotations of the figures at the entrance, committing their patterns to memory. The gaze, unlike mere sight, allowed him to perceive the energies behind the walls, though it did not grant him true X-ray vision. Therefore, he could only surmise the layout of the laboratory, where the corridors, open spaces, doors, and non-doors lay, by interpreting the paths of energy he observed. Moreover, Wang Chao discerned that the white figures were not all identical, some had a faint hue. Upon discreetly opening his eyes, he noticed that these pale figures were predominantly slender researchers. Others exhibited a more pronounced whiteness with clearer outlines, evidently belonging to those who regularly engaged in physical fitness. He speculated whether individuals of even greater strength, akin to the likes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, would manifest as entirely energy-formed beings. Meanwhile, he remained in silent anticipation, despite the Red Ribbon Army sustaining his life through the cultivation chamber. They simultaneously administered muscle strength suppressants via the tubes attached to him, rendering his body incapable of exerting force. Frustration and anxiety gnawed at him, and he resignedly thought that this was perhaps the sensation of a scion ensnared by the tail, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Another night passed. Within the laboratory, only the machinery hummed. Every hour, an individual would enter, flashlight in hand, to conduct a brief inspection. Wang Chao, expressionless in the corner of the cultivation chamber, cynically mused that perhaps these patrolling individuals were entirely unaware of his presence, the unfortunate soul still lingering within the laboratory. Suddenly, what was that light? It did not resemble the indicators of any equipment. A glimmer flickered in Wang Chao's gaze, through the green nutrient solution. He spotted a faint glow emanating from a shelf in the dimly lit laboratory. Although he could not ascertain the precise time, he had observed this place for several days, and he was not oblivious to its structure. He was certain that the source of that faint light should not be associated with any machinery. So what could it be? An idea struck him, and he abruptly closed his eyes, peering through his eyelids. The faint glow remained. Perhaps it was the stirring of that half a celestial being within him that caused a series of bubbles to emerge near the oxygen mask of the nutrient solution. Initially, I believed that the ability of the fire eye and golden sight would prove to be rather superfluous in the later stages. However, if one could indeed perceive the energy of the celestial beings, it might transform into an invaluable skill. I must seize the opportunity to ascertain whether that is the case. I also wonder how the dagger gifted to me by Ziorin is faring. As Wang Chao pondered, he gradually drifted into slumber. Time slipped away unnoticed until he was roused by a series of knocks. Slowly, he opened his eyes and, through the deep green nutrient liquid, beheld Blue standing outside the reinforced glass shell, scrutinizing him with an air of triumph and disdain. The one he despised stood so near. Yet Wang Chao felt an unusual calmness wash over him. Well, we meet again, young lad. Did you ever anticipate this? Humph, Blue sneered, encased in the oxygen mask. Wang Chao's expression remained inscrutable. Blue continued to mock him. Upon seeing me, you should have surmised the truth. Indeed, the reason you were captured by us is due to the intelligence I provided to Dr. Gallo. He proclaimed with the poise of a victor, you may be unaware. But after joining the Red Ribbon Army, I was immediately promoted to officer, and my responsibilities precisely entail. He elongated his words, only to find that Wang Chao's eyes remained as lifeless as a dead fish, utterly unmoved. How could he maintain such composure in this dire predicament? Blue seethed internally, raising his voice. It is your destiny to fall into my hands. Haha, I am in charge of the dealings with the Rabbit Army. The moment you dismantled the Rabbit Army, we in the Red Ribbon Army had already detected it. You cannot fathom the elation I felt at that moment. It was utterly disgraceful for me to have been forced to flee last time. Blue, naturally vain, narcissistic, and fastidious, felt that being bested by Bulma had left him humiliated on all fronts, tarnishing his dignity with an indelible stain. You probably have no idea how deeply I loathe you. Blue ground his teeth. However, despite his lengthy tirade, Wang Chao remained utterly still within the cultivation chamber. Blue glanced at the exterior of the standing cultivation pod, noting the oxygen supply data on the display, which showed no fluctuations, indicating that Wang Chao's breathing remained unhurried even as he listened to Blue's words. It seemed he maintained his tranquility, devoid of any trace of anger. Could it be that the blow to his spirit had rendered him utterly daft? Blue pondered, infuriated. If he did not express his wrath, would it not render my meticulous scheming meaningless? Was I merely throwing punches into thin air? How vexing. My pride has suffered a blow. At that moment, A researcher approached Blue, whispering a few words in his ear. Blue nodded and gestured toward Wang Chao, a malevolent smile creeping across his face as he turned and strode away with his head held high. Only then did Wang Chao's eyes flicker with a golden glint. You likely have no idea how much I despise you, he echoed silently within, yet he resolved to cast aside this hatred. After days of quiet contemplation, he had come to realize that such negative emotions would only taint his spirit. Determined to become a better person, I find no need to dwell upon emotions more repugnant than refuse. If the piercing gaze truly reflects the strength of my spirit, rest assured, Brew, I shall indelibly remember the necessity of confronting you. This trivial matter. Wang Chao discovered that his soul had undergone a genuine elevation. Perhaps it is only when one faces true adversity that the essence of one's character is revealed. Just as some may boast of their courage and integrity before the sword is drawn, they can wax eloquent about valor without having ever slain a mere chicken. They lack the audacity to confront the fierce, let alone take a life. Wang Chao was no different. Having never encountered significant setbacks, he always perceived himself as an ordinary young man. Yet, through this ordeal, he unearthed admirable qualities he never anticipated within himself. He did not succumb to despair, nor did he languish in self-pity or lament what could have been. Suddenly, he comprehended why that enigmatic elder, capable of casting him across the sea with a mere gesture, did not directly deposit him at the mountain of bonds. Disasters may come in quick succession, but those who stand resilient are the true warriors. Only those who can confront and conquer their challenges are the true masters of combat. As he observed Brew's departing silhouette, it revealed a faint white shadow that exuded a distinct aura, one that surpassed the majority of individuals Wang Chao had encountered. Brew's presence radiated an intensity that was more than doubled. It was evident that Brew's combat prowess was on a level far above that of most soldiers within the Red Satin Brigade, even exceeding that of the elite soldier, Darath, whom Wang Chao had previously met. One could assert that Brew's fighting capacity had surpassed that of the vast majority of humanity, including well-trained soldiers and martial artists. Wang Chao reflected that had he not encountered Bulma in South City, he might have truly found himself in peril. Soon, the researcher pressed a button on the cultivation chamber, causing the nutrient fluid within to gradually recede. As the chamber depressurized, the tubes that had been inserted into Wang Chao's bare body detached, leaving numerous puncture marks. Finally, the oxygen mask slipped away, leaving him utterly weakened, his legs giving way as his face collided with the chamber's front wall. Reluctant to show weakness before the Red Satin Brigade, he mustered his resolve, propping himself up against the glass cover, his legs trembling violently, yet subtly, as he slowly stood. His eyes glimmered with a golden hue as he scanned the area behind the researcher, spotting two white figures armed with guns. The whiteness of their forms indicated they were likely the most ordinary soldiers within the Red Satin Brigade. However, given their weapons, one could not underestimate Wang Chao's current state. He was far from invulnerable to bullets. He was not as indomitable as Sun Wukong, impervious to gunfire or axe blows. The effects of the suppressants faded so swiftly? I shall document this. The researcher outside the chamber was astonished by Wang Chao's recovery speed and noted this observation in a small notebook. The door to the cultivation chamber swung open, and the researcher glanced back, signaling to two armed soldiers who approached, slinging their weapons. They seized Wang Chao, casually draping a thin blanket over him before dragging him away. As he was pulled along, Wang Chao could sense his strength gradually returning. Before departing from the laboratory where he had spent the better part of several days, he cast a fleeting glance toward the location that possibly contained the mystical being. From his previous vantage point, even in daylight, he had been unable to discern any details, relying solely on his extraordinary vision to perceive a faint glimmer of energy. However, this time, he unmistakably noticed that the experimental table in that direction was meticulously arranged with various objects. Among them lay the very knife bestowed upon him by Xiaolan, now in a drawn position, suggesting that Gallo and his associates had already experimented with it. Additionally, a glass dish prominently displayed the half of the mystical bean that Wang Chao had meticulously saved. Given that the half bean was so openly exhibited, it was evident that Gallo and his team had either failed to uncover the essence of this miraculous substance or had not yet managed to do so. Wang Chao silently contemplated his escape strategy. He was soon escorted into a small room, where two soldiers, still armed, commanded him to sit and await the doctor's instructions. Complying, Wang Chao settled down. At this moment, the effects of the muscle suppressant were waning, and he had regained a significant amount of his strength. Wrapping himself in the blanket, he glanced around. The room was astonishingly pristine, with only a small sofa in the center and devoid of any other furnishings. There were no windows, and aside from the door through which they had entered, a small door on the opposite wall remained tightly shut. Wang Chao slowly took a seat, lifting his gaze to survey his surroundings. In the corners of the ceiling, for surveillance cameras were positioned. The scene captured by his golden eyes was simultaneously displayed on a screen before Dr. Gallo in another room. Gallo tapped his fingers on the table, pondering. He should be regaining his strength, yet he remains composed and does not show anger. He immediately noticed the cameras in the room. It seems he is quite an extraordinary individual, Brew. He then instructed, "Go ahead. I am eager to see how his eyes can withstand your powers." Standing at attention behind him, Brew saluted, "Yes, sir." In the room, the soldier guarding Wang Chao, adorned with a red sash, received instructions through his earpiece and, with a sharp jab of his weapon against Wang Chao's shoulder, barked, "Move." That door. Pushed and shoved. Wang Chao entered a deeper room through the small door on the opposite side. The door clicked shut behind him, leaving the two red sash soldiers outside. Still wrapped in the blanket, he walked barefoot to the center of this more spacious room. He remained silent, observing coldly. This chamber was 2 to 3 times larger than the previous one, yet even more barren, lacking even a single chair. The decor was absurdly minimalistic, with a stark white palette that rendered it almost devoid of lines, creating a sense of disorientation as if the entire room were a seamless entity, leaving one unable to distinguish up from down or left from right. Wang Chao, upon activating his keen insight, was finally able to discern the sharp lines between the walls, gaining a sense of spatial awareness that steadied his footing. Just then, a voice resonated throughout the room, yet Wang Chao could not pinpoint its source. The voice, robust and resonant, echoed strongly within the confines of the chamber. It belonged to a middle-aged man, presumably Dr. Gallo. "Have you adapted to the environment so swiftly?" The moment the words fell, a pristine white ceiling suddenly fissured, revealing a square black frame, accompanied by a mechanical hum. The frame descended gradually to a height suitable for a person. Standing atop it was Blue, clad in a tank top, trousers, and fingerless gloves, who leapt down with a sardonic smile. As the platform ascended and returned to its original place, the ceiling reformed seamlessly. Wang Chao remained silent, seizing a corner of the blanket draped over him. With a sharp rip, he tore off a strip to fashion a makeshift belt, transforming the blanket into something reminiscent of Broly's combat skirt. "If you have intentions, speak plainly," he declared, his bare torso revealing a physique neither overly muscular nor feeble, yet defined with discernible lines. With a tone of detached indifference, he questioned, "You wouldn't be contemplating my demise at this moment, would you?" Blue, clenching his fist, replied with a smile, "How could I? You are a highly valuable experimental subject, a rare individual capable of immunity to superpowers." It dawned on Wang Chao that this avian group, the Scarlet Ribbon Legion, was indeed fixated on his unique abilities. Before he could ponder further, Blue suddenly widened his eyes, unleashing a radiant burst from his pupils that shimmered like a cross of stars. It was Blue's superpower. An indescribable rigidity enveloped Wang Chao's body. His limbs felt as heavy as bent steel rods, his neck seemingly ensnared, rendering him immobile, as if encased within a pillar of cement. Wang Chao thought, "If I remain passive, can you truly compel me?" Just as this notion crossed his mind, Blue unexpectedly produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere, its blade gleaming as he approached with a grin. "So, if you choose not to resist, you must endure the blade," he implied. And Wang Chao realized he had no alternative. He could not simply allow himself to be stabbed. Heaven knows whether the strike would be a mere test or a fatal blow. Thus, he activated his keen insight to counteract Blue's paralyzing superpower. "What is the matter? Move," Blue taunted, closing the distance as the knife's tip hovered perilously close to Wang Chao's skin. The latter trembled violently, yet remained unable to escape the confines of his immobilization. Wang Chao's golden eyes met Blue's scornful gaze with a chilling resolve. The last time he broke free from Blue's superpower was when he had been nearly beaten to death, an exceedingly perilous situation. In that moment, his instincts had driven him to fervently desire liberation from the shackles, having been transformed into a carrot by the Rabbit Legion. He knew that failure to break free would mean certain death. Thus, he was compelled to resist the superpower imposed upon him. However, at this moment, Wang Chao subconsciously felt that even if he were to escape the current confinement, he would still be ensnared within Gallo's experimental base. Thus, the struggle to break free appeared to be of little significance. His keen insight ultimately manifested the strength of his own will. Without a fervent and focused desire, it was impossible to exhibit the power to transcend his super abilities. Suddenly, a voice emanated from a hidden speaker within the room. It was Dr. Gallo. Brew was anxious. This fool seemed paralyzed, making no move. Did this not reflect poorly on him for recommending such a worthless subject to Dr. Gallo? With a swift motion, he thrust a dagger, its tip piercing Wang Chao's motionless arm, blood oozing forth silently. "You better think this through." The next strike will not be as trivial as your arm, Bru said coldly, wiping the blade on the blanket draped over Wang Chao. He traced the edge of the dagger along Wang Chao's neck, menacingly uttering words that reeked of lethal intent. A mere slice of this artery, and you will perish. As for your failed experiment, I shall merely face the doctor's reprimand. But your life will be extinguished, and with it, all will be lost. With a sigh, as if relinquishing his hold on Wang Chao, he aimed for the vital artery in Wang Chao's neck. But then, Wang Chao moved. An incandescent light erupted from his keen insight, and he finally broke free from Bru's oppressive super ability. Yet, in the next instant, Bru swiftly turned, glaring at Wang Chao, who had leapt aside, his eyes ablaze with a fierce intensity. Consequently, Wang Chao froze once more, precariously balancing on the tips of his toes, his body tilting dangerously towards the ground. Bru lunged forward, targeting Wang Chao's head, the dagger poised to strike. Just as the rigid Wang Chao was about to fall, he regained his agility, rolling onto the ground to evade Bru's lethal thrust. "Ah, it appears to be true," Dr. Gallo remarked, sipping his coffee as he observed the scene on the monitor. Bru, wielding the dagger, intensified his assault, his movements growing increasingly fierce and resolute. Wang Chao's actions fluctuated between stiffness and sudden evasion, transforming from a perilous struggle into a display of composure. This young man, Wang Chao, seemed to be utilizing this experiment to acclimatize and adapt to his own resistance against super abilities, Dr. Gallo pondered, taking another sip of coffee. He then glanced at another monitor beside him, which displayed the same scene but with an eerie hue. As if special rays were scanning the two combatants engaged in their dagger duel, particularly focusing on Wang Chao and the physical changes he underwent while activating his super abilities. Truly peculiar. Dr. Gallo clicked away on the control panel, and the special screen revealed a complex array of intricate graphs and a cascade of data. It seemed unlikely that any anomalous fluctuations could be discerned in the short term, making significant progress on the Android number 8 project improbable. Tapping his desk, Dr. Gallo resolved to assign Wang Chao to a long-term project, intending to exhaust the subject until there was nothing left to extract. In the room, Bru, now panting heavily with the dagger in hand, found no sign of fatigue in Wang Chao's movements, skillfully breaking free from his confinement and evading yet another attack. Wang Chao turned his golden eyes back, resembling an eagle surveying its prey. His cold and sharp gaze momentarily stunned Bru, causing an unsettling realization to wash over him. Sensing the sudden surge of murderous intent in Wang Chao's eyes, Bru found himself at a disadvantage. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Wang Chao exploded into action, lunging forward and delivering a swift kick to Bru's groin. Bru, struck as if by lightning, doubled over in excruciating pain, nearly losing consciousness as he collapsed to his knees. Wang Chao sent the dagger Bru could no longer hold flying, catching it midair with precision, ready to plunge it into Bru's skull. "Stop!" The voice of Dr. Gallo echoed through the loudspeaker. Wang Chao halted, the dagger merely grazing a few strands of Bru's hair. "Don't move." I don't know when the sound of a bullet being chambered emerged from behind him, but he heard it clearly. "Throw away the knife." Without uttering a word, Wang Chao discarded the dagger and raised his hands, allowing the soldiers in red sashes to subdue him. As he was escorted back to the laboratory, Wang Chao did not spare a glance at Bru, who remained on the ground, still clutching his groin. It seemed that his hatred and murderous intent had come and gone, completely under his control. If killing was not suitable, then he would temporarily cast Bru aside. Constantly employing his keen insight, Wang Chao silently observed the layout of the base during his transport. The terrain paled in comparison to his own escape, which remained paramount. In the ensuing days, Wang Chao was subjected to a series of chaotic experiments and combat tests against Bru. From snippets of conversation overheard from the temporary lab assistants, it appeared that Dr. Gallo had failed to uncover any secrets about Wang Chao's body. They could not detect that he hailed from another world, which secretly relieved him. Amidst the dim, oppressive atmosphere, Wang Chao lost track of how many days he had endured in this cursed laboratory, how many incisions had been made and sutured, how many injections he had received, and how many inexplicable substances he had been forced to consume. He had been bombarded with numerous visible and invisible rays. During one particularly extreme session, he was restrained on a board, his bare body covered in a multitude of tubes. However, despite the torment and degradation, Wang Chao felt no changes within his body. It seemed he was not destined to be a superhero. The experiments did not grant him peculiar enhancements, but rather served to amplify his anger and hatred towards Dr. Gallo and the red-sashed army. If this anger and hatred had tempered Wang Chao's will, then perhaps it could be deemed a form of strengthening. Thus, he found gratitude in these experiments, allowing him to endure the struggle between rage and tranquility, refining himself and elevating the brilliance of his spirit under the scrutiny of his keen insight. On what day it was, he could not ascertain. Wang Chao found himself bound to the laboratory table, his limbs immobilized, a precisely calculated sedative coursing through his veins, leaving him languid in the dim, empty laboratory. It was time, he thought. As he opened his eyes, a golden hue enveloped his gaze. Wang Chao's expression was serene, so much so that it bordered on indifference. If he were to confront his past self, who had just arrived in the Dragon Ball world, a mere glance could render the latter motionless with trepidation. Wang Chao clenched his fists, finding it difficult to muster strength. However, after enduring repeated injections of tranquilizers over the past few days, he had gradually acclimated to this state of frailty. Casting a glance at the nearby testing platform, he noticed half a Sinzabine lying there, accompanied by the blade gifted by Xiren. He estimated that there were approximately 13 minutes until the next patrol by the Red Ribbon soldiers. Wang Chao took a deep breath, clearing his mind, and began to make an attempt to move. The sound of polished shoes echoed in the empty corridor. As the footsteps approached, a beam of light swept through the air, revealing a Red Ribbon soldier wielding a powerful flashlight on patrol. Yawn. The soldier from the Red Ribbon stifled a yawn, blinked, and continued his rounds, inspecting laboratory after laboratory. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of a particular lab, his nose twitching in confusion. Was that the sin of blood? The soldier tiptoed closer to the door, inhaling deeply, and was instantly taken aback, eyes widening in astonishment. It truly was the smell of blood. Impossible. The researchers would have disinfected and cleaned up before leaving. There should be no trace of blood from experimental subjects. Had there been an incident in this laboratory? The Red Ribbon soldier felt a twinge of anxiety, contemplating whether to report immediately or not. Ultimately, he resolved to enter and investigate. Click. He cautiously extinguished his flashlight, tucking it into the small pocket of his jacket, and donned his night vision goggles. With utmost care, he retrieved a key and gently unlocked the laboratory door. As the door creaked open, the scent of blood intensified. Inside, the laboratory was shrouded in darkness, silent as the grave. Save for the soft glow of various multicolored indicator lights, some flickering silently. Through the lens of his night vision goggles, the night appeared draped in a dark green filter, allowing him to discern the various experiment tables scattered throughout the room. The patrolling soldier, acutely aware of the sanguine odor, scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance, instinctively drawing the dagger from his belt and gripping it tightly. Before long, he traced the source of the blood to the edge of one of the experiment tables. Oh my God! The soldier could not suppress a low exclamation. Through the dark green view of his night vision goggles, he beheld, at each corner of the table, 2 severed feet and 1 severed hand. Fighting back nausea, he gingerly touched the dismembered limbs. The severed ends were gruesome and hard to look at, as though they had been violently twisted off after a fierce struggle. To his horror, he felt that the blood and flesh were still somewhat warm. The soldier's heart raced with escalating anxiety. He hastily grabbed his radio, whispering urgently, "This is Patrol Soldier 439. An anomaly has been discovered in Laboratory 302. As he reported, the soldier suddenly froze, glancing down to find that he was standing in a pool of blood. He gazed ahead, where the bloodstains meandered forward, revealing 2 circular, deep crimson pools at fixed intervals, as if a colossal brush had paused, dipped in blood, leaving its marks. The soldier took a deep breath, retrieving his pistol from his other hip, chambering around with a soft click, and then proceeded to follow the trail of blood, advancing cautiously until he arrived at a long experimental table on the opposite side of the laboratory. The tabletop was in disarray, smeared with blood, resembling a cloth that had been carelessly used to wipe away the crimson stains. The soldier noticed a glass dish had been overturned, precariously close to the edge of the table, indicating it had been tampered with. Upon picking it up, he saw a label affixed to the glass, though obscured by blood, with indistinct words that hinted at hunger or something similar, alongside a series of incomprehensible letters. He quietly set it back down and observed that the blood trail led elsewhere. Curiously, this new trail was less distinct than the one between the 2 tables. Moreover, the previous 2 bloodstains, as if marked by a brush dipped in blood, had vanished. Instead, the soldier squinted and leaned closer to inspect. To his astonishment, he discovered a series of small footprints. Given their size, they appeared to belong to the severed foot he had just seen, but how could that be possible? He turned back, glancing at the table where the severed limbs lay. His breathing quickened unconsciously, and the soldier grew increasingly tense, gripping his pistol in his left hand and a dagger in his right, following the bloody footprints toward a metal cabinet. The cabinet doors were tightly shut, yet lacked a lock. As he lowered his gaze, he noticed droplets of blood falling from a gap at the bottom. "Who was there? Show yourself," he called softly, raising his pistol toward the cabinet door. His breaths were short and rapid, his heart racing. Yet, the metal cabinet remained unresponsive, devoid of any sound, not even a breath. Several times he hesitated to reach for the cabinet door, gripped by fear. Why would severed feet regenerate? Could it be a monster? Was the laboratory haunted? The soldier was drenched in sweat, yet he couldn't bring himself to wipe it away. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the entrance, startling him. What is happening? The voice grew closer, and then he remembered he had informed others of the unusual situation. The arrival of his companions instilled courage within him, and he shouted, "Over here." Gritting his teeth, he flung open the cabinet, only to find it empty and dark green. Nothing. Suddenly looking down, he saw a curled mass, which abruptly lifted its head, revealing a pair of golden eyes. The owner of those golden eyes, swift and agile like a cheetah, pierced the soldier's throat with a blade before he could react, the unbloodied edge of the knife emerging from his nape. Where did that knife come from? This question crossed the soldier's mind as his consciousness faded. He had not seen any weapon earlier, although it seemed that the golden-eyed boy was clutching something resembling a ball. Wang Chao, expressionless, withdrew the knife, stepping out barefoot, and then concealed his fiery golden gaze, silently hiding beneath the soldier's fallen body, one hand gripping the retracted sword, poised against the corpse's throat. In this moment, Wang Chao found himself free of any distractions. His breathing and heartbeat slowed to an even more tranquil rhythm than usual. He even closed his eyes, concentrating solely on his sense of hearing. A faint sound of a door creaking open reached him, followed by the soft pitter-patter of footsteps drawing near, likely two individuals, judging by the cadence and frequency of their steps. "Who is there?" a voice whispered, accompanied by the shuffling of feet. "There." Another voice approached Wang Chao. He mentally echoed the footsteps, attempting to visualize the movements of the two figures adorned in red sashes. "Hey, what is wrong with you? Your voice is almost right next to me." Wang Chao felt the sudden descent of a person who crouched down. The body pressing against him still swayed slightly, as if being nudged. Instantly, he conjured an image of the red-sashed soldier bending down to overturn the corpse. The soldier's head was positioned just so, and as he began to probe the body, he quickly discovered a gaping wound at the nape of the corpse's neck. Simultaneously, a chilling sensation enveloped his mind, followed by a foreign object stirring within, plunging him into darkness. A sharp blade pierced through the neck of the corpse, entering the soldier's forehead before withdrawing. The soldier's body crumpled softly, collapsing atop the original corpse. The entire sequence unfolded swiftly and silently. Beneath it all, Wang Chao switched the sword to his other hand, as the third red-sashed soldier hesitantly approached with his gun raised. A boy's hand emerged from beneath the overlapping bodies on the right side, gripping a sphere tightly. Suddenly, a blade extended from it, and with a gentle twist of the wrist, the alien sharp knife severed the soldier's legs at the knees. The soldier oblivious to the loss until he stepped forward and found himself falling, a sharp pain surging through his knees. Instinctively, he moved the other leg, only to experience the same agonizing collapse. The soldier was about to scream when a cold blade pierced through his open mouth. In his dying moments, the soldier saw the other end of the knife held by a bare-bodied boy supporting the two corpses, through the dark green lens of night vision. The boy's expressionless face resembled that of a malevolent spirit, his dark yellow eyes exuding a chilling, otherworldly essence. Wang Chao lowered his eyelids slightly, reversing the knife's position. And with a swift upward pull, the blade emerged several centimeters above the left ear of the red-sashed soldier. There was no time to reflect on his own coldness or to chuckle at his transformation. After dispatching 3 patrol soldiers from the Red Sash Regiment, he immediately pushed aside the bodies and stood up from the pool of blood. He did not turn on the lights. Instead, he activated his keen vision, which allowed him to see clearly in the dimly lit laboratory. As he walked, he glanced at his newly formed feet and hand, then turned back to see the 3 corpses, their white shadows rapidly dissipating until they vanished completely. Could it be that one can only perceive the essence of life itself, thus rendering the energy gathered from the natural world invisible? Wang Chao pondered. He returned to the elongated experimental table where he had previously retrieved the sword capsule and the magic beans, and upon further inspection, he still found no trace of his other equipment. Several capsules and provisions were entirely absent. It was likely that Gallo and his companions had placed the sword capsule and magic beans here due to their apparent worth. The sword capsule, needless to say, was acknowledged by Dr. Briss for its material superiority. Perhaps the very composition of Unit 16's body was a consequence of this blade? A sudden, absurd thought struck Wang Chao. As for the magic beans, it seemed they had discovered their capacity to satiate hunger. Wang Chao tore a piece from the curtain, ripping off a small portion to vigorously cleanse the blood from his body and soles, then wrapped the remaining fabric around his lower half, securing it firmly at his waist. Barefoot, he carefully avoided the various bloodstains on the ground as he approached the laboratory door, gently pushing it open. The corridor remained unlit, and with his keen eyesight, he scanned the area, noting the absence of any presence within 20 meters. Over the days, Wang Chao had utilized the sharp observational prowess of his enhanced eyesight, which allowed him to penetrate obstacles and perceive the energy of living beings, building a rough mental map of this experimental base. Although certain inaccuracies were inevitable, it was sufficient for him to find his way out. Thus, a slender shadow silently traversed the night-shrouded base. With the capabilities bestowed upon him by his transformed eyesight, Wang Chao effortlessly evaded all patrolling guards. As he stealthily moved, he was suddenly reminded of the exhilarating experience of playing games like Assassin's Creed or Watch Dogs. Cursed thoughts. Wang Chao vigorously shook his head. These were mere distractions. Was it the thrill of impending escape that birthed such notions? He took a deep breath, reminding himself that he could not afford to err. Should he be discovered and recaptured, he would no longer possess a second magic bean to facilitate such a violent escape. Approaching the entrance of the base, he encountered what seemed to be the mouth of a cave, leading inward with a spacious passageway that formed a corridor. The large entrance door was tightly sealed. 3 soldiers adorned with red sashes, armed and vigilant, patrolled the area. A peculiar sound echoed from deep within, piercing the stillness of the night, jarring and conspicuous. What could it be? One of the patrolling soldiers raised his weapon, directing the light forward into the empty corridor. Detecting nothing amiss, he furrowed his brow and informed his companion, "I'll check that area." As he moved towards the sound, he curiously swept his gun's light across the ground. Discovering a small stone, the patrolling soldier looked up. Could it have fallen from above? Just as he turned to return, he suddenly halted. In the moment the gun swung and the light flickered, it appeared as though something had pressed closely against the corner of the wall. What shadow lurked there? It resembled a figure, and the soldier became ensnared in an eternal contemplation as a long blade pierced through from beneath his jaw to the crown of his head. Wang Chao deftly approached the soldier from behind, effortlessly retracting his sword while one hand steadied the soldier to keep him upright. With the other hand, he maneuvered the rifle, directing the beam of light towards the 2 soldiers stationed at the entrance, rendering them unable to discern the situation on this side. He oscillated the light back and forth, remaining silent despite the soldiers' frantic shouts and inquiries about the unfolding events, merely displaying an urgency through his gestures with the gun and the light. With one hand propped against the back of the fallen soldier, Wang Chao closed his eyes, attuning his ears to the approaching patrolman's voices. What on earth is happening? You bastard, move that light away. It's blinding me. It's too bright. The 2 soldiers approached, cursing, yet they remained vigilant, raising their weapons towards Wang Chao. Can't you understand? Lower your gun. You fool. It's making me tear up. As one soldier reached out to push aside the barrel of the fallen soldier's gun, the light shifted, revealing a gruesome sight of blood-soaked neck and front, along with a lifeless face staring blankly. In an instant, a chill surged from the soldiers' feet to their heads, nearly causing them to leap in fright. The body of the soldier slumped down, and the light from the rifle flickered against the wall, casting a fleeting white gleam that unveiled a shadow, 2 gleaming points of gold emerging from the darkness. With a swift stroke, the soldier in front attempted to scream, but all that escaped was the sound of rushing air from his severed neck. Bewildered by the absence of a gust from the entrance, he pondered the source of the wind until he felt his own perspective plummet, consciousness fading as he realized, oh, that wasn't wind. It was the sound of blood gushing from his own severed throat. In a swift motion, Wang Chao severed the head from the body, raising his blade to the throat of the last patrolman. "Do not move, do not speak," he stated calmly, "or it will not end well for anyone, especially for you. Do you understand?" The soldier, clad in a red ribbon, nodded frantically, discarding his weapon and raising both hands in surrender. Such cooperation? Wang Chao advanced a step, causing the soldier to recoil in fear, terrified that the tip of Wang Chao's blade might pierce his throat and claim his life. "Open the door, and I shall spare you," Wang Chao commanded. The soldier nodded vigorously, his face drenched in sweat, lips pressed tight in fear, breathing heavily through flared nostrils. With the blade at his throat, he approached the control mechanism at the side of the entrance, entering a sequence of codes. In the next moment, the heavy door began to rumble and slowly creaked open. A sharp gust of cold air swept through the widening gap. "Go on, leave if you wish," the soldier urged, fully aware that each time the door opened, the control room would receive immediate notification. His compliance was not born of goodwill, but rather fear of the consequences should Wang Chao be compelled to eliminate him in a moment of desperation. As the door swung wide, the cold wind intensified, causing Wang Chao to shiver. The soldier's voice trembled as he spoke. "You promised not to kill me. Just help you open the door, and you would spare my life." Wang Chao dragged his knife, his body trembling uncontrollably from the cold. He pondered, should I truly spare this man's life? What if this fellow leads the red ribbon soldiers to my escape route? Wouldn't it be foolish to let him live? A murderous intent began to rise within him. The soldier of the red ribbon wailed, "You can't go back on your word, can you?" "Nonsense. If I'm the villain, then you must be the hero. And heroes don't go back on their promises." He sobbed, How can someone like me be a soldier, a terrorist? Wang Chao was taken aback. He lifted his knife, impatience evident in his voice. Enough of your prattle. Hand over your clothes. The soldier, relieved, tearfully stripped off his garments and presented them to Wang Chao. Although Wang Chao had no desire to don such oversized attire, it was far too cold outside. Walking bareskinned in this icy wilderness would surely lead to his demise. Internally lamenting, he surmised that even a military jacket would be insufficient to brave the frigid mountain air. Are there any capsules for helicopters? Wang Chao inquired. How could I possibly afford such a luxury? The soldier cried out. What about other means of transportation? There are none. I'm merely a patrolling soldier. And the officers don't provide transport capsules. Wang Chao fell silent. It seemed he would have to rely solely on his own 2 feet. He used his knife to sever the excessively long sleeves and hem of the clothing, tightening the thin fabric around his torso. Yet his feet remained bare. Wearing oversized shoes would hinder his mobility, impeding his speed. As he ventured forward, he discovered that this experimental base was carved into a cliff at the foot of a mountain. It resembled the laboratory of Dr. Gero from the comics. Though it was not as high off the ground, this base was about 5 to 6 meters above the earth. Wang Chao glanced down and confirmed he could leap directly to the ground. Can I truly escape alive? He wondered, surveying the hazy night ahead. The cold wind sliced against his face, and his feet were nearly numb. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his mind. However, he soon cast aside such thoughts. I shall leave it to fate. Turning back to glance at the soldier, who was rubbing his arms in a tank top, Wang Chao silently questioned whether he would regret sparing this man. Suddenly, he chuckled to himself. A man must be true to his word. If I say I want to kill, then I want to. But what if he later deemed his mercy foolish? Foolishness is but a part of being a man. He laughed heartily. With a smile, Wang Chao leaped into the night, embracing the cold winds. The red-ribboned soldier hissed through clenched teeth, exhaling warm breath as he muttered. I'm sorry, I have a motorcycle, but with your build, you couldn't operate it. If I give it to you, you'd definitely take me hostage to help you drive. I'm sorry. Sniffling back cold tears, he cast a glance at the dimly lit corridor, where a faint scent of blood lingered, and sighed. I told you this isn't a proper army. Had I known earlier, I would not have spent my days contemplating enlistment. Behind him, the shadows of flickering lights danced, and the sound of hurried footsteps grew increasingly pronounced. Before long, someone cried out in alarm. They must have discovered the 2 corpses. Then, the blaring of alarms erupted, and almost simultaneously, another alarm resonated from deep within the base. In a matter of moments, the entire compound was engulfed in an uproar, rousing the slumbering soldiers from their dormitories. They instinctively donned their uniforms and stood on alert, listening to the cacophony of alarms reverberating throughout the base, while the red sashes retrieved their weapons from the walls and surged forth in an orderly fashion. Wang Chao had already caught wind of the distant alarms behind him. He understood that the Red Sash Brigade had sensed something amiss. However, he estimated that it would take a while for the news to reach Galo's ears. After all, such a prominent genius scientist as Galo surely had no need to burn the midnight oil. Though one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that such a prodigy might also be a workaholic, engrossed in his research until dawn. It was undeniable that Wang Chao held a profound trepidation towards Dr. Galo, the man who had single-handedly forged a path against the Super Saiyans. Who could fathom the depths of this mad scientist's hidden prowess? Wang Chao fled with all his might, propelled by the cover of night, dashing through the forest. The stones beneath his feet were icy and biting, rendering his soles numb, yet he instinctively fulfilled the mission of escape. His thin jacket and curtain-like trousers felt as though a layer of ice had encased him, leaving his nerves in disarray as the frigid winds of the mountain night assaulted him. Run, run, run. The singular thought consumed Wang Chao's mind as he relentlessly activated his keen senses, discerning the path ahead and detecting any signs of pursuit. He was oblivious to his exact location on Earth or the direction he was heading, yet he pressed forward with reckless abandon. Time became an abstract concept as he ran, until suddenly the wailing of alarms echoed overhead. Wang Chao rolled onto the ground, seeking refuge behind a large rock, curling his body into a tight ball. Trembling from the cold, his teeth chattering, lips turning purple, he glanced down at his feet, then quickly looked away. I must survive, he whispered to himself, shivering uncontrollably. I must live, live, live. He closed his eyes, yearning for a moment of rest. Why was he enduring such exhaustion? Would it not be easier to simply succumb to death? In this moment of despair, a torrent of thought surged within Wang Chao. He felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss of ice. Memories of his past flooded his mind. Why was he subjected to such torment? He had never lamented his fate or yearned for a different existence. Why had it to be him? The soul-crushing solitude of being utterly alone after his transition, unable to return, nearly drove him to madness. He had fought so hard to reclaim his courage to live. Why must he bear this burden? Would it have been better had he ignored that old man from the start? Then he would not have crossed paths with the Red Sash Brigade. Dad. Mom. Suddenly, the faces of his parents from his previous life materialized in his mind. Wang Chao felt an icy chill enveloping his entire being, his body rigid. Yet a sudden warmth surged within his tightly shut eyelids. I have already faced death once. I do not wish to encounter it again. I harbor no regrets for choosing this path. I refuse to regret. I refuse to despise myself. I shall reach Baozi Mountain. As Wang Chao's nearly extinguished consciousness stirred, his eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of reddish-golden pupils. The aerial vehicle above and the sweeping searchlights had receded into the distance. He wiped his eyes and gritted his teeth, managing to rise to his feet. His knees and elbows creaked ominously, as though his skeletal frame had frozen after huddling in the cold wind for too long. With his fiery gaze, he scanned his surroundings, carefully avoiding the humanoid figures of the Scarlet Ribbon Legion, tightening the thin, icy fabric of his coat and curtains around him, and stumbled towards the uninhabited direction. The night deepened gradually. The wind in the mountains grew increasingly frigid, and the stones beneath his feet felt as cold as ice. Wang Chao had been running through the mountains for most of the night, and despite his efforts to keep moving, his body was steadily losing warmth. He sensed his movements becoming sluggish, his limbs less responsive. He had just attempted to climb a slope he could normally ascend with ease, but lost his grip and tumbled down, striking the back of his head against the ground. In the icy terrain and howling wind, he succumbed to unconsciousness, unaware of how long he had been out. When he regained awareness, it felt as though his eyeballs had turned into two frozen orbs. To awaken once more, having evaded capture and not succumbing to the bitter cold, seemed a miracle to Wang Chao. As he resumed his journey, he noticed that the breath he exhaled had turned frigid. His feet were the most numb, frozen to the core, almost giving a deceptive sensation of warmth. Wang Chao recognized this as his brain's cruel trickery. Yet he had no time to concern himself with such trivialities. Although his fiery gaze detected no signs of the pursuing Scarlet Ribbon Legion, as long as he remained trapped in this unknown, ghostly mountain, he dared not relax. Moreover, in his current state, pausing even without the Legion's pursuit would surely lead to his demise from the cold. The sole consolation was that Wang Chao had consumed a magical bean during his escape, which would sustain him for 10 days without the need for food. He was uncertain how the Dragon Ball's magical bean defined its sustaining qualities, but he hoped it would provide him with ample strength during those 10 days. Otherwise, the notion of one bean lasting a decade would indeed be contradictory. With such hopes, he pressed on. Splash! As Wang Chao sprinted, he was suddenly tripped, losing his balance and tumbling forward. Given his agility, he could have easily regained his footing and performed a graceful roll, but his arms felt stiff, and his 10 fingers were uncooperative, resulting in a solid face-first impact with the ground. A warm, acrid sensation filled his nostrils. Attempting to wipe away the blood from his nose with his palm, he found his fingers, frozen and tinged with purple, trembling uncontrollably. He barely managed to avoid blinding himself in the process. Interestingly, the blood felt rather warm. Shivering, Wang Chao struggled to rise when suddenly his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a white figure, startling him into believing that members of the Red Ribbon Army were in pursuit. Upon closer inspection, however, he realized it was much too small for that. Narrowing his eyes, he discerned a pair of glistening green eyes. A wolf? He licked the dried blood from his lips. Surely, wolf fur would provide warmth. The creature before him was a large specimen, a giant wolf suited for frigid climates, ambling leisurely towards Wang Chao. It seemed to revel in the unexpected fortune of encountering such a sizable meal while wandering the mountains at night. Moreover, the prey appeared to be frozen in place, seemingly dazed at its own predicament. The giant wolf, gleeful at its good fortune, lunged toward the immobile victim, only to lose consciousness. Wang Chao recognized that he was akin to a frostbitten warrior in a game. His agility diminished to negative levels. However, his strength and endurance remained intact. So he feigned helplessness, anticipating the wolf's approach. Seizing the moment, he delivered a powerful blow to the wolf's head, nearly fracturing its skull. It wasn't that he wished to dispatch the wolf with his sword. Rather, his fingers had become so stiff with cold that he could not wield it effectively. The thought of accidentally inflicting harm upon himself with the blade was too grim to consider. Yet, the massive wolf's body fell upon him, causing excruciating pain in his back and blurring his vision. Damn, my luck is as unfortunate as Vegeta's, he thought, forcing himself to push the deceased wolf off. Yet, he soon realized that the creature's plush fur and residual warmth offered a surprising comfort. Abandoning the effort to shove the wolf away, he simply supported himself against it, akin to being enveloped in a wolf's pelt, relishing the brief respite. In this indifferent world, the only source of warmth came from a lifeless wolf. As he turned his head, Wang Chao gazed up at the night sky from beneath the wolf's body, his shivering gradually subsiding. He pondered how long he had been trapped in Jeluo's grasp, and how many days had passed since setting off for Baozi Mountain. He had no way of knowing. For a moment, he stared blankly at the stars. Suddenly, I found myself pondering how I had fallen into such a dire predicament. After a brief respite, my body warmed slightly. Wang Chao nudged the wolf carcass with his knee, rising to his feet, and clumsily grasping the sword pellet with both hands. He released the long blade and slowly began to peel away the wolf's hide. Discarding the long knife, he thrust his hands into the carcass. The blood had yet to congeal, and as he exhaled white mist, his hand submerged in the warm body of the wolf felt almost rejuvenating. However, soon enough, his frost-bitten hands experienced a sudden surge of heat, accompanied by excruciating pain that was indescribable. The agony was piercing, a testament to the connection between his fingers and heart. Yet, for Wang Chao at this moment, the physical torment was merely a trivial matter, one he could easily endure. Extracting his blood-soaked hands, he wiggled his fingers, finding them considerably more agile. He picked up the knife with one hand, swiftly skinned the wolf, and roughly fashioned a set of wolfskin clothing, including a pair of wolfskin boots. As he donned the wolfskin boots, he realized that although his speed of movement would be compromised, he was now a considerable distance from the Red Ribbon Army's experimental base, as long as he remained vigilant. Slowing down slightly to prevent his feet from freezing solid was a worthy trade-off. The odor was pungent, yet the warmth was a welcome relief. Wang Chao acknowledged his disheveled appearance, but deemed survival paramount. The celestial being had endowed him with ample vitality, and he was determined not to squander it. Continuing his journey through the night. Unbeknownst to him, before long, dawn broke, painting the distant mountains with a soft light, concealed behind a large tree. He couldn't resist extending his hand to touch the rays of sunlight that filtered through. It had been an eternity since he had basked in natural light, and he felt a wave of self-pity wash over him. Suddenly, he lifted his eyelids. Someone was nearby. Wang Chao remained motionless, swiftly scanning the area with his keen eyes. He soon discerned several humanoid auras approaching from his 4 o'clock position. Observing their formation, which was dispersed yet cohesive enough for mutual support, he recognized them as members of the Red Ribbon Army. It was quite unexpected that they had managed to track him down. When he initially fled the base, he had employed some tricks learned from Dirat to alter his course and mislead his pursuers. However, the number of them was not substantial. Anger and a desire for vengeance welled up within Wang Chao. He quickly removed the wolfskin boots, his toes curling in response to the cold, and climbed the tree, concealing himself. Soon, a small team of Red Ribbon soldiers, armed and methodically searching, approached, hidden among the branches. Wang Chao's keen eyes sparkled with clarity in the morning light as he coldly observed the soldiers below. Suddenly, his gaze locked with that of a Red Ribbon soldier approximately 10 meters away. Wang Chao's pupils constricted, and in a split second, he instinctively unleashed the long blade from the sword pellet, nearly losing control as he aimed to strike the soldier who had spotted him. To his astonishment, the soldier who had caught sight of him was the very one who had opened the door to let him escape. Upon noticing Wang Chao, the Red Ribbon immediately raised a finger, vigorously shaking it, as if to caution Wang Chao against speaking or moving recklessly. Then, this individual pretended as though nothing had transpired. Continuing to advance with his weapon in hand, Wang Chao pondered, could this person truly be benevolent? He lowered his gaze, spotting a blood-stained wolfskin shoe cover beneath the tree. The Red Ribbon beneath the tree had discovered the bloodied shoe cover Wang Chao had discarded. Nevertheless, the inevitable must be executed. Wang Chao brandished his blade, leaping down lightly, and with a swift motion, struck downwards. In his grasp, the Red Ribbon, still holding the wolfskin, revealed an almost imperceptible crimson line from the crown of its head to between its legs. Who goes there? The Red Ribbon, startled by the sound of Wang Chao landing behind him, hastily discarded the wolfskin, intent on turning his weapon around. In that very moment, he felt an immense resistance in his attempt to pivot, as if two figures were tugging at him from either side. Suddenly, he caught sight of his left eye within his right eye, and vice versa. What was happening? Why were there two of me? He collapsed, thud, thud. The severed halves of his body fell to the ground, blood pooling profusely, soaking the wolfskin beneath. Meanwhile, Wang Chao had vanished without a trace. The other Red Ribbons soon realized one of their comrades had perished. Several Red Ribbons, sensing imminent danger, quickly regrouped. Among them, the one who had previously noticed Wang Chao bore a look of despair, thinking frantically, why can't I just hide quietly? Mother, I want to go home. Would that lunatic believe I revealed his whereabouts? Will he slaughter me as well? Good heavens, it was so dark last night. Who could see where he fled? I don't want to die. I'm still a virgin. Why am I moving so slowly? The squad leader turned and shouted at him. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The target is nearby. The squad leader examined the two severed corpses, quickly discerning that they had been cleaved with a single, precise blow from above. According to intelligence, the target had carried away an extraordinarily sharp weapon from the laboratory. Just as the squad leader was about to issue a command to notify the base command center, he suddenly felt the ground give way beneath him, his upper body sliding down. Ugh, ugh. The squad leader sputtered blood, collapsing to the ground, his innards and blood spilling forth. His eyes wide open as he swiftly met his demise. His standing lower half soon toppled as well. Ah, where? Who is it? The soldiers of the Red Ribbon Brigade were paralyzed with fear, frantically firing their weapons in all directions. Their attention remained fixated on the two severed bodies, completely oblivious to when their squad leader had been bisected. Only one Red Ribbon immediately dropped to the ground, discarding his firearm and trembling with his arms wrapped around his head. Don't chop me. Don't chop me. Please don't chop me. He wept. Soon, he was engulfed by the cacophony of screams nearby, mingled with the sounds of blades slicing through flesh and the sickening crunch of bones fracturing under powerful blows. Good heavens! Could that young boy truly shatter a skull with mere fists? The Crimson Ribbon was engulfed in dread, trembling as it cast a furtive glance, only to see the last teammate roaring in an attempt to confront the blood-soaked boy with golden eyes draped in wolf fur. The Ribbon, upon receiving a fierce glare, appeared utterly paralyzed by fear, failing to discharge its weapon, instead being hurled by Wang Chao, the hilt pressing firmly against its forehead as the blade pierced through the back of its skull. The corpse toppled backward, the blade embedding slightly into the ground, while the head slid down the blade, leaving a vivid crimson trail that splattered across the face of the deceased. The cold long knife stood resolutely, untainted by blood. Wang Chao exhaled a heavy breath and approached, gripping the hilt, turning to regard the Ribbon, now cowering with its eyes shut, cradling its head. The Ribbon, trembling, dared not look at Wang Chao. With a firm grip, Wang Chao retracted the blade. He stripped the thermal undergarment from the Ribbon on the ground, wrapping it haphazardly around himself. Scanning the surroundings, he finally directed his attention to the quaking figure nearby and advanced toward it. As his footsteps drew nearer, the figure trembled even more violently. When Wang Chao crouched beside it and touched its clothing, he discovered a pool of warm urine beneath the person. Wang Chao removed the gear bag from the trembling figure, using it to stow away his sword pellets, fastening it securely with a belt before departing without a backward glance. After a span of 10 minutes, the Ribbon, having soiled itself, finally dared to lift its head. With a mournful expression, it opened its mouth to speak, then fell silent, visibly distressed as it surveyed the corpses. Sitting dazedly, it ultimately tore off the emblem of the Crimson Ribbon Battalion from its clothing and discarded it to the ground, trampling it underfoot. It did not retrieve the rifle it had cast aside, muttering incomprehensible words to itself as it stumbled in the opposite direction of the base. Meanwhile, Wang Chao continued to flee through the frigid mountains. However, with the warm clothing he had taken from the fallen Ribbons, he would at least not succumb to the cold. Coupled with the sustenance provided by the magical beans, he did not need to worry about hunger for the time being. His sole focus was on evading the pursuing forces of the Crimson Ribbon Battalion and escaping the mountains as swiftly as possible. Strangely, it felt as though he had traversed this path before. Coughing, Wang Chao suddenly stumbled and rolled a considerable distance, groaning as he sensed something amiss. I feel so cold yet so hot. My limbs, why are they starting to weaken? My head feels heavy and unclear. Coughing intermittently, he struggled to touch his forehead. So hot. Had he caught a cold? Wang Chao found this utterly inconceivable, perplexing beyond measure. Coughing violently, he rolled on the ground, only to realize he had become so disoriented that he had unwittingly returned near the base of the Crimson Ribbon Battalion. Just then, his keen eyes spotted several figures approaching nearby, seemingly drawn by the sound of his suppressed coughs. Among these figures, the one leading exuded an intense aura. Wang Chao could never forget the presence of this individual. It was Brew. A wave of despair surged within Wang Chao. He shouted at the sky, "How could I possibly catch a cold? This is utterly ridiculous. How could I fall ill at such a time in the world of Dragon Ball?" A profound sense of regret enveloped him. After enduring various forms of torment in the Red Ribbon Army's laboratory, he had escaped under the cover of night, braving the bitter cold in his thin clothing, and was already in a precarious state of health. It was entirely reasonable that he had caught a cold and developed a fever. After all, he was merely a human, lacking the extraordinary resilience of a Saiyan. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, instead of making a straight path out of the mountains, he found himself wandering back towards the Red Ribbon base, which only served to deepen his physical weakness and evoke a feeling of despondency. He pondered, was this truly a decree from the heavens for his demise? Or was it his fate to endure Galo's torment? In that fleeting moment, he felt utterly lost. His mind flashing with thoughts of, well, I was merely an ordinary person. Failure is to be expected, and similar sentiments. However, in the next instant, this feeble mindset was violently shattered, igniting within him a fierce spirit of resistance. No, I refuse to fail. I possess the fire eyes. I am not an ordinary person. I cannot give up. From the corner of his eye, he could see Blue and a group of individuals approaching him, likely having discovered something. With immense willpower, Wang Chao endured the unbearable itch in his lungs and throat, his complexion pale, suppressing the urge to cough, while his cheeks flushed with a sickly hue. Gripping his sword pill tightly, he extended the blade. Wang Chao gently felt the cold, hard ground beside him, and thrust the exceptionally sharp long knife, gifted by Jiao Lan, into the earth at a downward angle toward the center. Despite the frigid temperature, the ground, even if muddy, felt as hard as cement. Yet the blade pierced through as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, embedding itself up to the hilt. Wang Chao continued to fight against the cough, as if a relentless army of ants were assaulting and gnawing at his nerves from his lungs to his throat, reddening his face in the process. Clutching the knife, he swiftly carved a circle around the embedded blade, then extracted the conical mass of hard earth. At that moment, Blue and his companions were alarmingly close. Wang Chao swiftly severed a large portion of the conical earth beneath, leaving only a trapezoidal cap. Taking a deep breath, he forced his weakening arms to hurl the severed piece of hard earth in another direction, and immediately leaped into the pit, bracing the cap with his hands. He was plunged into darkness and cold dampness. Unable to hold back any longer, he covered his mouth and curled up at the bottom of the pit, stifling a couple of light coughs. The raspy, wet sound echoed, and Wang Chao's palm felt warm, even with his fire eyes. He could not discern whether what he coughed up was phlegm or blood in the pitch-black pit. He faintly perceived the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground from a distance. It was the hard earth he had just thrown. Wang Chao breathed weakly, opened his golden eyes, and looked up. Though visibility was utterly compromised in this pitch-black abyss, Wang Chao's keen perception now allowed him to slightly penetrate the obfuscating darkness, discerning the presence of nearby auras. At that moment, the humanoid auras of Bru and his companions loomed ominously above Wang Chao's head. He felt as if he might cease to breathe altogether, remaining utterly silent, his hands frozen against the cold, hard earth overhead. What was that sound? One of the 7 humanoid auras queried. I thought I saw something fly by just now. Did you see it too? I thought it was merely an illusion. Could it be the kid we're after? No way, he's too fast. The others murmured amongst themselves, while Wang Chao's gaze remained fixated on Bru, the most formidable of the 7. Despite his own weakened state, he felt no fear of the other 6. However, facing Bru, even at full strength, he harbored no confidence of prevailing. In the inky depths of the pit, Wang Chao's other hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of his sword. Bru's aura remained silent, moving about as if in search of something. Wang Chao silently contemplated. He must have heard my earlier cough. Despite the comic depiction of this germaphobe as inept, he was, after all, compared to Sun Wukong, a graduate of the Turtle School. In fact, he was stronger than Tao Bai at that time. This individual was certainly superior to me now. All right, let us check over there. Bru's aura finally spoke. Just as Wang Chao was about to emerge, he suddenly halted, curling back into a ball, his hand still resting on the icy, hard earth above. He observed through his keen sight as the 7 humanoid auras retreated, only for Bru's aura to abruptly reverse course, its height shifting as if leaping onto a tree, stealthily returning to this location. Fortuitously, he had not ventured out. Wang Chao felt relieved, grateful for his ability to see through the darkness. Bru's aura lingered momentarily atop the nearby tree, finally confirming that Wang Chao was not present, before departing once more. Yet, Wang Chao remained motionless, acutely aware that Bru's aura had halted a considerable distance away, lingering in what was not an overly far place. Was he observing this area through some means? Or was he merely pausing for another reason? Surely it was not to tie his shoelaces. Although Wang Chao's keen perception could discern auras, it could not reveal the bodily postures or specific movements of others, leaving him uncertain whether Bru had truly left or was merely watching him. His arms felt increasingly feeble, his chest heaving as he fought the urge to cough violently. While a throbbing pain surged in his head, his nose began to clog, and a vague ache crept along his spine. The situation was dire, yet Wang Chao persevered. He envisioned himself as a piece of iron in the flames, undergoing a rigorous tempering process. What cannot kill me only serves to strengthen me. Wang Chao's mind was clouded, and his body felt as though it were succumbing to a chill. Hours passed, and no humanoid auras appeared within 100 meters. Finally, he pushed aside the hard earth overhead with a palm. As he prepared to leap out, he discovered his body was unresponsive. Each movement sending jolts of pain coursing through him like electric shocks. Especially at the joints, his bones emitted a brittle crack, while some muscles felt as though they had been boiled, decayed, and numbed. Wang Chao was drenched in a fine sweat, curled up as he attempted to gradually move his joints, easing the muscles that had tightened due to poor posture throughout the day. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed the narrow opening above was adorned with a pristine night sky. Astonishingly, it was already the evening of the second day. Had he unknowingly succumbed to fever-induced slumber for several intervals? Wang Chao found it hard to believe. It seemed illogical for darkness to have fallen so soon. Had he truly been huddled in this pit for an entire day? No wonder his body felt so stiff. He indeed experienced a debilitating fatigue. And as he opened his mouth, he felt as if flames were erupting from his throat, rendering it exceedingly hoarse. His eye sockets burned with discomfort. And whenever he closed his eyes, it felt as if his eyelids were on the verge of igniting. Am I to be regarded as a frog at the bottom of a well? He mused, finding humor in his plight. Finally feeling some relief as he managed to move his body with less pain, he gradually crawled out of the small pit, weakly rolling to the side, nearly losing his grip on the sword pellet in his hand. The icy ground, although sending shivers through his body, offered an unexpected sense of comfort, leading Wang Chao to realize the dire state of his health. It was evident that he could no longer endure this alone. He needed a doctor. Yet, in the vast wilderness, at the base of the red satin ribbon core, a place akin to a den of wolves and tigers, where could he possibly find medical assistance? Wang Chao dared not linger. Securing the sword pellet, he tightened his jacket and walked away, his face flushed with fever. Little did he anticipate the severity of his cold, nor that he would be trapped in this mountain for such an extended period. The exacerbation of his illness inevitably revealed traces of his movements, prompting the soldiers of the red satin ribbon corps, who had initially begun to diminish their search, to suddenly increase in number. They cast a vast search net throughout the mountains, gradually compressing the space in which Wang Chao could conceal himself. Meanwhile, in the base's laboratory, Dr. Gallo gazed at 2 severed feet and a dismembered hand, submerged in formalin, smiling as he remarked, I initially thought it was inconsequential, yet it can instantaneously regenerate severed limbs? At that moment, the only items taken from the laboratory were an unknown technology-crafted long knife and a peculiar bean identified solely as sustenance. The knife could not mend the severed feet. Thus, he pressed a button and commanded coldly, since we know he is still hiding in the mountains, reinforce our search with additional personnel. We must find him. Understood. A cough echoed in the forest as a frail figure stumbled and fell, rolling several times before collapsing, motionless, with only the rhythmic rise and fall of his back betraying his persistent cough. Before long, Wang Chao, enduring the excruciating torment, forced himself to rise once more. He had been evading capture in the mountains for over 5 days. At this moment, his cheeks were waxen and his appearance haggard, particularly his bloodshot eyes. Yet the golden gleam within them had grown increasingly resolute, casting a formidable gaze. The torment and suffering seemed to have only fortified his resolve. Blood froth clung to Wang Chao's lips, while the ground bore a puddle of dark red blood mingled with yellowish phlegm, remnants of his violent cough. After he departed, the squad of the Red Ribbon quickly traced his whereabouts. The leader, Brew, let out a cry as he inadvertently stepped into the vile liquid Wang Chao had expelled upon collapsing. For him, this was a discomfort worse than death itself. Instantly, Brew discarded his military boots, tossing them far away, and stood barefoot on the cold ground. Hissing in pain as he thought to himself, how could that lad traverse these frigid days barefoot? His feet must surely be in tatters. He then ordered with a grin, informed the other teams to tighten the encirclement. He has nowhere to flee. Let us move and pursue him. Amidst the not-so-dense foliage, Wang Chao hung limply between the branches, his chest heaving weakly as he realized there was no escape. The Red Ribbon was indeed a formidable legion. As long as his combat prowess had not yet reached the outrageous level seen before the Little Sun Wukong dismantled their forces. This faction of terrorists was a suffocating nightmare for someone like Wang Chao, still within the realm of ordinary mortals. Even at his peak, he dared not confront the machine guns and artillery of the Red Ribbon, let alone in his current state of near collapse. He felt that he would perish not from their hands, but from the relentless grip of an escalating cold, should they merely corner him for a few more days. Wang Chao believed that even the air he exhaled was tainted, laden with an insidious weight of viruses. Suddenly, he chuckled to himself, pondering that even the seemingly formidable and impressive mysterious elder would never anticipate that he might inexplicably meet his end in such a bizarre place. The Red Ribbon? How laughable. To die here, at such a moment, in the hands of this pathetic army was utterly unacceptable. Yet, as he laughed, exhaling a breath, he felt a surprising sense of relief. Should he resign himself to being an ordinary person awaiting death, or embark on a path of martial prowess? Knowing full well it might lead to no fruitful end, such choices no longer mattered. He was on the brink of death. The journey of the transmigrator Wang Chao was nearing its conclusion, he thought with a playful smirk. It was a pity he had not learned the Kamehameha technique nor experienced the exhilaration of soaring freely. It must be an electrifying sensation. He wondered what tenfold gravity felt like, what it was like to sense one's own energy, or the appearance of a Super Saiyan, or what Sun Wukong truly looked like. But none of it mattered anymore. Wang Chao tightened his grip on the sword pill, drawing forth his long blade. Pushing aside the branches, he surveyed his surroundings. The Red Ribbon troops had formed a circle around him. Yet, Wang Chao's keen eyes quickly locked onto a distinct energy signature, Bru's aura. In this world, you may very well be my sole adversary. While your words may lack gravitas, in my final moments, I shall take you down with me. Wang Chao inhaled deeply, summoning the last remnants of his strength, which coalesced in his right arm gripping the long blade. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "My apologies, Tao Bai Bai. But I shall claim your head." Whoosh. Wang Chao hurled the knife. Astonishingly, this strike surpassed his peak condition in speed, precision, and ferocity. Unsurprisingly, the razor-sharp blade gifted by Zio Lan pierced Bru's skull almost simultaneously as Bru perceived something hurtling toward him. The hilt struck Bru's forehead, the force propelling him backward a few staggering steps, eliciting a rasping sound from his throat as he reached toward the descending figure of Wang Chao. Filled with disbelief and resentment, before collapsing, the troops of the Red Satin Brigade momentarily erupted into chaos, but soon regained composure, dispatching 2 soldiers to inspect Bru's lifeless body. Among the other soldiers, some remained vigilant and quickly noticed Wang Chao descending from the tree, promptly directing their attention towards him. Cough, cough. Was it truly a fair exchange? Had Wang Chao gained or lost? With a thud, Wang Chao fell to the ground, his back hitting the earth, yet he felt no pain. It paled in comparison to the suffering brought by illness. He felt as though he were in a euphoric haze, his mind remarkably clear. No, he was extraordinarily lucid. He could instantly count the 35 figures approaching him, with the nearest group of 6 merely 20 meters away. He was equally aware that he bore no regrets, none whatsoever. Leaving the South had been the most audacious and stylish decision of his 2 lifetimes. Embarking on the path to Baozi Mountain filled him with no remorse. Although he had not reached his destination, he felt a twinge of regret, yet it mattered little. He had left his mark. As life ebbed away, Wang Chao suddenly recalled a phrase he often derided while reading novels. Between life and death, there lies great terror. Now, he felt emboldened and justified to scoff, dismissing the notion with a derisive, spitting sound, declaring that the terror of life and death was utter nonsense. In this fleeting moment before death, the sky was an exquisite shade of blue. How beautiful it was! Why had he never noticed it before? The sounds of approaching footsteps and clashing guns drew near. Wang Chao lay sprawled on the ground, indifferent to movement, gazing up at the boundless azure sky when a thought suddenly struck him. Did the Nimbus Cloud truly exist? In that snowy village, an old man had told Sun Wukong that the Nimbus Cloud, pure and innocent, could never be vanquished by the cannons of the Red Satin Brigade. But how could that decrepit elder know such things? Was it possible that, in the past, the Nimbus Cloud was abundant because there were many innocent children? Did it imply that whether it was the Nimbus Cloud held by Master Rashi or that of Gialinta, they were, in fact, the same cloud? Suddenly, Wang Chao grinned widely and shouted towards the sky with abandon. Nimbus Cloud. The Crimson Ribbons, startled by the sudden approach, erupted into a cacophony of clicks and clatters as they prepared to spring into action. Yet, upon witnessing the boy's inexplicable outburst followed by his uncontrollable laughter, they found themselves puzzled. What is it? Is there a golden cloud descending from the heavens? They wondered. What could it be? A shooting star? A colorful sunset? The Red Ribbons, being sentient beings, were filled with curiosity. They collectively tilted their heads upwards, gazing at the somersaulting cloud as it rushed down, halting just beside the sprawled figure of Wang Chao, suspended above the ground. The cloud's tail fluttered playfully, its form undulating with waves of golden light, reminiscent of the creature's very breath. Wang Chao, in a state of disbelief yet feverishly delirious, burst into laughter. Seizing the moment while the Crimson Ribbons transformed into their malicious forms, he disregarded the possibility of mounting the cloud and clambered onto it in one swift motion. With a slap of the golden mist, he shouted, "Take me away." Wait, am I standing on a cloud? What are we waiting for? Don't let him escape. The Red Ribbons finally reacted, brandishing their machine guns and unleashing a barrage of fire. However, upon receiving Wang Chao's command, the cloud adeptly maneuvered, drawing a golden line as it glided over the corpse of the man with the long knife, breaking through the ranks of the Crimson Ribbon army, and soared towards the sky. In this realm of Dragon Ball, the most radiant keyword is undoubtedly hope. The legendary Super Saiyan symbolizes hope. The spirit bomb embodies hope. The sacred water, the sins of beans, the Kamehameha, and the eternal 7 Dragon Balls all represent hope. And at this moment, the somersaulting cloud is the very essence of hope for Wang Chao, who finds himself in dire straits, perhaps in the ancient times of Earth. The somersaulting cloud was a spiritual entity responding to the call of those with pure hearts. It would disregard the cries fueled by greed and possessiveness. As time progressed and humanity evolved, the instances of the cloud's appearance dwindled, as did the souls who could truly summon it. Thus, the vicious cycle continued, leading to a diminishing number of individuals aware that only a pure heart could beckon the cloud. It seems I am a dying man, yet even so, I possess goodness. Wang Chao lay upon the somersaulting cloud, clutching its form tightly, weakly gazing down at the landscapes racing beneath him. To soar among the skies felt exhilarating. Moreover, despite the cloud's speed, he felt surprisingly warm. Whether it was due to the protective nature of the cloud or his own fever-induced disorientation, he could not discern. Little did he anticipate that a mere whimsical shout in his final moments would lead him to the celestial cloud. Even more astonishing was the realization that someone like him could genuinely ride upon it. With a smile, he mused that perhaps this epiphany before death had purified his heart, allowing him to ascend. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, it no longer mattered. Wang Chao had already dispatched that detestable individual. And although the knife gifted by Ziorin had been discarded, at least he had extricated himself from peril. With such thoughts, he grew increasingly fatigued, succumbing to slumber upon the Nimbus cloud. This sleep was akin to a brush with death, as Wang Chao was plagued by a series of nightmares. His body, sprawled upon the Nimbus, was in a constant state of shivering, his lips chapped and tinged with a purplish hue, as if his very bones and muscles were ablaze. At last, I have mastered the art of flight. Let us put it to the test, he exclaimed with a sudden burst of exhilaration atop the precipice. Despite the flurry of questions racing through his mind, when did I learn this? Where am I? How did I come to be here? His subconscious chose to disregard them. Standing at the summit, he gazed down upon the earth, the distant horizon curving majestically. A breathtaking panorama of unity between sky and land igniting a sense of grandeur within him. With a leap, he shouted, "Oh wow!" Yet, this thrill swiftly transformed into a scream of horror as he attempted to activate his newfound ability to soar. But how do I do this? Why can't I ascend? I want to fly. Why am I still falling? Suddenly, Wang Chao woke with a start, a cold sweat enveloping his trembling body. Before him lay a golden mist, not mist at all, but the Nimbus cloud itself, obscuring his vision and veiling his face. Confusion washed over him as he realized he was wholly ensconced within the cloud. The terrifying dream of plummeting had merely been a reflection of his weightlessness upon the Nimbus. What does this mean? Wang Chao thought, paralyzed in uncertainty. Am I already tainted? The Nimbus continued to carry him aloft. In a vague sense, he felt an intuitive message emanating from the sentient golden cloud, warning him of the impending danger of falling. Moreover, he sensed that the Nimbus's fondness for him was rapidly diminishing. I'm still unwell, he managed a strained smile. Can't we make an exception? Yet, his body sank abruptly once more, sending another wave of cold sweat cascading down him. He was suspended hundreds of meters in the air, and the speed of the Nimbus rivaled that of an aircraft. Should he plummet, the only outcome would be a catastrophic shattering into countless pieces. Very well, Nimbus. Take me to the nearest town with human activity, Wang Chao thought, his forehead burning with anxiety. Mere moments after awakening, his spirits waned, and he drifted back into unconsciousness. Responding to his command, the Nimbus veered sharply, accelerating toward the nearest human settlement. Before long, the outline of a great city came into view, yet by this time, Wang Chao had descended dangerously close to the cloud's lower boundary. If he were not released soon, the consequences would be dire. The Nimbus, possessing a degree of sentience, could act with discretion, provided it did not contravene its directives. Thus, no longer soaring forward, it began to dive diagonally downwards. Wang Chao lay unconscious, slowly sinking within the confines of the Nimbus cloud. One leg dangled down as the Nimbus transformed into a vertical plunge. Wang Chao's abdomen was already protruding from the cloud. As it decelerated, he was approximately 20 meters above the ground. The cloud once again shifted to a diagonal glide, and with a sudden lurch, Wang Chao fell free. Only one hand caught within the base of the Nimbus. The cloud, dragging him along, gradually slowed its descent and finally leveled out a mere 4 or 5 meters above the earth, allowing Wang Chao to land safely. Thud, thud. Wang Chao crashed onto the highway several kilometers away from the bustling city, tumbling several times before rolling into the drainage ditch beside the road, still in a deep slumber. His face an unhealthy shade of crimson, breath weak, showing no signs of awakening. The nimbus cloud approached slowly, hovering beside the prostrate Wang Chao, its golden form swirling dynamically. Lingering for a moment. As time passed and the sky shifted, when pedestrians and vehicles passed by, some were astonished by the sight of the golden cloud. Yet, the nimbus, indifferent to the still unconscious Wang Chao, shot into the sky with a swish, transforming into a distant twinkle among the stars. Oblivious to these events, Wang Chao's mind swirled with chaotic dreams, fragmented and disjointed. As evening descended, dark clouds gathered, and rain began to fall. Occasionally, cyclists and hurried individuals traversed this suburban road. But none noticed the collapsed Wang Chao by the roadside. Perhaps some did, but chose to avert their eyes to avoid complications. Wang Chao awoke, chilled to the bone. His face was gaunt, skin unnaturally pale, almost translucent, one side submerged in the flowing rainwater of the ditch, while the other bore the marks of rain droplets reddening his skin. Soaked to the skin, his teeth chattered as he attempted to rise, only to fall several times, becoming caked in mud. Wang Chao stood shivering in the downpour, clutching himself at the roadside, squinting into the mist, unsure of where to go. He gasped for breath, the world around him appearing gray and somewhat disorienting. Raising his head, he peered through the dense curtain of rain at the leaden sky, uttering weakly, "Have you forsaken me, Nimbus? Come back." Alone, he trudged through the torrential rain, slowly making his way towards the city ahead. In days past, with his stamina, he could have sprinted the distance in merely 10 minutes, yet now it took him an hour and a half without reaching his destination. Along the way, Wang Chao stumbled several times, bruising his eyes, yet he persevered onward. The red satin ribbon didn't claim my life. How can I die here? Wang Chao crawled forward through the rain-soaked, muddy road. Suddenly, a pair of rain boots appeared before his hands, blocking his path. Ah, what dreadful weather. Yet my luck seems rather fine. Wang Chao's consciousness was hazy, and as he noticed the rain boots in front of him, he tilted his head upward. Through the dense curtain of rain, he saw a man with a sharp, monkey-like visage, clad in a raincoat, his features blurred, save for a pair of mischievous eyes glinting with amusement. The man bent down and hoisted Wang Chao onto his shoulder, humming a tune as he briskly made his way toward the city ahead, drenched in rain. Traffickers? Perhaps a moment's respite would be welcome. Wang Chao, precariously balanced on the man's shoulder, swayed uncomfortably. Truth be told, it was quite distressing. Yet, it was a far more tolerable fate than his current state of mind, which felt as if it were evaporating amidst the downpour, and his body, akin to one afflicted by a debilitating potion, seemed on the verge of collapse. Wang Chao succumbed to unconsciousness once more, his head pounding mercilessly. When he regained consciousness, his throat felt as though it were ablaze, his lips cracked and split, and his nose was as obstructed as if sealed with cement. Coughing, Wang Chao curled up in a corner, the floor splattered with blood as he coughed again. This kid is on the brink of death, isn't he? What good is he to us now? Cursed one of the men, irritation seeping through his tone. Damn it. We should have procured some medicine. Don't let us all catch whatever he has, you fools. The door creaked open, and several men glanced at Wang Chao, hurling a few more curses in his direction. The light that flooded in from the doorway forced Wang Chao to squint, yet he refrained from uttering a word. Although his throat felt as if it were smoking from thirst, he managed to endure. The meager sustenance provided by the mystical beings should sustain him for another 2 or 3 days. However, the increasingly severe cold that gripped him threatened his very life, and he could not expect these apparent traffickers to offer him any medical aid. Thus, he remained motionless, suppressing any unnecessary movements. Among the men at the door stood the shifty-eyed individual who had carried Wang Chao back, clad in a raincoat. Even the food and drink are tainted, utterly cursed. The apparent leader of the traffickers spat out, slamming the door with a resounding thud that cut off whatever he said to his underlings. In the dimly lit room, 2 glimmers of light flickered. Wang Chao coughed softly, wrestling with the bitter metallic taste in his mouth, his keen eyes fixed on the traffickers just a door away. Their energy felt remarkably feeble, almost insipid, even weaker than that of the most ineffectual soldiers of the Red Satin Brigade. Were his health intact, he could effortlessly send them sprawling with a single hand. If only he had the dagger bestowed upon him by Xiren, even in his current state of exhaustion and perspiration, he could dispatch them one by one. But alas, such a feat now seemed daunting. Wang Chao turned his gaze towards the adjacent wall. Through it, he discerned what appeared to be another room. With his piercing sight, he detected a total of 11 faintly outlined figures. Judging by their size, they were likely children around the ages of 11 to 13, almost akin to himself. Wang Chao clenched his fists and began to chuckle softly. The quest for enlightenment isn't merely a test of my own fortitude. It also serves to vanquish demons and monsters, doesn't it? He mused. despite the fact that he felt utterly drained of strength. Yet, the very notion of fighting back ignited a spark of energy within him. He took a deep breath. Steeling himself, beads of sweat began to form on his pale face, and as he stood, his limbs trembled with the effort. Engaging in strenuous physical activity might indeed exhaust one's body, exacerbating the ailment. Perhaps it is prudent to wait until one's condition improves before proceeding. For the sake of a few unknown children next door, am I truly prepared to wager my own health? Do I possess such courage? Wang Chao chuckled softly. Do I not? Gradually, he approached the door, his golden eyes gleaming brightly in the dim room. Moreover, the mere sight of scoundrels ignites an uncontrollable urge within me to eliminate them. Wang Chao was acutely aware that he was not in a state to overexert himself. Yet what of it? If this body, honed through rigorous training, is not utilized to pursue one's desires, then what purpose does it serve? At this moment, a serene thought enveloped Wang Chao, allowing him to momentarily deceive his mind into feeling an illusion of strength coursing through him. With a resounding thud, he struck the door. Shortly thereafter, an impatient voice emanated from outside. What is going on? Bang, bang, bang. Wang Chao offered no reply, intensifying his strikes upon the door, striving to create a cacophony, while an overwhelming sense of weakness surged within him, yet he swiftly cast it aside, refusing to dwell on it. Sun Wukong, fully aware that continuing to employ the triple king fist or the quadruple king fist could lead to his own demise, did he falter? Outside, a voice muttered. Weren't they on the brink of death? Wang Chao remained unmoved. With a sudden whoosh, the door swung open, revealing a startled figure. Without a hint of emotion, Wang Chao stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the groin of the individual who had opened the door. As a pained gasp escaped their throat. Bending over in agony, Wang Chao struck their head with both hands, causing blood to cascade from their eyes, ears, and nostrils. In the vacant pupils, a pale yet expressionless golden-eyed boy was reflected, and in that moment, the individual succumbed. Wang Chao pressed his hand against the center of the corpse's chest, hoisting it as he made his way outside. Noticing a short blade hanging from the waistband of the deceased, he discreetly drew it out, gripping it firmly. What transpired? Why are you, huh? No, wait. As Wang Chao held the corpse aloft, he soon detected approaching footsteps, rapid and scattered. The group of traffickers had converged. Despite the barrier of the corpse, Wang Chao's keen eyes discerned their positions and strengths with clarity. Halt! Don't move! Came the sound of a gun being cocked. Ignoring the command, Wang Chao used the body as a shield, charging forward. He hurled the corpse towards them, while simultaneously plunging the short blade into one of their ribs, piercing through a multitude of internal organs. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted towards him, yet Wang Chao had anticipated this, taking refuge behind two corpses. The sounds of flesh-meeting bullets echoed around him, and as he searched the second corpse, he discovered a handgun. After several attempts, he managed to detach the magazine, meticulously peeling away the golden bullets one by one. Get up, you scoundrel! The traffickers roared in exasperation. Wang Chao remained motionless, while the assailants fired a few shots in frustration, all of which were thwarted by the corpses that lay before them. At last, one of them could no longer contain his curiosity and approached. Wang Chao silently gauged the distance, then suddenly popped up, his keen eyesight granting him exceptional dynamic observation skills. In that fleeting moment, he forcefully discharged a bullet, which zipped into the mouth of the approaching trafficker, piercing his throat. The man instantly turned pale, clutching his mouth and throat as blood spilled forth. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining four traffickers resumed firing, but soon, the sound of empty chambers echoed as they exhausted their first magazines. Wang Chao charged forth. What the hell? How can this kid be so formidable? Wasn't he on the verge of death? The four traffickers, having never encountered such a fierce boy, were thrown into disarray as they scrambled to reload their weapons, darting about as if the ground beneath them were searing hot, desperately trying to evade Wang Chao. However, the speed at which Wang Chao surged forward was beyond their capabilities. In the blink of an eye, he reached the nearest man, leaping high into the air, his fists clasped together, and delivered a devastating blow to the man's skull. The sound of shattering bone resonating in the air as blood gushed from the wound. Without pause, Wang Chao dashed toward the next target. Help! Run! Call the police! The remaining three, terrified, bolted for the exit. Wang Chao was taken aback by their cowardice. He had not anticipated that these armed men would flee in such a manner. His legs weakened, and his entire body ached, especially his spine, which felt as though it might snap. His head throbbed, as if it would explode at any moment. Wang Chao stumbled but, with bloodshot eyes and a fierce grin, rose once more, clutching a bullet and flinging it with all his might. Crack! The bullet struck one of the traffickers in the spine, causing him to collapse and convulse. Whiz, whiz, whiz. The remaining bullets were discharged, hitting the second man's thigh, who immediately knelt, rolling on the ground in agony. As Wang Chao passed, he delivered a kick to the man's temple, resulting in instant death. Gasping for breath, Wang Chao was drenched in cold sweat, his face contorted in pain. Just as the last trafficker was about to escape the alley and into the street, Wang Chao gritted his teeth and suddenly inhaled deeply, roaring, "Come back." Naturally, the man had no intention of complying. But the sheer force of Wang Chao's shout caused him to glance back in terror. Their eyes met, his frantic gaze clashing with Wang Chao's cold, furious golden eyes. An invisible force surged from Wang Chao's piercing gaze, enveloping the final trafficker's body, rendering him utterly immobile. What is happening? The trafficker, caught in the act of turning back, bore an expression of disbelief as he slowly toppled to the ground. Even as he swayed, his rigid movements did not alter, as if he had become a statue. "Run." Then, Wang Chao coughed, his voice laced with determination. Wang Chao was beset by a wave of darkness, his cough echoing as if he were on the verge of expelling his very essence. With a sudden, violent cough, he expelled a mist of blood, feeling his legs weaken beneath him, causing him to collapse to the ground. As he turned his body, he feebly gazed at the sliver of sky visible from the alley, laughing nervously, only to be seized once more by a fit of coughing that brought forth blood. The alarming rise and fall of his chest brought tears to his eyes, his mouth stained with crimson. In his struggle, his trembling hands pressed against the ground, but a misstep caused him to slip and inadvertently break one of his fingers. Wang Chao's mouth merely twitched in a grimace, yet he managed to stand unsteadily, casting a cold glance towards the motionless figure of the trafficker, indifferent to his presence as he returned to the hideout. Opening the door to the adjacent room he had observed earlier, he was met with the sight of 11 frail children huddled together, the youngest barely a year or two old. The sight was utterly abhorrent. Wang Chao struck the doorframe in anger, only to break another of his own fingers in the process. "I am so cold," Wang Chao shivered, as sweat soaked through his garments. In the far corner of the room, the youngest boy with black hair clutched the arm of a blonde girl. The girl whispered reassuringly, "Do not be afraid, Lapis." Soon, the abducted children heard a boy at the door say, "Let's go, cough cough," to find the police. Wang Chao collapsed entirely. When he awakened once more, he found himself alone. Struggling to rise, he noticed the blonde girl and the black-haired boy squatting nearby, both appearing dazed, their eyes fixed on him. Wang Chao extended his hand towards them, and the children did not shy away. He asked, "You, cough cough. Never mind, just keep your distance from me." Cough cough. He covered his mouth, feeling another surge of blood pooling in his palm. His throat felt as though it were in ruins. Rising unsteadily, Wang Chao staggered towards the exit. The corpse at the door remained, and the figure at the alley's mouth still held the pose of a statue toppled over. As Wang Chao passed, the man's eyes widened in terror. When Wang Chao lifted his foot towards him, the man fainted from fright. Yet, Wang Chao simply stepped over him, his body weak and trembling as he departed. He was foolish. Soon, the police would arrive. The blonde girl watched the boy who had saved them leave from the doorway. "You must wait here for him to awaken, but why not tell him?" the black-haired boy inquired. The blonde girl, though only 2 or 3 years old, wore a stern expression as she admonished her brother, "Lapis, do not do anything unnecessary, or you too might be taken away." The black-haired boy retorted, "But you were taken. I merely showed loyalty by staying with you." The blonde girl shot him a glare. Not long after, rain began to fall upon the city once more. With every step he took, Wang Chao felt as though he was making his final strides in this world, his feet light and his mind adrift, as if he were on the brink of transcendence. Before him lay a tapestry of bustling traffic, pedestrians, streets, and luminous lights, all merging into a cacophony of indistinct shadows. The surrounding sounds oscillated between distant echoes and close murmurs. Wang Chao found himself engulfed in confusion, uncertain of his whereabouts or his destination, even questioning the very existence of his thoughts. In a haze of disorientation, he stumbled and collapsed at a street corner. "Help! Help!" A girl's piercing scream shattered the air. Bang! A figure collided with Wang Chao, impatiently shouting, "Get out of the way, you brat!" A foot aimed to kick him aside, intending to drag the woman he had captured into a dark alley for his own gratification. Yet, in the next moment, he realized that the boy he had attempted to kick was clinging to his leg. What? The assailant, one hand gripping a girl with golden hair and the other brandishing a gun, struggled to shake off the boy clinging to him. "Get off, you fool!" He aimed his weapon, ready to end the unfortunate child's life. However, Wang Chao lifted his head, his face pale and intermingled with a frenzied intoxication. Chuckling softly without a care for the gun, he leaned forward, asking with a twisted smile, "Are you going to kill me?" Blood stained his teeth. and his forehead met the dark muzzle of the firearm. Insane. The assailant fired, but the boy somehow tilted his head just in time to evade the shot. Bang, 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 bang. The assailant fired 4 times, yet the sickly boy laughed, his heavy-lidded eyes swaying as he dodged each bullet with uncanny agility. Impossible, at such a close range. The criminal thought, astonished, as did the girl with the golden hair, held captive in his grip. Do you truly wish to kill me? Wang Chao's consciousness was fading. He struggled to discern the features of the swaying figure before him, finding it both irritating and terrifying. With tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I beg you, don't." Bang. He landed a punch squarely in the assailant's stomach. Gag. The criminal's eyes bulged, incredulous at the strength behind the blows delivered by this ailing boy, who seemed on the brink of death. I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die. In a daze, Wang Chao unleashed a flurry of chaotic strikes, landing blows that made the assailant cower and cry out in anguish. Yet, through his sobs, Wang Chao murmured, "I want to accept this," before he expelled a pool of yellow-green liquid, mixed with deep crimson clots, and his fist softened. Collapsing to the ground, Tai's blinked in astonishment, eager to inquire about this bewildering turn of events. It felt too abrupt. She crouched down, poking the boy's body with her finger. Is he dead? Hearing him mumble incoherently about not having achieved something, she realized he was still alive, albeit barely. Tai's frowned. He seems gravely ill. Sigh, Tai Si reflected, even if this boy was merely a stranger encountered on the road. It was impossible for her to ignore him in such a dire state, collapsed before her. Moreover, this lad, appearing merely 11 or 12 years of age, had just rescued her, despite being in a feverish delirium at the time. The moment he struck down the assailant who had held her captive, his frail yet frenzied demeanor instantly captivated Tai Si, the essence of a light novel author. What could have caused such a severe illness? How could a mere child possess such formidable strength? Why, while combating the villain, did he mutter tearfully, "I do not wish to die. I truly do not wish to die"? And what of that phrase, Sun Wukong? Was it a place, or perhaps the name of a person? Furthermore, to evade 5 consecutive shots at point-blank range, all while gravely ill, was a feat so agile that even the most renowned martial artists, as per the tales Tai Si had collected for her writing, would scarcely achieve. Even champions of the world's greatest martial arts tournaments might falter, yet this boy? The curiosity within Tai Si, akin to an inferno, ignited fervently. This boy harbored a profound story. Disregarding the fallen assailant, Tai Si knelt to touch Wang Chao's forehead. Recoiling at the heat, she examined his eyelids, noting the redness in his sclera and the vacant state of his pupils, devoid of any sign of awakening. She checked for his breath. Though faint, it persisted. Tai Si contemplated lifting the unconscious boy to carry him, but to her astonishment, he proved too heavy to bear. How could such a small figure possess such weight? With a resigned sigh, she decided it best to call for an ambulance. Reflecting upon her meager wallet and overdrawn bank account, ultimately concluding that she had no choice but to seek assistance from home, Wang Chao had succumbed to a deep coma, unable to rise from his illness. Little did he know, as he embarked on his journey in Nandu, that the first life-threatening calamity he would encounter in the Dragon Ball universe would be nothing less than a severe cold. The onset of illness struck him like a mountain's fall, especially after days spent evading the bitter cold in the mountainous regions, followed by hours caught in relentless rain. No matter how robust he might be, he could not withstand such adversity. Having vanquished those human traffickers and liberated the abducted children had drained his final reserves of strength and spirit. He fought with the conviction of not wishing to leave any regrets behind, if that were to be his last moment of consciousness. Confronting such distressing circumstances was something he could not ignore. In that instant, Wang Chao mused that perhaps his desperate use of the fourfold Kaioken, reminiscent of Sun Wukong, was born from a similar resolve. Heroes, regardless of stature, I, Wang Chao, before my demise, shall at least embody the essence of a hero. As for what transpired thereafter, to be candid, he seemed to be in a state of somnambulism. Subsequently, a series of shattered dreams, both euphoric and nightmarish, ensued. A distant, sharp, and fleeting sound reached Wang Chao's consciousness, evoking an unpleasant sensation reminiscent of his experiences within Dr. Gallo's laboratory. Do not. Wang Chao vehemently resisted this sound. In the hospital room, Tai Si glanced at the bed in astonishment and inquired, "What has happened to him?" Wang Chao lay there, receiving an infusion. His complexion pale and haggard, eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed in distress. Bulma reclined on Tai Si's lap, engrossed in a book. Upon hearing the conversation, she tilted her head back to gaze at Wang Chao and speculated, is he having a nightmare? However, Tai Si observed that every time the medical apparatus beside the bed emitted a sound, a flicker of anguish crossed Wang Chao's face. She hesitantly remarked, "He seems to be a bit frightened." Can you truly feel fear? Bulma, having tilted her head too forcefully, began to slide off Taixi's lap, but was swiftly caught by Taixi. He was beaten so badly in Nandu, yet he showed no fear. How strange, she noted. Taixi mused. For such a remarkable boy, the things that instill fear must be truly terrifying. Get away. Stay away from me. Wang Chao retreated into the darkness, yet the incessant, irksome beeping continued to haunt him. Beep, beep, what the hell? Wang Chao halted, glaring into the darkness ahead, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, roaring in defiance. Stop struggling, you're no Saiyan. A voice emerged from behind him. Wang Chao whirled around to find another version of himself, disdainfully proclaiming, if Dr. Gallo truly loses control and recklessly creates grotesque androids, what difference will your anger make? Do you think you are a Super Saiyan? Or perhaps a Super Earthling? Get lost. Wang Chao retorted. Haha. The other version of him laughed maniacally, fading into the shadows. Run away, pitiful creature, continue fleeing, too afraid to confront me. Wake up, wake up. It seemed someone was calling to him. This sensation came in fits and starts, and a golden-haired girl's face occasionally surfaced in Wang Chao's mind or before his eyes. Presumably the owner of the voice calling for him. Yet, her expression and complexion kept shifting, as if he were traversing a time tunnel, fast-forwarding through moments. Wang Chao. Wang Chao. Can you hear me? Wang Chao. Who is she? How does she know my name? What does she want from me? As he raced through the cosmic expanse of the galaxy, Wang Chao's mind sluggishly pondered these questions. But where am I now? Why does this place seem so familiar? You may not hear these words now, but someday. At that moment, a voice emerged from the cosmic backdrop, reminiscent of the mysterious elder's voice. Wang Chao suddenly recalled the moment when the mysterious elder had sent him flying. He too had traversed a realm of illusions amidst the cosmic galaxy. Throughout that experience, it seemed the elder had whispered something to him within the dreamlike state, yet in his dazed condition, Wang Chao had absorbed not a single word. Ultimately, he needed to remember that the elder's voice gradually faded into the distance. But what exactly was he to remember? Clarity was necessary. Wang Chao struggled, yearning to halt his journey and catch up to the receding sound. The stars whirled past him, intertwining beams of light that formed a golden-haired visage. Gradually, the image of a girl's face became clearer and drew nearer. She blinked, patted Wang Chao, and cheerfully remarked, "You're awake." Panting short breaths, Wang Chao stared blankly at the approaching Taixi, suddenly jolting to awareness as he realized he was lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by the sterile whiteness of a medical ward. Who was this golden-haired girl? Confused, he managed to croak out. His throat felt parched and raspy, as though filled with sand. Taixi offered him water. Thank you. Wang Chao attempted to lift his hand, but felt utterly weak. Taixi helped him drink some water. And as he exhaled, his mind blankly gazed at the ceiling. After a moment, he uttered, "Who am I?" Upon saying this, he chuckled at his own absurdity and quickly corrected himself. "Who are you? What happened?" Taixi replied, "I should be asking you. You've been in a coma for an entire week. To have survived such a severe illness is, according to my father, an extraordinary miracle." Wang Chao's reaction was somewhat sluggish. He paused before inquiring, "Your father, is he a doctor?" "No, but he possesses a wealth of knowledge," Taixi explained. "Most importantly, he is quite affluent." "Oh," Wang Chao appeared dazed, realization dawning upon him. "Thank you for saving me, and your father as well." Almost immediately, a look of confusion crossed his face. "But how do you know my name?" Taixi smiled. "While you were unconscious, I believe I heard you call out your own name. Wang Chao, right?" Taixi continued. "It was a suggestion from the doctor. You have been unconscious for so long that they feared for your life. As for your name, my sister informed me." "Oh," Wang Chao said, managing a faint smile. "Thank you. Your sister?" A puzzled look crossed his face. "I know you. Wait, sister?" Taixi laughed. "Have you figured it out?" "Yes, it's Bulma. She came along with my father, but once your condition stabilized, my father returned home." "Wang Chao, you're awake." At that moment, a girl with 2 pigtails entered the room, carrying a bag of books. Wang Chao beamed. "It's really you, Bulma. What a pleasure to see you again." He turned to Taixi. "So you're Bulma's sister?" Taixi replied, "Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Taixi, a light novel writer." I'm Wang Chao." Wang Chao straightened up. "Don't be deceived by my appearance. I aspire to become a martial artist." Taixi chuckled. "I know. Bulma told me you were heading to a place called Baozi Mountain to seek a master. Your martial arts skills are truly remarkable. Once you recover from your illness, you shall undoubtedly fulfill your aspirations." With a twinkle in her eye, she eagerly inquired, "Moreover, I heard from Bulma that you have trained with an extraterrestrial being. Could you share your story with me?" "Well, I currently lack the energy to go running about aimlessly, so I suppose recounting it would be fine." Bulma carefully set aside a bag of newly purchased books and approached the bedside, where Tais gently lifted her and placed her at the edge of the bed. Bulma asked, It's only been a month and a half since you left West City. How did you end up like this? It's quite a feat to become ill in such a manner. Has it really been a month and a half? The story is rather lengthy. Then take your time. You should refrain from getting out of bed for at least 2 weeks. Ties produced a notebook from somewhere, clicked a pen into action, and a barrage of questions was poised to erupt as she smiled. Consider this your medical fee. In the blink of an eye, 3 weeks had passed since Wang Chao awoke. In the hospital courtyard, Ties pushed Wang Chao in a wheelchair, allowing him to bask in the sunlight. Wang Chao sighed. Aren't you supposed to be working? Ties maneuvered the wheelchair to a bench in the garden, sitting down as she replied, My work involves writing. Listening to your story serves as inspiration. Wang Chao remarked, My story is rather mundane. I've already shared it all. In recounting his experiences, he described himself as a homeless orphan from the southern capital. By sheer chance, he participated in the world's greatest martial arts tournament and resolved to become a martial artist. Hearing of the legendary Sun Wukong from Baozi Mountain, he crossed oceans to seek the master's tutelage. Regarding his severe cold, he merely mentioned that he had accidentally wandered into the north without proper clothing or money, resulting in his unfortunate frostbite. He wasn't being dishonest. He simply omitted details about the Red Ribbon Army. It was better not to burden Ties with tales of extremists. Is there truly no way to contact Xiren? Perhaps through a communicator? Will he ever return to Earth? Ties inquired. Sadly, there is no means of contact. He likely won't return, Wang Chao replied. Soaking in the sunlight from his wheelchair, feeling utterly drained. The sun's warmth was immensely comforting. He squinted and mused. The universe is vast. We probably won't meet again. Ties sighed. How could it be this way? Didn't you say Xiren gave you a knife? Where is it? It's lost. Lost. How could you lose it? I misplaced it inadvertently. But that knife was crafted with alien technology. I apologize. The two engaged in a casual conversation, their rapport having flourished over the past 3 weeks, resembling that of close friends. Wang Chao remained oblivious to any peculiarities. While Tai sometimes found it curious that he was merely a young boy, it felt as though she regarded him as an ordinary companion, easily overlooking his age. Nonetheless, Wang Chao was indeed quite mature. Martial artists are undeniably peculiar. After enjoying the sun for a while, Ties pushed Wang Chao back to his hospital room. Wang Chao is not entirely unable to walk at present. He simply feels a lingering weakness in his body, rendering him incapable of exerting much strength. Thus, although he must rely on a wheelchair, he does not require Ta-Ec to carry him back to the hospital bed. Upon returning to the ward, Ta-Ec extracted a notebook from her bag and began to write. Wang Chao reclined on the bed, gazing out at the scenery for a moment before turning his attention back to the girl, who was engrossed in her writing. Ta-Ec noticed his gaze. What is it? Are you thirsty? Nothing, Wang Chao replied, averting his eyes. As the sound of her writing resumed, he looked back, observing Ta-Ec as she occasionally paused to ponder, furrowing her brow, blinking, rolling her eyes, and then suddenly finding inspiration to continue her fervent scribbling. Abruptly, she halted, raising an eyebrow and casting a sidelong glance at Wang Chao. Wang Chao smiled. Do you have any oranges? I would like to eat an orange. After a while, Ta-Ec peeled an orange. As Wang Chao munched on it, he inquired, What about Bulma? She left a long time ago, Ta-Ec replied. Oh. The two fell into a comfortable silence. Ta-Ec clapped her hands, discarding the orange peel, and suddenly asked, By the way, you mentioned that before participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, you had contemplated whether to become a martial artist. It was only after your experiences at the tournament that you finally made up your mind. Why was that? Is it a difficult choice to become a martial artist? I mean, since it has always been your interest, why hesitate? Wang Chao remained silent for a moment. The difficulty lies in my awareness that, even without pursuing a career as a martial artist, I could live quite comfortably with my existing abilities. In fact, it would be far more comfortable than chasing a path that I know lacks promise. As Ta-Ec listened, she jotted down fragmented phrases inspired by Wang Chao's words. The sound of her pen tapping against the page resonated in the air. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she expressed her confusion. You say that the path of a martial artist has no future? Based on the multitude of materials I have gathered, if one views the profession of a martial artist through the lens of public perception, it may indeed seem devoid of prospects. However, if you consider yourself a martial artist and arrive at the conclusion that there is no future in it, what do you believe constitutes a martial artist's future? Wang Chao paused, momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly at Ta-Ec. Your question is quite incisive. Indeed, what does a martial artist's future entail? He sat on the hospital bed, gazing down at his hands. Perhaps it is to become the strongest. Achieving the pinnacle may be exceedingly challenging, but at the very least, one should aspire to be among the elite, lest one feel disheartened. Ta-Ec nodded. The strongest? Does that mean the most skilled in combat? Skilled in combat. The standard is rather inappropriate. As Wang Chao pondered, he mused divergently. If there exists a life form with the most potent energy in the universe, yet lacks any combat skills, then possessing such formidable energy yet being unable to fight, does that render it the strongest or the weakest? He nodded and remarked, well, that's essentially the idea, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Tai Si chuckled. At that moment, the curtains fluttered and a gentle breeze swept in, stirring Tai Si's golden short hair. However, I must respectfully disagree. I believe that a child of 11 or 12, who can dodge a series of 5 consecutive gunshots at such an incredibly close range, is undeniably formidable. She spoke earnestly. You were running a high fever at the time and may not recall, but I witnessed it firsthand. You were astonishing. So small, yet capable of such feats. Moreover, your strength was remarkable, comparable to some professional fighters I have encountered, even while you were gravely ill and physically weakened. To be frank, if I were in your position, I would have already concluded that I was destined to become the most powerful martial artist in the world. Tai Si emphasized the word most several times, her tone exaggerated, even lifting her slender arm to flex her muscles. It's bewildering that someone as impressive as you could harbor self-doubt. She shook her head repeatedly. Yet, she found that Wang Chao remained unresponsive. After listening quietly, he replied, that's because you possess no inkling of the extent of power that martial artists, or human beings in general, can achieve. Tai Si pursed her lips, gazing at Wang Chao, and couldn't help but chuckle. You're not implying that you've heard those rumors about Qi, are you? She raised her arms and mimicked a downward strike, as if to demonstrate how such a gesture could produce energy waves akin to those in movies, something she knew to be impossible. Her words slowed as she noticed Wang Chao's expression remained serene. Are you serious? She asked, lowering her arms. Qi is indeed real. Wang Chao merely shook his head. You needn't be so dramatic. In more scientific terms, Qi could be likened to the latent biological energy within the human body, if that suits you better. But it is real, and skilled martial artists can harness, cultivate, and amplify it for practical use. Tai Si shook her head, clearly skeptical. Wang Chao gazed out the window and remarked, Your father's company is involved in research related to superpowers. I had thought you would be more inclined to believe in these supernatural forces. What? My dad? Really? She was taken aback. I didn't know that. You've been away from home for quite some time, haven't you? Haven't you encountered anyone with peculiar abilities? Not really, no? Oh. Wang Chao redirected his gaze, his eyes shimmering gold as he focused intently on Tai Si, revealing a faint white silhouette of energy overlapping her form. How about this? He smiled and said, My eyes are a form of superpower. Tai Si immediately climbed onto Wang Chao's hospital bed, leaning in for a closer look. She remarked with curiosity, I thought I must have been mistaken that day. Your eyes can actually turn golden? Is this some peculiar ailment? The sudden fragrance wafting towards Wang Chao startled him. In his heightened state of perception, he could absorb a plethora of information with mere peripheral vision. For instance, as Tai Si leaned forward, her collar fell open, revealing a pristine arc of skin. It was truly captivating. Did she not notice? Or did she merely consider him a mere 10-year-old boy, thus dismissing it? Wang Chao pondered. If it were the latter, then had he not become the doomed Tao Ji? Yet, even those who vehemently called for Tao Ji's demise would likely seize the opportunity to become him, should it arise. Wang Chao did not withdraw, remaining still as he locked eyes with Tai Si, subtly appreciating the rare view while stating, I can assure you this is not an ailment. I can confirm that these eyes possess capabilities beyond the natural human endowment. If I were to prove it. He shifted his golden gaze aside to the corridor outside, where a figure, approximately 150 to 160 centimeters tall, had passed by their door several times, a short, plump man who seemed to be searching for this hospital room. I don't know anyone here, so he must be looking for you. Tai Si turned to look. Knock, knock. Is anyone there? I'm coming in. The door, which was not locked, swung open to reveal a short, balding man clutching a briefcase. Upon seeing Tai Si, he let out a sigh of relief. You are indeed here, Tai Si. Tai Si darted her gaze between the plump man and Wang Chao, who simply shrugged with a smile. Just so you know, I don't know him, and there has been no collusion. Who is this boy? The plump man inquired. My sister's friend, Tai Si replied, casting a surprised smile at Wang Chao before stepping away from the bed to close her notebook filled with notes. She glanced at the plump man with displeasure. You can just call me Yi Ruo. I've already ceased my contributions to your magazine, so please stop seeking me out. This is harassment. The plump man, Yi Ruo, chuckled. Tai Si, you are a remarkably talented author. I sincerely invite you to submit your work to our magazine, and I will personally review your manuscripts. I've already told you. I've left your magazine, Tai Si retorted sharply. Moreover, you need not flatter me. I am merely an obscure author lacking talent and popularity. She looked back at Wang Chao and noticed him chuckling at her words. Tai Si made a face at him and continued, "There's no need for invitations. I also lack inspiration for any good works at the moment. Thank you. But if there's nothing else, you may leave." "There's no need to say that," the plump man persisted, seemingly assured that Tai Si would not force him away. His greasy smile remained plastered on his face. "Are you deaf?" "What she means is, get lost, you ugly man." On the hospital bed, Wang Chao suddenly spoke. "Stop clinging here. It's quite repulsive, old man." The stout man was struck as if by lightning. "Old man." Tai Si was equally astonished. Wang Chao feigned the innocent smile of a boy, yet his piercing gaze held no mirth as it scrutinized the stout man. What does the gaze of a killer look like? What about the eyes of one who, after enduring relentless torment, could ruthlessly break their own limbs? The boy, having narrowly escaped death, conveyed the answer to the stout man through his gaze. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the stout man instinctively tightened, his mouth agape in an attempt to speak, yet he found himself unable to utter a sound. "Could you kindly leave? I still have matters to discuss with Sister Tai Si," Wang Chao noted, startling himself with the thought of twisting the stout man's neck. Not only was he taken aback, but the stout man nearly lost control in fear. The moment Wang Chao finished speaking, he retreated hastily, pushing through the door to escape. "Your gaze is truly terrifying," Tai Si remarked after a prolonged silence. "Is it?" Wang Chao closed his eyes, shutting off his penetrating gaze, raising a hand to cover his face, contemplating how easily he had entertained thoughts of murder. Yet, his fierce gaze remained undiminished. Did it also consider this change to be justifiable? Or was it merely destined to be so? Perhaps his eyes were convinced that he would not stray from the righteous path? Wang Chao opened his dark eyes and met Tai Si's smile. She said, "But you used such a fierce gaze only to protect me, right? Just as you did that day when you saved me." "Don't be so self-righteous," he responded, glancing out the window. "I have a naturally vile disposition these past few days. I've merely treated you a tad better out of gratitude for your covering my medical expenses. Do I resemble you, Vegeta?" Wang Chao smiled at the distant scenery of the grassy fields outside. Though hospitalized, this lifestyle seemed rather pleasant. "It's too late to claim you're a bad boy now," Tai Si scoffed, patting her notebook. "I've decided to write a story about a boy who dreams of becoming a powerful martial artist." "Huh," Wang Chao turned back. "Didn't you just express skepticism about martial artists?" Tai Si replied, "It's perfectly normal for a novel to be fictional, and besides, I inherently prefer light novels of a fantastical nature." Wang Chao scoffed, "Second-rate writer." Tai Si retorted, "Third-rate martial artist with no confidence." She boasted, "Unlike you, I am quite confident as a light novelist." "But you just said you lacked talent and popularity," Wang Chao countered. "That was humble," Tai Si asserted. "Pretending that a superlative light novel genius exists in this world or even the universe. In comparison to that notion, it's entirely reasonable for me to claim I lack talent." Wang Chao raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "You call that comparison humility?" Tai Si was amused by their exchange, laughing heartily, and after a moment, she burst into giggles once more. "I perceive you are more suited to being a humorous writer," Wang Chao quietly commented while gazing out of the window. "Whether there exists a deity of light novels, I cannot say. But a god of combat shall soon descend from the heavens in a little over a year. In comparison to such an individual, I find myself utterly devoid of confidence." Occasionally, a melancholic Tai Si observed the boy's profile, sensing an indescribable aura of mystery surrounding him, igniting her curiosity to delve deeper. Counting from the beginning, including a week of unconsciousness, after 36 days in the hospital, Wang Chao exhibited significant improvement. He no longer required a wheelchair and embarked on rehabilitative training. In the rehabilitation room, most patients struggled to exercise with the assistance of nurses, while in a corner, a boy was astonishingly performing a handstand. Wang Chao counted the seconds, and upon reaching 200, his arms weakened and trembled uncontrollably. He exhaled deeply, attempted to roll over and stand, but failed, collapsing to the floor. A nearby nurse rushed to assist him, but he declined her help. "It's been a while since I felt this feeble," Wang Chao sighed, his arms quivering, muscles in his back and abdomen aching profoundly. After several attempts, he managed to stand, utterly exhausted. Unable to bear the sight, a nurse interjected, "You were doing remarkably well. Honestly, we all believe you could be discharged already." "That's quite a jest," Wang Chao replied, shaking his head. "At present, I am so weak that I might struggle to lift someone of your stature. Which boy of your age could hold a handstand for such an extended period and still lift an adult of my size? Even without the handstand, few boys could achieve that, I assure you. Have you overestimated my weight or misunderstood the strength of boys your age?" The nurse stifled a surge of retort. Leaning against the window, Wang Chao contemplated the room full of patients and recalled vaguely the day he rescued those children from the clutches of the traffickers. When he unleashed a power akin to that of blue against the last trafficker. The nurse spoke. "What is it?" She met Wang Chao's golden eyes, puzzled as they momentarily shifted from golden to the familiar black. "Nothing," he replied, inwardly reflecting. "I must have misremembered. If my golden eyes could indeed replicate abilities, what would happen if I were to encounter those two from the Jinyu force?" As he indulged in such fanciful thoughts, he gazed out the window and spotted a girl with golden short hair approaching, carrying a bento. He mused silently about the need for further recovery, estimating it would take another month or two to return to full strength, considering the grave illness that nearly claimed his life. The road ahead might be arduous, and a few extra days of rest could do no harm. Moreover, Taisi's bento was exceptionally delightful. The nurse observed the boy as he hummed a tune and departed. On the 40th day at the hospital, Wang Chao continued his rehabilitation training, diligently performing squats, bare-chested and barefoot, adorned solely in a pair of loose shorts gifted by Taisi. Wang Chao extended his arms forward while balancing on his right foot and repeatedly descended into a squat before rising again. The ground beneath him was dampened by the sweat that dripped rhythmically, echoing in the silence. 141, 146. 150. Wang Chao exhaled in a steady rhythm, gritting his teeth to complete another set of single-leg squats. As soon as he relaxed, he collapsed onto the floor, his leg muscles aching, the sweat revealing evident patterns and lines on his skin. The rehabilitation room was spacious, and a few nurses could not help but steal glances at Wang Chao, who sat slumped in the corner. Occasionally, other nurses and doctors from different departments, including a playful nurse with a cat face and a stern female doctor, would appear at the doorway, all drawn by the rumors of the muscular young man in the rehab room. "Wow, what stunning muscles. He may be so young, but the contrast is remarkable," one whispered. "I heard he is the son of a martial arts champion. You should have seen him earlier. He did hundreds of squats in one go. So impressive." They murmured amongst themselves. In one corner of the room, Taisi sat on a soft bench, engrossed in her notebook. Unintentionally, she overheard the nurses chatting and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief. Are these women infatuated? Wang Chao is so young, she thought, glancing over at him sprawled on the floor. Indeed, the sight of such muscles on a boy of his age was undeniably striking. However, she mused, wielding a gun while dodging bullets would be even cooler. Wang Chao himself had no recollection of the events from that day. Listening to Taisi's recounting, he found it hard to believe. Holding a gun to my head and dodging bullets? How reckless. How did that even happen? Did my fever enhance my fighting spirit? He pondered, a sense of dread creeping in. The illness had nearly driven him to madness, and the thought of being known for crossing over to the world of Dragon Ball due to a mere cold was utterly humiliating, a disgrace for any traveler. Fortunately, it was Taisi who had come to his rescue in the end. By the way, I did summon the Nimbus, didn't I? Wang Chao lay on the floor of the rehab room, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds outside. Nimbus, oh Nimbus, I actually rode on you. If only I had been more lucid at the time. Now, I can hardly recall the experience of being atop it. But perhaps, if my mind had been clearer, with fewer distractions, I might not have been able to call upon Nimbus at all, such as fate. I hope to make it to Baozi Mountain alive, and if the opportunity arises, I will express my gratitude to Nimbus. On the 50th day, Wang Chao's recovery progressed remarkably. In the eyes of the doctors, it is nothing short of a miracle that this young man has managed to survive. After recovering from a serious illness, Wang Chao feels his vitality returning each day. His explosive power, endurance, and reflexes are all on the rise, and his mental state grows increasingly vigorous as his physical condition improves. Unfortunately, he lacks a combat power detector, is unable to sense energy, and his keen eyesight cannot discern the magnitude of his own power. Thus, he is filled with curiosity about whether his strength has indeed increased, and, if so, by how much. If only he were a Saiyan. Surely his power would have multiplied 7 or 8 or even 9-fold after this ordeal. Wang Chao muses. The extraordinary physique of the Saions is truly enviable. Wang Chao can only perform simple tests in the hospital gym. He continually breaks records on the treadmill, bench press, leg press, and resistance machines, exhausting nearly every available exercise. Ultimately, his treadmill record stands at 50 kilometers in 1 hour, leaving all present in the gym, doctors, nurses, patients, whether ordinary, animal-like, or monstrous, utterly astonished. A male doctor who once dominated the gym dared to challenge Wang Chao to a simple push-up contest. Wang Chao allowed in one hand, yet. By the time the doctor lay flat on the ground, as if defeated, Wang Chao was still effortlessly performing one-handed push-ups. It is indeed evident that he has grown stronger. Wang Chao thought to himself, yet he knows it is still far from enough. when Sun Wukong and Kuririn graduated from Master Roshi's training and participated in the martial arts tournament. They could catch the punches of ordinary martial artists with a mere finger, something Wang Chao feels he would not be capable of. This implies that his current combat power is still a long way from 100. He is nowhere near the standards of others. How is it that others traverse into the Dragon Ball world, and even without guidance or training partners, can easily achieve combat powers in the hundreds? Even mastering energy on their own. Yet for him, even breaking 100 seems an unattainable dream. On the 64th day, hey, you're daydreaming again. Tai Si's voice jolted Wang Chao back to reality. They were sitting across from each other in the hospital CAF. In front of Tai Si was a cup of coffee and a notebook filled with her handwritten notes. The reason for their meeting was Wang Chao's gratitude for the care he had received from Tai Si during his hospitalization, which prompted him to offer assistance in her novel-writing endeavors. Although most of Wang Chao's internet-style suggestions failed to resonate with Tai Si, much like the entertainment of this world did not appeal to him, the two interesting individuals engaging in lively conversation and brainstorming would inevitably yield intriguing results. Wang Chao smiled and continued to chat with Tai Si. In truth, given Wang Chao's current condition, he could be discharged from the hospital. However, Tai Si mentioned that since the hospital fees were charged to her father's bank account, it wouldn't matter if he stayed indefinitely. It wouldn't cost much at all. Since Wang Chao himself believes that he still requires recuperation, and given that this hospital is adequately equipped to meet his rehabilitation needs, it is entirely reasonable for him to continue residing here. Otherwise, having to handle discharge procedures and subsequently search for accommodation outside would indeed be rather cumbersome. Wang Chao did not decline, thus remaining in the hospital, engaging in daily exercises and sharing laughter with Tais. After traversing into the Dragon Ball world, this is the first time he has experienced such a relaxed and comfortable existence. How about I take you out to buy some clothes? Tai suggested with a smile. I'm quite tired of seeing you in that hospital gown. Wang Chao replied, I have no money. Tais responded, no worries, I still have some savings from my writing. Wang Chao hesitated, feeling it might be inappropriate. Tais, already several steps ahead with her shoulder bag in hand, turned back with a wave. Let us go. The two dashed to the bustling city streets, where Tais selected a few outfits for Wang Chao. She offered him several pieces of children's clothing, but ultimately, under Wang Chao's disapproving glare, she settled for a few sets of simple and unpretentious sportswear. Tais was genuinely concerned that after nearly 2 months in the hospital, Wang Chao might feel stifled, so she brought him out for a breath of fresh air. To her surprise, rather than becoming more at ease, Wang Chao appeared increasingly solemn. What's wrong? Tais inquired, looking back at him with curiosity. Wang Chao slowed his pace, trailing behind her, clad in a brand new tracksuit. He had unknowingly come to a halt at a crossroads, gazing upward at a city map. It was only when Tais returned to his side that he spoke. I used to carry a map with me. Really? Tais replied. Wang Chao contemplated for a moment before smiling. Tais, I have truly enjoyed these days. But it is time to continue my journey. Are you still seeking that place called Baozi Mountain? Tais seemed somewhat taken aback. Wang Chao replied calmly. If I do not go, I know I shall regret it for the rest of my life. I thought you might give up, Tais admitted. Why would you think that? Wang Chao asked, surprised. Well, how should I put it? Tais pondered. You no longer possess that wounded, lone wolf aura you had while in a coma. Her choice of words seemed peculiar, prompting a chuckle from Tais. After waking up, you've become much easier to get along with. Did I ever tell you that during those days you were unconscious? You would tremble at the sound of the heart monitor? It seemed you were quite frightened by that noise. Wang Chao was taken aback. Did I? It dawned on him that the torment he endured at the Gallo laboratory left such a profound subconscious scar. Tais smiled softly and sighed. I know you have been concealing some things. When you saved me that day, the scent of blood was overwhelming. Moreover, when you were taken to the hospital for examination, the discoloration on your left wrist and both ankles was strikingly evident, as if your limbs had been severed and had grown back anew, to use the doctor's words. Wang Chao remained silent. It must have been arduous, Tais remarked. You know, I am a light novel writer and tend to have a vivid imagination. In light of these matters, I sincerely hope that your experiences have not been as dire as I have envisioned. She gently ruffled Wang Chao's hair, but to be honest, while you are indeed remarkable, there is no need to push yourself excessively, is there? I insist on doing so, Wang Chao suddenly replied. What? Tai Si was taken aback. It's nothing, Wang Chao chuckled, not minding Tai Si's playful gesture due to their height difference. Could you assist me in obtaining a map? I accidentally lost all my previous belongings. Certainly, Tai Si nodded with a smile. I will check for suitable flight options. No need, Wang Chao interjected. I shall walk there instead. On the 65th day of encountering Tai Si, Wang Chao departed from the hospital, shouldering a modest bundle. Standing amidst the bustling street as he bid her farewell. Isn't it a bit extravagant to traverse solely by foot? Tai Si murmured. Wang Chao smiled faintly and waved, saying, until we meet again, there will surely be another opportunity. Farewell. Tai Si watched him stride away, disappearing into the crowd. She mused, what an odd boy, however. Having met a boy who encountered extraterrestrials, a little peculiarity seems quite normal, doesn't it? Heh. Leaving the city where Tai Si resided, Wang Chao continued on his journey. The provisions he carried were far less prepared than when he had departed from Slob City. At that time, he was fully equipped with an array of provisions. Ample fresh water, 2 sleeping bags, a single-person tent, a waterproof flashlight, nylon rope, a compass, a gear bag, and even a couple of spare capsules. However, following his encounter with the Crimson Ribbon Legion, all was lost. When Wang Chao fled from Dr. Gallo's laboratory, there was no time to consider retrieving his belongings. The urgency of the moment allowed him to take only the long knife gifted by Xiren, which, regrettably, was ultimately left behind in the mountains of the Crimson Ribbon base. Nevertheless, Wang Chao deemed it worth the sacrifice, having exchanged that detestable brute, Brew, for a dog-s life. Now, he possessed merely a scant supply of provisions, a flask of water, and a map procured with Tai Si's assistance. The Earth of the Dragon Ball world is peculiar. Urban areas are distinctly metropolitan, even bordering on the sci-fi, while rural regions display a stark backwardness reminiscent of ancient countryside. Beyond these human settlements, natural landscapes remain utterly pristine. The transportation system between cities is quite feeble, with some areas lacking it entirely. Wild bandits thrive like weeds. And anyone daring enough to venture out alone must be prepared for the dangers of ambush, the risk of being devoured by merciless monsters, or even the threat of being snatched away by colossal wild dinosaurs. Fortunately, the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball world generally possess a magnanimous spirit. Those endowed with exceptional abilities do not fear the wild and unruly obstacles that may cross their path. The more formidable among them might even turn the tables on would-be bandits. Conversely, those lacking both skill and means who venture afar typically opt for airships or join reputable travel groups, taking safer routes. As for the unfortunate souls devoid of both talent and wealth, they often refrain from traveling far or have already resorted to robbery in distant lands. Preparing for their next heist, Wang Chao had yet to apprentice under the master of Baozi Mountain. Yet he could be considered a person of modest skill despite his lack of riches. After leaving the city, he ambled along the rural road at a leisurely pace. As he distanced himself from the urban bustle, the world seemed to embrace a profound tranquility. The road narrowed and deteriorated, flanked by landscapes evolving from vast plains to gradually emerging meadows and woodlands, until it became increasingly challenging for Wang Chao to discern any signs of human alteration in nature. Instead, he was surrounded by splendid natural vistas. The path beneath his feet, though no longer a constructed highway but rather a simple dirt road, harmonized beautifully with the surrounding scenery. Reflecting upon the recent tumultuous experiences, being propelled across a sea by a forceful blow, awkwardly navigating through a primordial jungle, encountering a lost extraterrestrial, visiting Bulma's residence in West City, returning to educate 2 mischievous schoolchildren, vanquishing the nefarious Rabbit Army, rescuing several individuals, and dispatching a notorious Red Ribbon member, Wang Chao could not help but chuckle softly. It was indeed unfortunate to have been captured by the minions of Jero and subjected to disarray for an indeterminate number of days. Yet, he considered himself fortunate as well. He had refrained from carelessly consuming the remaining half of a magical bean and was relieved that Jero had not uncovered its true purpose, which had facilitated his escape. However, he never anticipated that he would fall ill in the mountains, nearly succumbing to misfortune. In a moment of desperation, he had summoned the flying Nimbus, believing his time was short, and had risked his life to save a group of children, which ultimately brought him good fortune as he was rescued by Tais. With his eyes closed and arms outstretched, he reminisced about his journey. It felt as though his adventure had only just begun, yet it had already proven to be exhilarating. In his previous life, he would have never encountered such convoluted experiences. Even a lifetime would scarcely suffice. He had long since grown weary of ordinary existence. Now, he yearned to live without regret. He opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and with a heart full of joy, exclaimed, "How wonderful it is to have left South City. How splendid to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. How delightful to have met Tais. And how marvelous that Baozi Mountain lies ahead." Wang Chao exuberantly sprinted forward, leaping and throwing punches in the air, releasing the tumultuous emotions that surged within him. "Don't you agree, Nimbus?" He shouted towards the sky, hoping for something to descend. But alas, nothing came. It seemed he had fallen out of favor. Ah, Nimbus. Though the journey was monotonous, Wang Chao continued onward, gradually adapting to find joy in his solitude. thus feeling little loneliness. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, dusk painted the horizon in golden hues, and the stars began to twinkle. The night beckoned with its enchanting allure. Wang Chao lay beneath the heavens, using the earth as his bed, peacefully slumbering in the wilderness. Following a severe illness, his immunity seemed to have improved, allowing him to sleep soundly outdoors without a care. Upon awakening the next morning, he felt no discomfort. Instead, he was invigorated, his fatigue completely dissipated. With little to pack, he resumed his journey. Lacking a compass, he relied solely on a map and his memory to pinpoint his destination, the Baozi Mountain, located in the eastern mountain range. Wang Chao couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate he was to have learned numerous survival skills from Dalat, whom he had rescued from the Rabbit Legion's lair. Without those skills, he would have struggled to discern directions. A thought crossed his mind. He recalled the old monk with the Dharma named Shursi from Dulan Temple. After some reflection, he marked the approximate location of the temple on the map based on the monk's instructions. Thinking of the monk led him to contemplate good and evil, which in turn reminded him of murder, and thus he recalled the events involving the Rabbit Legion, which dampened his spirits. He pondered whether he should use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who had been transformed into carrots and consumed. Another day passed, and as night fell, Wang Chao continued to camp under the stars, lost in thought. However, he realized that resurrection likely required intact corpses. Even the dragon Purunga from Namek had mentioned the necessity of physical bodies when resurrecting souls. He speculated whether, given the favor of the new elder of Namek, he might receive a generous offer from the earthly dragon for a free body. Was it feasible to resurrect those individuals after 2 years, 1 year to reconstruct their bodies and another to revive them? He mused that the decomposed bodies of those who had perished at the hands of the Rabbit Legion were probably just ordinary humans, devoid of sin or virtue, thus unlikely to face hell or heaven. Perhaps they would reincarnate shortly after death, rendering resurrection moot. As these thoughts consumed him, fatigue enveloped him, and he murmured, "Being a good person is truly exhausting." He soon drifted into a deep slumber. Several hours later, as dawn broke, Wang Chao woke, dismissing any troublesome thoughts of resurrection. He resolved to continue on his path. With the rising sun at his back, Wang Chao felt in good spirits as he pressed forward. However, 14 days later, he realized he had lost his way. The realization struck him after a week of wandering without encountering any signs of civilization. The wilderness stretched endlessly, trees, grasslands, and mountain paths. The map purchased from Thais seemed to be a counterfeit. With the harsh winds etching lines on his face, Wang Chao vented his frustration, feeling more like a wild man than when he first traversed the primeval forest. Yet, his mindset now was far more resilient than before. With unwavering determination, he moved forward, unperturbed by the prospect of being lost at the ends of the earth. After all, Baozi Mountain was still on this planet, and despite the year remaining until Kakarot's arrival, he remained undaunted. Wang Chao has not contemplated this issue until now. He feels a sense of urgency, yet there is also a certain calmness within him. This encapsulates his current state of mind. It is a curious disposition. He is acutely aware of the arduous and lofty path to becoming a formidable warrior in the Dragon Ball universe. The urgency stems from his deep understanding of the challenges that lie ahead. The calmness, however, arises from the realization that haste is futile. Taking a brief respite by the roadside, Wang Chao studies the map while lost in thought. Is this not akin to the mindset of Sun Wukong, fishing with his son at Baozi Mountain after emerging from the room of spirit and time? Am I being presumptuous by comparing myself to Sun Wukong? A secretive smile crosses Wang Chao's lips as he exhales, folds the map, brushes off the dust from his trousers, and stands up. He gazes up at the clear, azure sky, unmarred by clouds and devoid of wind. Such splendid weather would be a pity to waste without fishing. With a cheer, Wang Chao cast aside his worries and fatigue, eagerly seeking suitable wood to craft a fishing rod. After a short stroll, he finally discovers a straight, elongated branch over 2 meters long, perfectly suited for his purpose. Bait and hooks are manageable, but what about the fishing line? Wang Chao snaps off a small fork from the branch, pondering as he walks. Along the path, he encounters various discarded human refuse. After walking approximately 7 to 8 kilometers, he stumbles upon a pile of torn clothing by the roadside. He tears off some threads to wrap around the top of his branch fishing rod, and next, he must find a river. In an attempt to emulate Sun Wukong, Wang Chao tries to sniff out a water source, but it becomes evident that he lacks the keen nose of a wild beast. Chuckling to himself, he hoists his makeshift fishing rod and sets off in search of a stream. However, as night falls, he has yet to find any river, not even a puddle. At his campsite, with the branch fishing rod and map resting on his belly, Wang Chao drifts into a deep slumber, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. The next morning, sunlight spills onto his face, awakening him. Wang Chao opens his eyes, stretches lazily, and chuckles. Good morning, diligent one. After splashing some water on his face, he folds the map, hoists the fishing rod, and continues his journey. A sudden realization strikes him. He has run out of water. Wang Chao licks his lips and stows away the empty water bottle. This day, his carefully crafted fishing rod remains unused. He begins the morning with an empty stomach. For lunch, he foraged wild fruits by the roadside, fortunately avoiding any ill effects. As night approaches, he selects a large tree, climbs up, and lies down fully clothed, resting until deep into the night. Suddenly, he opens his golden eyes to the enveloping darkness. Wang Chao surveys his surroundings, licking his lips as he observes the creatures of the night lurking about. Days pass, and Wang Chao has now gone 4 consecutive days without a drop of water. He relies on the occasional wild fruit to sustain some level of hydration. His interest in the map has waned. He decides to wait until he encounters the next settlement to ascertain just how lost he truly is. On this day, with his drooping branch fishing rod swaying with each step, he walks along a desolate path when suddenly, the ground beneath him gives way, revealing a breathtaking vista of verdant mountains and clear waters ahead. At last, he caught the scent of moisture in the air. A gentle smile graced his lips as he effortlessly dove down the slope, racing towards a river nestled at the foot of the verdant hills. The water was crystalline clear, and the frothy waves crashing against the rocks appeared as pure and white as if they had sprung straight from the pages of a comic book. Wang Chao tossed aside his makeshift fishing rod and plunged his head into the river, drinking deeply with unabashed joy. Suddenly, his eyes flew open as he heard sounds nearby, thudding footsteps approaching with alarming speed. His dark eyes sparkled with a golden hue as he turned his head, peering through the flowing water and the earth. There, several dozen meters to his right, 2 figures, one tall and one short, were hastily approaching, seemingly in a panic, as if they were fleeing from something. Just then, from a distance, a thunderous voice boomed. Dare to touch my treasures and try to flee? Halt. Wang Chao recognized the 2 frantic figures as the unfortunate bandits he had encountered outside the Rabbit Legioness woods, one calling himself the Little Bull Demon King and the other the Horse Bull Demon King. At that moment, he focused on the direction from which the thunderous shout had come. A colossal figure, exuding a powerful aura surpassing even that of Brew, was rapidly in pursuit. This giant, with a beard covering his face and wielding a massive axe, donned armor and a steel helmet, resembling a divine warrior. Keep running, and I shall slay you. The giant, charging forth with a thunderous gait, shook the ground beneath him, as if a herd of wild buffalo were stampeding. Wang Chao, observing from the riverbank, swiftly grasped the gravity of his predicament. He had unwittingly wandered into a perilous territory, and this enormous man, towering tenfold over him, was none other than the Bull Demon King, the father of Chi-Chi, the second disciple of the martial arts deity Master Rashi, and the revered mentor of Wang Chao's intended teacher. Son Gohan, help, run. The Little Bull Demon King and the Horse Bull Demon King shouted in terror, urging the dumbfounded boy by the riverbank. However, in the next moment, the Bull Demon King, growing increasingly irritated, bellowed with fury and hurled his massive axe. Wang Chao watched as the axe soared from the Bull Demon King's grasp, transforming into a streak of green light, cutting through the air like a whirlwind. With a thunderous crash, it landed just a meter away from Wang Chao, creating a deep imprint in the ground that nearly matched half his size. Wang Chao's hair whipped about him, and in that fleeting moment, he felt a sharp sting across his chest, a visceral sense of danger creeping in. Reflecting upon the situation, he realized that the Bull Demon King had never truly engaged in battle within the confines of the comics. He pondered who was stronger, him or Son Gohan. As he contemplated, the little horse and the other figure had already succumbed to fear, collapsing to their knees before the immense axe, weeping in despair as the ominous footsteps drew nearer. Please, spare us. Oh, mighty Bull Demon King, spare us. The young Bull Demon King suddenly pointed at Wang Chao by the riverbank and cried out, it's all his fault. He told us that your castle is filled with treasures. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao was taken aback, and in a fit of rage, he kicked the 2 unfortunate robbers, sending them flying until they landed at the feet of the approaching Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King, stepping on them one after another, glared at Wang Chao and said ominously, is that true? Do you also covet my treasures, boy? Wait a moment, Master Bull. Wang Chao interjected, raising his hands as he noticed the Bull Demon King's threatening demeanor, which suggested he might bring down the enormous axe he wielded. Nearly the size of Wang Chao himself, he had no inclination to remain silent amidst misunderstandings. Thus, before the Bull Demon King could react, Wang Chao swiftly explained, my name is Wang Chao. I traveled from the southern capital and recently encountered the Turtle Hermit at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. I received guidance from the god of martial arts and am determined to seek the reclusive master Sun Wukong on Baozi Mountain to learn martial arts. The Turtle Hermit? Sun Wukong? As expected, Upon hearing these names, the ill-tempered bull demon king calmed down. He lowered his raised axe and asked, "Have you truly met the master of martial arts?" Wang Chao nodded and succinctly described. He has a bald head, wears sunglasses, a full white beard, is quite frail, hunchbacked, and carries a turtle shell with an old sea turtle by his side. Indeed, that must be the master of martial arts, the bull demon king exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face. I haven't seen him in years. Is he in good health? Wang Chao replied. He lives a carefree life, nurturing his spirit. In terms of vitality, he is far better than you. The bull demon king, unperturbed, nodded appreciatively. He is lying. The two robbers at the bull demon king's feet protested. If he has met the god of martial arts, why not directly learn from him? Why seek out Sun Wukong? The bull demon king, angered by their words, stomped down slightly and retorted, It's Sun Wukong, not lunch. Be careful, or I will crush you. Before the bull demon king could inquire further, Wang Chao candidly explained, Perhaps he looks down upon me. The turtle hermit is the god of martial arts and hasn't taken a disciple in many years. He likely has no interest in instructing someone of my modest talent. The bull demon king nodded in agreement, proudly stating, Indeed, the master of martial arts is very strict. The two robbers, groveling at the feet of the bull demon king, muttered to each other, This kid is flattering him. Wang Chao continued, Thus, I thought it best to seek out the turtle hermit's eldest disciple, Master Sun Wukong, as my teacher. It has been a challenging journey over mountains and valleys, but I will not give up. The bull demon king raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Kid, I commend your spirit. However, Sun Wukong has long since secluded himself, and even I do not know where he resides. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead and laughed heartily. How foolish of me. Since you have met the master of martial arts, he must have told you Sun Wukong's whereabouts. Indeed, the old gentleman did convey some information to me, albeit only a general idea. Wang Chao spoke ambiguously. He had indeed received the approximate location of the Baozi mountain from an elderly man, but it was not the same elder. Therefore, will Uncle Nyo allow me to pass? I still have a long journey ahead. No, the bull demon king declared resolutely. Indeed, do you think you can simply traverse the territory of the bull demon king? The two bandits, who felt crushed beneath the bull demon king's might, expressed their resentment. Have you been granted permission to speak? The bull demon king bellowed, glaring down at them. Return to the castle and attend to your duties. How dare you act like bandits in my presence? Turning his gaze back to Wang Chao, he softened his demeanor and said, Why are you in such a hurry, young brother? I see your complexion is poor, your lips nearly cracked, and your attire is in tatters. It would be wiser to accompany me to the castle, where you can enjoy good food and rest for a few days. Wang Chao felt a weight lift from his heart. Although the fiery eyes had long been deactivated, the initial impression of the bull demon king's formidable aura could have easily extinguished him. Not to mention, with such a massive axe in the bull demon king's possession, even Tin Wang chaos would be no match for the old bull's might. Wang Chao smiled brightly. Excellent. I happen to be quite hungry. Should I find Mr. Sun Wukong? You would become my future master uncle, Uncle Nyo. Such clever networking. The two bandits seethed with indignation but dared not speak, fearing the bull demon king might crush them with a single step. Ha, master uncle? Ha, splendid. I wish you every success, the bull demon king replied, sheathing his axe at his waist. With a flick of his fingers, he lifted the two bandits and beckoned to Wang Chao. Come, follow me to the castle. I shall treat you well. Wang Chao followed closely behind, uncertain of how severe the environment would become once this place transformed into the Flaming Mountain. He was presently captivated by the charming scenery of the still-named Liangjing Mountain, which exuded an enchanting eastern allure. As he admired the surroundings, he mused that the rugged demeanor of the bull demon king seemed too incongruous with such a serene landscape. Perhaps the yet-to-appear Mrs. Nyo had chosen the castle's location with consideration for the grace of Chi-Chi, the eastern beauty. Such a possibility was quite plausible. Lost in thought, he soon beheld the immense castle looming in the distance. Get to the kitchen and start cooking. Upon reaching the castle gates, the bull demon king discarded the two captives at his feet, kicking them aside with a threat. Dare to flee, and I shall chop you up for the pot. A castle servant approached to escort the two newcomers to the kitchen, while the former bandits, Xiao Nyo and Ma Nyo, walked away with tears of humiliation. Obediently taking a detour to the rear of the castle, Wang Chao inquired curiously, Uncle Nyo, the bandits you previously captured who coveted the treasures of your castle. They can't possibly be. The bull demon king chuckled. Indeed, they are all working in the castle now. After a pause, he scratched his head and added, Some are still defiant, but they have all become fertilizer for the vegetable garden. Observing that Wang Chao remained unfazed by his words, the bull demon king was intrigued. Aren't you afraid? Wang Chao replied, They are merely those who deserve their fate. Even he was taken aback by his own words. Upon reflection, he found no fault in what he had said. The Bull Demon King nodded vigorously. Indeed, those scoundrels who seek to steal my treasure deserve to perish. They are nothing but robbers and should have met their demise long ago. With fervor, the two entered the castle. Before them lay a grand hall, spacious and regal, adorned with a crimson carpet, gilded embellishments, illuminated by a myriad of lights, and filled with the wafting scent of incense. From a door at the corner of the hall emerged a woman clad in opulent attire, her long black hair cascading elegantly, her presence exuding grace and beauty. Accompanied by her maidservants, Wang Chao mused to himself, this must be Chi-Chi's mother. So this is what she looks like. My dear wife, I have returned. The Bull Demon King let out a hearty laugh and rushed forward, lifting the woman as if she were a grand figurine. The woman's poise was disrupted, and in a fluster, she grasped the Bull Demon King's horns, but her efforts to regain composure were futile. With a sigh, Madame Bull turned her gaze towards the quiet, unassuming boy standing behind the Bull Demon King, whose clear and lively eyes sparkled with curiosity, and asked, "Aren't you going to introduce him?" "Oh, right," the Bull Demon King exclaimed, setting his wife down and making the introductions. During the banquet, Wang Chao indulged in the snacks and pastries that Madame Bull had instructed the maidservants to bring, engaging in light-hearted banter with them, merging truth with embellishment. His decision to journey to Baozi Mountain had little to do with the turtle hermit, who was blissfully unaware of Wang Chao's origins. Instead, he attributed his background to that of a wandering orphan, the specifics of which he had conveniently forgotten. This tragic yet inspiring tale would even move Wang Chao himself. The Bull Demon King, encased in his helmet with glasses obscuring his expression, remained stoic, while Madame Bull stood beside him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wang Chao hastily stuffed pastries into his mouth to mask his embarrassment, but upon reflection, he realized his story was indeed sorrowful yet motivational. And he felt no guilt in sharing it. Do not overindulge. There are plenty of delectable dishes awaiting us at the banquet, the Bull Demon King reminded Wang Chao, attempting to pat him on the back, only to have Wang Chao instinctively raise his hand to block the gesture. The Bull Demon King exclaimed in surprise, "You possess quite the strength." Wang Chao chuckled. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to seek out the turtle hermit as a master, would I?" The Bull Demon King laughed heartily, genuinely pleased, even turning to Madame Bull to say, "My dear, if we were to have a daughter, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have her marry this lad." Madame Bull merely rolled her eyes at her husband's foolishness. "No, no, please refrain," Wang Chao protested, waving his hands in denial. However, mentioning Chi-Chi led him to ponder that this place would one day transform into Fire Mountain. Speaking of Fire Mountain inevitably reminded him of the Dragon Balls that once resided in the castle there. Recalling an incident in Nandu where someone had summoned Shinran, he inquired, "Uncle Bull, do you have any treasures in your castle that resemble the Dragon Balls as described?" The Bull Demon King scratched his head and replied, "I cannot recall." In the realm of the 64 bullfighting, the rugged bandit chief, Bull Demon King, often forgets the treasures amassed in his vault, which is entirely understandable. Moreover, the Dragon Balls are merely small, unassuming orange spheres. Wang Chao's inquiry was casual. However, Madame Bull remarked, "I believe I have encountered the type of orb you describe, but I have never seen such gems in magazines." With her classical Eastern elegance, Madame Bull perused a fashion magazine, momentarily disrupting the atmosphere, before continuing. "It is not particularly precious jewelry. I stumbled upon a legend in an extracurricular book, which states that gathering many similar orbs can grant one's wishes." The notion of wish fulfillment, while rather commonplace, elicited a smile from Madame Bull. "If it were true, my only wish would be for my family to remain safe and sound." The Bull Demon King rumbled, "Then why not disregard those chaotic orbs? Wouldn't that ensure greater peace? Engaging with them could invite trouble." Wang Chao chuckled, "Uncle Bull, your wisdom is as sharp as ever." The Bull Demon King, pleased, downed a large bowl of strong liquor, while Madame Bull stifled a laugh. The trio engaged in lively conversation. Firstly, the Bull Demon couple, residing in the secluded Cool View Mountain, often faced monotony. Secondly, Wang Chao's eloquence and demeanor transcended his apparent youth, causing the couple to unconsciously overlook his age, treating him as a friend beyond the generational divide. Moreover, Wang Chao's aspiration to become a disciple under the Bull Demon King's direct apprentice naturally fostered a sense of intimacy. As twilight descended, the castle halfway up Cool View Mountain was illuminated as if it were day, hosting a vibrant banquet. Those who once coveted the castle's treasures and had become its servants, thieves, bandits, and criminals, busily navigated the feast, balancing enormous platters that towered over them. Those who moved too slowly were met with the Bull Demon King's piercing gaze, which could instill such fear that one might lose control. In stark contrast, the raven-haired youth, who had only recently arrived, had already forged a close bond with the Bull Demon couple in just half a day, inciting envy and resentment among the subjugated servants. One might wonder if the great fires of Flame Mountain were the work of these scheming servants. Wang Chao, reveling in the feast, also shared several jugs of liquor with the Bull Demon King. With blurred vision, he slurred, "Uncle Bull, fire prevention and disaster management are everyone's responsibility." Sensing his mind slipping from his grasp and fearing he might utter something inappropriate, Wang Chao relinquished control entirely, allowing the alcohol to cloud his nerves. After mumbling incoherently about fire safety to the Bull Demon couple, he collapsed onto the banquet table and fell into a deep slumber. "It's your fault. How could you let such a young child drink alcohol?" Madame Bull chided her husband. The Bull Demon King, already flushed with drink, laughed heartily for a while before collapsing into slumber, clutching a roasted dinosaur leg that was larger than Wang Chao himself. Madame Bull sighed. "Yet it is I who is the most foolish for marrying you." She flicked her fingers, playfully poking the Bull Demon King's iron head. Subsequently, Lady Nyo clapped her hands, summoning the servants to tidy up the remnants of the feast, and had the two young masters carried to their respective chambers for bathing and care. After a long day of toil, Lady Nyo, having completed her bath and wrapped herself in a towel, sat beneath the lamp, perusing a book. A daughter? It would indeed be delightful to have a daughter, she mused. Casting a glance at her husband, who had removed his helmet and reclined on the grand bed, observing the horns that sprouted from the sides of his head. Even when the Bull Demon King appeared before others without his steel helm, he at least wore a hat. Only as his wife was Lady Nyo privy to the sight of those horns genuinely protruding from his skull. This was a habit cultivated during the Bull Demon King's rebellious youth, where he would insist to others that the horns atop his head were merely ornamental and not genuine. Such folly! What of being a bull? Lady Nyo shook her head and continued her reading. Nonetheless, the issue of fertility between ordinary humans and beastly humanoids remained a persistent concern. While there were couples who bore children normally, there were also those who faced lifelong infertility. Her fingers glided over the text discussing the origins of beastly and demonic humanoids. Thousands of years ago, when the gates of hell swung open, the stench of malevolence tainted the earth. It was the Supreme Elder who closed those gates, leaving behind the progeny of demons, which eventually evolved into the beastly and monstrous humans of later times. Hell, demons. Lady Nyo held no belief in such supernatural tales. Disheartened, she closed the book and lay down beside her husband, whose form dwarfed her own several times over. With eyes closed, she murmured, "We will have children, surely a sweet, strong girl who will always be joyful and, in time, find her prince charming." When Wang Chao woke, he was momentarily disoriented. His eyes roamed the castle room, observing the golden sunlight streaming through the windows, casting a luminous glow on his deep brown irises, making them appear almost transparent, soon tinged with gold. He sat up abruptly, turning to survey the space, and upon catching sight of a vague, enormous figure of the Bull Demon King, he let out a slow sigh of relief, nearly convinced he had fallen back into the clutches of the red satin ribbon legion, which had terrified him. Wang Chao relaxed his tense body, patting his head as he stepped out of bed, pondering why he had felt the urge to drink yesterday. He hoped he hadn't said anything inappropriate. Neither spoilers nor self-revelations were welcome. After donning a fresh outfit laid out beside the bed, he ventured into the vast castle, wandering for what felt like an eternity. Had it not been for his keen eyesight, he might have lost his way. Wang Chao initially intended to bid farewell and continue his search for Baozi Mountain. Yet the Bull Demon King, being exceptionally hospitable, insisted he stay for a couple more days. Wang Chao, captivated by the picturesque scenery of Liangjing Mountain, agreed, thickening his skin to accept the invitation. He inquired of the Bull Demon King the date, to which the Bull Demon King scratched his horns before turning to ask, "Wife, what is today's date?" "November 10th. Why?" came Lady Nyo's voice from afar. "Nothing. Just a question from Wang Chao," the Bull Demon King bellowed, his voice reverberating in Wang Chao's ears. Upon hearing the precise date, Wang Chao pondered within himself, "How could I have been so engrossed in my flirtations with Tai Si that I forgot to inquire about the date? It is already November 10th. The martial arts tournament is scheduled for May 7th, which means that from my departure until today, half a year has elapsed." Standing on the hillside of Liangjing Mountain and gazing at the picturesque scenery, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. For the majority of these 6 months, he had either been at the laboratory or confined to a hospital bed, which filled him with a sense of melancholy. After this moment of reflection, he heard the voice of the Bull Demon King calling him from a distance. The Bull Demon King, impressed by Wang Chao's skills, wished to invite him to the training arena for a sparring session. "After all, I am a disciple of the Turtle Hermit," he explained, "and while I may not be as accomplished as my senior brother, I can still impart some knowledge to you. If Sun Wukong were to see that you possess some foundational skills of the Turtle School, he would surely take a liking to you." Wang Chao felt genuinely touched. The old bull was indeed quite admirable. It was no wonder that fate had bestowed upon him such a beautiful partner and the most formidable son-in-law in the universe. Subsequently, the Bull Demon King charged forward, and Wang Chao was sent flying down the mountain. As it turned out, the Bull Demon King might well have been the least competent student ever taught by the Turtle Hermit. His senior brother, Sun Wukong, not only inherited the magical staff from the Korin Tower, but also mastered the signature technique of the Turtle School, the Kamehameha. Aside from meeting his demise at the hands of the extraterrestrial invaders, his life was devoid of any blemishes, and even his retirement lifestyle mirrored that of his revered master, choosing to seclude himself in a remote and tranquil locale. In contrast, the Bull Demon King was devoid of the Kamehameha technique and had not inherited any treasures or tokens to signify his status as a disciple of the Turtle School. Moreover, his way of life was starkly incompatible with that of the Turtle Hermit. The Bull Demon King's notorious reputation for plundering and violence was well known throughout the Liangjing mountain region, and his infamy had spread to the four corners of the land. Even the Turtle Hermit was aware of Sun Wukong's fiery-tempered grandson discovered in the depths of the mountains. Yet he remained oblivious to the Bull Demon King's home being consumed by flames. The Turtle Hermit's awareness of the Bull Demon King's later brutal reputation likely stemmed from a cursory glance at a magazine advertisement promoting fire safety and warning against the dangers of Flame Mountain. After which he returned to his reading with a hint of disappointment. Of course, this was merely Wang Chao's imaginative speculation. However, he was not without evidence. After several inquiries about the secrets of the Turtle School, the Bull Demon King could only offer vague platitudes about exercising diligently, studying hard, enjoying life, eating well, and resting properly. Wang Chao recognized that these were the same words spoken by the Turtle Hermit when instructing Sun Wukong and Krillin. Yet he did not believe this encapsulated the entirety of the Turtle School's teachings. While these 5 simple principles could embody the core spirit of the Turtle School, if success in martial arts could be attained solely through a mantra, then how could Wang Chao, after hearing those words from the Bull Demon King so many times, still find himself at a loss for where to begin? Countless readers before him had encountered these phrases, yet none had truly mastered the Kamehameha. Indeed, there must exist hidden profundities within the Turtle School's teachings. In Wang Chao's heart, a resolute belief took root, only to be shattered by a powerful punch from the Bull Demon King, sending him flying through the air, a stream of blood trailing from his nose, before crashing to the ground. After 16 days of enduring the Bull Demon King's relentless training, Wang Chao had yet to achieve a single victory. From the very outset, he had implored the Bull Demon King not to show any mercy, and in return, he found himself battered and bruised, collapsing into bed each night, only to awaken the following day, immobile with pain, and after a day of recovery, to repeat the cycle once more. During this fortnight at Coolview Mountain, the training grounds witnessed the daily spectacle of 2 figures, one large and one small, engaged in combat, a one-sided affair. True to his promise of no mercy, each round was a relentless assault, with Wang Chao charging forward, executing beautiful combos, yet ultimately, he could not even compel the Bull Demon King to retreat a single step. The fighting techniques he had learned from Zi Aolan proved utterly futile against the overwhelming disparity in raw strength. In truth, Wang Chao had never intended to remain at Coolview Mountain for an extended period. Just one victory, and I shall descend the mountain, was his initial plan. If I can bring the Bull Demon King to the ground just once, I will leave, was the concession he made. If I can hold out for a minute, I will descend the mountain, he thought, gritting his teeth as he lay in bed, his entire body aching, tears welling in his eyes as he continued to relent. As long as I can still stand before sunset, I will depart, he resolved, reaching what he believed to be his limit. And so, in the present moment, Wang Chao lay on the ground, gazing up at the sky, pondering, is this all I am capable of? Yet, the string of defeats ignited within him a yearning for the Turtle Hermit style, for true martial arts, and for Sun Gohan. The last rays of the setting sun bathed Wang Chao's bloodied face, seemingly imbuing him with a glimmer of strength. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. Are you all right? Don't push yourself too hard. The Bull Demon King approached, extending a hand to assist him, only to be met with a firm refusal from Wang Chao. With a smirk, Wang Chao stood, the evening glow transforming his dark hair into a golden hue. The Bull Demon King, oblivious to the emotional struggle Wang Chao had endured while setting his final boundary, simply nodded and remarked, Indeed, I see you have risen. Wang Chao exhaled, I must take my leave. I have overstayed my welcome. Leaving already? Lady Bull, having arrived at the training grounds unbeknownst to him, was accompanied by 2 servants bearing refreshing beverages. Tomorrow? Come, have a drink first. No, right now, Wang Chao insisted. The Bull Demon King cheerfully fetched an enormous bowl of drink and began to sip. Wang Chao, feeling parched himself, stepped forward, only to be struck by a wave of pain that felt like a thunderclap, his hair standing on end. Lady Bull chuckled softly, gently advising, "Don't overexert yourself, ah. If you wish to depart, you must first take the time to recuperate. Indeed, let us have a feast tonight," the Bull Demon King added. Wang Chao, unable to voice his agreement due to the pain, simply nodded. After dinner, Wang Chao indulged in a medicinal hot bath, alleviating much of his suffering. A knock echoed at the door. "Come in," Wang Chao called from his prone position on the bed. As the door creaked open, a towering figure entered, the Bull Demon King. "Uncle Niu?" Wang Chao rose from his bed and sat on the edge, only to be firmly pressed down by the Bull Demon King, who took a seat beside him. The moonlight streaming through the window illuminated the Bull Demon King's massive half, casting a glow over Wang Chao entirely. Wang Chao was uncertain of the purpose behind his visitor's arrival, and the Bull Demon King remained silent, observing his companion's quietness. Wang Chao opted to wait for him to speak. However, in the moonlight, Wang Chao noticed that the helmet the Bull Demon King usually wore was absent, revealing an ordinary face adorned with a beard and two prominent horns. "Notice something?" the Bull Demon King inquired as he touched his horns. "Noticed what?" Wang Chao instinctively replied. "My horns," the Bull Demon King stated. Wang Chao chuckled, pointing out that it was quite normal for the Bull Demon King to possess horns. Was that something to be surprised about? The Bull Demon King smiled, offering no rebuttal. And after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly confessed, "I was actually expelled by Master Wu Tian." "Oh." The Bull Demon lapsed into silence again, leaving Wang Chao feeling somewhat awkward. Was it his lack of wit, or the Bull Demon King's own reticence? He remained in silence until the Bull Demon King finally spoke again, unlike Brother Wu Fan. "I was merely taken in by Master Wu Tian's kindness, but the story ends there." Wang Chao, intrigued, felt a pang of discomfort from this incomplete narrative. "So, unlike Sun Wu Fan, you were not an officially accepted disciple. What happened to you as a child, Uncle Niu? Did Master Rashi take you in and then cast you out? That would explain why you can't articulate the profound secrets of the Turtle School. It seems you wandered off and Master Rashi no longer bothered with you." Wang Chao pondered the gossip. When the Bull Demon King interjected, "Wang Chao, you must find Sun Wu Fan." "Huh." Wang Chao snapped back to attention, looking up. "The Turtle School is truly remarkable," the Bull Demon King declared, lowering his head. His enormous hand enveloped Wang Chao's head. "Unlike me, Brother Wu Fan has genuinely mastered the skills of Master Wu Tian." Without the helmet and glasses obscuring his gaze, the Bull Demon King's eyes sparkled with a light that was both unfamiliar and familiar to Wang Chao. In that glow, Wang Chao caught a glimpse of his own reflection staring back at him and suddenly laughed. "What are you talking about, Uncle Niu? Do you think I'm merely out here for a holiday? Of course, I will find Sun Wu Fan. I will definitely seek him out and learn the true essence of the Turtle School." The Bull Demon King released his grip and chuckled heartily. "I believe in you." Wang Chao added, "Perhaps one day I will return to teach you." The Bull Demon King simply continued to smile. The following day, at dawn, a solitary figure descended the mountain, bearing a modest bundle. Days later, in the eastern region of Liangjing Mountain, the lush landscapes of green hills and clear waters became increasingly scarce. The desolate areas, resembling a barren earth stripped of its crown, began to multiply, expanding in scope. The climate turned increasingly arid, with greenery diminishing at an alarming rate, revealing cracked, dry yellow earth dotted with porous, gray-white exposed rock formations. As the wind swept across the desolate terrain, a tiny silhouette moved steadily forward. During these days on Cool Scenery Mountain, Wang Chao has gained considerable benefits. Beyond merely feeling more resilient, he has cultivated a resolute determination to learn the martial arts of the Turtle Hermit School. Prior to this, Wang Chao's desire to strengthen himself stemmed from a more straightforward notion. He simply did not wish to remain weak any longer. His aspirations were fueled by admiration for the formidable characters found in comics, such as the Super Saiyans. However, after encountering the Bull Demon King, particularly after their poignant farewell on that fateful night, Wang Chao felt an infusion of belief in his pursuit of martial mastery. Compared to the Bull Demon King, who had sought strength yet remained unfulfilled, Wang Chao pondered the futility of stagnation. If he did not forge ahead, would it not be a tremendous waste? Were he in the shoes of the Bull Demon King, witnessing a talentless Wang Chao who squandered his potential, he would undoubtedly express his frustration. "If you do not wish to possess such exceptional gifts, why not bestow them upon me? Why squander the advantages you possess when I too yearn to strive for greatness?" This awakening spurred Wang Chao's resolve. With his burgeoning physical strength, the awakening of his golden eyes, and the unique opportunities afforded to him as a traveler, he recognized that inaction would lead to inevitable regret, rendering him a source of mockery even to himself. Over the course of his journey, Wang Chao has transformed significantly from the individual who was rejected by the turtle hermit at the gates of the martial arts temple 6 months prior. He now walks with greater determination and composure. Traversing the desolate wilderness, the world around him suddenly fell into a profound silence. The sounds of whirling sand and stones echoing clearly. A gust of wind arose. With his burden slung across his back, Wang Chao paused, lifting his gaze to the horizon. There, at the end of the barren expanse, a rolling wave of gray loomed ominously, a sandstorm. The massive gray wave of sand surged towards him like a tsunami, swallowing the skyline. Suddenly, wild animals emerged from the desert, fleeing in panic. Snakes, scorpions, and lizards scurried about, frantically burrowing into the earth. Among them was a peculiar creature, resembling an odd cross between an ostrich and something else, squawking loudly as it darted past Wang Chao, glancing back as if to mock him. Assuming that this human was paralyzed by fear, Wang Chao exhaled, realizing he could not proceed further for the moment. With a gleam of golden light in his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings and quickly identified a suitable hiding place, a column of gray-white bare rock, its entrance facing away from the impending storm. Tightening his burden, he began to move toward it, but then hesitated and turned to run in the opposite direction. The sandstorm approached at an alarming speed, wreaking havoc across the barren landscape. Just before engulfing the cave he had deemed safe, Wang Chao, clutching the corpse of the mutated ostrich that had just passed him, transformed into a shadow, sprinting fiercely and leaping into the cave. In an instant, darkness enveloped the world. Outside the cave, the winds howled, and the earth trembled as if the very heavens had changed color. The anguished cries persisted for several hours without respite. Within the cave, there were ample stones, and Wang Chao exerted tremendous effort to block the entrance. Although he could not seal it completely, he managed to prevent excessive sand and wind from flooding in. However, as the entrance narrowed, the cacophony of the sandstorm grew increasingly piercing and discordant, transforming from a mournful wail into a shrill shriek reminiscent of a vengeful ghost. Wang Chao's mind quaked under the strain, and he could only endure. To distract himself, he glanced at the prey he had captured before entering. Very well, he thought. Let us make a fire and roast some meat for entertainment. Without delay, Wang Chao skillfully skinned the animal, tossing the entrails out through the small opening, narrowly avoiding being struck in the face by the storm's ferocity. With agile reflexes, he ducked just in time. Lacking suitable wood for friction fire, he was fortunate to have brought several spare lighters from Liangjing Mountain. With a crackle, the dim cave soon illuminated with the glow of the fire. Outside, the storm continued to howl and screech, yet inside, the boy savored the roasted meat, oil glistening on his lips. After satisfying his hunger, he patted his belly. Indifferent to the ongoing tempest, he engaged in various exercises, including handstands, one-handed push-ups, high knees, and sprinting in place, even leaping to touch the cave ceiling. After expending his abundant energy, Wang Chao succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, the world was serene. The storm had ceased. Wang Chao moved aside the stones blocking the entrance, and bright light flooded in. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, discovering the sky was as clear as a polished gem, and the wild, desolate land lay barren. Ah, a new day dawns. Wang Chao beamed with joy. At the cave's mouth, he commenced his exercises, energetically moving his body. In high spirits, he began to jog around the cave. However, he soon noticed the sky darkening again, ominous clouds rolling in. Wang Chao was utterly exasperated. This wretched weather changed on a whim, compelling him to retreat once more. On his way back, Wang Chao stumbled. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a ghastly visage racing past him, and before he could react, the apparition was whisked away by a flash of light. As he continued, Wang Chao tripped again. Spotting a shadow darting towards him, he swiftly turned to avoid it, reaching out to grasp the shadow, which turned out to be a vibrant python. The creature coiled around his ankle and lunged for his throat. With a firm grip, Wang Chao crushed a segment of the serpent's body and muttered to himself. Is it venomous? Can it be eaten? Casting a glance behind him, he noted the dark clouds drawing near. Wang Chao hastily returned to the cave and pushed the stones back into place. After hiding for more than a day, he finally moved the stones aside once more. His complexion was not at its best, yet he felt ready to continue his journey. After packing his belongings, he returned to the cave, locating a piece of hardened, bloodstained clay. He broke off a chunk and climbed up the wall, carving the character's 1,000 temperings into the surface, a testament to his resilience. With a decisive leap, Wang Chao descended, clapping his hands and gazing upward in admiration of his own calligraphy, nodding in satisfaction. He turned to leave, but soon regret washed over him as he beheld a trio advancing towards him from the desolate fringe ahead. Wang Chao cursed the wretched weather, wishing fervently for another bout of misfortune that would allow him to remain hidden in the cave for a few more days. Please, be human. This time, it's truly a matter of life and death, he thought, as the sight of the trio compelled him to seek refuge behind a bare rock. His heart raced as he took a deep breath, exhaling slowly to alleviate his rising anxiety. How far, he pondered, was the Flame Mountain? The abode of the Bull Demon King, from the Bun Mountain where Sun Wukong and Bulma had been? Even without comparing the Bun Mountain area indicated on the mysterious Old Man S-map, one could estimate quite well from the events depicted in the comic. After leaving Bun Mountain, Sun Wukong and Bulma quickly encountered the Turtle Hermit, who then transported them to the eastern coastline. Soon after, they met Oolong, crossed a river, and subsequently encountered the notorious bandit Yamcha in the desert. And then, it was straight to Flame Mountain. It was evident that Bun Mountain was not particularly distant. Having traversed seas and mountains from the southern capital, captured and subjected to experimentation, nearly losing his life, Wang Chao endured countless hardships over the past 6 months to arrive here. He believed he was nearing the end of this arduous journey. Yet who could have anticipated that he would encounter such fearsome adversaries at this juncture? He must evade them. He silently urged himself while hiding behind the bare rock, scarcely daring to breathe. Engaging his keen insight, he focused his gaze through the stone barrier. With the power of his discerning vision, he perceived the 3 figures approaching, 2 tall and 1 short. The aura emanating from these individuals was far more potent than that of Bru, and even surpassed that of the Bull Demon King. If Bru's presence was akin to a clearly defined mist, the aura of the Bull Demon King resembled a vast, dense fog. Yet the 2 towering figures exuded an essence as substantial as a snow demon, particularly the tallest among them, whose intense white aura was interspersed with hints of crimson light. The sight of this sanguine glow unsettled his keen vision. Even the smallest of the trio, shorter than Wang Chao by a head, radiated an energy several times that of an ordinary adult male, sufficient to overpower Wang Chao with ease. A veritable little demon. Gulping, Wang Chao felt his throat dry, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he pressed his back against the rocky wall. Peach White, Crane Hermit, Tangent Fan. He confirmed the identities of the 3 individuals. He silently cursed his misfortunes several times, lamenting the vastness of the earth and how he had to encounter them in this very moment. It was particularly unfortunate that he had yet to locate the Bun Mountain and had not mastered any extraordinary martial arts when he stumbled upon these 3 ill-fated calamities. What of Tao Bai Bai, the world's foremost assassin, and Tianjin Fan, a little killer cultivated by Tao Bai Bai? As for Master Crane, he was even worse, malicious, lecherous, and exceedingly petty. Encountering these 3 during broad daylight, Wang Chao dared not wager his life on their mood or character. He could only think of hiding discreetly, praying to remain undetected. Confrontation was utterly futile. It was impossible to contend with them. A single attack from Tao Bai Bai had nearly cost little Wukong his life. Had it not been for the 4-star ball shielding him, the once formidable Sun Wukong, who could challenge Cheng Long, would have met his demise. Wang Chao was well aware of his own limitations. With his current abilities, even the Bull Demon King would not be thwarted, let alone the younger Sun Wukong. Not to mention, he faced not 1 but 2 Tao Bai Bais, alongside the suspiciously shifty-eyed Master Crane, and another warped little 3-eyed bald donkey, likely brainwashed since childhood. Wang Chao could hardly maintain an optimistic outlook. Unable to resist, he peered through the bare rocks with his fiery eyes, only to find his spirits plummet further. The trio was indeed heading directly toward him. Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me, Wang Chao self-hypnotized, convincing himself he was invisible. A phantom tank unseen. He had endured Gale's laboratory. He could not falter here. The trio approached even closer. Judging by Tianjin Fan's antics at the 23rd Martial Arts Convention, where Sun Wukong toyed with him, it seemed that Crane School's trio was not particularly adept at sensing qi. Wang Chao held his breath, huddled behind the bare rock in silent prayer. Thump, thump. His heart raced violently. He no longer needed his fiery eyes, for he could now hear the voices of the Crane School trio drawing near. The life-or-death pressure compelled Wang Chao to clench his fists tightly, focusing all his attention on his ears, discerning their words, and adjusting his position behind the rock to evade detection by staying out of sight. Brother, I'm done. He could faintly hear a middle-aged man's voice, mingled with another sharper voice, though it was too faint for Wang Chao to comprehend. Soon after, the complaining voice of the middle-aged man, whom Wang Chao surmised to be Tao Bai Bai, echoed again. Being an assassin is so much more comfortable. Just kill a few people and the money flows in easily. There are too many useless people. It's as simple as killing chickens. What does this mean? Did Tao Bai Bai only decide to become a full-time assassin during this period? Wang Chao, feeling a mix of apprehension and caution, carefully navigated his surroundings, each step taken with utmost deliberation. He feared that any misstep akin to the foolish side characters in martial arts novels who might snap a branch underfoot, would draw an alarming shout of "Who goes there?" followed by his inevitable capture. As the voices receded into the distance, Wang Chao's lips turned pale as he gasped for breath, his legs trembling slightly beneath him. He managed a weak smile, wiping his forehead to find it drenched in cold sweat, only to discover that his back was equally soaked with perspiration. What a heart-stopping experience. He sank to the ground, his heart racing tumultuously over the span of those brief moments, a roller coaster of fear. Fortunately, this unfortunate time traveler possessed a unique advantage. Were it not for his extraordinary insight, even if he had detected the presence of the three formidable foes beforehand, he would have struggled to conceal himself perfectly behind cover and evade detection. Just as he believed he had narrowly escaped a perilous situation, he suddenly glanced up. His keen perception ignited. He swallowed hard, directing his gaze towards the departing trio of crane hermits. There, over 100 meters away, stood a small boy with 3 eyes. Turning back to look in their direction, Wang Chao's golden eyes locked onto the boy's 3. "Tianjin Fan, be a decent person," he muttered, turning away as if he had seen nothing. "Just go, all right? I'll have my brother Wukong give you a few less beatings in the future." However, Tianjin Fan, of course, could not hear his words. After a moment of observation, he pointed towards Wang Chao. Is someone there?" Tao Bai halted in his tracks. "Impossible. I didn't even notice anyone." Crane Hermit furrowed his brow. Thus, they all turned to look. If it were an ordinary boy, weary from travel and unfortunately crossing paths with the trio of Crane Hermits, they might have overlooked the unfortunate lad. Yet, as a time traveler, Wang Chao was acutely aware of the nefarious nature of these 3. Only a fool would believe that someone untrained in performance could maintain flawless composure in a life-and-death scenario. Wang Chao was certain he was no undiscovered acting prodigy. Nor did he wish to gamble even a fraction of a chance on the whims of the Crane Hermit or Tao Bai, who might just be in a foul mood and decide to eliminate anyone in their path. He knew that these 2 villains, especially the deranged killer with a penchant for violence, were indeed capable of such brutality. Imagine being a ruthless murderer, feeling irritable on a bleak day in the desolate desert, parched from thirst, and encountering a hapless child who could be dispatched with a mere flick of your finger. The decision to kill or spare seemed to hang by a thread. Wang Chao dared not place his hard-won life in the hands of another's fleeting thought. Thus, he took a gamble. After all, the powers of his keen insight had proven beneficial. Yet, in the end, he only won half of the bet. The other half lost when Tianjin Fan glanced back, leading to a complete downfall. As Wang Chao's gaze met the 3 eyes of Tianjin Fan, his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He immediately realized the gravity of the situation. This time, he was truly in trouble, despite his countless musings. He never anticipated that Tianjin Fan, having seemingly walked away, would inexplicably glance back. Was it mere instinct? Or had he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Wang Chao in his peripheral vision? Ultimately, such considerations were inconsequential. Wang Chao's thoughts and actions were not the issue. The problem lay in his disregard for the exceptional eyesight of this 3-eyed hybrid from the stars. As Tao Bai and Kemisenin turned around, the situation became irrevocably dire. Wang Chao had been discovered in the most disastrous manner possible. How could a seemingly ordinary boy evade the attention of the unparalleled martial artists Kemisenin and Tao Bai? If not for Tianjin Fan's remarkable vision, the boy who appeared to feign innocence might have slipped by unnoticed. Moreover, upon further reflection, the most intriguing aspect was the boy's reason for preemptively avoiding them. His motives were undeniably suspect. Kemisenin stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Could it be that this lad is acquainted with us?" Tao Bai chimed in, instantly grasping the suspicious nuances of the situation. Indeed, only the boy concealed behind the rock could possibly recognize them and comprehend their formidable and particularly ruthless capabilities, thereby instilling such fear that he felt compelled to hide. The young Tianjin Fan, expressionless, remarked, "Yet he appears to be frightened, yet he does not flee." Kemisenin scoffed. "Perhaps he has heard of the terrifying reputation of the Crane School." He chuckled. To think that this little brat could instill such fear, how amusing. Tao Bai, hands clasped behind his back, approached Wang Chao hidden behind the stone, pondering that this was indeed a classic case of a time traveler's overconfidence. Meanwhile, Wang Chao was already feeling the chill of fear creeping over him. He had mistakenly positioned himself as a sage, attempting to sidestep danger, only to realize that the act of evading peril had itself become the greatest risk. He glanced back towards the east, where Baozi Mountain was clearly within reach. "What are you looking at, boy?" Tao Bai's cold, low voice resonated ominously nearby, sending a shiver down Wang Chao's spine. He turned back, only to be met with the stark character for death looming before him. Traditional Chinese characters. He was astonished that this was the first thought to spring to his mind. As he slowly raised his gaze, he found himself under the unfriendly scrutiny of Tao Bai Bai. Interesting, indeed, Kama Senin observed, wearing sunglasses reminiscent of Master Rashi S. Scrutinizing the boy frozen in place with a pallid complexion. Are you very afraid? Wang Chao remained silent, his breath shallow and rapid, his fiery eyes wide open. Clearly, facing these three individuals, activating his extraordinary vision was a likely necessity. Rather than revealing the switchable nature of his powers, he opted to maintain his fiery gaze, hoping the trio would remain oblivious to the proximity of Kama Senin and Tao Bai Bai. Their overwhelming presence made him feel dizzy. Not speaking? Silence can be a response as well. The crane immortal chuckled softly as you recoiled a half step, your foot hesitating upon the ground, as if torn between escape and trepidation. One of your arms subtly shielded your form, clearly resisting our approach. Ah, you seem rather tense, young one, and perhaps trembling slightly. Let me venture a guess. It is not excitement that causes the shudder, is it? Perhaps your body longs to act while your composed mind admonishes your muscles. Oh, no, do not court disaster. What is it like to be utterly outmatched by a master of martial arts with malevolent intent? Wang Chao acutely felt the oppressive aura emanating from the crane immortal, dissecting his anxious and vigilant state with unnerving precision. Beads of cold sweat formed upon his brow. Through the keen gaze of the crane immortal, he perceived both the crane immortal and the peach-haired youth as two diminutive sons, bearing down upon him. Tianjin Fan remarked, Master, you seem to have discerned the truth. His body is even tenser now. Wang Chao stifled his rapid breath, casting a glance downward at Tianjin Fan before lifting his gaze anew. Striving to steady his tone as he spoke, you misunderstand. I merely heard tales of bandits prowling this desolate expanse, hence my excessive caution. My apologies, are you bandits? If not, then what if you are? Suddenly, the peach-haired youth struck Wang Chao's face with a swift slap. Instinctively, Wang Chao raised his hand to block the blow. Humph. The peach-haired youth smirked, gradually intensifying the pressure of his hand. Wang Chao, stifling a grunt, resisted with all his might. The peach-haired youth narrowed his eyes, transforming his palm into a single finger, which pressed against Wang Chao's crossed arms, exerting a seemingly insurmountable force that reddened Wang Chao's face and made his arms tremble. Unknowingly, he sank into a horse stance, his waist lowering gradually as his feet slid apart on the ground. Tianjin Fan cast a surprised glance at the golden-eyed boy, who was straining against the pressure of the peach-haired youth's finger. The crane immortal nodded in understanding. Ah, so you possess considerable strength. Humph, nothing but a mouthful of lies. The peach-haired youth scoffed. Not a single truth has escaped your lips. In the next instant, the direction of the pressure from the finger shifted, pulling back and then gently pushing forward. Wang Chao was sent hurtling uncontrollably through the air, appearing as if the peach-haired youth had merely flicked him, sending the boy tumbling several meters before rolling on the ground. Stop pretending, boy, the peach-haired youth taunted. When I was your age, I had already dispatched countless foolish bandits. What do you fear from desert marauders? Do you wish to make me laugh to death? The crane immortal commented. Indeed, a rather poor jest. Even Tianjin Fan has dealt with a few petty thieves. It was 5, Master, Tianjin Fan interjected. Wang Chao lay sprawled on the ground, eyes closed, brows furrowed in irritation for a few moments before he resigned himself to reality. He pushed himself up from the earth, brushing off the dust. All right. I do indeed fear you, and am reluctant to engage with you. Wang Chao raised his head, calmly inquiring, what do you intend to do? Peach Bai Bai raised her eyebrows, seemingly impatient with Wang Chao's tone, ready to lift her finger when it was pressed down by the crane immortal. Interesting. What do you intend to do? It seems you have preconceived notions about us, the crane immortal mused, lightly stroking his goat-like beard. Noticing the slight change in Wang Chao's expression, he chuckled ominously. Remember, too much talk leads to mistakes, young man. With a change of tone, he added, however, perhaps I can offer you a chance to save your life. He raised a hand, gesturing for Peach Bai Bai, who understood the cue and positioned her fingers towards Wang Chao's forehead. A shimmering white light emanated from her fingertips. Dong Dong Bo Tianjin Fan could not help but hold his breath, eyes glistening with desire as he watched the luminous tip of Peach Bai Bai's finger. Wang Chao, with a gun pressed against his temple, also stilled his breathing, knowing that in the next moment he would have to prepare for the peril of having his head blown off. The crane immortal granted Wang Chao just one opportunity to speak. This statement, if he wished to survive the impending attack from Peach Bai Bai, must address the questions posed by the crane immortal. Why do you avoid us? How do you know about us? What abilities allow you to evade us? Despite your evident skills, why do you not resist? What do you truly know? Wang Chao understood that the manner in which he articulated his next words would directly influence his fate. The threat loomed before him, bringing an almost imperceptible sting of anxiety. The vast, desolate sky above felt unnervingly pristine. The crane immortal's sunglasses obscured his gaze, shrouding his intentions in mystery. The sound of Wang Chao's heavy breathing filled the silence, his lips slightly numb. Tianjin Fan tilted his head, his three eyes betraying no emotion. Perhaps long accustomed to the sight of death, Wang Chao's mind raced with fleeting images and thoughts. Some were a blend of the comic and the real, while others were fragmented and meaningless, and some seemed to flicker like ephemeral inspiration. Should he confront them boldly, meeting their gaze with cold indifference? Or should he utter something shocking to bewilder them? Perhaps he should plead for mercy and cling to life? No. Wang Chao recognized that facing the crane immortal and Peach Bye in such scenarios would likely result in instant death. Without further ado, how dare you glare at me? You despicable brat? What insolence? What utter nonsense you speak. It's laughable. You would be better off dead. Peach Bye's attack seemed to be on the verge of eruption. The crane immortal remained silent, his sunglasses concealing his eyes, exuding an air of inscrutability. Wang Chao did not possess the arrogance to believe he could deliver a performance worthy of an acting award to deceive such a centuries-old being. He was no supreme treasure, and his counterpart was not the naive Zixia fairy. Wang Chao swallowed hard, about to fabricate a story when he suddenly recalled the crane immortal's earlier taunt about how too much chatter could lead to downfall. The voice of the young man, Tao Bai, suddenly grew cold, and the light on his fingertips blazed brightly. Do you realize, he declared, that the time you were hesitating is sufficient for me to eliminate you 200 times over? The crane hermit chuckled softly. Do not rush. I am curious to see what kind of fabrications this young lad can conjure. Master has already decided to end him. Tianjin Fan glanced at his mentor. Having discerned the tone of his voice, the impulsive Tao Bai often charged headlong into action, whereas the crane hermit was patient, preferring to strike at the opportune moment. Yet, they shared a common trait. Those they disliked invariably met their demise. It was evident that this boy had managed to offend both of them. Wang Chao seemed to have caught the undercurrent of the crane hermit's tone, reminiscent of a cat tormenting a mouse. Taking a deep breath, he feigned hesitation. Is it the turtle hermit? Tao Bai's eyes widened in surprise, his brow furrowed, and he lowered his fingers, causing the energy to dissipate. Oh! A glimmer of light flickered across the crane hermit's sunglasses, his voice tinged with astonishment. Tao Bai, with a hint of malice, retorted, Brother, isn't the turtle hermit the longtime rival you mentioned, that old codger of the turtle school? Our rival? Tianjin Fan looked up, astonished. Such formidable masters have a rival? The crane hermit snorted coldly. I have heard that the old turtle has rarely shown his face of late. He gazed down at Wang Chao, inquiring, I see. It seems the old pervert has informed you about the crane school? Wang Chao remained silent, seemingly acquiescing. Inside, he fervently thought, I merely mentioned the turtle hermit. I never claimed he told me anything. This is your misunderstanding, and I haven't lied or displayed any signs of deceit. Surely, you can't detect any flaws in my story. Please, use your imagination. Tao Bai pressed. Young man, where did you encounter this turtle hermit you speak of? The old turtle seems to be hiding in the Taido Mountain, the crane hermit suddenly remarked. Wang Chao replied to Tao Bai, at the first martial arts tournament, sir. Crane hermit, you old rascal, do you still wish to deceive your father? The turtle hermit at Taido Mountain? Only then did the crane hermit believe it. Wang Chao had indeed been fortunate to befriend that old pervert. Though he held little regard for this fellow disciple, he recognized the old man's discerning eye and abilities. Clearly, this young lad possessed some merit if the old turtle had acknowledged him. Has he taken you as his disciple? The crane hermit asked coldly. Wang Chao opened his mouth but remained silent, fear evident upon his face. Let your imaginations run wild. Wang Chao's heart raced, pounding against his chest. Tao Bai smirked coldly. It seems you understand that the crane school and the turtle school are at odds. Excellent. 1 point for you. The crane hermit, displeased, snorted again, removed his sunglasses, and crouched down to meet Wang Chao's gaze. Wang Chao's eyes flickered nervously. Encountering the gaze of this centuries-old being was indeed terrifying. It was unnerving. The piercing gaze of seasoned actors, even those who have not yet reached a century, is enough to provoke admiration, let alone the keen eyes of Crane Immortal. A being who has lived for centuries, scrutinizing others with a penetrating intensity. Do not look at me. Answer the questions yourself, for I possess no notes to assist you. Wang Chao endeavored to divert his attention. After a brief yet intense examination from the sinister Black Mountain old demon, Crane Immortal finally donned his sunglasses once more. You, young man, utter countless falsehoods with each breath you take. Humph. Despite your weary appearance, are you truly in a hurry? Never mind, do not leave us. Stay and join our company. As for your connection to that ancient tortoise, rest assured, there are ample means along this journey to compel you to speak the truth. With a flourish of his sleeve, Crane Immortal turned and departed. Tao Bai chuckled coldly, addressing Wang Chao. young man. Consider yourself fortunate. Wang Chao inwardly cursed. Damn you and your oversized bananas. While he exhaled in relief, a wave of frustration washed over him. A glance backward revealed the distant horizon, tantalizingly close. How infuriating. Baozi Mountain truly is within reach. Yet, circumstances dictate one must tread carefully, taking each step as it comes. Perhaps there may be an opportunity to escape, perhaps. You would do well not to entertain thoughts of fleeing. It would be futile. The expressionless three-eyed boy kindly advised, then hastened to follow his master and uncle. I know better than you how inept Crane Immortal and Tao Bai Bai truly are. Wang Chao stood rooted in place. However, he was also acutely aware, more than Tianjin Fan, of the formidable strength of Crane Immortal and Tao Bai Bai, both martial artists with combat prowess exceeding 150, capable of making Wang Chao's currently fragile form vanish without a trace. Reluctantly, Wang Chao began to follow the trio, the distance to Baozi Mountain growing ever greater. Due to differing paths, upon exiting the desert once more, Wang Chao found no resemblance to the terrain of Lianjing Mountain. This was a relief. He quietly sighed. For merely encountering these three otherworldly beings was misfortune enough. Should he inadvertently lead them to the residence of Bull Demon King, inciting chaos, he would never forgive himself. Previously, he had overheard Tao Bai Bai lamenting the scarcity of wealth. If their route did intersect with Bull Demon King's castle, it would be illogical not to plunder. As he distanced himself from the desolate expanse of Lianjing Mountain, Wang Chao's previously anxious heart began to settle. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to cease dwelling on Baozi Mountain and contemplate future actions. How might he extricate himself? Should he decipher Crane Immortal's intentions and truly assimilate with them? The quartet advanced swiftly. All were extraordinary beings, possessing immense strength, and with Crane Immortal and Tao Bai Bai seemingly intent on assessing young Wang Chao's capabilities, they quickened their pace. However, this posed no challenge for Wang Chao. Since his arrival in this realm, he had developed a passion for running, finding solace in it during moments of sorrow, despair, or solitude, relishing the freedom of mind it provided as he sprinted unabated. After bidding farewell to ties, Wang Chao, burdened with minimal supplies and equipment, had been suppressing his pace for quite some time, striving to conserve his stamina. However, having fallen into the clutches of the Crane School's three ghosts, they could hardly neglect his sustenance, could they? If they disregarded his needs and allowed him to starve, what purpose did it serve to bring him along? Wang Chao silently followed the Crane Master and Tao Bai Bai as they dashed forward, leaving Tianjin Fan in a rather unfortunate state. The three-eyed boy was now even smaller than Wang Chao's shrunken form, standing barely taller than Bulma, likely of a similar age. Despite his exhaustion after a day and night of intermittent running, Tianjin Fan, with a pale complexion, drenched in sweat, and his three eyes nearly rolling back, never once uttered a word of complaint, prompting Wang Chao to glance at him in astonishment. Was there something amiss with the genetics of these children from this otherworldly realm? The three youngsters he encountered, Mark, Bulma, and Tianjin Fan, were all astonishingly precocious. If it weren't for the apparent enhancements from his time travel, Wang Chao doubted he could keep pace with these peculiar children. As dusk fell, Wang Chao noticed the three-eyed boy struggling to catch his breath, on the verge of collapse. Just then, the two elders of the Crane School leading the way slowed their pace. All right, we shall stop here for today, Wang Chao thought, keeping his fiery eyes discreetly hidden. The dim light obscured his view as he turned to speak to the figure ahead, recognizing it to be the Crane Master. Tao Bai Bai, further ahead, was scanning the surroundings and soon called back, "There's a small village up ahead, big brother. Shall we have some dinner?" "Very well." The Crane Master replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at the two boys behind him. Tianjin Fan's exhaustion was evident. His gait was faltering, his thighs bulging with fatigue. His three eyes clouded with weariness, and his lips pale and cracked. Each hurried breath felt like it was laced with blood, raspy and strained. In contrast, Wang Chao, though equally drenched in sweat, had managed to steady his breathing, his irksome golden eyes revealing little fatigue. The Crane Master discerned that the boy still possessed some energy. It seemed Tianjin Fan noticed the Crane Master comparing him to Wang Chao, and he attempted to speak, but the Crane Master interrupted, "Enough of your uselessness. You'll receive your reprimand after dinner." What a disgrace. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and followed Tao Bai Bai. Wang Chao silently scoffed at the Crane Master's retreating figure, musing to himself that this was what he deserved for taking on an apprentice under Master Rashi. Casting a glance at the seemingly disgruntled three-eyed boy, Wang Chao hesitated but ultimately offered a kind word. "Don't take it to heart. You are quite impressive. When I was your age, running a mere kilometer would have left me utterly exhausted." This was the truth, at Tianjin Fan's age. He had still been on Earth before his journey, struggling just to run without stumbling. Tianjin Fan shot Wang Chao a stubborn glare, his legs trembling as he followed his master. At that moment, Wang Chao found himself at the back of the group, contemplating whether he could make a discreet escape. However, he noticed that the figure of the crane immortal ahead had become still, seemingly observing him with a cold, penetrating gaze. Wang Chao pursed his lips and lowered his head. Following behind with hands hanging at his sides, he pondered to himself, it is undoubtedly true that the turtle immortal can sense energy. But does the crane immortal possess the same ability? It was uncertain. What's the matter, big brother? At the village entrance, Tao Bai sensed something amiss with the crane immortal's demeanor. The crane immortal stroked his beard, frowning as he remarked, this young man is rather peculiar. Throughout our journey, I have attempted to employ my mind-reading technique on him numerous times, yet to no avail. How is that possible? How could such a young lad resist your mind-reading? Big brother? Tao Bai found it hard to believe. Indeed, I am equally perplexed, the crane immortal replied, his frustration evident. Not only should he be unable to resist my technique, but even detecting its usage should be a feat only achievable by that old turtle with similar powers. Tao Bai inquired curiously, could it be that the old turtle imparted such abilities to that young man? The crane immortal scoffed, do you think this is mere trifling skill? Easily learned by anyone. Mastery in martial arts requires profound dedication. How could one possibly excel in mind reading without reaching a transcendent level? He furrowed his brow, suddenly considering other possibilities. Could it be a supernatural ability? Yes, indeed. It seems that young man is a natural-born supernatural being, which explains his resistance to my mind reading. Understanding dawned on Tao Bai, but he added, yet, even for you, big brother, supernatural abilities are not easily countered, are they? The crane immortal pondered for a moment. And just then, the two children approached from behind. He huffed, we'll discuss this later. Let us first find something to eat. Discuss later? What more is there to say? Wang Chao wondered, perplexed by the murmurs of the two old beings. The thought of food had long since left him. The four entered the village. After nightfall, the remote streets of the small village were nearly deserted, with many houses lacking even a flicker of light, as if their inhabitants were reluctant to illuminate their homes. As Wang Chao contemplated how the two old beings might seek a meal, Tao Bai had already led the way to the largest and brightest courtyard in the village. Ah, this will do. Tao Bai assessed the area, turning to the crane immortal. What do you think, big brother? The crane immortal, lost in thought, raised his chin slightly. It will suffice. Then this is the place. Tao Bai kicked the gate of the courtyard open with a flourish and strode confidently to the entrance of the house. Inside, the bright light stirred the occupants, who whispered among themselves before a man's voice rang out. Who is it outside? It's your grandfather, Tao Bai declared, maintaining a facade of grandeur as he kicked the seemingly sturdy door wide open. The warmth and light from within enveloped them, accompanied by an enticing aroma that heightened Wang Chao's appetite. He detected the rich scent of meat, while beside him, Tianjin Fan could not resist twitching his nostrils and discreetly swallowing. The occupants of the house gasped in surprise. The abrupt and forceful entry of Tao Bai, without uttering a word, hardly qualifies as the behavior of a good person. It unmistakably broadcasted a message of intimidation. The owner of the dwelling, a stout middle-aged man with a broad face, was visibly enraged, his face reddening as he shouted at Tao Bai, "What are you doing?" However, he soon noticed a dark-haired, golden-eyed boy trailing behind the uninvited guests, seemingly gnashing his teeth and gesturing with his fingers. Tianjin Fan cast a fleeting glance at Wang Chao, who was fidgeting beside him, but chose to ignore him. He was utterly exhausted. To be frank, his impression of the boy was not entirely negative. It could only be considered unfortunate for this fellow to have encountered his master and uncle. Who could possibly defy the wishes of Master Kissen and Uncle Tao Bai? Dad! A teenage boy dashed out of the room only to return swiftly, brandishing a hunting rifle and tossing it to the middle-aged man. Teach him a lesson. Teach me a lesson? Tao Bai chuckled upon seeing the rifle, casually strolling closer. Why you? Don't come any closer. I really will shoot. The middle-aged man hastily loaded the rifle. At that moment, Tao Bai had already approached him, disdainfully inserting 2 fingers into the barrel of the gun, and effortlessly lifting the man as if he were but a plastic bag, while the man flailed helplessly with his short, sturdy legs. Ah! The woman of the house gasped in shock, covering her mouth. The boy who had handed over the rifle shouted, "Dad, shoot. Don't blame me." The suspended man closed his eyes, his finger pressing down on the trigger. Wang Chao exhaled weakly, while Tianjin Fan rubbed his aching shoulder. Master Kissen wore a sardonic smirk. At the very moment before the man's finger pulled the trigger, Tao Bai uttered a sound effect. Bang! The rifle did not discharge. Instead, a slender beam of white light shot forth from the barrel, obliterating the man's arm in a spray of crimson before shattering his skull. The fleeting radiance vanished, leaving a small hole in the ceiling through which the moonlight poured in. Tao Bai flicked his fingers, casting the rifle and the man aside. The woman had already collapsed in terror. Wang Chao stepped forward. I advise you to think carefully before you act, kid. Master Kisan, with his back to Wang Chao, twirled his mustache, having narrowly escaped death. He warned against seeking it for the sake of strangers. Is this really necessary? Wang Chao retorted with disdain. You could just steal a few things and leave. Ha ha ha. Tao Baibai turned back, his laughter echoing. Tianjin Fan sighed and tugged at Wang Chao's sleeve. At that moment, Tao Baibai revealed a sinister grin, addressing Wang Chao. You believe yourself to be a paragon of justice, a good person, do you? Ha ha ha. Your earlier words irked me. So I've decided to take 2 more lives. Remember, these 2 souls will be on your conscience. Wang Chao's breath hitched. Before he could respond, Tao Baibai flicked his head, his figure blurring as he approached the terrified woman. Her throat emitted desperate gasps, a dark gash appearing on her pristine neck, from which warm blood gushed forth like a gust of wind. Tao Baibai flicked his braids, which remained unblemished by blood. The woman collapsed, drowning in a pool of blood. The remaining boy wept uncontrollably, thrashing at the air in a frenzied manner, his cries echoing in despair as he succumbed to utter devastation. Ugh! Tao Baibai was irritated by the noise, spitting on the ground. With a sudden pop, one of the boy's eyes exploded, accompanied by a similar fate for the back of his head. He convulsed a few times before falling still. Damn you! Wang Chao bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury, charging towards Tao Baibai. Yet, the target of his wrath vanished before his eyes. In the next instant, an excruciating pain pierced Wang Chao's abdomen, as if it had been penetrated, causing him to retch a mouthful of bile. Tao Baibai slowly retracted his fist, lifting his foot to kick Wang Chao aside. Clutching his stomach, Wang Chao rolled to the side, where the sight of the boy's decaying eye socket invaded his vision. He averted his gaze in anguish, the agony in his abdomen resembling a gaping wound, blood vessels bulging at his temples, cold sweat trickling down as he gasped for breath. His golden irises shone ever more brightly, nearly obscured by blood vessels. Lying on the ground in convulsions, tears streamed down his face as he fixed his gaze on Tao Baibai, who regarded him with disdain. Surviving is not so simple, kid. Master Crane looked down, declaring, today is merely a prelude. The main narrative is yet to unfold. With that, he stepped over Wang Chao, addressing Tianjin Fan. Make sure to clean this up. The stench is unbearable. Yes, Master, Tianjin Fan replied, bowing his head. As he passed Wang Chao, Tianjin Fan softly remarked, those 2 are bound to perish. It's not your fault. He then hurried away to fetch cleaning supplies. Tianjin Fan, already exhausted, toiled for quite some time to tidy up. He kindly moved the still writhing Wang Chao to the entrance, propping him against the wall. As night deepened, Master Crane and Tao Baibai had finished their meal and were engaged in quiet conversation across the dining table. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Tianjin Fan hopped onto a chair beside the table and silently began to eat his somewhat cool dinner. By the time he had consumed half of his meal, Wang Chao's abdominal pain had significantly subsided. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan noticed Wang Chao's improvement out of the corner of his eye, pausing his chopsticks to glance at the remaining food on the table before looking over at Wang Chao at the door. After a moment of silent exchange with the expressionless 3-eyed boy, Wang Chao struggled to rise and approach the dining table, only to be met with a foot pressing against his face, belonging to Tao Baibai, who was seated and chatting leisurely with Master Crane. Wang Chao halted, retreating several steps, his gaze dark and brooding. Tao Baibai, contentedly picking his teeth, lowered his foot and inquired, tell me, are you a disciple of the Crane School? Wang Chao remained silent. Would you like to be? Tao Baibai continued, still focused on his dental hygiene. Wang Chao scoffed, I would rather be a lifetime of mediocrity. With a snap, Tao Baibai broke the toothpick, his expression shifting to one of menace, though he did not fully comprehend Wang Chao's words. Across the table, Master Crane's fingers tapped rhythmically on the surface, leisurely stating, since you are not a disciple of the Crane School, do you still wish to partake of the food from my table? Tao Baibai took the conversation further, expressing a peculiar desire for dinner with a chilling suggestion. If you wish to dine, venture out and bring back 3 heads. Wang Chao momentarily believed he had misheard. In this remote village, where the resources were scarce, human heads were disturbingly abundant. With nightfall upon them, a casual stroll could easily yield such trophies. And for one with his vigor, it would be a trivial task. Tao Baibai chuckled sinisterly. What do you think? Am I being too harsh? The 3-eyed boy, in the midst of his meal, paused momentarily before resuming his frenzied eating, engrossed in his bowl. Wang Chao, upon hearing this, inhaled deeply, offering no retort or resistance, and quietly retreated to a corner of the room. A knowing glance passed between Tao Baibai and the Crane Immortal. The Crane Immortal remarked, he possesses a certain spirit, though such spirit may lead him astray. With a decisive thump on the table, Tao Bai ordered, Tianjin Fan, see if you can find any wine in this house. The gluttonous Tianjin Fan, who had been devouring his meal, promptly set aside his chopsticks and dashed into the inner room to search. Before long, he returned, balancing a basket brimming with bottles of wine. The Crane Immortal and Tao Bai drank until deep into the night, while Tianjin Fan, having finished his meal, heeded Tao Bai's command and bound one of Wang Chao's ankles to his arm with a length of rope. He then spread out a blanket and settled down beside him. The room was enveloped in darkness. In the corner, Wang Chao, gnawed by hunger, pondered his uncertain fate for the morrow. Beside him, Tianjin Fan slept soundly. The following day, Wang Chao awoke exceedingly early, a restless night having deprived him of sleep. Enduring the torturous growl of his empty stomach, he leaned against the wall, lost in thought for the entire night. As he regained his awareness of time, he feigned movement, which inadvertently tugged at the rope tethering him to Tianjin Fan. The sudden jolt awakened Tianjin Fan, who rubbed his eyes and met Wang Chao's golden gaze. Observing the rope around his arm and the dim light of dawn, he realized it was far too early to rise. Is it really this early? Tianjin Fan asked in astonishment. He felt a certain concern for the golden-eyed boy, whose physical prowess surpassed his own despite being only a few years older. Could it be that this fellow had been rising at such an hour to train, thus achieving the strength he displayed yesterday? Tianjin Fan pondered, contemplating whether he too should impose stricter discipline upon himself. Wang Chao cast a glance at the nearby makeshift bed occupied by the Crane Immortal and Tao Bai, and quietly confided to Tianjin Fan, I am famished. I wish to venture out in search of food. Tianjin Fan regarded him intently. What? Do you truly believe that because I exchanged a few pleasant words with you yesterday, I would allow you to leave? Even if you take me along. I am under no illusion that I could restrain you if you chose to flee. I am genuinely on the brink of starvation, Wang Chao replied, his expression weary and resigned. That is still not permissible. Tianjin Fan had already undone the rope binding them. Yet it was evident that their master and his uncle had awakened. Indeed, Tao Bai and the Crane Immortal were no longer resting on their respective beds. In the early hours of the morning, a cacophony ensued. Was it a desire for death? Tao Bai was braiding her hair, her fingers dancing through her thick, dark tresses, swiftly fashioning a braid over a meter long at the back of her head. One could only wonder if this fellow's lethal skills were honed through the practice of her own hairstyling. Herschel, the sage, stepped outside to glance around. Indeed, it was quite early. In this remote village, not a single farmer or laborer could be seen stirring from their slumber on the dirt streets. Humph, a clever little ruse. Herschel turned back with a disdainful smile. Imagine if we had no intention of committing murder, yet your unwarranted actions prompted us to annihilate this village. What would you think then? Wang Chao lowered his head, brushing off the dust from his clothes, exhaling deeply. Do as you will, I shall act according to my conscience. Do not expect me to bear the burden of your frenzied sins. Such a bold tone indeed. Tao Bai seized Wang Chao by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Brother, let me slay him. I can barely contain myself. No need for that, Tao Bai. Herschel gestured for her to release Wang Chao, his smile sinister as he donned a pair of sunglasses. What pleasure lies in killing him? To personally dismantle a young man cherished by that old turtle, that is far more gratifying. What could that old turtle possibly see in you? Oh, perhaps it is your sense of justice and your unyielding will? Such admirable qualities, indeed. Herschel's chilling laughter sent shivers down even Tianjin Fan's spine. Thus it was. Tao Bai dropped Wang Chao, laughing heartily. Indeed, I would relish witnessing this fellow, after committing murder, groveling before us in a pitiful display. Ha ha, two lunatics. Wang Chao rose silently, choosing not to speak. He was not foolish. He understood that voicing his thoughts would only provoke them further. And there was no need to speak out of pride. Yet, would he yield to pressure? Before he could ponder further, he followed Herschel and the others outside. Their pace was noticeably slower than the previous day, primarily due to Wang Chao's lack of stamina, which had not recovered since he had not eaten a morsel since the night before. At breakfast that morning, Herschel and the others had unceremoniously shoved Wang Chao aside. Tao Bai reiterated, 3 heads in exchange for a meal. Wang Chao, too famished to respond, silently closed his eyes, attempting to gather his thoughts. Yet whenever he shut his eyes, visions of delectable dishes danced before him. In an effort to focus on something specific and stave off his wandering mind, he found himself envisioning a magical bean. How splendid it would be to possess such a bean at that moment. Before long, the 3 of Herschel had finished their meal and beckoned Wang Chao to follow. Tianjin Fan trailed behind him, and given Wang Chao's current state, even the young Tianjin Fan could keep a watchful eye on him without the aid of Tao Bai or Herschel. That day, Wang Chao trudged alongside the trio for over 30 kilometers, hunger making his head spin. Fortunately, He managed to seize a moment to sip from a clear spring, quenching his thirst. Tao Bai Bai and Crane Hermit may have noticed, yet chose not to intervene. Wang Chao understood that merely sipping water would not sustain him for long. After all, Zorro, that fellow, was bound to a cross and exposed to the sun for an entire week, yet still managed to wield his three-sword style to slay dozens of Marines. How long could my frail body endure this hunger on the road? As he staggered behind Crane Hermit and Tao Bai Bai, he increasingly relied on aimless thoughts to distract himself. Otherwise, the gnawing hunger would surely drive him to madness. In moments of extreme hunger, one is prone to act impulsively or irrationally. Wang Chao recalled a person from his previous life who, reluctant to cook, only remembered to order takeout when desperation struck, often succumbing to the temptation of expensive yet delectable offerings. Why am I contemplating such matters? Have I begun to accept the notion of exchanging 3 heads for sustenance? No, even if I were to become a villain of the utmost depravity. It must be by my own volition. If I am coerced into villainy, what joy remains in living? Wang Chao gritted his teeth and persevered. Day by day, he suffered from hunger and continued his journey. By the 4th and 5th days, Crane Hermit and Tao Bai Bai seemed to have rendered the weary, pale, and emaciated youth beside them invisible, engaging with him less and less, as if he were a wandering spirit. During their travels, mealtimes were sparse with conversation, and Tao Bai Bai ceased to mention the exchange of 3 heads for a hearty meal. It appeared they were waiting for Wang Chao, spurred by hunger, to abandon his dignity and plead on his knees for Tao Bai Bai to acquiesce to the exchange. Tianjin Fan, sensing this intention, felt a chill in his heart. At mealtime, Tianjin Fan even dared not glance at Wang Chao, whose third eye, tightly shut, offered a wider perspective. Wang Chao, when seated motionless, resembled a corpse, his breath shallow and faint. By the 13th day, Tianjin Fan had to tether Wang Chao with a rope, dragging him forward. Wang Chao, far from resembling the vibrant individual from their first encounter, could barely manage to walk, his movements more akin to shuffling. Tianjin Fan contemplated persuading his master and uncle to grant the boy a merciful end, yet swallowed his words under the piercing gaze of Tao Bai Bai. After all, he had endured so much, perhaps a little longer would suffice. Death would bring an end to hunger, he mused. On the 16th day, Wang Chao's shoes had worn out. The soles were torn, and his feet were bloodied, yet he felt no pain, too exhausted to care. It was on this day, as Tao Bai Bai and Crane Hermit led the sluggish Wang Chao along the wilderness path, that they suddenly halted. A band of robbers had emerged from the shadows ahead. If you wish to live, surrender all your valuables. The imposing lion-headed bandit brandished an axe, flanked by 2 accomplices, blocking the path ahead. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, said Tao Bai Bai with a grin. Just as I thought. 3. The crane immortal beside him smiled knowingly. Tao Bai Bai raised his voice, inquiring, Hey, have you ever killed anyone? The lion-headed bandit paused, a fierce glint in his eyes, retorting, Do you look down on me? You little squirt, I've taken more lives than you've ever seen. The 2 animal bandits behind him nodded in agreement. Oh, Tao Bai Bai intentionally elongated his tone. So you 3 are truly the notorious villains then? The trio of bandits were uncertain whether to acknowledge this, opting instead to brandish their weapons and shout more aggressively, Stop your babbling. Hand over your money. No cash. Then perish. At this moment, the crane immortal, who had neglected Wang Chao for quite some time, turned back, stroking his distinctive mustache, and said to the gaunt Wang Chao with a smile, I understand you lack strength at the moment. Very well, Wang Chao, if you simply nod. Even if Tao Bai Bai does it for you, those 3 heads will count as your victory. What do you say? 3 heads for a hearty meal? This proposition, delivered in a tone that felt like a shimmering feast, resonated in Wang Chao's ears as an overwhelming temptation, especially as he hovered on the brink of starvation. Even as he swayed unsteadily, he weakly lifted his head, his dark eyes bloodshot, gazing at the blurred figure of the crane immortal, and moved his lips. Impressive restraint. Although the crane immortal felt a surge of anger, he couldn't help but admire this golden-eyed lad. However, he soon noticed something amiss. What is wrong with your eyes? It turned out that Wang Chao had fasted for 16 days, surviving only on the occasional sips of creek water or rain, leaving him with little stamina. As his strength waned, his keen vision could no longer be maintained. The crane immortal and Tao Bai Bai had intentionally ignored him to undermine his will, and Wang Chao often kept his head down, so the change in his eye color had only just been discovered. The crane immortal's face reflected in Wang Chao's increasingly vacant dark brown pupils. Wang Chao hesitated, but darkness overtook him, and he collapsed. Tianjin Fan approached, checking Wang Chao's breath. Master, he has fainted from hunger. His breathing is very weak. The crane immortal furrowed his brow and knelt down, prying open Wang Chao's eyelids, pondering, indeed. His eyes have transformed from gold to black. Was the golden hue merely a fade? What could be his intention? Could this pair of eyes be the reason the old lecher took an interest in him? Meanwhile, the three bandits continued their raucous bickering, inciting the crane immortal's ire. He turned back and barked, "Enough of this nonsense. You seek death." Raising his hand, he pointed, invoking a technique. Ding B. A brilliant white beam erupted from his fingertips, manifesting in an instant before vanishing, leaving behind a fading straight after image in its wake. At the other end of the fine, straight beam of light, the head, the left heart, and the throat of the three bandits bore fatal wounds, struck at an exceptionally cunning angle, resulting in a lethal combination. Upon witnessing this, Tao Bai could not help but exclaim in admiration, "My brother's skill is truly remarkable." He too possessed the ability to execute the whole wave technique, and was even more adept at taking lives. However, to pinpoint the precise angle that would allow for a lethal execution akin to that of Master Crane's previous demonstration, even the self-assured Tao Bai, who deemed himself worthy of being the world's foremost assassin, felt a lack of confidence. "Well then, strip them of their valuables and let us continue our journey," Master Crane declared, evidently pleased with his own prowess. Rising from his position, he instructed Tianjin Fan to carry the unconscious Wang Chao. Complying, Tianjin Fan thought to himself, "He certainly feels much lighter." Addressing Master Crane's retreating figure, he remarked, "Master, he is on the brink of death. No need for your chatter, Tianjin Fan. Just carry him," came the reply. "Understood." Wang Chao was roused by a wave of warmth enveloping him. As his consciousness gradually returned, he realized that this sensation emanated from his abdomen, more precisely, his stomach. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a bald head, glistening with sweat and exuding a humorous charm. To his astonishment, a strangely positioned eyeball on the front of the bald head suddenly moved, locking onto Wang Chao's gaze. "How peculiar. Ah, you are finally awake." A voice resonated from beneath the eye. It was then that Wang Chao recognized who was carrying him. No wonder he had felt a swaying motion since earlier. "Oh, it's Tianjin Fan. I remember now. I was tormented by those two old scoundrels, Master Crane and Tao Bai. Was it not a nightmare after all?" "Indeed," Wang Chao replied absent-mindedly. "I had previously fed you several bowls of warm porridge. You should have some strength now, right?" Tianjin Fan inquired. "Ah, that explains it. My stomach feels strangely comfortable," Wang Chao nodded. "Please set me down. I can walk on my own." "Very well," Tianjin Fan exhaled. However, as soon as Wang Chao's feet touched the ground, his legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. Leaning against his knees, he waited for the blackness before his eyes to dissipate before gradually regaining his composure. Glancing ahead, he saw Master Crane and Tao Bai moving forward not far away. Wang Chao felt both weak and perplexed. After uttering that dismissive remark earlier, he had anticipated two possible outcomes, either starving to death or being beaten to death by Master Crane after provoking him. Yet, he had not expected to still be alive. What exactly are your master and senior uncle thinking? Wang Chao pondered as he trailed behind Tianjin Fan, feeling neither free nor condemned to die. What were they truly aiming for? He remained frail, needing to catch his breath after every few words. "I do not know," Tianjin Fan replied after a moment of silence before suddenly adding, "I was once taken in by my master as well. He provided for me and taught me martial arts." What does this young man wish to convey? Wang Chao cast a fleeting glance at the three-eyed boy, pondering whether he was expected to substitute for the dumplings, for he was certainly no wonton. Since he had not been met with death, could it be that the old turtle immortal intended to transform him into a disciple of the Crane Immortal sect? Perhaps to flaunt him before the turtle immortal in the future? Wang Chao could only speculate, for the behavior of a 300-year-old monster was indeed perplexing. Much like the inexplicable obsession of the turtle immortal with feminine allure. At 3 centuries old, could he still be vigorous? One might argue that an immortal of such age should have transcended the confines of mere earthly desires. Lost in thought, Wang Chao followed the trio of the Crane Immortal sect along their journey, perhaps having discerned Wang Chao's unwillingness to beg for survival despite his desire to live. The Crane Immortal and Tao Bai refrained from inviting him to join their meals. However, when Tianjin Fan discreetly offered some small sustenance to Wang Chao, they merely turned a blind eye. Thus, Wang Chao was spared the grim fate of starving to death. Nonetheless, the Crane Immortal seemed to have a penchant for testing Wang Chao's various qualities, often allowing Tianjin Fan to stealthily provide him with nourishment only when Wang Chao's stamina was pushed to its limits. If brute strength would not suffice, then perhaps a gentler approach would be employed. Seated at the foot of the mountain, Wang Chao tore into the hard bread given by Tianjin Fan, accompanied by a bottle of clear water, consuming it in silence. His fiery eyes reignited with vigor after his meal. Upon finishing, He looked up to see the Crane Immortal and Tianjin Fan, along with Tao Bai Bai, hovering at the edge of the cliff, casting shadows like three human-shaped black spots against the sunlight. Was Tao Bai Bai also adept in the art of flight? Wang Chao mused in surprise. Once you've eaten, you may ascend on your own. You wouldn't entertain thoughts of fleeing, would you? Came the voice of the Crane Immortal from the hovering shadows. Wang Chao lowered his gaze and, suddenly, with a punch, struck the rocky wall at the mountain's base, creating a substantial hole. He inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. Then nimbly began his ascent, scaling the rock face with ease and eventually leaping to land atop the cliff. Tao Bai Bai followed suit, touching down beside him, reflecting inwardly. This flight technique is indeed cumbersome. Personally, I find this maneuver distasteful. The energy expended could suffice to vanquish 100 foes, far more practical than this. Noticing Wang Chao observing him, Tao Bai Bai furrowed his brow and warned, "Be cautious, boy." In a flash, he appeared behind Wang Chao. "Your eyes might just fall out," he exclaimed, turning back with a fierce glare. Wang Chao felt a sharp pain in his eyelids, followed by a rush of crimson before him. Startled, he touched his eyes. Contemplating, "Surely, he hasn't blinded me?" It soon became apparent that it was merely a false alarm, as the blood-red hue was a result of two precise cuts on his eyelids, inflicted by Tao Bai Bai's mastery of martial control, leaving him wounded but unbroken, a clear warning. The Crane Immortal descended leisurely, chuckling, "You would do well to avoid provoking Tao Bai Bai too much, otherwise. Even I might not be able to prevent him from wanting to take your life." Wang Chao bowed his head in acknowledgement. "I understand," he replied. Yet he refrained from closing his fiery eyes, though he was aware that due to previous events, the Crane Hermit and Tao Bai Bai had discerned that his golden eyes were not a natural hue, but rather likely a manifestation of some supernatural ability. The blazing gaze provided Wang Chao with a modicum of reassurance. "Are you truly not inclined to discuss the extraordinary powers of your eyes?" The Crane Hermit inquired with an ostensibly benevolent demeanor. Wang Chao replied quietly, "It is merely a rather commonplace enhancement of visual acuity and observational prowess. I have grown accustomed to such clarity. Reverting to my former state would render even the act of walking quite unfamiliar, and 8 parts truth, 2 parts deceit." The Crane Hermit chose not to comment further. This young man harbored secrets, he mused. The phenomenon of supernatural abilities seemed to have existed since the era of Master Wu Taidel. It might be worthwhile to nurture a young one with such powers and observe the outcome. Perhaps it would prove to be quite entertaining. As for this lad, the Crane Hermit regarded Wang Chao's silhouette, a glimmer of sunlight reflecting off his sunglasses, cultivating him as a disciple of the Crane School, then challenging that old turtle, only to be vanquished. Now that would be rather amusing. But then again, who knows if that old codger, the Turtle Hermit, might one day be in a foul mood and decide to eliminate this lad instead. In truth, the Crane Hermit lacked a meticulously crafted plan. All his actions were merely whims born of curiosity. For the past century or two, his life had unfolded in such a manner, with many endeavors left uncompleted due to waning enthusiasm. The days stretched endlessly, and often, the mere act of existence became monotonous, necessitating frequent yet fleeting excitements to maintain his fervor. Just as that old turtle chose to indulge in tedious frivolities, the Crane Hermit simply opted for a life of reckless abandon. Wherever he went, he acted as he pleased, seizing whatever piqued his interest and obliterating that which displeased him. As for legality or morality, what concern was that to the esteemed Crane Hermit? His own satisfaction was paramount. "Master." The voice of Tianjin Fan interrupted the Crane Hermit's wandering thoughts. The Crane Hermit looked down to see the three-eyed boy gazing up eagerly. "Can I also learn the sky dance technique?" The Crane Hermit scoffed. "How should I know?" Tianjin Fan pressed. "Master, I truly wish to learn. I want to soar freely like you and Uncle Master." "Soar? Is that what you call it? You're merely floating." The Crane Hermit chuckled derisively and then expressed his displeasure. "Everyone wishes to learn this and that. Do you expect me to teach you the Kamehameha as well, you little rascal?" Tianjin Fan lowered his head, seemingly unsure of how to respond. Ahead, Wang Chao followed closely behind Tao Bai Bai and inquired, "Tao Bai Bai, where exactly are you all intending to go?" Tao Bai Bai turned, casting a scornful glance. "How dare you speak to me?" Wang Chao chose to remain silent, treating the question as if it had never been posed. However, a few days later, Wang Chao appeared to have unearthed the answer to this query.